Hello, I've got a new setup. See my giant whiteboard? So it's been more than 2 years now since I explained the lore of every Mega Man game in obsessive detail. I know I look like it's been 10 years, but nope, just 2. Sorry for the long intro on that video, by the way. A worst mistake of my life. This one will be shorter, I promise. I talked about the classic Mega Man games, Mega Man X, the spin-off sequel Future series, Mega Man Zero, the sequel to that, Mega Man ZX, the sequel to that, and Legends, the kind of secret sequel that came before those. And in fact, I still get lots of comments in that video to this day asking, why didn't I cover Mega Man Battle Network and Mega Man Star Force? If you actually watch the video, I do say why I'm not covering it, but whatever. Because they're their own entirely separate timeline. It would need its own video. And that's what this is. Around the turn of the millennium, the early aughts, the Mega Man series was at its peak. They were releasing sequel after sequel after sequel, and they were making spin-offs upon spin-offs. And one of those spin-offs was, hey, what if Mega Man wasn't a side-scrolling shooter platformer? What if it was an isometric RPG with like a strategic, real-time, grid-based RPG combat system where you like talk to townsfolk and stuff? And also, what if Dr. Light, the guy who made the robots from the original series, what if instead of making robots, he had made AI? Not, large language models or whatever, but like self-aware programs that live in the computer. Instead of robots that do stuff in the real world, what if he built, intelligent programs that did stuff on the internet, and instead of focusing on like machines that do manual labor for humans, we built up like our internet infrastructure, which kind of is what actually happened in real life. Actually, a lot of stuff in Battle Network is like kind of prescient. Well, it's prescient in the way that like The Simpsons is prescient. The Simpsons predicted everything because everything that is happening all the time has been happening for a long time. And the stuff that ended up happening in the future that Battle Network was prescient of was kind of already happening at the time. Like mobile phones were already kind of starting to exist at the time. It's not like they just came up with that out of thin air. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. I grew up with the classic Mega Man games I had heard of but had never played Battle Network, but I said, whatever. So I bit the bullet and I played all 9, 10, 11, I think I played 11 games on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/SaintComics with an X, which I have been critically underusing lately. Should really get back on there. But nevertheless, played the whole series on Twitch. Took me like 500 hours. Took me like an unbelievably long time because the games are really long and grindy and kind of horrendously padded out, and it made me really mad sometimes. But that's okay. It's all in the past, water under the bridge. So while I was doing that, I thought, I can't start working on the video yet. Maybe I'll start like a quick, tiny little side project to just do in the interim to just tide me over until I'm finished playing these games and I'm ready to start working on the Battle Network lecture. Unfortunately, that quick little side project turned out to be a video about Bionicle, which ended up being 13 hours long, and it took me a year. So that's why it's been so long between the Mega Man video and this one. Sorry I haven't made a video in a while. Classic Mega Man are pretty light on story. Battle Network and Star Force are RPGs. They are a lot more text-heavy, a lot more dialogue-heavy. I'm going to focus on giving a broad overview of what happens in these games, what they're about, who are the characters in them, and what does the world look like. It's the same world as classic Mega Man, which is also kind of the real world, but the Battle Network world ends up being weirdly specific and surprisingly different than both of those in interesting ways, and I'll have a lot to say about that. And of course, whenever there's a moment in the story that I find particularly interesting or that I have some insight on or that I learned some cool facts about, I will, make sure to highlight that and tell you about it. I'm basically going to be telling you everything that I think is worth knowing about all the Battle Network and Star Force games, which are Mega Man Battle Network, Mega Man Battle Network 2, Mega Man Battle Network 3, blue version and white version, Mega Man Battle Network Network Transmission, Mega Man Battle Network Battle Chip Challenge, Mega Man Battle Network 4 Red Sun and Blue Moon versions, Mega Man Battle Network 5 Team Colonel and Team Proto Man versions, Mega Man Battle Network 6 Cybeast Gregar and Cybeast Falzar versions. There are also 2 mobile phone only games that I think it's technically possible to play them with like a download and an emulator and like a fan-made English patch. Battle Network Legacy of Network and Battle Network Phantom of Network. And I admit I didn't play these. I know generally what they're about and what happens in them because I looked it up. But these were mobile only. No like big status quo shakeups happen in them because they're not on main consoles. It was not expected that most of the people playing the main games were going to be playing these. So they're canon, but they're sort of not as important. But I will talk about them. Disclaimer, I didn't actually play them. And then Star Force, kind of the Mega Man X to Battle Network's Mega Man Classic, because it's like a sequel series that takes place in the future. The Star Force series is comprised of Mega Man Star Force, Leo, Pegasus, and Dragon versions, Mega Man Star Force 2, Zerker X Saurian and Zerker X Ninja versions, and Mega Man Star Force 3, Black Ace and Red Joker versions. And also, there's a remake of Battle Network 1 called Mega Man Battle Network Operate Shooting Star, and that's a remake of 1, but it has new content, including crossover content with Star Force, like Mega Man Star Force goes back in time and teams up with Mega Man Battle Network. That's his name, Mega Man Battle Network. That's not true. It's not. I didn't play that because it's mostly a remake. I know what happens in the new content. I'll talk about that too. Disclaimer, I didn't play that. All of the main Battle Network and Star Force games have really big, grindy post games. Like they expect you to like find every chip in the game. I'll talk about chips later, but you have to find every chip and fight every enemy and do everything in this, and it is meant to take a really long time because these are RPGs on the GBA, which was a very limited console, so they really stretch that runtime by just having you grind out lots of really repetitive tasks, go back and revisit old areas you've been to many, many times. And the post game is like the epitome of that. They have you do all this grinding in order to generally find some secret areas and fight some secret bosses. Cards on the table, I didn't do the post game stuff because, like I said, it took me like 500 hours to play through this darned series on Twitch. Had I done the post game stuff, probably like triple that. Maybe I could have done it. So sorry, I just didn't want to. I'd had enough. I know what happens in the post games. I'll talk about them. The complete works books, they're like collections of, concept art and promotional art with like commentary by the designers. They have that. They have a Battle Network complete works and a Star Force complete works. I read those. There's some very interesting stuff in there. I will bring it up when it's relevant and interesting to do so. Any little tidbits that I think are worth sharing. Of course, the Mega Man Wiki was a big help in making sure that I had all my facts right and just making sure that I didn't miss anything. I even went on GameFAQs and read through old walkthroughs that like teens in the early aughts were publishing on GameFAQs just to make sure that I remembered like what order things happened in and like make sure I didn't miss anything. I'll be pointing out when something in these games is a direct reference to the classic games, and there's a lot of that. I mean, obviously, it's a spin-off, so a lot of characters in Battle Network especially are just like the Battle Network version of a guy from classic Mega Man. It's got its own Airman, Quickman, Skullman, Dr. Cossack, etc., etc. So I'll point all those out. And also, there's some that are a little less obvious, and I'll make sure to call attention to those as well. I'll be talking about differences in the translation, the Japanese version versus the English version. I'll be talking about like what things are named in Japanese and like what that means that might have gotten lost in the translation. I'll be talking about specific things that are in the game that are references to like things in the real world, especially in Japan, that like an American or a Westerner might not know about. Some of that was really interesting. I'll actually have like a lot to say about that. A lot, maybe even most of the locations in Battle Network especially are like tracks like 1-to-1 with like a real place in Japan. This video is not about the Battle Network anime. Turns out there is a Battle Network anime. It seems like it's pretty popular. Seems like a lot of people watched it. It's like hundreds of episodes long. I have not watched it. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the anime that does not happen in the games. I'm just going to be talking about the games. There's at least one like major story conceit in the anime that is different from the games, which surprised me a lot. So yeah, it's largely similar. It goes way off the rails and does things that don't happen in the games, but it is distinct in its own thing. So just like I didn't talk about the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon or any of the animated adaptations in the other video, I won't be talking about the Battle Network or Star Force animes in this video. I'm just going to be talking about the games themselves. I think that's all you need to know. That's what this video is going to be. If that sounds like a good time, strap in. I don't know how long this video is going to be. Probably pretty long. This is the Mega Man, Battle Network, and Star Force timeline explained in obsessive detail. So let's get into the story of Battle Network. Okay, so Mega Man Battle Network. In Japan, it's called Rockman.exe or Rokuman Eguze. The premise of the game is Dr. Light, the guy who made the original Mega Man in the original series, that guy, instead of going into robotics, he went into AI and like network internet technology. And instead of creating the robots, which would eventually become known as the Robot Masters, his research eventually led to the creation of, I don't think it ever actually says that he's the guy who invented them, these things called navies, or net navies, which is short for net navigators, which is basically like, a couple weeks ago, I was just scrolling through YouTube Shorts, a big mistake, I know, and I saw a video by Drew Gooden. But in that video, he dropped this line.
Imagine if every time you turned on your computer, you had to make a little guy run across town just to go to the Gmail store. Oh shit, forgot my password, gonna have to sprint over to City Hall.
And I sat upright in my seat and I said, oh my god, he just exactly described the plot of Mega Man Battle Network. A Navi is like your little personal assistant, your little Bonzi buddy internet program that lives in your computer, and instead of you like surfing the web, you just tell your Navi, hey, go on the web and do it for me, and then your Navi, he or she, just walks in real time at like a normal human walking pace through like the pathways of the internet to go do whatever you told them to do, and then they have to walk back and tell you about it and let you know, yeah boss, I done good. Unbelievably inconvenient. But it's very funny though. This totally preposterous technology, obviously it was a revolution. Everybody loved it. It changed the world. Human society changed course to become entirely centered around the internet and network technology. Dr. Light, he isn't necessarily the one who invented navies, but he is the one who invented the PET, or the PET, or the personal terminal, which is more or less a smartphone. Or at least it's like a mobile device that you can log into the internet with. Your Navi lives in your pet, and through your pet you interact with network connected technology, which is everything. By the way, I'm calling him Dr. Light. His name is not Dr. Light in this version. His name is Dr. Hikari, which, Kingdom Hearts, that Hikari means light. In Classic Mega Man, in 8, his lab is located in North America. Could the difference between the timelines be that in Classic was Dr. Light American and in Battle Network was he Japanese? Or maybe in Battle Network he moved to Japan and changed his name? I'm saying America and Japan. They're not technically called America and Japan, but I get ahead of myself. We'll get to that. His name in this version is Tadashi Hikari. In the original, he was Thomas Light. Now he's Tadashi Hikari. In this timeline, Dr. Hikari has a son. Famously, in Mega Man Classic, he was childless, and like Mega Man and Roll were basically his kids. In this version, he does have a kid. His son's name is Yuichiro Hikari, who becomes a great scientist in his own right. He marries a woman called Haruka, married name Haruka Hikari, and they have a son, whose name is Lan Hikari. So Lan Hikari, grandson of Dr. Tadashi Hikari, is the protagonist of Mega Man Battle Network. Now, by the time the story begins in Mega Man Battle Network 1, Dr. Tadashi Hikari is deceased. He is no more. Rest in peace to a real one. Lan and his parents live in a town called ACDC, or ACDC Town, as in like AC and DC current, like electricity. LAN, as in like a LAN network, like a local access network. LAN's name in Japanese is Neto, as in the net, internet. ACDC Town is located in what is analogous to Japan, but is not exactly Japan, and I'll talk about that later. In Japanese, ACDC Town is called Akihara Town, or Akihara-cho. And Akihara-cho is probably meant to be a reference to Akihabara, like the place in Tokyo, which is known by its nickname, the Electric City. But it's nothing like Akihabara at all. It's like a small town. It's like a rural suburb. There's actually like another place later that is like even more Akihabara. So in this world, everybody has a pet, which is what they use to interact with the nets, which everything is connected to. Everybody has a Navi, which is their little internet helper, on their pet. Yuichiro gives Lan a special, super cool custom Navi of his own design, and this is, the titular Megaman.exe. All of the Navis, this world's equivalent of Robot Masters, they're all called their name, which usually includes man, but not always, .exe, or Eguze in Japan. He was Rokuman Eguze in Japanese. In English, he's Megaman.exe. That's as in like an executable file, if you don't know. You probably knew that. Okay, so Lan's basically just a kid. His dad is kind of like a high-ranking government official, so he's not just any normal kid, but for the most part, he just like goes to ACDC elementary school, and this is normal. He loves soccer. Every game, his room has like soccer-themed stuff and soccer balls, and it's interesting how this is like never commented on, at least in English. At no point is it relevant that Lan loves soccer, even though he obviously does. In like 4, there's like a soccer minigame, but it's not like something Lan does because he likes soccer. It's something that like a guy forces him to do. No, even though he obviously loves soccer, the only interest he ever actually talks about is net battling. Lan is like a prodigy net battler, which is the way that Navis fight each other and also fight viruses. Right, okay. So on the net, there are viruses which are analogous to what they are in real life, but in this they're little monsters, and most of them, well, some of them are references to Mega Man creatures, especially the Mets, the Metals, the iconic little hard hat enemy for Mega Man. Those are viruses in this world, and there's a billion different other kinds, which I won't list every single type, but most of them recur game to game to game. They add more as the series goes on. So to bust a virus, meaning to destroy it, defeat it, you have to net battle it. The way that you net battle is you have your Navi, and your Navi might have some kind of automatic battling capability, like Megaman.exe. He's got, his buster. He can shoot, I guess, a little cyber bullet or whatever. Cyber lemon. But like that's baby stuff. The real net battling is done with battle chips. Combat in Battle Network, like it's real time, but there are like turns. There's a 3x6 grid split down in the middle, where the one team is on one 3x3 grid, and the bad guys, usually the viruses or the enemy Navi or whatever, is on the other. Directional buttons move Mega Man or whoever around the grid in real time, and you hit the button and he goes pew pew pew, and you shoot bullets in real time. But you have this active time battle gauge called the custom gauge, and when it fills up, the game pauses and you have the opportunity to enter battle chips, and you can enter up to 5 battle chips at a time. In the diegesis of the game, what is going on is that the pet has on it 5 battle chip slots, and at this point, again in real time, Lan or whoever is taking out physical like computer chips and like physically inserting them into the pet, and then I don't know, cranking the lever or pushing a button or whatever, and sending the battle chip data to Mega Man. And now Mega Man has the data in the order that they were input. He has these 5 battle chip data, and then he uses them. He cycles through them. He does, the 5 attacks or techniques or whatever the chips do. Then he has to use his buster again, and then the custom gauge fills up, and then, repeat. Sometimes you can do like a special combo. If you know a special combo of chips that work together, sometimes they do something called a program advance, which is like, you picked the 3 or the 5, whatever chips that all synergize together, so they combine into one big attack that does something else. I think all types of viruses have like a chip associated with them. So like if you kill like a fishy enemy, which is really more like a bird, but it's called fishy. There are also fish viruses, but the fishy is the bird. The fishy gives you like a dash attack that hits like everything in a line in front of you and like circles you back to your side of the field. The Canodum just like summons a big gun that just shoots a blast in a straight line and hits the first thing that it touches. The sword chips do like a melee slash. They might hit just the square in front of you, or a wide sword would hit the 3 squares in front of you, or a long sword would hit, 2 squares, the one in front of you and the one behind it, in like an area effect. And then the chips also have like letters associated with them, and like chips have to be either of the same letter, or else they have to be like lettered in sequence, like they have to be A, B, C, D, E, or something like that. If you get the right combination of letters of the 3 swords, you can combine them into, this is one example of a program advance. It's called the life sword. In Japanese, it's called the dream sword. Actually, that's a recurring thing that happens, is like a lot of things are called dream something in Japanese, and all those instances were changed to life something in English. And I really don't know why. But yeah, the Dream Sword or Life Sword Program Advance is just one example of, it's like a huge sword slash that hits like a lot of the field, so it does a ton of damage. I'm not going to tell you every single chip and every single program advance, but that's the gist of it. There are other rules about like which chips you can use when based on what type they are and like what their letter is. There are like asterisk letter chips that are like wild cards. You can use them whenever, that are really useful. That's all like battle minutia that I'm not really going to spend a lot of time talking about. That's not lore. We're here for the lore. Anyway, all that is to say, despite his apparent interest in soccer, net battling is Lan's super special talent, and he's wicked good at it, and that's what the game is about. All right, so who else is in AC/DC Town? Lan has buddies. He's got this guy named Dex Oyama. His name in Japanese is Dekao Oyama. He's not really like a bully, but he's sort of like the bully, like tough guy archetype. He's a very blustery sort of like, I'm the toughest guy kind of guy, and he's a big chunky dude, and he has a NetNavi Gutsman.exe, just like the classic series. Another friend of Lan is How do I say that? Aya no Koji, or Yaito Aya no Koji in Japanese. She's their age, but she's just really small for some reason. She's like super rich. She's the son of some sort of business mogul tycoon or whatever. So she's kind of spoiled. But she's also very like business-like. She gets things done. I like Yai a lot. Fun fact, Yai is based on a totally unimportant character from Mega Man Legends 2, also named Yaito, who kind of resembles her. I guess they just like this design and we're like, yeah, let's make a character that looks like that for Battle Network 2. And good for them, I think. I'm glad they did. Yai also has a NetNavi named Glide.exe. I think he's like the one Navi. Like, we literally never ever see him battle. He's like implied to sometimes battle off screen, but like, we see Gutsman battle. We see like basically every other named Navi battle. I don't think we ever see Glide battle even once, which is crazy. Maybe in like some Postgame. So I don't think so though. Anyway, Glide is also named after that one guy, Glide from Mega Man Legends 2 and also The Misadventures of Tron Bon. Lan's other friend, sort of girlfriend, love interest is Male, or Meiru in Japanese, Male Sakurai. I know what you're thinking. Lan's girlfriend is male? Wow, how progressive for 2001. Stupid, terrible joke, but I'm keeping it in. Male's NetNavi is Roll. Roll.exe, like Roll for Mega Man. We actually do see Roll fight a bunch, even though Male is repeatedly implied to be like not a very good net battler. Like, Yai is at least a competent net battler. Male is the worst net battler out of these. It's said many times. Roll is like not a combat Navi. She's like a medic type Navi. Glide is also like a support type Navi. We got their elementary school teacher, Ms. Mariko Ozono in Japanese. I don't have too much to say about her. She's their teacher. She's in every game. She's a very consistent presence. She doesn't really do much outside of what you would expect an elementary school teacher to do, but she's there, she's worth a mention. So that's all the like important name characters that like we start the game with Lan is already familiar with, that live in ACDC town with Lan. Each of these guys has like their own unique Navi. Where do they get them? Honestly, I don't know. You can just buy them, but also you can like customize them, and you could theoretically build your own if you're like really good. Maybe they built them themselves, or they bought them and then customized them, and that's why, they're all unique and whatever. There are like generic Navis. Like when you walk around in the internet, you see lots of these very similar looking generic Navis. They look kind of like this for the most part. These are generally called normal Navis. There are like government official Navis, or like official net battler Navis that are cops, I guess. They're like internet cops, or the Navis of internet cops. Those aren't like named until later, but they have a design even before they get named. They're generally called guard Navis or official Navis. There is like a generic design for like random mook bad guy Navis. They have a design change. Early on, they look like this. Later on, they look like this. There's an art style change. 1 through 3 have one art style, and then Battle Network 4, 5, and 6 have a totally different art style. I think that's when this design change happens. Or maybe later, I don't know. Anyway, these are called heel Navis. Heel as in like a bad guy, like in wrestling, H-E-E-L. But in the text of the game, it's spelled heel Navi, H-E-A-L, as in like they're a healer, which they're not. That's a funny quirk of the translation. There's a lot of funny quirks of the translation. There's another very common thing to see on the internet that is not a Navi. It's like one order below a Navi, a prog, or a Mr. Prog. And they tend to look like this. Prog is short for program. It's an autonomous program running on the internet or on like a device. Like your Navi lives in your pet, and that's a device, and he can go out onto the internet and run around the network, but he can also jump into other devices. He can jump into your washing machine or your microwave or, whatever, someone else's computer and hack it or whatever. Progs are just like anthropomorphized programs that are usually designed to like sit in a computer and do one thing. Like a refrigerator will have a prog in there that is like, I'm in charge of keeping things cold. Brr, it's cold in here, or, whatever. So the progs are like, they seem self-aware, but they're not like sentient. And actually, the Navis are not like really, okay, I mean, you know how in Mega Man, there were the robot masters, they were like intelligent and kind of self-aware, but they weren't really like fully in control of themselves. They had some amount of free will, but they still had to act within the constraints of their programming. Like they're not a fully sentient creature until, X was developed, and X, the Reploid, was the first, I mean, it's not technically, whatever. And Reploids were when they actually created robots that were actually fully sentient. Navis are like that. They're intelligent, they have some amount of free will, but they're not fully sentient. They're not exactly human. They act within the constraints of their programming. And progs are, even one step below that. In Battle Network, there is a Wily. There's a Dr. Light. Well, there's a Wily. And unlike Light, who is now Hikari, Wily is just called Wily. Although he was originally Dr. Wily, sometimes he's called just Wily in Battle Network. Sometimes he's called Lord Wily. And only, I think, in the 6th game does anyone eventually call him Dr. Wily. So I'll just call him Wily to cover, all my bases. Rather than commanding an army of robots, in Battle Network, he's basically like the leader of like a terrorist cell. He just wants to cause destruction, and he has a bunch of underlings that he sends out to do, basically terrorism. Cyber terrorism. Naturally. So one day, Lan's mom, Haruka, a repairman, shows up at their house and is like, hey, we gotta like update your oven. There's a factory recall. We gotta fix the settings or whatever. And then as soon as he leaves, the oven explodes and it lights their house on fire, and Lan has to like jack in. That's what they call like going into the internet, or like connecting to a server or to some device's computer or whatever. They call it jacking in. Lan is always saying, Mega Man, jack in. That's like his catchphrase, I guess. So Lan and Mega Man jack into their oven. There's like a dungeon in there, basically. There's like an RPG dungeon. Basically, whenever anything has to get done, the way it is typically handled in Battle Network is you go to the device or the part of the internet, the computer system or whatever, and you jack in, and Mega Man goes in, and inside there will be some sort of like themed dungeon. In this one, he has to use like a squirt gun program to like go in and use the squirt gun program to like put out the cyber fires. The literal fire is burning his house down, but like cyber fire is burning down the the computer inside the washing machine, the oven. He's got to cyber squirt it out. And at the end of the dungeon, he finds another Navi, fireman.exe, like Fireman from Mega Man. He's causing havoc. Turns out the repairman was actually a terrorist under the employ of Wily. This guy, Mr. Match. So Mr. Match did this to get something called a fire program, which I guess was in your oven. Maybe it was hidden there because your dad is like a high-ranking scientist. That's I don't know. But he somehow retrieved this secret program called like a fire program from your oven. He wanted that for Dr. Wily, who is attempting to collect the 4 elemental programs: fire, water, or aqua, electric, and wood. Those are the 4 elements. There will kind of be other elements. Well, there will be other things that are debatably elements later. Fire chips do double damage to wood elemental enemies. Ice falls under the purview of water, so if there's like an ice-themed enemy, it'll usually be water elemental. You can affect like the floor tiles, because the battle system is like tile-based. Fire, you can like turn the tiles into lava, and then I think you take damage if you step on them. The water elemental tile effect is ice, which makes them slippery, so you slide off of them. Electric, I think you can make the tiles metal, and then they like do something. I don't remember what metal tiles do. Do they like conduct electricity so they take double damage? I don't remember. And wood element, it's like it puts grass on the field, and wood elemental beings, if they stand on the grass tiles, then they'll be healed. I think also if you're standing on the grass tile and you're hit by a fire attack, the grass like ignites and it deals you double damage. I think that might not be in the first game. I think that might just be like an extra feature they added later. But eventually that is something that happens. More elemental effects will be added later. Okay, enough about elements for now. It's not that important. Wily wants these 4 elemental programs because they'll let him do something. Basically, the plot of the game is going to be a sequence of things like this, where one of Wily's minions shows up somewhere, does terrorism, causes chaos, Lan has to jack into some sort of computer, do some sort of themed dungeon, usually fight an enemy Navi, and, fix the problem. So after this, his elementary school gets a new teacher. This new teacher's name is Higsby, and Higsby is a super nerd who loves battle chips. He doesn't seem like he does a ton of net battling, but he just loves chips, and I guess he loves collecting them. Maybe he loves collecting them the way you might like collecting baseball cards or something. He has a Navi named Numberman. Numberman is an original, Numberman.exe. I'll probably forget to say .exe. All the Navis have .exe at the end of their name. If I forget to mention it, don't worry about it. They're all Eguze. Anyway, Numberman is an original. There is no Numberman in the original Mega Man Classic series, so that's a new one. Higsby is a new teacher at his school. Horror of horrors. It turns out Higsby is a freaking terrorist. Higsby works for Wily. He's here on WWW. Okay, so Wily's organization, it's spelled WWW, and I played through the whole game thinking that it was called WWW. Apparently, the way that you're supposed to say the name of it is World 3. So Higsby is a member of World 3, and he gets into your classroom, and he's here to indoctrinate the children with not the woke mind virus, but the Wily mind virus. He locks all the doors, locks all the kids in the classroom, puts on some 1984 propaganda. Big Brother's watching, Dr. Wily is watching, submit to Wily, the world must be destroyed. Okay, long story short, Lan jacks into the school computer and beats Numberman. Higsby is oops, sorry, I didn't mean any harm. He just is well, yeah, my bad. And then we just forgive him. And then he becomes an ally for the rest of the series. He opens up a shop called Higsby's, or in Japanese, his name is Higure. And his shop in Japanese is called Higureya, and ya is what you would call, it's just a word that means shop, so it means or the Higure shop. So yeah, Higsby's. And he sells, he sells battle chips, because he loves trading battle chips. He says he just joined World 3 because they said it would be a great way to get battle chips, and he was okay, I guess I'll do terrorism. But, no harm done. Let's let bygones be bygones, they say. These people these people live in a world that is very similar to sort of modern day near future Japan. So of course they have, bullet trains. They have high speed rail. They call it the Metro Line. One day the Metro Line is shut down because an evil Navi is attacking it. Lan jacks into the Metro Line computer, gets on the internet. It's being blocked by a solo net Navi. Turns out not every net Navi needs an operator. That's what you are as a human with a net Navi. You are its operator, which is just like how in Mega Man, as the series went on, like every version of Mega Man had to have, your robot guy in the field and also like a human or another robot like back at base telling you what to do. Mega Man, those are Hammer Joes. Like Alia or Double Layer or Roll in Legends. Someone in your ear telling you what to do. The human is the net Navi's operator in the same sort of way. So some net Navis don't have an operator. Those are called solo net Navis. This one is called Stone Man, and he's just blocking the network so the train can't run. It's just more terrorism. Mega Man beats Stone Man. He's out of here. So next, a kid from their school goes missing, actually gets kidnapped. And this kid, he's just represented by a generic sprite in the game. He wasn't important enough for his own sprite. His name is Tori Freud. And actually in the anime, Tori Freud he's like an important character with his own arc. But in the game, he is not that at all. He is completely incidental. He's kidnapped because he just so happens to be the son of a guy who works at a government building called the Waterworks. So the Waterworks, as you might suspect from the name, is just a plant that controls the flow of water in AC/DC Town and probably surrounding towns too. And it actually shares a building with another agency, let's say, called Scilab, which is like the government, I think in Japanese it's called the Ministry of Science, or Kagakusho. And that's actually where Lan's dad works, Yuichiro Hikari. I said he's a high-ranking government official. He's like a top scientist working at the Ministry of Science, or Scilab. And the Waterworks and Scilab are both located in an area called the Government Complex. So anyway, the Waterworks has been hacked or has been infiltrated by some sort of virus or Navi or some sort of cyber terrorist. And this has stopped all the water flowing in AC/DC Town, and everyone's like, hey, we don't have any water, we're literally gonna die, right? This guy who works at and is basically in charge of the Waterworks is a guy called Dr. Freud. You think of Sigmund. No relation. In the complete works, the designers are like, we designed him to be like an average Joe sort of guy. Why the name Freud, I have no idea. But anyway, he's basically in charge of the Waterworks. His son goes to AC/DC Elementary, so I assume that means that Dr. Freud lives in AC/DC because his son goes to the elementary school there? I don't know. I'm not actually sure about that. Obviously, this is the work of World 3, so Lan is like, well, let's get the heck over there. So they go to the Waterworks, and Lan is like, Mega Man, jack in. So they jack in, and they like clear a bunch of ice. There's it's not literal ice, it's cyber ice because it's in the computer. They clear a bunch of cyber ice out of the circuitry. And while they're doing this, they meet this other kid, I think he's like 1 year older than Lan, so he's like 11. Pretty sure Lan is supposed to be like 10. Anyway, this other kid, his name is, I'll put him here for now, Eugene Chowd. In Japanese, his name is Enzan Ijuin. I guess Ijuin becomes Eugene. Chowd is apparently French for hot. In the anime, he's called Chowd Blaze. If Chowd means hot, you would think that he'd be like Eugene Blaze. No, they replaced the Eugene and kept the Chowd, which already means hot. So I guess his name is Hot Blaze. He is also a net battler. He has, big reference, Protoman.exe or Buruz.exe in Japanese, of course. And Chowd is an official net battler, meaning he's literally like a cop, like a net cop, even though he's like 11 years old. But he's just that good. So yeah, he's like an official government guy who is dispatched to like solve cyber crime. And I guess this Waterworks thing, drying up the water supply, is a big enough deal that they've sent him to fix it. And he is like, Lan, who are you? You're just some kid. Like, get the heck out of here. You're going to mess everything up. And Lan is like, no, shut up. I'm great. So he clears out the cyber ice and he gets the water flowing again. And he's like, yes, problem solved. He goes home to AC/DC Town. And it turns out that doing this has only released poisoned water. The water is toxic now. It's been poisoned with something. And so now AC/DC Town is full of poisoned water, which is actually worse than no water at all. And people are drinking it and getting sick, and it's all his fault. And this is when they figure out that this kid, Tori Freud, son of Dr. Freud, has been kidnapped. They find him somehow. I think they just spot him in a parked car or something. And they take him to his dad, and his dad is like, okay, yeah, thanks. They kidnapped my son and made me do this to the water supply. So they give him back, thanks. Now I can give you access to the computer. You can get in and fix it. His Navi is Iceman. Yes. For Mega Man 1. Iceman.exe. So you had to get into the computer and fight Iceman because Freud sent Iceman in there to freeze all the pipes because World 3 had kidnapped his son and told him he had to... Maybe he froze the pipes because Wily wanted to poison the water and he was like, okay, go ahead and poison the water. And then maybe Iceman was freezing the pipes so that the poisoned water wouldn't get to the town. That makes sense because Freud's a good guy. But anyway, with his son back, he's like, yeah, okay, get in there. The one who kidnapped the son is another Wily agent. In Japanese, her name is Madoi. In English, she's called Ms. Mad. And her Navi is Color Man. He looks like a clown, and there is a Clown Man in Classic Mega Man in 8, I think. But he's not Clown Man, he's Color Man. Incidentally, at the government complex where the waterworks and Scilab there are some other folks. There is a sushi chef named Sal. No, not Sal. Sal is not the sushi chef. Hang on. Sal is this ninja-looking girl, and she's just selling, I think she's just selling bento boxes or boxed lunches. She has a Navi, Woodman, like Mega Man 2. She's just selling food, and you can fight her if you want to. And then there is also a sushi chef called Masa, who also is just selling food, and you can fight him if you want to. His Navi is Sharkman, which is possibly a reference to Sharkman from Mega Man 3, The Robots Are Revolting for DOS, the really bad one made by some totally different company. I kind of don't think Capcom would ever deliberately reference the DOS Mega Man games, so I think it's just a coincidence. They probably just thought Sharkman was a cool idea and weren't thinking about the fact that there had technically already been a Sharkman in a third-party developed Mega Man game. So I think it's probably an accidental reference. It's definitely funnier to pretend that it was on purpose. So water's back and it's not poisoned anymore. Hooray. So a while after that, maybe a week or a few weeks after that, Mail is just hey, Lan, let's go on I don't think she calls it a date. The thread with Lan and Mail is that I guess they both like each other, especially Mail likes Lan. Lan is kind of oblivious. Mail is crushing hard. She probably doesn't call it a date, but she's like, let's go shopping. So they go downtown. So the government complex and AC/DC Town and this place that they go shopping, which is called Den Town, which might be a pun on downtown. I'm not really sure, but they're all part of a larger metropolitan area, a city called Den City. I don't think it is supposed to be a joke density. I think that's an accident. In Japanese, Den City is called Densan City, and they really use the English word city. It's Densan City. Densan is apparently short for Denshike Sanki, which means electronic computer. AC/DC Town is part of Den City, which includes government complex and also where they're going now, Den Town, or in Japanese, Densan Town. And again, they use the English word town. Densan Town is what it's called in Japanese. So Den Town is basically downtown Den City. It's, busy streets and big skyscrapers and shopping centers and whatnot. In Den Town, there are billboard ads for upcoming movies. In Japanese, the movies advertised are just titled PET, as in the device, the PET, PET and Cyber. But in English, they were actually made much more specific. The movies advertised are Attack of the Killer Pets and Upgrade Impossible 3 starring Rom Cruise. Get it? Rom? that's like a computer thing. So in Dentown, obviously all the cars are computerized so that Elon can jack into your car and drive you off the road if he so pleases. So someone's been selling antivirus program to prevent anyone from hacking into your car and controlling your car. Shocker, this antivirus software just is a virus, and it hacks into your car and takes over your car. So suddenly, all these cars on the road are being remotely controlled by terrorists. Freaking World 3, it's Miss Mad, the same lady who was at the Waterworks with Color Man. So Mail is like on a bus, and the bus is like speeding out of control. So Lan has to like hack into these traffic lights, which also control these like magnetic barriers or something on the road to like let the bus go through without crashing into it. So he's got to hack into all these street lights and like make sure the bus doesn't crash. Lan, I don't know, he hacks into the bus, he hacks into something and he stops the bus. Now there was a bomb on the bus that was rigged to go off if its speed dropped below a certain limit. This should have just blown up the bus and killed Mail and everyone. Fortunately, unbeknownst to Lan, it turns out that Mail actually used a role and like fought Color Man and like prevented Color Man from doing the bomb. So this is one of the few times they actually thought to like give Mail a thing in the story to be like, hey, she can be helpful too. So bus accident is averted. Mail is safe. Everyone's safe. Hooray. A little later, your dad there's going to be like a party at Scilab, you know, for all the employees. So your mom is like, hey, Lan, we're going to a Scilab party. There's like a fancy dinner or whatever. And Lan is like, yes, we get to see my dad. I love my dad. One thing I haven't mentioned is that Lan's dad, I mean, he's not absent. He's around, but he's like always at work. I don't think you ever see him at home throughout the entire game. Lan is always like, when do we get to hang out with my dad? Lan thinks his dad is the coolest guy. And I mean, he is a pretty cool guy. He's a very accomplished individual. In a future game, there's a scene where Lan is just like lounging in bed and Mega Man is like, hey, Lan. Oh, a Navi is also kind of like your personal assistant in that your Navi is in your computer and is like there to like wake you up in the morning with an alarm and like remind you of like things you have to do and like keep track of your schedule. And Lan is like a habitual, you know, homework not doer and procrastinator. So Mega Man is always nagging Lan that he's got to like do his homework, got to get out of bed on time and get to school, etc., etc. Mega Man is like, hey, Lan, do you do your homework? And he's like, 1 second, Mega Man. I'm reading this magazine. My dad wrote an article for it. I got to read this article that my dad wrote in this magazine. And it's like an article about like, I don't know, battle chip theory or something. And Lan's like, excellent. My dad's so smart. So Lan is always like hyped up for any opportunity to hang out with his dad because his dad's always at work and he doesn't see him that often. And a thing that kept cracking me up as I was playing the games, and this happens like multiple times, Lan is like, oh boy, gonna get to see my dad. And then he finds his dad like cheating on him with like another child, another boy his age, like hanging out with other kids when Lan wants him to be hanging out with him. It's kind of sad, but it's really funny. Okay, so Lan and his mom go to this Scilab fancy dinner party or whatever. Scilab, it's government complex building, but it extends underground. And for whatever reason, the like restaurant, the banquet hall or whatever is like in the basement. And then, you know, another World 3 terrorist. This is a guy called Count Zap, who is an electric guy. I think he's like an energy like company owner or something. Some kind of like high-ranking rich guy who has some sort of like connection to the energy industry. The wiki just says he just hacked into the power plant. Maybe they went into more detail in the anime or something. But he's some kind of electric guy, and he's like, hey, Scilab people, so I have locked all the doors and I've turned off power in the Scilab building. You're all locked in this basement. And the basement is also like underwater, right? Because it's next to the waterworks. So it's next to like a body of water. So there's windows into like the lake and they can see fish and stuff in the water outside. So they're like underwater and he's turned off the power. And that means that like the air filtration system is off. And so they're not getting fresh air. So they're all going to like suffocate and die down there. So Lan and Chowd are both like, okay, well, we got to do something about this. Mega Man, jack in. Lan jacks into, I don't know, some control panel or something. Count Zap's Navi is Elec Man. So Lan beats Elec Man and the day is saved and everyone's saved. But Chowd is like, Lan, you screwed up again. I was going to capture him and get information on on World 3, and now I can't do that because you just beat him. You're not an official net battler like me. You're just a dang civilian. So, the day is saved, but, Count Zap was there to steal, just like Mr. Match was in Lan's oven to steal the fire program. He wants the 4 elemental programs. Ms. Mad was stealing the water program or the aqua program from the waterworks. Count Zap was here in the power plant to steal the electric program. Wiley just already had the wood program. It's not said how he got it or where it came from. He just had it. Now he's got all 4 elemental programs, which means he can do something. So they don't suffocate, but, Wiley, the plan was successful. Wiley's plan has been advanced. Chowd is really mad, and Lan's dad is like, Lan, Chowd seemed really upset. You should go talk to him. You should go make sure he's okay. Which, like, geez, Dad. When was the last time you checked that I was okay? Lan is just so starved for his dad's attention, and then he's so excited to go to this event at his dad's work, and then it gets hijacked, and then Chowd's distress ends up being like the thing that his dad is most focused on, rather than like finally spending time with his son. So Chowd is like, all right, Lan, listen. We need to find more info on World 3, otherwise these incidents are going to keep happening. We're going to track them to their source and cut the what's the phrase? Not cut the Hydra off at the root. Cut the giant off at its head. Cut the snake. Cut the head off. So Lan is like, okay, Chad, I have an idea. I know a former WWW guy, and he's talking about Higsby. So he's like, hey, Higsby, can you tell me anything that might help us apprehend, your former boss? And Higsby's like, well, no, I don't really have any information at the moment, but I know there are some other ex-World 3 members, and maybe they might know something. So he sends you back to Dentown, where actually, and this is crazy, Ms. Mari's twin sister, Yuri, lives in Dentown, and she is a World 3 ex-member. She's quit, apparently. She was apparently, like, kind of high-ranking in World 3, and she says that, like, the fact that she had a twin was like a big part of why she was able to rise in the ranks. I don't know what that means. I assume it's that, like, because she looks exactly like another person, she was somehow able to, I don't know, use that to do like subterfuge or something. Who knows? Use your imagination. It's not elaborated upon. But I know that in the anime, Ms. Yuri is like also kind of like Tori Freud. Ms. Yuri is way more important than she's in the game. In the game, she's just this one bit part. You talk to her once on this quest to find out more about WWW. In the anime, she is like kind of a main character and like has much more of an arc and does a lot more stuff involving things that do not occur in the game at all. In the anime, operators and their net navis start to like fuse together into like Pokemon Gijinkas in real life and become like superheroes in the real world using navi powers. That doesn't happen in the games. But like I remember Ms. Yuri, she merges with Needleman, with Needleman.exe. That doesn't happen in the games. We're sticking to the games for this. You find out some stuff from Ms. Yuri, and I think maybe some other random NPCs. There's like a secret place on the internet, in a place called the Undernet. This is like the deep web. The Undernet, that's what it's called in English. In Japanese, it's the Ura Internet, which I guess means like the reverse internet or like the backside of the internet. Most places on the internet are like connected to like their local town. Like when you jack into the internet in AC/DC town, you're in like the AC/DC network. When you do it in Dentown, you're in like the Dentown network. The Undernet kind of like extends between all these places and is sort of nowhere and everywhere. It's sort of like the seedy underbelly of the internet that like net crime happens there. Solo net navis with no operators that are there to do unsavory things, hang out on the Undernet. You go there to a certain spot, and there's another solo net navi that works for World 3. This one is Bombman, bombman.exe. I forgot to put Stoneman. I'll just put him over here for now. Here's some solo net navis. And by beating Bombman, you get the secret World 3 like address, like their URL for their webpage or something. And you give it to your dad, and your dad is like, "Great job, Lan. Now I can give this to Chowd, so he and not you can go and solve solve the case and take down World 3. Devastating. I mean, that's what he's gonna do. But Lan basically begs and is like, no, Dad, please, I wanna be the hero. I wanna be the guy. Amazingly, your dad gives in. He probably shouldn't. He should probably leave it, to the officials, but he's like, well, okay, whatever. You wanna go fight terrorism? Well, that's my boy, I guess. The World 3 facility is what it's called in English, or the World 3 Research Facility. In Japanese, it's called the World 3 Kenkyujo, or the World 3 Institute. It's like somewhere secret in the mountains, and it turns out that the Wiley Institute, or the World 3 Institute, has a secret metro line route that, the public doesn't know about. It's part of the public, transit system, but it's just a secret line that no one else can access unless you're a World 3 member. Chowd and then Lan are they go on the metro line, and they take this secret metro line to the Institute. And your dad says, well, he doesn't say this in English. In Japanese, he says it's in S-Ken, or S Prefecture. So far, the whole game has taken place in various regions of Den City. Den City, it's just Tokyo, right? It's the in-world equivalent of Tokyo, or the Tokyo metro area. I've blown it up because it actually Tokyo proper is this big compared to this, but I've kind of expanded it so it takes up the entire Bay Area. Den City is all of this. Now, Japan is divided into prefectures, and the one that Tokyo City is in is the Tokyo Prefecture, or Tokyo-to. On this map, north is kind of that way, and Tokyo-to, the prefecture, it includes Tokyo City, and then it's kind of long and thin and sort of stretches to the east. And then sitting right on top of it is Saitama Prefecture, or Saitama Ken. So in Japanese, Lan's dad says the Wiley Institute is hidden in the mountains in S-Ken. So what he's obviously saying is that it's in Saitama Ken. It's in the Saitama Prefecture, which would be sort of to the north, and then because it's in the mountains, it would be a little bit inland of where they are on Tokyo Bay. So Dentown here, it's just downtown Tokyo. The government complex, a little Googling tells me that a lot of government official buildings in Tokyo are in a town called Shinjuku. So I'm guessing that the government complex is probably analogous to Shinjuku, which is a little bit inland. All these places in Tokyo are very close together. I've really blown them up and spread them out here so I can actually fit all these characters in here. Whether it's Shinjuku or not, it's all part of Den City. You take the secret Metro line, you go to the World 3 Institute, you get there, and then you have to hack through a bunch of doors. You have to hack into computers that are guarding doors, and they've got copies of the evil net navies in them. You have to go through a little mini dungeon that shares the theme with, the first time you went through a themed dungeon to fight these guys. I'm pretty sure that when you defeat a net navi, they don't die. Sometimes it kind of seems like they do. Under certain circumstances, you can kill a navi by deleting it. If it's blocked into the internet and it can't jack out, and you defeat it, jacking out is how it prevents itself from dying. So if you trap it and then you delete it, then you can permanently kill a Navi, but I'm pretty sure that isn't what's happening any of the times you fight these Navis in this game. I don't think Color Man ever appears again, but I know these two will appear again. So pretty sure you're not permanently deleting these Navis, even though they're not really people. I mean, they're not really people in the same way that the Robot Masters are not fully human people. So you're going through, the World 3 facility, and you got to get through all these themed doors, and your friends are they show up to help you hold off another Navi, oh, go ahead, I'll keep him at bay or whatever. Gutsman and Glide and Roll, and I think Numberman, and I think Iceman too. Yeah, they all show up and help you. The final door to get through is blocked by Wily's fourth minion. This is a guy you've seen in cutscenes before now. This is a guy called Yahoot. His Navi is Magic Man. There is a robot master in, I think he's in Mega Man and Base, called Magic Man. This guy, he was not designed to be a version of Magic Man. According to the Complete Works book, They were originally calling him Wizard Man, and then I think they changed his name at the last minute to make him retroactively a reference to Magic Man, even though he wasn't really intended to be. I don't think you ever see it in game. I don't think it's ever visible, but on his back there's a little leather-bound book. It's called The Tome of Cheating. It's labeled in this. I'm looking at this in the complete works right now. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything in the game, but it's in there, and it's specifically noted by the designers in the concept art. What is he cheating at? Programming, video games, magic, sorcery. Wily, he's got all his 4 elemental programs, and somehow combining these 4 lets him produce something that he's going to use to destroy the world. He calls it the life virus, just like the life sword. In Japanese, it's called the dream virus. Don't know why they changed the name. It honestly has absolutely nothing to do with life or dreams. Neither does the sword. But so he's got all the elemental things. Now he can produce the life virus, and he does. And he talks about firing the virus in a rocket ship at an enemy country. And he calls this enemy country Nation R. In Battle Network Operate Shooting Star, the remake, they change this. He changes it to call it Nation M. If Esken is Saitama Prefecture, I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe Nation R was Russia. Maybe they made it M so that it wouldn't, so that it would be less obvious what it was. Nation R/M is never mentioned again. It's never important at any other moment. But he's just I'm going to shoot missiles at some other country. I think he's firing it at their satellites. So Magic Man and Yahoot show up. They get beaten, but then they get powered up by the life virus, which has now been completed. So this supercharges Magic Man. Magic Man defeats Mega Man. But then Chowd and Proto Man show up, and Chowd is somehow able to beat even the life virus powered up Magic Man. Magic Man's destroyed or deleted or whatever. Mega Man has been critically wounded by this life virus powered Magic Man. So Chowd has this thing that I guess your dad gave him for some reason. I think maybe to give to you. He gives you a program called hub.bat. And then your dad calls you on the phone. I don't know why I keep saying you. I guess cause you are playing as Lan. He's the protagonist. So if I say you, I mean Lan. So Lan's dad calls him on the phone, and he's like, son, first of all, what the heck was I thinking letting you travel to a terrorist base and attack them in person? I'm a terrible father, but enough about that. Now that you're in this situation, I have some critical info for you that I have been keeping from you your whole life, but now's the time. It's time to let you know. Megaman.exe, the program that you have been using as a personal assistant, using as an alarm clock, having it do all your chores for you on the internet, having it run errands for you. Well, sorry to break it to you. Megaman.exe is your dead twin brother who died in childbirth. You were a twin. The twins' names were, in English, they were Lan and Hub. In Japanese, they were Neto and Saito, like website. One of the twins, Hub, died in childbirth or got sick after being born and died. And so I, being an advanced super genius who knows more about NetNavi technology than anyone in the world, I was we can revive him. So we saved our dead baby's DNA as a computer program, and then we converted it into a NetNavi, and then I gave it to you as your personal internet assistant, and I didn't tell you because I don't know, I guess I thought it would make you feel weird. Also, he's known the whole time, and I just swore him to secrecy, and he's known he's your secret brother living in the computer for years now, and I just asked him, please don't tell him, and he was okay, and he's just been keeping it secret this whole time. That's... No, I remember. The reason why he didn't tell you, honestly, I don't know why he told Mega Man that he's your brother. Why not keep it a secret from both of them? But the reason why he didn't tell Lan is because he knew that if Lan knew that Mega Man was his brother, then he, wouldn't risk his life. Lan would not be willing to send Mega Man into computers and risk dying. When he jacked him into the power plant computer, he was in there, he was cut off from jacking out. There were times when he had to send them into a computer in a way that was dangerous, and he risked permanent deletion. If I had told you that Mega Man was Hub, your brother, you would have been too scared to do that with him. You wouldn't have been willing to put his life on the line. And I guess I wanted you to be willing to do that to test the boundaries of your synchro relationship, test how powerful your link could be. So you had to not know, so you'd be willing to send him to his death for, I guess, science, just to see what would happen. Mega Man is your dead baby brother. He's like a ghost, I guess, or like a DNA clone, but as a computer program. And that's like, okay. All right, nice. So the hub.bat program that Chow just gave him, that's like, honestly, I think this is very confused, and I don't think the game explains it very clearly, and I don't really understand what is going on here, but I don't really think it's possible to understand what's going on. I don't feel that am at fault for that. Mega Man is Hub, your twin brother's DNA, but he like changed it like a little bit, so he's only like a 99% match of your DNA. There's like a little bit that's not quite the same, because I guess you're identical twins. But if you install hub.bat, it will fix that like 1% difference and make you two genetically identical. And doing this will let you like sync with each other. Later in the series, there's a thing called going full synchro, and I think that's like what this is. You're going to be mentally in sync. You're going to be linked through the computer. You'll be like operating as like one entity almost. And this will like power up Mega Man so that it will save him from this like wound that has been inflicted on him by Magic Man. But also, this doesn't make any sense, but I'm like 99% sure that what your dad says is like, if you fully sync up your DNA with hub.bat, then you will be synced up such that, like, if Mega Man dies in the internet, you, Lan, will then, like, die in real life? Missed. Hub.bat will sync you up perfectly. This will power Mega Man up, but doing so will also put not just Mega Man's life on the line, which is fine, but it will also put your Lan's life on the line, which is not fine, or is less fine, because if you're synced with hub.bat, then hub dying will also mean Lan dying. I mean, that's pretty scary. Admittedly, that's pretty scary, but also he's like, well, you know, now I know he's my brother, so I gotta save him. So, like, of course, he's like, yeah, install hub.bat, sync him up, he powers up. They are synced. Hub's back, baby. I mean, he's kind of always been back, but now he's even more back. For the rest of the game, after this moment, I was like, oh, okay, well, dang. Now they're like synced up, and like from here on out, now if Mega Man gets deleted, like Lan dies. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Like maybe for like the rest of the game that's implied to be true, but like in future games it is not true. Like Mega Man gets deleted and he gets defeated in battle, and Lan doesn't die in real life or anything. Honestly, I'm pretty confused by that. Not sure if that's like an inconsistency or if maybe the translation is just a little weird, or I don't know, maybe I just missed something, but that's what it says. So anyway, thanks to Proto Man, Magic Man's defeated. A bunch of enemies in the final area have like a thing called an aura, which is like they have basically a shield around them that nothing damages them at all unless you do an attack that like does over a certain threshold. So you have to hit them with like a hard hit, and that'll break the aura, and then once you do that, then you can damage them normally. And this is like a thing from the life virus. The life virus generates this. So you go and you confront Wily, and he's in his evil lair, and he explains his evil plan to you. And basically, his deal is, remember how in Mega Man 11, in the flashback backstory of that, they were like, you know, there was Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, and they had two different ideas of like what direction to do research robotics on. Wily wanted to do the double gear system, and Light wanted to do making them smart and more human-like. Well, in this version, the backstory is pretty similar to that. This game came out first, before that, so maybe that story like took inspiration from this one, or maybe they both, in both cases, it was already understood that like they had like a funding dispute at some point in their past. In this universe, Wily wanted to do robotics, you know, like they did in classic Mega Man, whereas Light was like, no, screw robotics. We're doing net navies now. We're doing online stuff. The powers that be were like, yeah, we like Light's idea better. We're giving him the funding. Wily hit the bricks. Wily then watched as like, I keep calling him Light. I mean Hikari. Hikari's network technology went on to become the thing that the entire modern world is based around now. So Wily's just like, well, I hate that guy, and I hate all his inventions, and society is based on his inventions now, so I'm just going to destroy society because it's based on stuff by a guy I don't like. So yeah, he's created the life virus and he's going to send it into like the satellite system over the earth, and he's just going to infect the entire like internet of the whole world with the life virus, and this is going to destroy the world's internet, and this is going to destroy society because society is based on the internet now. Satellites are going to come crashing down and all of the infrastructure will be destroyed, and you know what happened in the waterworks? That's going to happen in every waterworks. It's going to happen in every public utility. Everywhere, society will be ruined. Anyway, you fight the life virus. It's a big green goblin looking thing. It has big aura. That's sort of its signature ability. But whatever, you beat it. You beat it and his lab explodes, and I think it's, left up to you to wonder, does he die in the explosion? Perhaps. But it's not confirmed. They don't find a body, so you can never be sure. So the end, after all that, we save the day, haha, on to our next adventure. Mega Man, jack in, let's go, onward to adventure. This is the beginning of a story of a boy and his digital brother, his digi-bro. Oh god, why did I say that? What the hell's wrong with me? So that's the end of like the main game. There's like bonus content. It's basically just extra secret bosses. There's like a secret part of the Undernet, the UDA internet. You have to collect every chip in the game, every battle chip, just do everything, find 100% of the stuff in the game. Takes a really long time. And there's just a bunch of like secret net navis you can fight. There's a ninja Navi named Shadow Man, like from regular Mega Man. There's Pharaoh Man, also based on a guy. Oh, I forgot to mention, in Dentown, a girl in a shop, in like an antique shop, I think, and she's another like optional person. You can fight her Navi if you want to. She's also a net battler. Her name is it Miyu? In English, it's Miyu. In Japanese, it's Miyuki Kuroi. And she has Skull Man, based on the guy from Classic. Anyway, the final, like the ultimate challenge of Mega Man Battle Network 1, the final secret boss is, and this is important, Base. Base.exe, like Mega Man's sort of rival made by Wily in the classic games. There's no explanation for what he's doing here in 1, but he actually will come up again and he'll be mentioned in future games, and he actually will become somewhat story relevant. Kinda. No, not kinda. I don't know. He's sort of like quietly the most important character. No, not really. But he's kind of like quietly having like his own entire other quest in like the background of like all these games. And you just like encounter him once in a secret area each game and are like, oh, nice to see what Base is up to. One of their guidelines for designing navis was like no cloth. Everyone looks like they're made of like solid pieces, right? And like smooth latex or rubber to give them sort of like, I guess like a futuristic or like a cyber look. No like flowing cloth. Even Proto Man's hair, it looks like hair, but it says in the complete works, it says it's not hair. It's just one long, I guess like rubbery piece. There can be some flowing elements, but they're not like billowy fabric. Base is like the one exception to that because he has his signature cloak. There's sort of a reason given why he wears the cloak later. I think they just thought it looked cool and made him stand out. Base is around. I don't have anything else to say about him just yet, but I will have more to say about Base.exe soon. So that's Battle Network 1. One of the biggest differences, and the reason why I can confidently say that Battle Network, the games and the anime are different, is the twist with Hub, with Mega Man being your dead brother, just not in the anime. He's just a Navi in the anime, which is like, wow, like that's such a huge, important part of the story. I'm surprised they would change such a core detail like that, but they did for some reason. These solo net navis that have no operator, even the ones that like work for Wily and are around like the Wily servers, they mostly hang out in the Undernet. These guys live in the dark web. Honestly, Stone Man and Bomb Man might be dead because like they don't have an operator, they don't have anywhere to jack out to. I think they might be deleted permanently. Then again, maybe none of the navis are ever like deleted permanently, because in all the games, you can always find like upgraded super versions of them in later parts of the game or just randomly as random encounters. Maybe they all just kind of hang around as like data copies or something. I don't know. It's unclear. Den City is Tokyo. In Battle Network 4, you see like a sort of map of the area, and it does include a little like sticky out peninsula kind of like this. You can see rivers on that map, the Tokyo River and some other ones. Is it called the Tokyo River? No, the Arakawa. The Arakawa River is this big one. I think it kind of goes up and runs by AC/DC town. So in the real world, the region of Japan that contains Tokyo-to and Saitama-ken and a bunch of other surrounding prefectures is called Kanto. And I was reminded about Kanto Pokemon, and after looking into this and looking into the geography, this is totally off topic, but I was surprised to look back at the Kanto region of Pokemon. And I'd heard that it is based on the Kanto region of Japan, but it also has the Chiba Peninsula. Saffron City is basically in what is effectively the Tokyo Bay. I actually screwed up. Big mistake on my part. This part of Japan is not the Chiba Peninsula, Boso Peninsula. I assumed it was called the Chiba Peninsula because it is in and comprises much of the Chiba prefecture, and it also has the city of Chiba on it, but the peninsula itself is called Boso. Oops. Battle Network and Pokemon share a cinematic universe? No. In the anime, some of these Navis have different names. In the anime, Fireman is called Torchman. Torchman is another robot master from Mega Man 11, but that was made after Battle Network was made, so that's just a coincidence. Color Man. In Japanese, I didn't mention this, but Color Man is actually called Colored Man, which, I don't know, just sounds weird, so they didn't call him that. But in the anime, he's called Wacko Man, just changing stuff to change stuff. Bomb Man is called, in Japanese, he's called Bomber Man, which, same like in Japanese in the classic season, they changed his name probably because of the crossover with the franchise Bomberman. In the anime, he's called Blaster Man, maybe because bombs are seen as too violent. I don't know, I'm just guessing. One minor character that appears in Battle Network 1 and will appear for a little while, Anna Mori, or Anna Morishima in Japanese. She's a maid. She's always dressed in a maid outfit. She uses the generic maid sprite, and she's always just working at some random job. And in this one, she's working at the restaurant in the basement of Scilab. Speaking of default sprites, the game only has so many sprites. They'll have one or two little kid sprites, one or two adult man sprites, adult woman sprites, old man, old woman, etc. So sometimes a character will have a name, but they just use a generic sprite for him. These are mostly throwaway characters. Tori Freud is just used one of the generic little kid sprites in the game because he's not that important. I didn't mention this in the intro. Technically, there's a Wonder Swan game. I think it's called Battle Network WS. I guess it adapts the plot of the anime. They took some of the anime because, like I said, it has a different story, and they made a Wonder Swan game out of it. Whatever, it's a different canon. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't know anything about it. It's got to be pretty different, though, if it's on the Wonder Swan. Holy cow. Later on, this was released between the releases of Battle Network 3 and 4, but it takes place immediately after Battle Network 1, so I'll just talk about it now. Battle Network Network Transmission. So the gimmick of network transmission, they were okay, so we took this classic side-scrolling action platformer shooter that everybody loves, and we adapted it, we radically altered it into a side series that's a top-down isometric grid-based strategy JRPG. What if we took this new beloved spin-off series that's a top-down isometric grid-based strategic JRPG? What if we adapted it into a side-scrolling action platformer shooter? So they literally just took the things in Battle Network. They tried to make a classic Mega Man style jump and shoot game out of it. You shoot buster shots instead of getting sub-weapons or whatever like Mega Man does from bosses. You collect battle chips. You have a limited number of them, and you spend battle chips to do super attacks. And I played it, and it's fine. I don't know, it's okay. Roll. Male lands girlfriend's Navi, goes missing on the net. Mega Man has to go find her. Turns out she's been trapped by some fire because Fireman, Mr. Match's Navi, is going haywire. You fight him, and Mr. Match is hey, I didn't do that. That's not my fault. Fireman did that because he went crazy because he was infected by a new virus, the Zero virus. That's right. Zero's in this game. Kinda. Not only did he get the Zero virus, what he got the Zero virus from was taking a vaccine that purported to prevent the Zero virus, but it turned out the vaccine just was the Zero virus. Exactly like the thing with the cars in Dentown. And also kind of like that thing in Mega Man X, is it X3 with Doppeltown, where Dr. Doppler gives all the Reploids a vaccine against the Maverick virus, but then later he just activates it and turns out, oops, no, it just was the Maverick virus? Yeah, it's basically the Maverick virus, but for Navis, I guess. Some weird little twink Navi called Starman, starman.exe, is going around spreading the Zero virus on purpose for some reason. Actually, I really like the Starman Navi design. I think it looks really cool. Starman just lives on the net, so we'll just put him here on the Undernet right there. And then there's a bunch of similar incidents happen. Needleman, who I mentioned in the anime, like merges with Miss Yuri, Ms. Mari's sister. He like controls like a gardening machines, and he starts going crazy in Yai's garden. And also Brightman, these are new original nabbies for this game. Brightman is going crazy in the AC/DC shopping district, which is a place that I kind of don't think should exist, because AC/DC is like a small suburban town, and what kind of like rural suburban town has like a shopping district? That seems like something that you would go to like Dentown for, I would think, but what do I know? Iceman goes berserk in the Waterworks computer again. Roll goes missing again, a second time in one game, and needs Mega Man to rescue her again in like the bank computer, and this time it's Quickman. Quickman's haven't seen him yet. Colorman is also like going berserk in an arcade machine, just like stealing people's quarters or something, or like messing with people's high score, and you go to fight him because like, oh no, he's infected with the Zero virus, but like, no, he just likes messing with people. Lan gets a suspicious email telling him to go to the power plant, and when he gets there, Elec Man attacks him, but he's not like berserk from the Zero virus. He's like being controlled remotely by someone. So this was like someone sent him there as like a trap, and then like used this remote controlled Elec Man to like attack him. At some point, Mega Man gets infected with the Zero virus, but your dad, he doesn't have like a vaccine, but he has like a semi-vaccine, so he gives him that, and he's like, okay, this'll keep it at bay, so like you can still function, but like we still gotta figure this out. We gotta get a real vaccine or you're gonna die. Your dad like studies the vaccine and is like, okay, I figured it out. World 3 made it. Wily made it, of course. And you go and ask Higsby, hey Higsby, you know about not World War 3, World 3 stuff. And he gives you, again, it's like the same thing again. He's like, well, I don't know how to get into the secret servers, but this other guy might know how to get into them. You go through the Undernet to the secret Wily servers, and Chowd and Protoman are there. They're already on the case. They're 2 steps ahead of you as always. But Protoman gets beat by a Navi guarding the server. This guy is Swordman, kind of based on the guy from, is it And Base? I think Swordman is from And Base. Also Gravity Man. Gravity Man is also guarding the Wily servers. So your dad figures out a vaccine. Everything's fine. Starman shows up again. You beat him. Honestly, I don't know. He just thinks the Zero virus is cool, and he wants to spread it because he likes doing it for some reason. Starman is in contact with the source of the Zero virus, which is Zero, who is a virus. Like, you know how all the enemies that you fight on the net, like the Mets in this, they're like viruses that you gotta bust. Zero is a virus, and also he spreads the Zero virus, which is like a computer virus in the sense that like the Maverick virus. That's called the Zero virus. This guy is just Zero, but he is also a virus, but in the specifically Battle Network sense of the term. Kinda similar to Zero in Mega Man X. He was made by Wily. His deal in Battle Network is that he's like an evolving virus. He has the ability to evolve, whatever that means. He can spread this virus out through, and infect the minds of other Navis, and anyone that's infected with that virus is basically a part of him. Like he's not like controlling them directly. He can like see through their eyes, and he like knows everything they know. So Zero, is like kind of spread out over the entire net and like knows everything. So they find Zero in the World 3 server. He's like a sad, tragic man. I'm cursed with its existence. My nature is to like spread this virus that makes everyone go crazy. My very existence is suffering for everyone. Everything's terrible, which it is, tough break. He was born to spread evil, and he laments that fact. And he also says that his continual evolution, Wily didn't like intend for this to happen. He was supposed to like become more and more powerful through evolution, but apparently just through random evolution and mutation, he says that he evolved a soul, and now he like has a soul. I don't really know what that means. Navis are like not ensouled, like they're not human level intelligence, just like robot masters are not human level. They're not ensouled, even though they have like personalities and feelings and maybe an inner life. I mean, except for Mega Man. Megaman.exe, I think we can assume that he is like a fully sentient, ensouled being because he is essentially a human. He's been digitized into Navi form, but he's still like a human being. And viruses are definitely not, but he says he's evolved a soul. I don't know if that means that he has become intelligent in the way that Navis are, or if he's become like fully sentient human, a soul like Mega Man has. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments, I guess. I have no idea. There'll be more to say about like souls. Navis and souls, they'll come up again. But not in like a way that like the game like talks about it, like asks the question like, do Navis have souls? No, like it doesn't do that. But it just, the concept gets like mentioned offhandedly and brought up like in like mechanical terms. There's a thing you can do later called a double soul. That is like two Navis merging their souls. Does that mean that they have souls? Kind of thought they didn't, but like, I don't know. I don't have answers to these questions. I just have questions. Zero says that he has evolved a soul. So Lan and Mega Man feel bad for this sad, tragic figure who doesn't like want to cause suffering, but like his existence just does that incidentally. And they're like, oh, we shouldn't kill this guy. He's not a bad guy. Chowd and Proto Man are like, no, we gotta kill him because he's spreading the Zero virus and that's bad. Finally, your dad's on your side for once. He's like, no, Chowd, Lan's right. I've just developed the vaccine. We've got a perfect vaccine. I can actually cure Zero so that he like won't spread the virus anymore. He'll just be himself. And so he gives them that, and now Zero's fixed, and now there's no more Zero virus. And they're like, oh, nice, cool. And Zero says, or Dad says, or somebody says, he like is a Navi now. If a Navi is just an autonomous thinking program that exists on the net, then yeah, I guess he is that. If it's any more specific than that, then I wouldn't think that a virus could just spontaneously convert to being a Navi, but maybe it's not more specific than that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. These things confuse me. The script confuses me, but I'm telling you what it says happens, and you can agree with it or not. As you please. So Zero was made by Wily, but Wily like sealed him away. He didn't mean to release him, but this guy, kind of Wily's like right-hand man assistant, who's just called the Professor. We don't really know like where he lived. I mean, I guess just put him up there. I don't know. After Lan defeated Wily, the Professor was just like, well, I was Wily's biggest fan. I want to continue his work, so I'm going to free the Zero virus and also revive the Life virus, but bigger and better this time. These are both things I'm going to do. Destroy society just like Wily always wanted. So Mega Man is like, oh no, Lan. We were only able to beat the Life virus before because we had hub.bat, and now we don't have hub.bat anymore. Sorry, here's another part where I'm like totally baffled. Like, what do you mean you don't have hub.bat anymore? Where did it go? You fight Shadow Man. Shadow Man's working for Wily. World 3, he's trying to stop you. Pharaoh Man also, I guess, is trying to stop you. Dad figures out how to get into the Wily's super secret server. And then Proto Man just fights you, not because he's like taken over by the Zero virus or because he's evil or anything. He's just like, I'm mad that I lost before and I just want to fight you because you're my rival. So you just fight him. You get into the server, you fight the Life virus. Now it's called the Life virus R. I think the R stands for like revived or resurrected or returned or something like that. It's like a bigger, grosser version and with like giant double hands. Not having hub.bat is not an impediment to beating it. They beat it. And then the Professor's like, well, okay, you beat the Life virus. That's fine. I'll just, I have copies. I'll just like make another one. I'll just release another one. You never actually meet the Professor in real life. He's just talking to you through the internet. And then he's just suddenly like, holy crap, there's cops at my door. Oh no, get out of my house. Like he gets swatted in the middle of this boss battle. Zero, because like he's not making people crazy anymore, but I guess his eyes and ears in the viruses, or maybe it's like dormant in other programs or whatever. Like he still has this network of like he can sense like lots and lots of stuff on the net, and I guess he used this network of information to somehow triangulate the Professor's location, and they found out where he lived, and he sent a SWAT team to go get him. So he just gets arrested after you beat his virus. After you help him become a Navi, Zero's like, he like sends you an email with a Z-Saber battle chip in it as like thanks. He's like, let me lend you my power. He's like, well, thanks for the help. Thanks for curing my, existential conundrum. He literally is just like, well, I'll see you around, And he just goes, I guess probably to go hang out on the Undernet. That's just where operatorless programs seem to thrive. That's where I would go if I was him. And then Shadow Man, who you fought before. There's like a little bit of him talking to his operator who we haven't seen before, some guy called Mr. Dark. And Mr. Dark says, well, the World 3 thing has collapsed. That gig is over, I guess. But, we got a new employer, someone called Gospel. Gospel is the boss, or is the antagonist of Battle Network 2. Okay, now we can get into the plot of Battle Network 2. Start of Battle Network 2, you have to do like a test. You have to go do some busy work and maybe like fight some viruses or something as part of a test to get your your net battler's license. Not like he's becoming like an official net battler. Like Chowd is an official net battler. He's an internet cop. Lan is not becoming like an official government employee, internet cop. He's just getting his license. It's like his driver's license, basically. The inciting incident of 2 is much the same as the inciting incident of 1. A guy shows up pretending to be a repairman. This time it's a blonde guy. He shows up to Yai's house and pretends to fix her air conditioning system or her ventilation system. Turns out he's a terrorist. He's not working for World 3 because World 3 is like disbanded, I guess, because Wily is maybe dead. We don't know if he's dead. He's, who knows? Who could say I didn't cross him out? Maybe that gives you a hint. It's a blonde guy called Arashi Kazefuke, and I honestly have no idea where he lives. I'll just put him somewhere over here. He just like works for a ventilation company. He's just like an evil businessman. He's just some random business guy who is just like sadistic and likes to do evil things. So he joined a terrorist cell. The new terrorist cell in this game is called Gospel. What's their deal? Well, we don't know yet. He puts his Navi airman.exe, he puts it in Yai's ventilation system to knock her out with a poisonous gas. Lan and Dex show up, and mostly Lan jack into her air conditioning system and do an air-themed dungeon. I think they literally have to like turn on fans to blow like cyber air to like ride on this cyber air currents to get to Airman and beat him. So this foils his plan. Arashi's plan was to kidnap Yai because remember, she's rich. She's the son of like the daughter of like a business mogul. He was going to kidnap her and ransom her to fund the gospel organization. So Arashi fails, and he's talking to his mysterious boss, the ringleader of Gospel. The ringleader of Gospel, like, puts a bomb in his suitcase and blows it up, ostensibly killing him, although in the news reports that no one was injured. And also Arashi does appear in Battle Chip Challenge, which takes place after, so I guess he was not actually killed. So on the wiki, it says, and this is very strange, I'm looking at it right now, it says that there was a controversy because this takes place while Yai is in the bath. That's when the poison gas knocks her out. And I guess there's a line in there about like, if they don't rescue her, they'll miss the chance to see her naked. That's what it says, but then it says citation needed. So that might be misinformation. I don't know where that information comes from, but the wiki is boldly saying it and then not providing any source for that. Make of that what you will. So that happens, and everyone immediately forgets about it, and they're like, hey, it's summer vacation. Let's go camping. So they decide to go camping at this campground in a place called Okuden Valley. This is just my non-native opinion, just from some Googling. Here's my guess, is that Okuden Valley might be the Japanese town of Okutama. The name sounds similar. It's near Tokyo. And also the plot of this scenario involves hydroelectric dams, or a hydroelectric dam. And there are hydroelectric dams near Okutama. So I don't know. That's just my guess. So that would put it kind of in this direction, up to the east. Remember, north is kind of this way diagonally. Okuden Valley, like, it really stands out in my memory as a place where in the games you have to like just run around and like find all kinds of junk. Everyone is like setting up camp and you gotta go find lighter fluid to light the barbecue or something. There's like a bunch of stuff that like is like really hidden and like behind waterfalls on like rock tiles that don't look like there's anything to find there. I remember being really frustrated while you're doing all that, while Lance's camping with his buddies in a very Scooby-Doo twist on your way to the campsite. That you're like, oh my god, a bear? This part I remember, it was amazing because it's just like a static sprite of a bear, and it's not moving, And I assumed that was just because it's a GBA game, so they didn't make that many sprites. So like I'm meant to understand this is a living bear. It just looks like a static sprite. In future games, there will be like living animals understood to be like moving around and doing stuff represented by a static sprite. So that would be totally normal. But it turns out Lan gets scared and he won't go near this bear because it'll kill him. And it's like roaring and stuff. But it turns out that the bear is actually just a stuffed like bear statue that has a computer in it that is programmed to just play roaring sounds. So it's like a completely immobile statue of a bear that somehow completely fooled Lan and everyone else. But when they figure it out, they're just like, oh, okay, I guess someone just put a bear statue here. Whatever. Scooby-Doo shenanigans. You have to jack into the bear and you disable the bear somehow. You turn off the recording. So it turns out the bear was placed there by this eco-terrorist who also works for Gospel, of course, named Speedy Dave. Speedy Dave's name in Japanese is Daisuke Hayami, in case you were wondering. He just loves nature, and he hates people. Working for Gospel, I can hurt people for nature. His Navi is Quickman. Let me get Speedy Dave and Quickman. Speedy Dave and Quickman EXE, they've set bombs all throughout the Okuden Valley, and they're going to blow up the hydroelectric dam that I mentioned, and the goal is that it's going to unleash the floodwaters and it's going to flood the whole metropolitan area. I don't know if it'll flood AC/DC specifically. I don't know if it would reach that far, but it'll flood like an inhabited area. It'll be bad. So once again, they send you on another scavenger hunt. You have to go and find all these bombs. I think this is the part I was like, you're just pixel hunting. And it was really frustrating. You find all these bombs, and then you go and find Speedy Dave, and you're like, Speedy Dave, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna disable the bombs. And okay, here's, I don't know if I would call it ludonarrative dissonance, but here's a moment where like the ridiculousness of the premise really shines through. In order to like disable the bombs and stop Speedy Dave's plan, you have to defeat him, which means defeating his Navi, Quickman, and Quickman is in his personal terminal, which is where most Navis are most of the time. The only way to defeat Quickman would be to jack into Speedy Dave's personal terminal and defeat Quickman, and Speedy Dave is just like, you'll never defeat Quickman. But if you want to try, like, here you go. Like, here, jack into my pet and try to beat Quickman. I bet you won't, but, like, I'll let you try. He could have simply not let you do that. But he's just like, nope, here you go. Nope, here's my port. Just put it in there and send your little guy in there and foil my plan, I guess, if you think you can. And of course you do. When you beat Quickman, Speedy Dave is like, aha, but I rigged up Quickman with like a bomb program, so you've dealt the killing blow, and now Quickman is going to die and explode and kill you because he's dying, and that's what I programmed him to do when he dies. But then Proto Man shows up at the nick of time. Quickman is dying, which will set off a bomb. So to stop him from dying, Proto Man cuts Quickman, killing him, and killing him prevents him from dying so the bomb doesn't go off. He kills him differently or too fast or something. The bomb doesn't go off for some reason. So the camping trip is saved. Speedy Dave, you're going to jail. Should I move him to jail? No, he's fine. He can just stay there. A little while later, unrelated to any of that, Lan is just hanging out in AC/DC, just chilling, I guess. And then a balloon, just a random balloon floats by with like a letter attached. A note written from someone from a foreign country looking for a pen pal. Hey, I'm looking for a pen pal, write me back, and like, let's be friends. So the country that this balloon is from is a place called Yumland. And Yumland is explained as a place where there's just lots of delicious food. They really good cooks and they make delicious food in Yumland. Lan's like, heck yeah, I'll be pen pals with this Yumlander, and then I can go to Yumland and eat delicious Yumland food because I'm hungry. You know who else is known for their delicious cuisine? Why, it's the sponsor of today's video. Factor. Stress-free, chef-crafted, dietitian-approved, ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Never frozen. What do you mean never frozen? How do they do it? The madman. Meal plans like Calorie Smart, vegan and vegetarian, high protein or keto, despite looking like a total nerd. I do lift, by the way, and I struggle to get my daily protein to maximize those gains. Protein Plus sounds like the way to go, personally speaking. You can customize your box with add-ons. They've got smoothies. They've got breakfasts. It's convenient. It's healthier than fast food and even cheaper too. Have you seen what fast food costs these days? I crunched the numbers. customers if you use my link, which will give you 50% off your first box. With a smaller box, it ends up being like 7 something per factor meal, and then with a bigger box, it goes down to like 6 something. I'm a cheapskate, and I would pay that. I find that acceptable. It also helps me out, even just from one person signing up. I actually get a considerable commission. So I would really appreciate if you want to become a Factor customer using my link. Make sure you don't use Honey. Did you hear that Honey is like a scam and like steals commissions from affiliate links? Uninstall Honey if you've got it. And then get 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box using my link. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone. And thank you very much to Factor for sponsoring the video. I can't believe I actually got a sponsor. I'm like a real YouTuber now. Okay, recess is over, class is back in session, back to Mega Man. So in Japanese, Yumland is called Ajina. Later on, you go to like the Yumland net. The tiles in Yumland, they have, what looks to my American eyes, it looks like a sort of Chinese sort of theming. So I thought that Ajina was like China, but no, apparently Ajina is like Asia, like it's Asia, because there actually will be a country mentioned later that is China. Ajina is not China, it's Asia, but not China. But maybe also a little bit China, I guess. The other country that is like China is called Choina, and it's not even mentioned in English. It's only mentioned in the Japanese, and it just gets mentioned offhand, I think, in like Battle Network 5. Like one person is from Choina. But don't worry about Choina. This is Ajina, aka Yumland. Speaking of countries, I haven't mentioned it yet, but the country that Lan is from actually has a name, and it's not Japan. Well, it sort of is Japan. In Japanese, the country he's from is just called Nihon, which just means Japan. But in English, it is called Electopia. So Lan gets this foreign balloon, is like, awesome, I'm gonna go meet this Yumlander. Also, I guess I'll do like a school project about Yumland, and this is my excuse. I'm going to go to Yumland, and I'm going to eat lots of Yumland food. Sounds great. He sends Mega Man to Yumland Internet to like make contact, but it turns out he's got to like upgrade his Net Battler's license. He's got to like rank it up to an A rank, and of course, this is an opportunity for the game to throw more grindy, time-wasty nonsense at you. A lot of rigmarole. Send you back to a bunch of places you've already been. Stretch every area for as much game time as possible on that GBA cartridge. But he gets his A rank license or whatever. He sends Mega Man to Yumland Internet, and he gets there. There's been like a Yumland Navi holocaust. Everyone in Yumland Internet is dead. Shadow Man has just gone on a rampage and killed everyone. Not the real people in the real world, not the humans, but like the Navis on the Yumland net. They've all been slain, they've all been deleted moments before you got there. The only one who is still alive is this guy who, his name is not even said in the game, but you do see him. I'll just put him here for now. His name is Cookman, and he is apparently the Navi of like the king of Yumland. And he's like, Shadow Man, why did you do this? And Shadow Man is like, I work for Gospel and they wanted me to, Lamau. And Cookman's like, oh no, and explodes or what, I don't know, he dies. We still have no idea what Gospel is, by the way. It's just that there's a lot of terrorists doing things on their behalf. And then the game wastes your time some more. It like sends you back out, and then it's like, oh, but I gotta go back in. So you gotta go back to Yumland a second time. And then when you get there, Cutman is there, Cutman.exe, who just like also works for Gospel and is like, yep, I work for Gospel. I'm a Gospel solo Navi, and I too am evil. He says he's the vice commander of Gospel. It's interesting that a Navi has like a command role. And he tells you that, yep, Gospel's coming for Electopia next. It was Yumland first and Electopia next. So that's bad. I have written here that Lan's dad then sends him on a meandering quest. As I recall, Battle Network 2 is the worst offender for like wasting your time, making you revisit old areas. This was the game that pissed me off the most, honestly. You go back to like Yumland again, but this time you go like deeper. You like steal something that they treat as like a sacred treasure, and you bring it back to your dad. Why did you tell me to steal this like cultural treasure of theirs? And he's like, oops, didn't know, sorry. Lamau. Anyway, he uses it to make, it's called the style change system. The game will like track the way you play, like the amount of time that you do certain actions or certain things happen to you, and then based on various metrics, it will assign you one of 4 elements, fire, electric, water, or wood, or aqua, they call it aqua, and then one of 4 styles: guts, custom, team, and shield. Guts is about like if you're just like blasting with your buster, and guts just like enhances your buster. Custom is like if you use more battle chips, it lets you use like 7 battle chips at a time or something, which is like insanely good. That was my favorite. Team style is if you use Navi chips, right? There is a kind of chip you can get from like other Navis that is basically just them as a chip, and it lets you summon them. Like you can summon Roll and she heals you. You can summon Gutsman and he like smashes the ground and breaks the tiles. You can crack the tiles, and then if an enemy stands on them, the floor will break, and then you can't stand on that tile for a while. Unless, of course, you have the float shoes, and that lets you float over a broken tile. Anyway, and then there's shield style. Shield style is if you use like defensive and healing chips, and it like ups your defense. So you get some combination of these two things. You could be Heat Guts, or Aqua Custom, or Aqua Cust for short. Elec Team, or Wood Shield, or you could be another combination. You could be Heat Shield, or Elec Cust, or, you know, whatever. You just mix and match. 16 different variations. Is it 16? 4 times 4, right? 16 different permutations? That's how that works, right? This is kind of this game's version of like, you know, in the original Mega Man would get powers. In this one, he kind of gets powers from enemies by, like, getting enemy chips. He changes form, sort of in the way that he changes color in classic Mega Man, because his custom style, he changes color based on his element. So it's a little bit reminiscent of that. So, because Gospel is coming after Electopia, Shadow Man attacks, like, the official government computers, and, you know, you jack in and you beat him. Shadow Man, in this one, he is piloted by, or operated by, a guy called, depending on the game in English, he's either called Dusk or Mr. Dark. In Japanese, he's called Dark Miyabi. I mean, I look at this guy, you know, sorry, to my American eye, it looks like he's wearing like a traditional Japanese ninja outfit, but the designer said he wanted Dusk to feel like a foreigner, to feel like he's from some unknown place, so he specifically didn't give him like a traditional Japanese style of dress. That didn't really come through for me personally. But what do I know? We don't know where he is operating from or where he's from or anything about him, so I'll just put him down there. He's just somewhere secret. Government net battle or computers have been attacked. An international incident is about to occur. We're being attacked by terrorists. We gotta like get all our ducks in a row. We gotta get in order. We're gonna have a meeting. Net battlers from all across the world got to come together and have a meeting and decide what are we gonna do about this. So they decide to hold the meeting in another country, and this other country is called Netopia. And Netopia in Japanese is called Ameropa or Ameripa. It is a combination of America and Europe. So Lan is like, okay, sweet. Mom, Dad, can I go on an international trip to Netopia to do counterterrorism? And they're like, sure, it'll be good for you. Yeah, why not? You know, it'll be a learning experience. So he goes to the airport. I think like the actual Tokyo airport is like right around where this would be. So let me just put that there. So Lan's like, okay, you know, bye Mom, bye Dad. I'll be back soon probably. So he just goes to the airport, and who does he find there? But it's Mr. Match. So Mr. Match is just hanging out at the airport, and he's like, sorry about the terrorism. Nah, I'm not a criminal anymore. I'm fine. I'm just hanging out. I'm just having a good time. He's got a new Navi. Heatman.exe. Heatman.exe is like my favorite Navi design in the whole series. He looks like the freaking devil. Actually, there's one other Navi that looks even more like the devil, who is actually my favorite Navi. But Heatman is like a close second. You can fight Mr. Match and Heatman as like an optional boss if you want to. He's just there. So you're getting on a plane, a random like Netopian guy, and you know he's Netopian because in Electopia, you know, everyone, I mean, there's a lot more variety in what Electopians look like. Most of them tend to have, you know, brown hair, but their faces can look like anything really. Actually, Arashi, it says this in the complete works, he's half Netopian, that's why he has blonde hair. He's from Electopia, but like on one side, I think maybe his mom's side, on one side of his family, one of his parents is Electopian. That's why he's blonde. Most Electopians are, you know, brown hair. The default sprites for Netopians, there's like a blonde blue-eyed guy and a black guy. I think women as well. Netopians are either like Caucasian or black. Electopians are more or less Japanese, unless they're like some kind of mix, like Arashi. So that's how you know this guy's an Electopian. And also I think he's talking in like an exaggerated French accent like this. His accent comes through in like the way they write his dialogue out. He like bumps into Lan, and Lan doesn't realize it, but like he gets mugged. This random foreigner steals all his money as he's getting on the plane. And also the airport security is like, you can't take your pet on board. We're going to put your Navi in a sub pet, or no, it's a mini pet. pet, which can have your Navi in it, but it can't do anything for the same reason that like they don't let you turn your cell phone on an airplane maybe. So you've lost your pet. You've lost your money. And then Chowd shows up and he's like, oh, well, I'm an official net battler. So airport security, give him his pet back. And they're like, yes, sir, right away, sir. So you get your pet back, but you still don't have any money. So you get on the plane and you fly to Netopia. There's like two main areas of Netopia. Downtown, urban, grimy back streets of New York, Netopia, and the other one is like Buckingham Palace, like grassy fields and castle, Netopia. Truly, it's the land of duality. So he gets off the plane and he sees the Netopian that mugged him, and he's like, hey, give me back my money. And the guy's like, oh, geez, I didn't mean anything by it. And he gives him back his money, but then he gets robbed again. He doesn't steal his money this time, he steals his battle chips. So this is like the worst trip ever. So he gets to his hotel, and Lan is like really pissed because these Netopians keep abusing him. And him and Mega Man get into a fight, and he's like, screw you, Mega Man. And he leaves his pet on the hotel floor. I think he like throws it, and he like runs out to just walk around by himself. And he runs into Higsby. I don't know, here to like find rare Netopian chips. He's just here, and he's like, Lan, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, counterterrorism. Anyway, me and Mega Man had a fight, and Higsby's like, what the heck? That's messed up. Make up with Mega Man right now. And he's like, okay, I will. So he goes back, but when he gets to his hotel, another freaking burglary has occurred. They didn't steal his pet, but someone came into his room, jacked into his pet, and stole his passport data. So now he's trapped in Netopia, and he can't go home. Fortunately, Mega Man's still there. The pet's still functional, miraculously. He goes out wandering the mean streets of Netopia. He gets hailed by some little urchin, some little urban youth who's like, hey, my name's Jim. I know everybody around here. I can hook you up with whatever you need. And he's like, what about all my stolen passport data and all my battle chips? Someone, I think maybe it's Jim, gives him a temporary folder. Your chips go in a folder, and you build your folder, sort of like building a deck. You get your whole collection, and then you pick like 50 chips, and that's your deck, and you get them randomly each turn. So sometimes someone will give you sort of like a subfolder, and you can like choose to use that folder. You can't edit it. Someone like loans Lan a temporary subfolder. Anyway, Jim is like, yeah, maybe. Let me check with my contacts. Here, let me put you in touch with Raul, the top dog around here. So Raul he's like a Native American guy, I guess is what he's supposed to be. He's hanging out in like an alley with like a boombox. If you want to get on the Netopian internet, you got to go through me. So you have to beat him and his NetNavi Thunderman. And if you do that, he lets you like jack into the internet through his boombox. Here's Raul and Thunderman. So Netopia is to the east. On the internet, you figure out that this rich lady called Ms. Millions has bought up your stolen chips. So you go and you find her in like the rich part of town. Oh yeah, there's the seedy underbelly, like the ghetto, and then there's like the big castle courtyard, and then there's also like the rich, bustling, high society part of the city. That's where Ms. Millions is. And Ms. Millions is this sexy broad. She's also a Navi operator, of course. And you're like, hey, that chip collection that you bought, those are my chips. And she's like, oh, really? I've spent a bazillion zenny on them. But of course, that's nothing to me. Tell you what, kid. And she's very creepy about this. She's like, tell you what, kid, battle me. I just need to feel the thrill. I just need to feel something. Honestly, it makes me a little uncomfortable. But battle me to make me feel something. And so you do, and you win. And she's like, oh, what a rush. All right, kid, here's your chips. Thanks for the memories. And I guess he gets the passport back too, probably, I assume. So Lan has gotten his chips and his passport back. All right, disaster averted, just in time for the big international counterterrorism meeting of the net battlers. So like I said, there's a castle. The net battlers meeting is at the castle. Lan is there. Chowd is there. A couple of other like foreign representatives are there. My two favorites are Jennifer and Johnson. I assume these guys were both from Netopia, but Jennifer is apparently not just Netopian, but South Netopian, which I guess would be like South American. Johnson, he looks Netopian because he's white, but he's apparently born Netopian, like a Netopian ancestry, but raised in Yumland. So maybe he's here from Yumland. I'm not actually sure. They don't really like talk about it at any length in the game. And there's also the princess of a country called Creamland, Princess Pride. She has a Navi called Nightman, like Nightman from the classic game. If Electopia is Japan, you go east across the Pacific Ocean, you eventually hit the Americas. So Netopia is that way. Creamland is, they say it's like a northern cold country. It's not Russia because just like with Choina and Yumland, there's like another country that is Russia that we haven't seen yet. Creamland is like where Russia is. Creamland is kind of like Western Russia. You would sail north over the top of Japan and then west over Russia. So the net battlers all discuss gospel. They're terrorists. They're like gathering data or programs or something. They're trying to create a super Navi to do evil with. And then like the floor drops out from under everyone in the meeting room. Trapdoors open and everyone falls into the castle dungeons. And it turns out this was like a trap set by Gospel. Gospel planned this international net battlers meeting to get all these enterprising net battlers trying to stop them together in one place so they could kill them. There's a bunch of death traps that you have to navigate. All the net battlers get separated. One of us must have been a spy. Who could the spy have been? Chowd and Lan run into each other and they're like, they've already like encountered all the others and like saved them from traps. Jennifer and Johnson and Princess Cream. And they're like, well, everyone else isn't the one, so you must be the spy. No, I think Chowd accuses Lan of being a spy, and Lan is like, what? That's crazy. Well, how do I know you're not the spy then? I think you battle Proto Man. And then they're like, okay, wait. Maybe we're not the spy. Long story short, it was Princess Cream. Princess Cream is secretly a Gospel member. There's one part where Lan is like on the other side of like a giant pit. He has to like jack into, like the castle computerized controls to like control the traps to like open them up so he can get across or like escape from a bike pit or something like that. I forgot to mention this, but before he left on his Netopia trip, Mail gave him this thing that she said like she had a dream that it was like it would help him, or it was like his astrology sign said it would come in handy. It's an item called Wireless. That's its name. It's an add-on for the pet. You would think you like plug it into the pet and it sends like a wireless signal so you can jack into other things remotely from the pet. But no, it's actually a thing you have to plug into something else so that your pet can jack into it remotely. So Lan does not jack in remotely from his pet. He has to like take this wireless adapter, this dongle. He has to like throw it across the room so it like slots into the plug, the USB port, so that he can jack into the thing and undo the pit trap or whatever. He actually does this twice. And then the second time he throws it and he gets himself out of the trap or whatever, but like it's still on the other side of a pit, so he can't get it back. So he's just gone now. So thanks, Mail, for the wireless. The reason Princess Cream joined Gospel is because Creamland, they say that it was an early adopter of internet technology, very advanced network-wise for a while, but because they were like a small country, they didn't have as much in the way of resources, brain power, so other countries quickly caught up and surpassed them, and now Creamland has like fallen behind in the tech race. They're in dire straits, and she's doing this, I think, just for like revenge against the other countries, surpassing them or economically disadvantaging them. In the complete works, the designer says she's got, if you look close, she has like dark circles under her. They're not that prominent, but she has some shadow under her eyes because she's always staying up late, worrying about her people. She's working so hard to save her country from whatever is going wrong over there. So everyone gets out, and Lan's like, okay, well, bye, Netopia. It was the worst trip I've ever been on. So the flight home, stuff actually happens on the plane this time first, and this has nothing to do with Gospel. They just happen to be transporting this deadly spider. I think it's called the woolly spider. It's like an exotic poisonous spider that can kill you with its venom. The red-eyed woolly spider is its full name. The thing escapes, and it's running around the plane. It bites like a flight attendant or like the co-pilot or something. Well, this guy's gonna die. We're flying over the Pacific Ocean. We can't land anywhere. But there happens to be an entomologist on the plane who's like, I'm an expert on insects, and also spiders too, I guess. The red-eyed woolly spider. I know exactly how to catch it. So Lan has to run around the plane, gather up a bunch of stuff, items to like make a trap for the spider. He needs like a stick, and the way that he gets a stick is he has to talk to this old woman who's on the plane, and she's like, yes, dear, me and my husband started a chopstick company 40 years ago, and we always dreamed of becoming an international chopstick conglomerate and going global, and we finally did it. But my husband passed away before we could see our dream realized, so now I'm on a business trip to Netopia to sell our chopsticks to Netopian businesses. And Lan's like, okay, cool, can I have a chopstick? And she's like, Yes, here, have a complimentary chopstick. It's on the house. Tell your friends. So the entomologist is like, all right, the red-eyed woolly spider, just by coincidence, its natural pheromones smell exactly like fancy whiskey. So we need to find some fancy whiskey and dab a cloth with it or something, and that will attract the red-eyed woolly spider, and we can trap it. So Battle Network 1, very bare bones. There's a lot less to the combat in it. The battle chip system is like a lot less involved. Battle Network 2, the mechanics of the game are a lot more fleshed out in 2. It's better in that regard. On the other hand, it's also the worst for making you grind and backtrack over and over again. And the translation, I don't know, it just has some... I don't really know if this is a problem with the translation specifically. I don't know what the text says in the original version. For better or for worse, the scene where you get the whiskey on the plane is probably the most memorable scene in this whole series. The way that you get it is there's a guy in like a private car or private room on the plane. He's flying first class. I'm guessing he's like a famous rapper or something. His dialogue is, I'm just going to tell you exactly how the scene goes. To simply describe it wouldn't do it justice. So here's the dialogue you have with this guy. And I'm going to say it exactly how he would have said it because I too am a native Netopian. So I'm going to say it in a native Netopian accent. Yo, kid. Sup? Was at? You want some of dis whiskey? You just outta de crib, kid. Go suck yo mama's milk. What? You still up in my face? All right, kid. We'll see what's up. You want some of dis? It ain't gonna be free. It don't come dat easily. You gotta show me what you made of. I'm gonna sing a tune, dig? You join in. If you can't keep up with me, you'll get yo sip on. You ret to rumble? To which Lan must reply, hells yeah, with a Z. And then we're treated to this gentleman's rap, which goes as follows. All right, here I goes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, yo. Chicky chicky baby, make me go kaboom. Can you dig it, lady? Oh, my love fire, comin' to ya soon. Now does freestyle, kid. Right off the top of my hey-yud. Alright, you got it? It's yo turn now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, yo. And then Lan must repeat back the lines in the correct order, for which he is rewarded with a flask of fancy whiskey by this Netopian gentleman. So, I don't know. I think the next time I get really mad at someone, I might just tell them to go suck their mama's milk. I can't think of a more devastating comeback than that. So you set the trap, you catch the spider, and I guess maybe the entomologist can like make an anti-venom from the spider and like helps out the guy who got bit. Anyway, that was all a distraction. That had nothing to do with gospel, even though there was, in fact, a gospel terrorist on the plane. He just politely waits until the spider situation is resolved to do terrorism. This guy's name is Mr. Gauss. He is like some kind of like business mogul, magnate, rich dude, capitalist. His navvy is Magnet Man, you know, like from the classic. There starts being turbulence, and it's because he's using Magnet Man to create magnetic fields that are manipulating the plane. I think his plan is to crash the plane. You go into the plane's like cockpit or to its control panel, and you do a magnetic themed dungeon, reverse the polarity of paths that are north or south. You know, it's magnet stuff. You beat Magnet Man and you stop his plan. The plane lands, and he gets arrested. Wow, a rich capitalist getting arrested for committing a crime. This really is a noble, bright, near future utopia. And for doing this, the airline actually like sends Lan an email. Hey, Lan, thanks for like saving our plane from crashing. We're gonna like give you an award, and we're gonna give you like a lifetime free flying ticket. So now you can fly on the airline for free for the rest of your life. And he's like, cool, sweet. I guess this is like an in-game justification for why now you can just go back and forth to Netopia whenever you want. But also it just makes sense they would do something like that if you did something so impactful as saving a plane from crashing. Gauss's deal, the reason he joined gospel and the reason he was going to do this, I was born, me and my brother were orphans. One of us was adopted into a rich family, and that was my brother Jack. And I was adopted by a poor family. So I grew up poor, and nobody helped me because society is rotten and everyone's out for themselves and I hate the world and I'm going to do terrorism because of it. But because no one helped me, it made me so mad and I hated the world so much that I worked really hard and I got rich and I became an industrial mogul despite all that, just to do terrorism, I guess. This brother he mentions named Jack, I don't think they come right out and say it in the game. I think this is stuff that had to be gleaned from elsewhere. But the guy Jack is Count Zap from the first game, and his real name is Jack Electricity. I guess Gauss was adopted by the Gauss family, and Jack was adopted by the Electricity family. In the anime, I guess it's the other way around. Gauss was the one adopted by the rich family, and that's why he's like a business mogul now, and Jack, aka Count Zap, was not. The fact that he's Count Zap's brother, honestly, like, it doesn't matter at all, but, you know, it's there, it's mentioned. Okay, so Scilab has weather machines. They don't have natural weather, they just have machines that control the weather. Their weather machines start going haywire, and this is causing natural disasters. And of course, this is because of Gospel. Specifically, it's because some Navi, and I'll just tell you right now, it's Freeze Man. Cutman said he was like the supreme commander. Freeze Man is like an even higher, he's like one of the leaders of Gospel. He's not the leader of Gospel, but he's a high-ranking Gospel member. So Freeze Man has put all around the internet the ice is in a bunch of different colors. Mega Man has to go on, I have written in my notes here, interminable fetch quests. There's yellow ice and pink ice. Each one is like a level up stronger. You have to go find like a secret program, and then some of them I think you have to bring it to your dad, and your dad can use the program to like make a new program for Mega Man that's like, oh, now you can break the blue ice, and then breaking the blue ice will let you go to a new area that you, again, you're still backtracking, going back to old areas, but now you're going back to get a thing that wasn't there before, or that now you have access to, and then you get a program and you bring it to your dad, and he's like, here you go, and now you can break the yellow ice, backtrack again, and get a new program, bring it back to your dad, he makes a thing, now you can get, and that's Mega Man Battle Network 2. But when all that's said and done, you beat Freeze Man. Maybe he's dead, I don't know. I don't think it even mattered at all. I guess beating Freeze Man and breaking the ice undoes his control over the weather machine, so you get the weather back to normal, so that's great. But you didn't have to do any of that to like beat Gospel, because your dad is just like, hey, there's like crazy radiation emanating from a place called Kotobuki Town. Kotobuki, I think it's just like a real place. There's just an actual town in Yokohama called Kotobuki-cho. And Kotobuki-cho has a reputation of being kind of, I guess it used to be pretty seedy. I guess it was a place where lots of like immigrants came to work as like low paid dock workers and stuff. A sort of seedy, blue collar, like high crime, high violence sort of place. It's a rough neighborhood. Or I mean, that's its reputation anyway. Crazy radiation is emanating from Kotobuki Town. Gospel is running these like super high powered computer servers. They're trying to make this super Navi, and that it requires big network processing power, and big network power is creating radiation. They say it's literally like warping reality, breaking down the barrier between the net world and the real world. The ringleader of Gospel is operating out of Kotobuki Town, and when we see him in cutscenes, he is this crazy looking glowing cyber demon man. We gotta go to Kotobuki Town and stop him, but Lan's dad is like, well, hang on, there's like so much radiation, we have to get you in like a radiation suit, because if you go there and you're exposed to this radiation, you'll get radiation poisoning and it'll kill you. So he makes him this suit, and they send him in with this skin-tight outfit. Like, I don't think his sprite looks any different, like a super tight skin-colored leotard. This apartment building in Kotobuki is like fragmenting into pieces that are all like connected interdimensionally, the reality warping, like it's real black hole stuff going on. You have to like go up floor after floor after floor and teleport between like discrete chunks of the building that are like floating separately from one another. I think you even like go through reality rifts. I'm pretty sure that Lan sort of enters the digital world himself to like move between parts of the building because of this. I think that's what happens. But so you get to the top, you get to where the Gospel leader is. He's doing his thing. They're like, we've nearly completed construction of the Super Navi base. Remember base? That's what they're trying to make. Other people know about Base. He wasn't just an illusion. He was actually sort of important. He's supposed to be the ultimate Navi, and they're trying to create him or recreate him. And he's got copies of Roll and Gutsman and Glide for some reason, but then like the real Roll and Gutsman and Glide show up, and also Yai, Dex, and Mail, and you're like, what are you doing here? You're gonna die because of the radiation? Nah, they just made us 3 more radiation suits. And he's like, okay, cool, great. Why didn't everybody just wear a radiation suit? He's trying to make the Super Navi, he's trying to make Base, and he's putting together like bug data, like computer bugs, to assemble it, and it comes together into, it does not produce base. It produces gospel. The little like yellow glowing squares, it's supposed to be like bug data. Gospel is formed out of bug data. They call this version of gospel a super multi-bug organism. Producing gospel, like the radiation and the reality warping, the gospel ringleader has to like turn the power up 210,000%. So the radiation gets so bad that it goes like through Lan's radiation suit. Everyone else runs away. Lan's like, no, I gotta fight him. He gets knocked out. And then, in I guess kind of a reverse of the first game, when Mega Man got knocked out and they needed to use hub.bat to revive him, Lan gets knocked out by the radiation. Mega Man, he activates something called his heart program, in Japanese, his Kokoro Puro Guramu, syncs their Kokoros together so that, like, Lan is unconscious from the radiation, but, like, he can still operate Mega Man, not with, like, his hands and like, inputting commands on his pet, but, like, directly from his heart. Heartfelt. Their very souls are linked or whatever. There's a mechanic in this game called synchro or full synchro. When you execute battles correctly and you don't make mistakes and you don't take damage, and especially when you counter hits with perfect timing, you increase a stat called your synchro or your synchro meter. And when you get to like full synchro, I think you get better item drops, or maybe you get a bonus to something. I don't know. It's good. It's good to be full synchro. Any Navian operator have like synchro, but Lan and Mega Man are like super synchro because they like share 100% of their DNA and are brothers and whatever. So Gospel is the final super boss in this like heart-fused Kokoro program state. You beat Gospel. This unlocks, remember style changes? There's like a secret style called the Hub style. Hub, like the brother's name before he became Mega Man. And Hub style, I guess it's like a super style. In network transmission, they said they no longer had hub.bat, but apparently Hub style is him activating the dormant hub.bat. So like it was in there somewhere. I honestly have absolutely no idea how hub.bat works. So the ringleader of Gospel, it turns out this is just like a cyber suit that he's wearing. He looks like a Navi. He looks like he's digital, but it's not fully digital. It's like a melding of real material and like digital data. This is his like avatar, I guess. He's just this kid named Sean Obito. He also, like Mr. Gauss, is an orphan. His adoptive parents were cruel to him and he grew up and life was terrible. Apparently he lost his parents in a plane crash, which is why he was an orphan. So why would he, it's so messed up that he would order his underling Mr. Gauss to crash a plane. Like why would you do that? He just thinks like the world is a terrible place. He just wanted to do terrorism, you know? Same as anyone, really. You foiled his plan. They arrest Sean. Even though he's a kid, he's a serious criminal. He's got to do hard time. Lan says, like, Sean, you got to go to jail. You did all this crime, and it was really bad, but you seem cool. Maybe we can be friends after you do your time and you repay your debt to society and you get out of jail. After the end of the game, you all go back to Okuden, hanging out in Okuden Valley, just having a good time in nature. And Lan's dad, who, again, has been spending more time with another child rather than hang out with his own son, is like, hey, I've been talking to Sean. He wants to repent. He wants to make up for what he's done and like become redeemed and become, rehabilitated. And I've been talking to him, and I'm pretty sure that cyber suit he was wearing was like influencing his mind. Someone in the background seems to have like manipulated him into doing all the stuff that he did, starting Gospel and everything. I wonder who it could be, and the answer is that it was Wily. I kind of think Sean is cool. I like him. We don't really learn that much about him. Sure, he was an orphan and he hates society, so that's why he started Gospel, but how was he able to start Gospel? Is he some sort of genius, a genius hacker, or is he like super charismatic? I think the thing with him using like an avatar, this like badass looking cyber demon, I think there's some kind of theme that they're trying to do with like, in real life, I'm just like a sad, pathetic kid, but on the internet where everyone's anonymous, you know, I can be anybody. So I became like a terrorist leader. Sean goes to jail, and he doesn't really show up that much. He's mostly out of the picture for the rest of the series. He gets mentioned once in a while. I would have liked him to come back a little more, but oh well. Actually, a couple more things to say about 2. I didn't mention this, but there's an area you can go to. It's where Lan goes to like officially like check the box and do the paperwork that's like, I'm a net battler now, I've got my license. It's called the Official Center. In Japanese, it's called the Officialu Center. This is in a place called Marine Harbor, which would just be somewhere on like the equivalent to the Tokyo waterfront, the Densan City waterfront. I have it here in my notes here that I think it might be equivalent to Odaiba, but there's like a bunch of different places in Tokyo it could be, so take that with a grain of salt. In Marine Harbor is where the perpetually underemployed maid NPC is hanging out in this game. Also there is a dude called Mr. Famous, who is a celebrity in the world of Battle Network. I guess he's like a celebrity net battler who Scilab or the government or someone, I guess they've sort of appointed him to like spread interest in net battling and cultivate talented young net battlers of the next generation. Mr. Famous is based on a real guy who works for Capcom, one of the writers on the story team, Masakazu Eguchi. At like live Capcom events, this guy dresses up in character as Eguchi Meijin, which means like Meijin means like expert, and in Japanese the character is just called Meijin, and they put him in the game. And in Battle Network 2, he has a TV show on the DNN network, Den City News Network, or the Denson News Network. It's called Ask Mr. Famous, or in Japanese it's called Listen to Meijin, where he gets interviewed and asked questions by this other character who's also hanging around in Marine Harbor, Ribita. She's a lot like in Mega Man Legends, there's that girl with the news van who's always going around trying to get the big scoop. Ribita is like that. She's a news what do you call an anchor woman? That's what she is. But also she like hosts events and stuff. Both of these are optional bosses. They're both net battlers with navies. In this game, Mr. Famous has Gateman. This is an original character. Also, Gateman is based on like a fan submission. Famously, in the original Mega Man, a lot of the Robot Masters were designs or concepts submitted by random fans, and they picked them and they made them out of them. They don't do that as much in Battle Network, but a few of the navies are fan-submitted designs, and Gateman is one of them. And Ribita has Toadman, and you can fight them if you want to. After like the end of the main story, you do see a scene of Base. He finds like another Base clone and he kills this other Base clone, and he says that he's angry that someone has been trying to clone him. I'm gonna get revenge on humanity. I hate humanity. You know, that's the kind of guy he is. He's not a nice fellow. And then in the post game, again, just like the first game, you gotta like collect all the chips, collect every whatever, and you can get to a secret area. It's not the Undernet. Well, it's in the Undernet. But this time, the secret areas you can get to is the World 3 servers, which are apparently still online. There's like some leftover navies that are there carrying the torch for Wily's return. Pharaoh Man is there again. There's a new wily guy, Napalm Man. And then past him is yet another dude called Planet Man. Planet Man, I guess, is like currently in charge of what is left of World 3 while it's sort of in disarray. Getting past Planet Man, you get to the final area where you can fight Base. He's just wandering around. You beat him and he's like, how could you beat me? I wasn't at full power. I'll fight you again at full power. A thing about Base, he has like the aura. Remember the life virus's thing was that it could produce this shield. It was called an aura, and you had to like deal it a bunch of damage to break through it to actually like deal it real damage. Base has that ability. He stole that ability from the life virus. There's more to Base than just that, but one thing that makes Base special and why he's like the ultimate Navi is because he has the ability to steal abilities from other Navis. Kind of like, you know, Mega Man, like from Mega Man Classic, how he would get special weapons from bosses he defeats. Base does that with other Navis. He's more like Mega Man than Mega Man is in that way. He's actually out here like stealing people's weapons and stuff. Just growing more and more, stronger and stronger, the more abilities he steals. And one totally unimportant, doesn't matter at all note, but I think it's interesting. Jennifer, my favorite NPC, Jennifer from South Utopia. There's a character hanging around, I think she's in the official center, someone with her sprite, and she'll give you a folder that's called Jennifer's folder. Remember, it's one of these like subfolders that have chips in them that you can choose to use instead of your own collection. So this is presumably Jennifer, except that's only in the English. In the original Japanese, this character doesn't say their name when you talk to them, and she gives you a folder, and it's just called like Older Girls folder. So in the Japanese, it doesn't seem necessarily true that this is Jennifer, but it's like the localizers were like, well, this seems like it's meant to be Jennifer because it's her sprite, and who else would it be? So they made it Jennifer, and were they right to do that? Yes. Battle Network 3 came in two versions. In English, it was blue version and white version. There's like a couple different bosses. There's new styles. Remember, style changes. There's 2 new styles, but each one is like version exclusive. It's like ground style, which is about changing the tiles of the battlefield. The other one is like, it's like ninja style, which is about being a ninja. In Japanese, it was different. The original, it just came out, it was just Battle Network 3 or Rockman EXE 3. And then a few months later, they came out with like a second upgraded version, which was called Rockman EXE Black. So in the original, it was normal and black. And in English, it's white and blue. Slightly different bosses. The shops sell different items, different options for the Navi Customizer, which is a new thing in this game. The Navi Customizer is like, okay, Dad gives you this thing. It's like, hey, it's a new feature you can use. And it's like a grid, and it comes with programs, I guess, and the programs are like Tetris blocks. Some of them are lots of blocks, some of them are relatively few blocks. Whatever blocks you have to like fit them into this grid, and however many ones you can fit into the grid, you gain like passive benefits from them. Like some of them will increase your max HP, or the ability to use like a shield move, maybe increase like the amount of money you gain from battles, or stuff like that. You just gotta squeeze them into this grid, and that's how you customize your Navi. That's the Navi Cust. You get stuff like air shoes that let you float over damaging tiles, or stuff that like makes you immune to like stun effects and stuff like that. If you use the Navi Cust wrong, you can like put the wrong programs in, or programs that conflict. You can do that if you want, but if you do, you introduce like a bug, and Mega Man can get bugged. The game will like deliberately misread your commands or mess with his stats. If you do this a bunch, there's a bug style change you can get, another special style change. Also, I forgot to mention, but in the last game, and then also in this game, and basically going forward forever, there are things called bug frags, and collecting bug frags is like an important thing you gotta do. It's like junk bug data, but it's sort of a currency. You can like trade them to certain vendors to get chips. Bug frags are what they were assembling in Gospel to create the base clone, which turned into, what do they call it? The super multi-bug organism Gospel. Also, the pet looks different. The first 2 games, Lan uses this flippy thing he like holds on a stick. Battle Network 3 has the version of the pet that appears in the anime, and this is the version that they started selling toys of. This is called the plug-in pet. I didn't realize this until like today. In English, Lan says, "Jack in, Mega Man, jack in, execute." Right, that's his catchphrase. In Japanese, he says plug-in is the phrase. Maybe they thought that sounded lame in English, which it does. The plug-in pet is a new design, and they started selling a toy version of it that came with these little physical battle chips. There was little plastic cards with data on them. It's sort of like a Digimon, like the, what's it called? Virtual pet, like a Tamagotchi. But you don't like raise a Navi in it. It's got a pedometer and it tracks your steps. After a certain number of steps, it like dings and it gets you in a random battle. And then you Mega Man and you like slot in a card and do an attack against the Navi. I think you can battle it against other people too. You can battle your Navi against other people's Navis. Pretty sure this is the first one. Of course, there will be more. There will be a lot more of this stuff going forward. But yeah, the new pet design is called the plug-in pet, and you could buy it in real life if you wanted to. It did not interact with like the actual game in any way, but other things later called the chip gate or the battle chip gate will be a thing that you actually can use. The same chips that you would plug into this virtual pet thing, you could also plug them into the battle chip gate to do stuff in the games, but I get ahead of myself. That doesn't get introduced until 4. Battle Network 3, Lan and his bros, they're hanging out in the park. And this dude in a cowboy hat, his name is Noboru Tsuneyama, approaches them and is like, "Hey kids, do you like net battling? Well, there's a net battling tournament. It's called the N1 tournament, and you should enter. Log on with your parents' permission. You gotta log on, go to the website, and pass some preliminary qualifying rounds to get entered in this tournament." And the kids are like, "Yeah!" Kids are like, "Heck yeah. I love net battling." They're like, "All right, let's go do some preliminary tests to join the N1 tournament." This is yet another excuse for a bunch of busy work to make you do a bunch of run around and do a bunch of nonsense. This game is better than 2. 2 is the worst for making you run around and do nonsense, but 3 is not entirely innocent of it either. The first important thing that happens, Ray Psycho shows up with his Navi Flashman after hours while the school is closed. I think Lan and the others, Dex forgot his homework, so we gotta go get it. Ray is attacking the school. I think he's like tied up some people in a janitor's closet. He's trying to hack into the principal's computer. He's trying to steal something called the Tetra codes, and this is for Wily. He is a World 3 guy. World 3's back. They need these Tetra codes for something and your principal has them on his computer for some reason. Ray is like a hypnotist. He controls people with like flashing lights that like hypnotize you and control your mind. That's all that's really said about him in the game. I know in the anime there's more to him. He's not just a hypnotist, he's like a celebrity hypnotist that had like a TV show, and then when his TV show got canceled, he went crazy or maybe just needed money and decided to go to use his powers of hypnosis for evil and go work for Wily. Lan, he can't attack Ray because like he'll use a flash and hypnotize him, but he manages to get around this. He finds like an umbrella, a parasol. He just opens up the parasol to like block the light of the flash, and then he jacks into the principal's PC. He does a themed dungeon and he defeats Flashman. And this is another moment where it's a good thing that the bad guy is just going to stand there and let you hack into the PC and do this. What if Ray just physically attacked the much smaller Lan while he's trying to like hack his PC? I feel like he could do that easily, but he doesn't. Dex's little brother, Chisao, he has a little brother Chisao who lives in Netopia. Chisao like comes for a visit just to hang out or whatever. Chisao like thinks that Dex is the greatest net battler, maybe of all time, at least in AC/DC Town, because Dex tells him like, yeah, I'm the top net battler around here. I'm the best guy, even though Lan's the best guy. When Chisao shows up, he's like, I want to see you net battle. So Dex is like, I'm going to net battle you, Lan, to prove that I'm the best net battler. The nice thing to do is to let Dex win. Just let his lie persist. Or you can just beat him and humiliate him in front of his little brother. And if you do that, you get I think you get the gutsmanship. You're rewarded for doing it. And honestly, I think that's what you should do, because screw you, Dex. You're a freaking liar. Get over yourself. So you go on a school field trip to a place called Yoka. There's like a hot spring hotel. It's a hotel with an adjoining hot springs area, and also there's a zoo in Yoka. So all of this is part of the field trip. So I actually expended considerable mental energy trying to decide where do I think Yoka is analogous to in the real world. Googling around for like hot springs in the Tokyo area. The one that came up the most often was a place called Hakone. Hakone seems to be famous for its hot springs, but it's not the only such place. There's a bunch of towns in the region of Hakone that have similar facilities. Around this area here, the Izu Peninsula. But in looking around, I saw that there is a hotel called the Yokikan Hotel, which kind of sounds like Yoka, in a town called Ito, which is kind of near Hakone. I don't know, that's my guess. I'm thinking that Yoka is Ito. The thing that clinches it for me, there is also a zoo in Ito, as there is in Yoka. So there's a hot spring, there's a zoo, there's a hotel with a sort of similar name. So that's my best guess. So on this field trip, at the zoo, terrorism occurs naturally. Someone releases all the animals, and the animals go haywire, terrorizing people. They're blocking the roads. Everyone's trapped in the zoo because deadly animals are preventing their egress. In particular, a condor snatches Chisao, carries him to the top of like a flagpole. This is the work of another World 3 wily minion named Takeo Inukai, who has a Navi called Beastman, which is an original. There's no Beastman in classic Mega Man. Inukai is apparently formerly the leader of a beast-taming circus troupe, but I guess he was like cruel to the animals, so his show got shut down. Is that from the anime? That might be an anime-only detail. Anyway, he's a cruel zookeeper at the zoo. He unleashes all the animals. I think he might be using the computers to like control the animals somehow, or maybe his skill with animals just lets him command them. Anyway, you jack into the zoo's computer and you do a themed dungeon and you beat Beastman. And by you, I mean Lan does those things. Lan's got to do some more busy work on the internet to qualify for the N1 tournament. In this round, Mail gets eliminated. She doesn't even make it to the tournament proper. She's pretty repeatedly established as not a good net battler. All right, next scenario is like Mail has a new washing machine called the Bubble Wash Machine, and she's like, Lan, come over and help me install my new washing machine. Of course, the washing machine is evil. It is a scam. It is a plot by terrorists. There is another Wily. This one is a solo Navi, Bubble Man. The bubble wash machines emit soap bubbles that are really super strong, and they trap people inside of them, and then they like set themselves to like detonate and like kill everyone. So Mail gets trapped in a bubble, and I think you have like some number of minutes before the bubbles will detonate eventually. They're deadly bubbles that trap people inside of them and will explode and kill them. You got to go to the Undernet and find where Bubble Man is hiding, and I think he leaves like a trail of bubbles you can follow. Oh yeah, but there's the Navi customizer. You can compress the programs because it's made of a number of blocks, but many of them have like a secret code you can input that will compress the program, that will like reduce the number of blocks it takes so you can fit more in your grid and get more power. But also, Mega Man can compress himself. Is it Higsby that teaches you how to get compressed? I think Higsby has something to do with it. Probably your dad has something to do with it. One of the abilities you can get and put in your Navi customizer is the ability to compress, which basically just means he becomes tiny and he can walk on tiny little pathways through the net. They're impassable unless he's tiny. You have to do this in order to follow Bubble Man's bubble trail and kill him. When you finally fight him, you beat him, and you're like, hey, release everyone from the bubbles. And he's like, sure, I'll release everyone from the bubbles. Haha, just kidding, I'm gonna blow him and kill everyone. But then Proto Man shows up in the nick of time and kills him before he can do that. So the day is saved. Terrorism aside, the N1 tournament is about to start. Yai, Dex, and Lan are all qualified. Male's not qualified because she's a loser. There's like a televised interview. I think Rabita interviewing you, all the contestants or whatever. There's like a mysterious hooded guy in what I am gonna try not to call a clan robe. It doesn't help that his name is Q, and nobody knows what his deal is. And he looks like a demon. There's also another kid who's like slightly older than Lan, who's here for the tournament. His name is Tora, the operator of a Navi called Kingman, as in like chess. He's from outside of Den City. Tora is an Electopian, but he's from another city called Swapopolis. In Japanese, it's called Akindo City. Akindo means like merchant or trader. So I guess the swapping in Swapopolis refers to like trading and bartering. According to the designers in the complete works, it's just Osaka. They designed him as sort of a rough around the edges guy, which I guess is a stereotype that they had of people in Osaka. Whoever designed him says that like he's a kind of tough guy who would say something like, well, that's the way it is, which I guess is a thing that people in Osaka say, apparently. For the N1 tournament, they take your folder. They don't let you use your own battle chips. They give Lan a new folder, like, here, use these. The DNN station, the place where everyone is getting introduced for the tournament, it's in a place called Beach Street. A little Googling tells me that Tokyo has beaches. It has, like, a waterfront, but it's not really known for its beaches. The beaches in the area are more around this region, south of Yokohama, on the Sagami Bay, which in real life is actually bigger than Tokyo Bay, but I've expanded this part and I've shrunk this part just to get all the details in. So the Denson News Network broadcasts from Beach Street. The actual tournament is taking place not here, but on an island called Hades Isle, which is out on the ocean, and everyone gets in a boat and they go to Hades Isle. So on Hades Isle, Lan fights Dex and Tora, and also this woman who I forgot to mention from Yoka. When you were at the Yoka Zoo, there was this woman there called Tamako Urakawa, the operator of Metal Man. In the complete works, when they originally were designing her, I think this is a pun on tamago, egg. They designed her with like an egg theme. She's at the hot springs, so she's like a boiled egg, but then they revised her because they wanted her to be like a tough girl, so they scrapped the egg thing and they made her tall and sort of looking like a little bit of a delinquent. So I guess when you lose in the N1 tournament, like a trap door opens up from under you and like drops you into like a pit. This happens to Yai. Yai loses against, I don't know who she's fighting, maybe like Jennifer. Oh yeah, Jennifer and Johnson show up again for the N1 tournament. They came all the way from Netopia and or Yumland. But Yai drops down a pit, and this is like, who is running this rinky-dink, no safety regulations, Mr. Beast Games type of operation? Because they just drop Yai, this like 2-foot tall little girl, down a pit, and she hits her head and has to go to the hospital. I hope somebody got sued for that. They might even say that in the game. I don't remember. Hopefully, she says, yeah, my parents are gonna sue the pants off of those DNN guy. That's how I think Yai talks. So Chowd ends up net battling with that Q guy. Q reveals that he is actually Tsuneyama, the guy who got you to sign up for the tournament in the first place. He operates a Navi called Desert Man, and he's a wily guy. He's evil. Who would have thought that the guy in the hood named Q was evil? Oh yeah, and Chowd's dad is there. Chowd has a dad. His dad is named Shuseki Ijuin. We only know what his name is from the complete works. They don't ever actually say his name in the game, or indeed the anime. He's actually the CEO of a company, like a major corporation called IPC. And IPC are like the chief manufacturers of pets. They didn't invent pets. Tadashi Hikari invented pets, but they're the ones that like produce them now. We don't exactly know like where Chowd lives. He doesn't live like in AC/DC or in anywhere specific, but presumably he lives wherever the IPC headquarters is with his dad. His dad is a hard ass. You got to be the best of the best, or what good are you type of guy. By some mechanism, through some underhanded means, Tsuneyama has Chowd's dad hostage. And it's like the reverse of those times when you wonder, like, geez, Lan is just like standing there hacking into a computer while the bad guy is also just standing there letting him do it. Like, what's going on? Here's a moment where it's like the exact opposite of that. Tsuneyama has Chowd's dad, and Lan is like, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Tsuneyama's like, what are you going to do about it? Lan does not jack in. This problem is not solved with a net battle. He literally like picks up his pet and just throws it right at Tsuneyama's head and just beans him with it and like knocks him out. You could have thrown anything theoretically, but I guess that was what he had to hand, and it works. But then I guess they do net battle after that, and he does beat Desert Man. Not that I feel like it was necessary. I feel like the victory was already Lan's at that point, but you got to do the formalities, I guess. Tsuneyama, he is an employee of DNN. I'm assuming maybe he lives in or around Beach Street. After holding Chowd's dad hostage, Chowd does arrest him, so Tsuneyama is going to jail. The N1 tournament is canceled. Lan is disappointed because he was looking forward to facing Chowd in the finals, but he doesn't get to do it. You can fight Proto Man like after in like the post game. The fact that he doesn't get to face Chowd in the finals of the N1 tournament is actually referenced in Battleship Challenge when I get to that. So, as I mentioned, the N1 tournament, OSHA violations, Yai bonked her giant shiny head when they dropped her down a trapdoor. Who could have seen that coming? So she ends up in the hospital, and there is a hospital in Beach Street. It's called the Seaside Hospital because it's on the beach, the titular beach of Beach Street. Beach Street in Japanese is called Bichu Sutorito. However, the Seaside Hospital, it's not called Seaside Hospitalu. No, it's called the Wangan Byoin Bay Coast Hospital. I don't understand the logic of like which things are named in what languages. I would think they would all be named in English or all be named in Japanese, but it's like mixed like that. At the Seaside Hospital, while you're there visiting Yai, there's another sick kid, Mamoru. Mamoru Urakawa. It's the same name as Tamako Urakawa. She's his aunt. Mamoru's mom, Kimie Urakawa, is the hostess, or I guess the owner maybe, of the Yoka Inn and Hot Springs. Mamoru is like a sick kid. He spends lots of time in the hospital because he's got a condition. His condition is called HBD. We never find out what that stands for. I would assume it stands for like heart something disease, but that's just a guess. Twist. HBD is actually what killed the infant Hub, your twin brother who became Mega Man. So Mega Man's like, oh, he's just like me for real. But he's a little younger than you. I guess medical science has advanced in the last couple years. Mamoru's outcome with HBD was better than Hub's, but he's still really sick. But I guess they're making advances in treating HBD, and Mamoru's like, yeah, so they just came up with like an experimental surgery that like might help me out with the HBD. But like, I've heard that before. They've done experimental surgeries on me before, and none of it's helped, and I'm kind of getting sick of it, and I'm kind of thinking I don't even care anymore. I don't know. Maybe I won't bother doing it. And Land is like, bro, you gotta live. And he's like, fine. Yeah, maybe if you give me a rare chip, and like, if you can get me that, it'll like convince me that life is worth living, or like convince me that somebody cares. If you find him this rare chip, he like changes his mind and is like, all right, you went through all the effort to get me this chip. I guess I can bear another experimental surgery that'll maybe help with my congenital heart condition or whatever. He gets the surgery. He's got to recover for a while in the hospital afterwards. Tora comes back from Swapopolis and like wants you to do a bunch of jobs for him. Now that you're like a net battler and you're licensed, there's like public boards where people like post, help me with a problem, and these are like side quests you can do, and Tora asks you to go do a bunch of them for him. If you do them for him, he'll tell you Chowd's secret, how he's such a powerful net battler. Annoyingly, the secret he tells you is just he practices a lot. He just works really hard, and that's why he's really good. Seaside Hospital, a weird thing about it is that there's a giant tree growing up the inside. On every floor of the hospital, you can see this huge tree trunk growing through the middle of the floor. It's called the Tree of Life. There's like machinery in the basement that keeps it alive. I don't think it's like a cyber tree. I think it's just a regular tree, and I don't think it's magic or anything. It's just like a really big tree that I guess they just consider to be lucky or to have some sort of aura about it. The tree doesn't actually like do anything tangible as far as I can tell. They just built the hospital around it. Because this tree is here, another World 3 terrorist named Aneta. Aneta is from a southern country, which could mean a lot of things. Maybe South Netopia or Netfrika. I haven't mentioned it yet, but there is a version of Africa in this world called Netfrika. There's also it's never mentioned or brought up or important in any way, but there is one map that shows upside down Australia, way down south, so maybe she's from there. I don't know. Don't even know what that's called. She's disguised as a nurse, and in the complete works, the designer says she's wearing the nurse's outfit wrong because, she's not really a nurse. She's pretending to be a nurse to infiltrate the hospital. Her Navi plant man gets into the computers that sustain the tree and somehow cause vines to get all over the hospital and seal everyone in, close the doors, and attack people and such. Obviously, you jack into the tree computers and you delete Plant Man. I said Heat Man was my second favorite Navi. Plant Man's pretty close. Plant Man is up there for favorite Navis. For saving the hospital, as well as his many other heroics. Scilab, which remember is like the government ministry of science. They give Lan an award just for being a cool kid. They're like, we're going to give you a medal or something. And he's like, sweet. I would say nepotism, but I'm sure his dad had nothing to do with it. His dad would never think about Lan that much. Scilab's in a new building, by the way. Before it used to share a building with the waterworks. It no longer shares a building with the waterworks. I guess it moved. When he gets there, Mr. Match is there again. Remember, he was just chilling at the airport before, saying nah, his criminal days are behind him. So Lan's like, I don't know. You did burn my house down that one time. But Match is like, no, I'm good now. Here, let me prove it to you. I'll help you delete some viruses. So he helps out Lan to delete some viruses. And Lan is like, okay, I guess he's good now. Great. Now that you trust me, which you definitely should do. That's not a mistake or anything. But now that you trust me, let me give you some fire programs. And I want you to go around Scilab and install these fire programs on various vending machine and then just other devices and consoles. Just put these fire programs around because, they're going to help protect from viruses or something. Lan's like, yep, okay. And of course, as soon as he does, Mr. Match is like, nope, I was a terrorist. And he activates the fire programs. Wouldn't you know it, Scilab lights on fire, making Lan an accessory to terrorism. So Lan has to, jack into more computers, do some more fire-themed dungeons to defeat Mr. Match's new Navi. He's got a third Navi. He's got a whole freaking harem going here. The new one is called Flame Man, or Flam Man, as it's written in at least this game in the English translation. So Lan does beat Flame Man and put out the fires and all that. Actually, Base shows up. Base shows up and kills Flame Man instead of you doing it for some reason. I think he's going to kill you too, or he's going to kill Mega Man, or he's going to attack Mega Man, and some official Navi, some government Navi, shows up and is like, no, get out of here. I'll hold him off. I'm not sure if it's from burns or from inhaling smoke, but his dad does have to be hospitalized because of the fire. Great going, Lan. He feels really bad about this. He gets really depressed. He stops going to school. Honestly, yeah. Reasonable. While Lan is depressed about this, his dad is in the hospital, cheating on him again with another son. He's meeting with Sean Obihiro, the gospel kid. He's been meeting your dad in the hospital, having intimate hospital bedside talks about how to atone for all his past crimes. Devastating. I can only imagine that Lan must feel that this is probably his own fault. He put his dad in the hospital, and now he doesn't want me anymore. He's found a better son that didn't put him in the hospital. And then Chowd comes to Lan and is like, hey Lan, I need you to help me with something, which normally Chowd would not do because he sees Lan as an idiot and his inferior and just a civilian. But the reason I need you, Lan, to help me, Chowd, with this mission is because I'm too famous and I'm too cool, and if I tried to do this undercover mission, I'd be recognized. So I need a loser like you that no one cares about to do it for me. So the idea of this mission is that there's a hierarchy of Navis in the Undernet. There's actually a whole ranking system. If you take out the Navi above you take their spot in the hierarchy. To get to World 3, Chowd wants to infiltrate the Undernet and rise in the rankings until he can find a high enough ranking Navi that'll know something and be able to get him a lead on the World 3 situation. But he's a cop. they'll know who he is if he tries it, so he sends Lan to do it instead. To successfully do this, he has to install a Navi customizer program called Blackmind, which I guess just makes him appear evil to evil criminal Navis. What then follows is yet another excuse for the game to make you run around and do nonsense and go back and revisit old areas as you hunt down, one guy here and one guy here, a whole bunch of heel Navis. One of the guys that you fight as you work your way up the Undernet ranks is Beastman. You beat Beastman. You beat a bunch of other heel Navis. There's a guy called Copyman. You don't actually know what he looks like. When you meet him and you fight him, he's just copying Gutsman. So he just looks like Gutsman, and it's identical to a fight against Gutsman. But it's technically a different guy called Copyman, who just has no canonical design. There's also a version specific, I don't remember which is which, in blue or white version, one of them is Mistman, who is like a genie, and the other is Bowlman, who is a bowler. Both of these were fan-submitted designs. Let's put them right there where they belong, in the Undernet. You don't become top dog of the Undernet. You don't go all the way to the top of the rankings. I think you get to like second place, and then you get some esoteric hints that lead you to Yoka. And you go into the hot spring area. Behind a rock is like a secret elevator to like a hidden server room. In these servers, an unknown something, a disembodied voice, talks to you. Gives you a thing called, they call it the Forbidden Program, and it's a program called Gigafreeze. And this S individual says that this is a forbidden program because it will terminally freeze any Navi that touches it, permanently destroy them basically, unless they are a chosen one. And they're like, do you think you're a chosen one? And Mega Man's like, yeah, sure, why not? Give me Gigafreeze, I'm ready. Probably gonna kill me. I mean, of course it doesn't, but like, it could have. S gives him Gigafreeze. Mega Man takes it. It seems like he's dead for a second, but then he's fine. So I guess Mega Man is a chosen one, whatever that means. I guess the idea with Gigafreeze is that you can also use it as like a weapon to like freeze other Navis. You just have to be able to survive having it in order to wield it. So this is meant to be used against Wily. Wily is up to something. His dudes have been stealing some stuff called the Tetra codes, which again was inexplicably on your principal's PC in school, as well as I think there was one in the hospital and one at the zoo, I guess. I think everyone gets arrested when their plans fail. I know that Tsuneyama gets arrested by Chowd, but Wily busts him out of jail, and he busts everyone out of jail, if indeed they went to jail. He's got a new hideout. It's no longer the WWW facility. There's a new one. It's at a place in the ocean. It's on an island, and it's called Wily Castle. Throwback to, just like in classic Mega Man. However, Inukai is not there, and when they ask why Inukai is not there, Wily says that he deleted him for failing. Presumably the failure he's referring to is when you defeated Beastman in the Undernet. So I guess because you did that, Wily killed Inukai. Just like Arashi, they kill him, they blew him up with a suitcase bomb, but then later they're like, nah, he didn't actually die. I don't know if they actually like specify, nah, he didn't actually die, but Inukai does show up in Battleship Challenge, as does like every character ever. So I think he's canonically not dead somehow. I don't know what he means by he deleted him then. Maybe he just means that he fired him. He went into his payroll spreadsheets and was like, found his file and just like, nope, delete, nope, not paying that guy anymore. No losers on my payroll. I'm sure that's what he was talking about. I think Mr. Match is there too. So, Wily, his guys have been acquiring something called the Tetra codes. And the Tetra codes are apparently used to open something called the Tetra Gates. Behind the Tetra Gates is something called Alpha. Wily wants Alpha, whatever that is. So you find out where these gates are, and you go there, and another solo Navi who works for Wily called Drillman. Drillman is like a violent psychopath. He uses the Tetra codes and he drills through the gates and he gets Alpha. You fight him, he drops Alpha, but then Base shows up and takes Alpha, whatever Alpha is. You don't like see it or get like a description of it. It's just data at this point. Base is working for Wily now. Because you beat Drillman and he dropped it, Base showed up as like backup and brought it to Wily anyway. I guess he's made a deal with Wily. Wily wants to destroy society, and Base also just like hates humans and wants to destroy humans and cause humans as much suffering as possible. So I mean, their goals are aligned. So to stop Base, Mega Man tries to use Gigafreeze, the forbidden program. He throws it like a card and Base just catches it. Oh my god. Base is also a chosen one. He is also immune to the deleterious effects of Gigafreeze. What is a chosen one? My best guess, aside from just a Navi that's important to the story, My best guess for what a chosen one could be is like fully human level intelligence, has total free will, fully ensouled, or whatever you want to call it. That's not confirmed. That's just me speculating. So Wily gets Alpha. Base brings him Alpha. So what Alpha is, it's like an early version of the internet. When they were first developing the internet, they made the internet, but I guess they made it wrong somehow. And it accidentally became sentient, going haywire, messing with like human systems, controlling everything at its will because everything was hooked up to it because it was the internet. And it caused all this chaos and destruction because it was evil, I guess. And the destruction that Alpha caused was blamed on what they called the Auto-Navi. And this is Base. Auto-Navi is short for Autonomous Navi. He's a Navi that is like, has full free will. Unlike your typical Navi, but I guess like Mega Man. Base is the result of a side division of Scilab, including Dr. Cossack. Or he's not even called Dr. Cossack. He's just called Cossack. I mean, I assume he's probably a doctor. But he was the director of the Auto-Navi project. The result of that project was Base, the ultimate Navi. The Auto-Navi. So because all the disruption and chaos that Alpha was causing was for some reason misattributed to Base, the government sent a squad of elite Navis to go and delete Base because they thought he was evil. They attacked him and they wounded him, but he managed to escape. So the reason why he wears that cloak is because underneath the cloak, he has a big scar across his chest, across his like symbol. You may have noticed that most Navis have like an emblem on them somewhere. The emblem is not specific to the Navi. The emblem actually seems to represent the operator. All three of Mr. Match's Navis, Flame Man, Heat Man, and Fireman, they all have the same emblem. The symbol on Lan's bandana, which also is the symbol on Mega Man's ears, and it's on his chest too. You probably wouldn't know it by looking at it, but it's meant to be a stylized H for Hikari, you know, their name. Imagine that the black bar in the middle is like the middle bar of the H, and the two triangles are like the sides of the H. I know, it's stylized to the point that it doesn't even really look like what it's supposed to be, but that's what it's meant to be. It stands for Hikari. Glides, you see, is this like three triangle looking thing. That's like the Ayanokoji family crest, and it's meant to be, there's a specific word for it, but it's like a brazier where you like burn incense. And that one I wouldn't have known without reading it. A lot of the other ones are pretty easy. Males is a heart. Mr. Matches is a fire. These emblems seem to be shared by family members, so people from the same family tend to have the same emblems. Base, he used to have an emblem there on his chest, but now there's a big white gash through it because he was wounded in this attack by the government Navis. Also, the purple lines on his face, also he got those after he was wounded. Anyway, that's why he wears the big cloak. And also why he wants revenge against humans, because they attacked him and did that to him. This is not a thing in Battle Network 3, but this will be a thing later, and I'm going to put it on the board now. The Battle Network equivalent of Mount Fuji. In Battle Network in Japanese, it's also called Mount Fuji. In English, it's called Mount Belinus. Again, this is not to scale or anything. So Wily has Alpha now. He's just going to let it do what it did the first time, take over society and destroy net society. So he just unleashes it onto the internet, and it takes over military tanks. Military tanks just start invading, they just start rolling out all across the countryside. Military tanks come into AC/DC town and literally just start shooting actual guns at Lan, and Lan has to do like a little jig to like avoid gunfire because he's being shot at with real guns. Lan's dad somehow tracks Wily's new location. It's on an island. Wily's gotta go. He's over there now. And he's got Alpha, which looks like this. They're like, okay, let's just take the same boat we took to get to Hades Isle out to Wily Castle. But they're like, no, you can't do that. To get to Wily Castle, you have to go past something called the Demon Waters. And the Demon Waters are just, they're too rough for that boat to make it. You would need a much fancier motor to get out to Wily Castle. Oh, the Wily Castle in Japanese, it's just called Wairi-jo, Wily Castle. So Yai does what she does best and uses her family's money to make problems go away. She's like, well, you know, I'll pay for a better motor. We'll upgrade the boat. It'll be installed by tomorrow. So tomorrow we can all go out to beat Wily at Wily's castle. And then tomorrow comes and they're like, actually, yeah, you can't come. And male, you can't come either. Girls can't come. It's too dangerous. Only the boys can go. Lan, Chowd, Dex, and Tora. Honestly, I kind of get why they wouldn't bring male, because like she didn't even qualify for the tournament. Like she's not a good net battler. Yai qualified for the tournament. I mean, she did get eliminated, but she was a competitor. Like, she is a good net battler. It's just sexism. Yeah, the final dungeon in this game is no girls allowed. So when they get to Wily Castle, they find Cossack, who I mentioned before. The guy who made Base is there. He's after Base because Base is here in the computer with Wily. He's working for Wily. There's this thing called a pulse chair. And the pulse chair, if you sit in it, it like sends your mind, or like a digital projection of your mind, into the computer world. A human can walk around in the network like a Navi, I guess. So he pulses in. Well, pulse in means something different. I'll get to that in a while. He uses the pulse chair to enter the computer, and he encounters Base, and Base like kills him. He deletes him. I don't think this kills Cossack in real life, but I think it maybe makes him comatose or something. I think he has to be hospitalized after this. I assume he'll be okay eventually, but it's not good. To get to the final boss, you have to go through Wily's castle, and Wily's castle is full of those same like military tanks that were shooting actual guns at land. You have to like figure out how to like use the environment to get to them without them shooting you. One of these guys' navies is controlling each one. There's like a flame-throwing tank that has Flame Man in it, and one that is shooting like hypnotic flashes that's got Flashman in it, and so on. The navies are more powerful because their operators are basically doing the same thing that Lan and Mega Man did in the last game to fight against Gospel. They're going full synchro to, be super synced with their navies, and this gives them a power boost. They're also in the chairs. When you eventually get to the final room, these guys are all just sitting in the pulse chairs, like with their minds in the network. I guess this helps them go full synchro. Otherwise, I don't know why they'd be doing it. Each tank, of course, you jack into the tank, and in the tank is a themed dungeon reminiscent of the one where you originally fought the boss, and then you fight a powered up version of the boss again. Battle Network continues the proud Mega Man tradition of, at the very end, in the final dungeon, you fight all the bosses in sequence again before you fight the final boss. In the final room, where all these guys are in their pulse chairs, Lan is looking for, he needs a port, to jack in. There just is none. Wily thought ahead and was like, well, I simply just won't put a jack-in port on my server so that my enemies can't jack into it and hack me. Good thinking. However, not good enough, because he does have these pulse chairs, and one of these pulse chairs is empty, so Lan has to use a pulse chair to like send his mind into the network, and he jacks Mega Man in that way. So Lan's dad says, I also put a Guardian program around it, and you would have to defeat the Guardian program to access it and use it. That doesn't matter, actually, because Base is here, and Base just beat the Guardian program. So you're expecting to fight the Guardian program, but actually you just have to fight Base instead. So you fight Base, and then you fight Alpha, and that's the final boss. Wily's like in the computer with Base and Alpha. His mind is in here, and Alpha is like goo. He's like this gelatinous thing. The internet of Alpha is all like goo. And when you defeat Alpha, he sort of like absorbs Wily into his data goo. So after you defeat Alpha, it starts like self-destructing. It absorbs Wily, and then like a magical door opens, and you pass into this little pocket of data inside of Alpha where there is a memory of Lan's grandpa, Tadashi Hikari. It's like a save data of his old laboratory, his old self, like his personality, like his ghost almost, here in this Alpha data. He tells you, I created Alpha. It went haywire. I sealed it away. I sealed this memory of me inside of it. Nice to meet you, grandsons, Lan and Hub. He gives you like a program called the Gram Note, like Grandpa's Note. It's an encrypted note. You can't read it yet. But he's like, all right, well, it's probably good you destroyed Alpha since it was evil. Don't worry about me. Whatever. Get out of here, you little scamps. They try to flee. Alpha is self-destructing. It absorbed Wily. It's gonna absorb them too. Mega Man does some like full synchro overload thing, like overloads his synchro power, and somehow this allows him to like push Lan through like a portal or something. So he gets Lan wakes up back out in the pulse chair. Mega Man does not make it out. He gets absorbed into Alpha, and Alpha is destroyed. So Mega Man appears to be dead forever. And then it's so sad because there's like a long post final boss scene. It's like, oh my god, Mega Man didn't make it out. Can we recover his data? And your dad's like, I don't think so. Time skip forward, and it's months later. They're on summer vacation, but like it's coming to an end. And Lan is like sitting at the end of a pier. Mega Man's dead. His brother's dead. Hub's dead. And he's like, well, Mega Man, I'm sorry. I didn't want to get a new Navi. He hasn't gotten a new Navi this whole time. He just hasn't been using his pet. He's been hoping that like his dad could recover the data. He's like, well, It's not gonna happen. Gotta get a new Navi before the school year starts. I'm accepting that you're dead forever. And then only then immediately after that do you get a sudden email from Dad being like, Lan, I've cracked the case. He finally decrypted the Graham note. There was a pocket inside of Alpha where Grandpa's ghost and other memory stuff was like protected. It didn't get destroyed. Mega Man's data was saved inside of there, and Dad was able to, you know, extract the megaman.exe data and recover him. So he's back after all thanks to Grandpa. Base survives. Base gets away from this. He does not get absorbed by Alpha, but he's just like wandering around, and he meets Gospel, you know, the multi-bug, the perfect multi-bug, the ultimate bug life form. Base has the ability, I think they call it the Get program. That's his ability to like steal his defeated enemy's abilities. I guess he uses that, but also because Gospel sort of is an imperfect recreation of Base. They like tried to make a Base out of bug data and failed, and Gospel was the result. For one way or another, he like absorbs Gospel and becomes Base GX or Forte GX, and now he can like turn his arm into the head of Gospel as like to shoot like a big beam, which is kind of reminiscent of a thing that we'll see in Star Force, but that might just be a coincidence. So despite appearances, Mega Man did not die. Hooray. So it's time for the post game. I remember I reached the post game. I didn't like do any of the stuff in there, but I thought it looked really cool. It's a part of the Undernet, but it's like a secret part of the Undernet that's like all glowy and like light and colorful. And there's these monoliths, and you have to break these monoliths with a thing called Serenade's Hammer. You have to go on a side quest to get this hammer. Of course, you have to do a bunch of gathering all one class of chip to get through one door, and then to gather all of the next class of chip to get through the next door. The first secret boss is Darkman. Darkman is based on that one kind of confusing robot master from, was it Mega Man 5? The one where he's impersonating Proto Man? The guy who's actually like 4 different guys who are called Darkman, and they're all a little different. This Darkman, his thing is that he can like switch between a couple different elemental modes. The next secret boss is Yamato Man, although in English he's called Japan Man, which is very funny. And then after that, in the next area of the secret final post-game area, Serenade is the number 1 Undernet battle guy. Remember when you were rising the ranks, you only got to number 2. Serenade is number 1. Serenade is the S that spoke to you through the servers at Yoka and gave you Gigafreeze. In the complete works books, the designers say Serenade is intentionally designed to be androgynous, you know, neither male nor female. They're supposed to evoke divine perfection. They're supposed to be the opposite of Base, they said, because Base is supposed to be dark and Serenade is like light. In the English translation, they do call Serenade a he. In the Legacy collection of all the games, they did amend it to be they. So because Serenade gave you the Gigafreeze program, we can infer that Serenade is also a chosen one. Again, whatever that means. If you look carefully at Serenade's design, you can see Serenade has an emblem, you know, one of those Navi emblems that they've all got. It looks like a U. That symbol is also on Mamoru's wheelchair. The U stands for Urakawa. Mamoru Urakawa, his mother Kimie Urakawa, Tamako Urakawa, the Urakawa family that runs the Yoka Inn. In English, he's just called Ura. The family name is Ura. In Japanese, it's Urakawa. It doesn't really matter. Serenade is Mamoru's Navi, and Mamoru's father was apparently the guy who, like, made the Undernet and also made the Gigafreeze program, and I would assume probably created Serenade also as like the guardian of the Undernet. I've mentioned this before. The Japanese name for the Undernet is the Ura Internet, like the flip or reverse internet. That's Mamoru's big secret. He's like the Undernet administrator. He's a super powerful Navi operator. I don't know if he was like just being nice when he acted like he was so impressed by Lan before. He recovers from his HBD surgery and goes back to live at Yoka, by the way. Anyway, after you beat Serenade, then you can unlock the final room of the secret post-game, and then you can fight Base GS. I think I said GX before. It's GS, Base Gospel Fusion version. If you accomplish different things in the post-game, like finding all the chips of each different category, finding every virus, there's a bunch of different like little things you get. And each one you do, you get like a star on your save file. And when you get 7 stars, then you can refight Alpha as Alpha Omega. This is basically just like a super hard boss fight that you can unlock. I don't know if it has any story significance. Probably not. Here's Serenade in the Yoka servers. One last note about Yoka. In blue version, Mr. Famous is hanging out again in Yoka, and he has a new Navi Punk.exe based on Punk from that Game Boy game. Was it Mega Man World 2? I forget which one you fight Punk in. But Punk, and I didn't know this before, is apparently one of Inafune's favorite Robot Master designs. And so for the Battle Network version, Inafune personally drew up and designed what his Navi version would look like. In white version, Mr. Famous just isn't there, and you can't fight Punk, or I don't think even any equivalent boss. There's just some little nerd called Mr. Famous's apprentice is there, and he just gives you battle tips. Forgot to mention that Tora's Navi Kingman was another fan-submitted design. Navi fun fact, Napalm Man, I know he was in the last game, but I'll mention it now. In the anime was called Moltanic Man. Beast Man in the anime is called Savage Man. Metal Man in the anime was called Heavy Metal Man. And Plant Man in the anime was called Vine Man. Really just changing stuff just for the sake of changing it, I think. Also in the N1 tournament as competitors are a guy called Bonzu and a Scilab employee named Yoshio. And I don't think we'll ever see Yoshio again, but we might see Bonzu again, maybe? Let's not forget to merge base and gospel there. There you go. Perfect. They're one. Final note about the fate of the World 3 guys. I guess that everyone who was in the Pulse chair had to be hospitalized. Alpha being destroyed hurt their minds the same way that Cossack was harmed by Base deleting him when he was in there. Cossack and Ray and Anetta, probably Mr. Match too, in just a little hospital zone. So Wily is kind of assumed dead, he's missing, but he's not dead. So I'll just put him in the hospital zone, I guess. Alpha is destroyed. Twist though, in the credits, near I think it's a bunch of official net battlers celebrating that the day is saved. We do see someone in the Q outfit. Q is standing there being mysterious. Tsuneyama either didn't have to be hospitalized or recovered or escaped somehow. So he's somewhere. As Q, he's back in the hood. We must take a break from the main games now to talk about Battle Chip Challenge. This was released after 3 and before 4, and also it takes place after 3 and before 4. Battle Chip Challenge, the Japanese title was N1 Battle. That's odd because the N1 tournament was the tournament in Battle Network 3, but the tournament in Battle Chip Challenge is not the N1 tournament. It's a different tournament. The plot of Battle Chip Challenge is that Yai, because she's rich, she just decides, hey, I'll sponsor a tournament, but it's not going to be like a regular net battling tournament. It's going to be some weird thing that uses battle chips, but is not... Okay, so everybody told me not to play Battle Chip Challenge, that it wasn't a real Battle Network game. And it's really not. What you do in Battle Chip Challenge is instead of a real-time battle where you're inputting new chips every turn out of a deck of chips, instead you're basically taking your chips ahead of time. You're basically laying them down in a sequence to be used. Your Navi just kind of automatically uses them in that order. I think they just do it over and over again until one Navi or the other wins. You pick your strategy ahead of time and then you just watch it play out. And there's no real-time grid-based movement. It's just do moves at each other until one of them wins. You can take one chip and put it in a special slot that you can activate once per battle to turn the tide. So there's a little bit of decision making during the battle, but not very much. I did play the game, even though everybody told me not to play it. I kind of liked it, honestly. I thought it was pretty fun. I didn't play the whole thing. It's really, really long, but I played enough of it to get the gist of it. I mentioned that Lan is canonically salty that he didn't get to face Chowd in the N1 finals. He mentions that in this, he sees this tournament that Yai is putting on as his opportunity to, well, now I can beat Chowd, for real. You can play as 5 different characters. I think you have to unlock the other ones, but you start playing as Lan, and Yai is just hey, Lan, here's the tournament I'm putting on. That's just what I think Yai sounds like. That's just how it looks like her voice would be. She takes you to around, it's here's the wood tournament, where all the wood navies fight, and then you fight 5 wood navies. And here's the lava tournament, where fire navies, and then you fight 5 fire navies, and then you get a chance to buy some chips, and then you go to a new one, and you do a large sequence of these. And you fight every single character that has ever appeared at any point ever. You fight Arashi, Speedy Dave is here, out of jail, I guess on parole. Sean Obihiro is there. He says, like, I'm repenting. Even fight your mom, like Lan's mom. What's her name? Haruka in like the beginner tournaments with like just a regular normal Navi. Ms. Mari is in the tournament, your teacher. She never net battles at any other time in the series, but she shows up in Battleship Challenge as an opponent. Mr. Famous's apprentice shows up. Everybody's here. So the plot with Lan, you play through all these tournaments, you fight everybody. Choud is like, I don't really care about this tournament. I'm just here because I heard that some World 3 agents might have infiltrated. There's a couple new characters. There's a Netopian girl called Mary Toa, or Tawa. Her Navi is named Ring.exe. Maybe a reference to Ring Man? I'm not really sure. Apparently Mary Toa's name is like a pun related to Ring somehow. I'm not actually sure in what way that's true. I don't understand Japanese well enough, or indeed hardly at all, to be able to explain that one to you. Maybe I'll just type Toa into Google Translate and it'll be like, it means ring, and I'll say, okay. She's like a foreign exchange student who's like staying at Yai's house for a while. She doesn't speak very good Netopian. She's heard of Lan and Mega Man because they're sort of famous, and she's like, yes, I've heard of you. You two are a travesty. She doesn't know what that word means. She's using the word wrong. I like Ring and her back and forth. When introducing Mary to others, Ring is like, Mary's a genius. She's a net battling genius. But then in battles, whenever they lose, Ring immediately throws Mary under the bus. She's like, I would have won if you weren't such a terrible operator. Mary blames Ring. It's like, no, you're just a bad Navi. My instructions were perfect. I like that. I think it's very funny. There's also another kid that shows up for the tournament, Kai Todoroki, or Kaita Todoroki in Japanese. Kaita's deal is that he loves Lan and admires Lan and looks up to Lan and sees him as a hero because, twist, Kai was on the bus, the runaway bus that Mail was on. Roll, stopped Color Man, and then Lan was able to... No, she deactivated the bomb, and then Lan stopped the bus. Honestly, he would have been on the bus with Mail, and Mail also stopped the bus from blowing up. But he doesn't look up to Mail. He looks up to Lan. He thinks he's the coolest kid ever. He wants to be just like him, so he's showing up to this tournament to show, okay, he's a great net battler just like Lan. Choud has heard World 3 agents have infiltrated the contest, maybe. And then in, like, the final scene, Kai sees a shadowy figure, like a man in black, and then he, like, tackles him. That was the World 3 agent. Oh, also, before that, they, like, send out an email. It pretends to be an email to all the final contestants, like, here's, like, information for the final round. But when they open it, oops, it's a virus. Everybody gets infected with a virus. This is actually a scheme specifically to get revenge on Mega Man, because they knew they would be in the tournament and would be finalists, and so this was how they were going to infect Mega Man with a virus for revenge, for harming their organization. You can play through the game as, like, Choud, and as Kai, and as Mary, and as Mail, and as Dex. I read through the script I couldn't find the script for Dex or Mary's playthrough, but I read it for the rest of them. Choud's storyline is the one where you find out that the purpose of the virus was to get revenge on Mega Man. In Kai's, before he runs into the shadowy guy who is trying to spread the virus, he runs into the 4 original World 3 agents, Yahoot, Count Zap, Ms. Mad, and Mr. Match. The 4 of them are just hanging out. They're in the tournament. You think that, like, oh, they're the World 3 agents Choud is chasing, but no, they're like, oh, crud, the cops are going to catch us because they're going to think we're doing something bad. But actually, it seems like they're not. They actually all seem to have quit World 3. This is the first time we've even seen any of these guys other than Mr. Match since the first game. I would have assumed that these 3 are just gone somewhere. Mr. Match, I know, is still around. They're not the ones orchestrating the scheme. It's literally just some mysterious, shady-looking guy. The way it goes is a little different. Like, obviously, whichever one you play as, you canonically win all your battles and advance all the way to the end. In Kai's playthrough, Lan actually loses to Choud, and then he's like, oh no, but I promised I could face Kai, but then Choud decides to forfeit to, like, let him have that. In Mail's storyline, Mail's is really funny because Mail is, like, canonically not a very good net battler, but if you play as Mail, you beat every tournament. The plot of Mail's playthrough is that she and Lan were, like, outside yesterday on, not like a date, I mean, she probably thought of it as a date, but they were outside, and then it started to rain, and then Lan chivalrously gave Mail his umbrella so she could stay dry, and he ran home in the rain, and because of this, he got a cold, and now he's sick on the day of the thing. Most of the plot of, like, the beginning of Mail's playthrough is just, Mail is just really bummed. Lan can't be here today. I can't see Lan. And everyone else, even, like, Dex is talking about, oh, it's just not the same without Lan here. Anytime Lan isn't on on screen, everyone has to be asking, where's Lan? Where's Lan? For a while it's like that, but eventually Male wins enough bouts, and she's like, hey, maybe I actually am good. Maybe I can actually win. And of course, she does go on to win everything because you're playing as her, and that's how it has to go. No matter who you're playing as, even Male, you beat like all the tournaments, and then Mr. Famous shows up, and he's like, good job. I would like to conscript you to continue battling in even more secret tournaments, even over and above like the actual tournament that you are now the champion of. And then you go through, you know, a whole bunch more of the same thing again, but like with tougher enemies. It turns out that Mr. Famous is doing this because he's organizing these secret tournaments to get the strongest of the strongest navies together to battle, because he knows that Base loves to fight strong people. So he thinks by getting all these strong navies together, Base will show up and attack them. And yeah, that's what happens when you beat the last tournament. Base shows up and is like, oh, someone's strong, I want to fight you. And then you fight Base and you win. So there is a timeline in which Male beats the ultimate Navi Base somehow. I guess same for Kai, a like 7-year-old kid. I mean, I guess Lan is 10, but at least Lan, everyone understands that like he is a net battling prodigy. Like that's his character. Male is not a net battling prodigy. Is it Chowd's playthrough or Male's playthrough? He's there to find the WWW guys, but then he doesn't actually do it because Kai tackles the shady looking dude, but Chowd like reads in the newspaper that it happened, and he like says to himself like, Lan played his part after all. Was Lan not actually sick, and he was like pretending to be sick because he was involved in a plot to like apprehend the World 3 terrorists? I don't know. I might be reading way too much into it. Whatever, you get the gist of it. You don't play Battle Chip Challenge for the deep story. You play it for the richly engaging strategic gameplay. Next up, before we get back to the main series, there was Phantom of Network. This was one of the mobile-only games. It was released between Battle Networks 4 and 5, but it takes place between 3 and 4, so I'm talking about it here. Honestly, like a lot of the plot just kind of seems like an excuse to sort of rehash scenarios that we've seen already. Fireman just attacks Male's PC for some reason, so you jack in and fight him, but when you beat him, he like turns into a mysterious ball of light. What's that about? Iceman attacks the waterworks again. You go and you beat him, and he too is just a mysterious ball of light. What's going on here? A mysterious ball of light masquerading as Woodman attacks Den Dome, a place that I haven't mentioned yet. So the new characters in this game, I don't really know where to put these on the map, so I'll just put them anywhere. There's a guy called Mr. Hat who is a magician, and his magic show comes to town, and Male is like, Lan, let's go see Mr. Hat's magic show. And they do. I don't know the nitty-gritty of how it all shakes out, but Mr. Hat has a son called Shuichi, and Shuichi, much like Lan, he's like obsessed with his dad, just desperate for his dad's attention, but his dad's too busy with his magic show, doesn't spend enough time with him or whatever. Shuichi has a Navi called Hatman. Hatman, despite the name, is actually based on Magic Man from... Was it Mega Man and Base? Yes, Magic Man from Mega Man and Base, as opposed to MagicMan.exe, who is not based on Magic Man, but Hatman is based on Magic Man. So these mysterious balls of light, they're terrorizing computers and stuff. Someone kidnaps Chowd's dad, again, the IPC guy, CEO. These mysterious Navis they're called Jamming Man, but there's multiple of them, so I guess they're Jamming Men. These jammingmen.exe just start getting into the network and jamming signals so no one can like communicate with each other. So Jamming Man is the creation of a being. Scilab was collecting all this data, this internet data, Navi data. It had it all in like a data cache. This colossal data cache in Scilab basically became self-aware, and now it is a creature, a Navi, an internet thing, whatever you want to call it, named Cache. And all of the Navis you've been fighting are like cached memory versions of those Navis. Like they're not the real Navis, obviously. That's what the Ball of Light was about. He has a cached version of Base you can fight. When you beat him, they say it's not as strong as the real Base because it's just a copy. Cache has like two forms. He starts as this little baby boy man, but then he turns into this big like wailing monster version. Basically, Cache's deal is that like he remembers everything. He remembers that humanity is like evil. Humans have done bad things to each other in the past. So he's like, well, screw humanity. Let's destroy it. You could say he remembers it so you don't have to. I don't know why you would say that, but you could. You defeat Cache in a two-phase battle. I assume that in the end, Mr. Hat is like, I'm going to spend more time with my son. I hope that happens. Okay, that's Phantom of Network. Here's Cash. Here's Jamming Man. They defeat Cash, so I guess he's, like, dead. Other, like, cached information could just do this at any time, so, like, another thing like Cash could just emerge from any, like, large agglomeration of data. Yeah, I'll mark him dead. Cash is deleted, and with him, the Jamming Men are deleted, never to be seen again. That much I'm pretty confident of. They're gone for good. Although a similar being could always emerge if it really wanted to. Okay, that's Phantom of Network. So next up, Battle Network 4. A lot happens at 4. I think some would say that it's where the series starts to go a little off the rails. There's an art style change. All the sprites and all the character art are remade in a new style for this game and also the next 2 games going forward. Why did they do that? I don't know. I mean, I thought it looked okay before. The new version looks nice too. You know, whatever. There's a new pet design. We had the plug-in pet in 3. And in 4, the new pet design is called the Advanced Pet. They'll make a new pet with every game going forward to try and sell plastic versions of it. Again, the pet toy in real life is sort of like a virtual pet. Starting with 4, there's also another different attachment called the Battle Chip Gate, which is not the same as the pet, but it does use the same Battle Chip cards. The Gate, it's an attachment for the GBA. You like put it on top of your cartridge on the GBA and you insert cards into it, and the cards do things like in the actual game. And I didn't do any of this because, you know, you need an attachment to do it, but there's a thing called Operation Battles, which is like a different style of net battling. Like it looks kind of the same. Mega Man or another Navi, you can control other Navis in Operation Battles. You don't control where they move around like at random or according to some sort of algorithm. And you insert the chip into the gate and then they do the chip attack like in the game. I don't think this is like a part of the story of 4. But it's a feature in there somewhere. In the Battle Network universe, the in-world equivalent of NASA, the American National Administration of Space and Aeronautics, is that what it stands for? The Battle Network version is called NAXA with an X. In Japanese, the name of it is ANSA, ANSA, which stands for the America International Space Agency. Remember, Netopia is called Ameripa. America plus Europe in Japanese. Wait, what is the international? It would have to be national. It's got to be the America National Space Agency. Here's a fun fact. The real world, like, Japanese equivalent of NASA is JAXA with an X, so I guess that's why there's an X in there. It's like NASA, but it sounds more like the Japanese version. So anyway, at NAXA, a guy named Shilly, an unimportant NPC who will never be irrelevant again, spots like, hey, there's a meteor headed for Earth, and it's going to crash into Earth, and it's going to destroy the Earth. Uh-oh. Okay, let's get like the best scientists in the world in here. So they invite Lan's dad, Yuichiro Hikari, comes to NAXA to like try to help solve this meteor problem. And I guess he's like, boy, this is a tough one. This is a real head scratcher. I'm not even enough for this. We got to get even more heavy hitters. Hey, let's invite this guy I know who's supposedly really good at science. His name is Dr. Regal, a noticeably sinister looking gentleman. They say that he is from, or maybe not as originally from, but like has been working in a place called Nation Z. In the Battle Network Legacy Collection, they renamed it to Nation X. Maybe they thought that we would be confused and think they were talking about a real-world country that starts with Z, like Zaire or something. He's a military scientist from Nation Z, which Dr. Hikari describes as an infamous military state. So basically, it's like an evil military dictatorship. Regal is like a weapons developer for this country, which is crazy. That'd be like if America brought in Nazi scientists to work at NASA. How ridiculous. Suspension of disbelief shattered. Okay, so NAXA and Dr. Hikari and Dr. Regal are, they're working on this meteor problem. And then the plot of the game basically has nothing to do with that at all. What actually happens in the game is that there's a tournament. There was a tournament last game. Well, guess what? There's another tournament in this game. Many of them, actually. This is Net Battle Tournament, the game. The tournaments have different names depending on what version you're playing. Remember, this game is split into Red Sun and Blue Moon versions. In Red Sun, the first tournament is called the Den Battle Tournament, and in Blue Moon, it's called the City Battle Tournament. You fight different competitors in the tournament depending on which version you're playing. Some of them are the same, but some of them are different. Oh, forgot to write. Hospitalized. And then a bunch of these guys also go to jail. So yeah, anyway, the plot for Lan and his dad, I guess this is before he goes to NAXA, are like shopping in Electown. Electown is a place in downtown Den City. I mentioned that the Japanese name for AC/DC, Akihara, sounds like Akihabara, but Electown is like explicitly like this is the in-game version of Akihabara. Electown is an even more explicit reference to its nickname, the Electric City. They're shopping in Electown, and this is where they hear the announcement of there's a new tournament. We're having another net tournament. It's a citywide tournament to find the best net battler in the city. Lan, you gotta compete. You gotta be a contender. You're the best there ever was or ever will be. So he's like, yeah, cool, I'll do that. There's an evil Navi. There's like an electronics store. I think he is in the computers in there, or he's around somewhere. And he sets some speakers to play like a really loud beeping sound and a shrill whine, and it's like torturing everyone. I think he just does this to be evil. This guy's name is Shademan. In the complete works, the designer says that for some reason when he designed Shademan, he was thinking of Oda Nobunaga, the famous warlord from the Warring States period. He's an evil vampire, basically, and you find a bunch of Navis that have been, like, drained of their life force, as if that's something you would expect a Navi to have. But he's like, this is fine and all. However, I want to suck a woman Navi's life force. Want a woman. So he kidnaps Roll. Roll is kidnapped again. Anyway, you jack into something, the speaker system. He's in there and you beat him his speaker system. He runs away and he drops a mysterious chip. And this is a dark chip. And you're like, what is a dark chip? And you bring it to Higsby, because he knows about chips. He loves chips. And he's like, whoa, Lan, you gotta, like, never ever use that chip, Lan. He kind of sounds like Shaggy, I guess, in my head. Higsby says, like, huh. Like, at the end of all his sentences, he says, huh. Anyway, he says, don't use the chip. It's evil. It's cursed. Lan's like, okay, I won't. Qualify for the tournament. You gotta do some more, preliminary busy work, of course. There's no escaping it. But this tournament is held at something called the Den Dome, which is just the equivalent of, there's an arena in Tokyo called the Tokyo Dome. That's what this is. Make some room here, please. Lan goes to the Den Dome to see who his first opponent in the Den or City tournament, whichever is. It's a little girl named Yuko who just has like a normal Navi. After you meet her, like the next day, like her dad comes to your house and is like, hey, I guess you're facing my daughter in the tournament. Would you do me a favor? Does he give you some sort of magic charm or talisman or program? He gives you something for warding off ghosts. And he says, go on the internet and find these like ghosts and banish them, please. Ghosts in the machine, I guess. Haha, what a funny joke. I'm so funny. You do that and her dad's like, thanks. And then the next day you go to the tournament and you fight Yuko in a big arena. And then at the end she's like, thank you, Lan. That was a great battle. Now my soul can finally rest. And she like ascends to the afterlife. And she was a freaking ghost all the whole time. This is just a wayward spirit trapped on the mortal plane. And ghosts are canon in Battle Network. And you just fought a ghost. I don't think her dad was also a ghost. I think her dad must have just like known that his daughter's ghost was competing in this tournament and had her opponent exorcise some ghosts from the internet. I assume it probably helped her ghost leave this world, perhaps? Well, no time to think about the implications of that. Okay, anyway, the next opponent in the City or Den tournament or whichever is just some guy. He's some like rough and tumble, tough guy called Tetsuke. It's Tetsuke, and his thing is that his footsteps are really loud. He has like, I think he wears those wooden sandals. He has a heel Navi, and each opponent, you go through a little vignette learning about them, and then you have a battle, and then you move on to the next one. That's the structure of Battle Network 4. Tetsuke's thing is like, Lan is getting mugged, and Tetsuke like shows up and like helps beat up these muggers, and then have like a net mugging. It becomes a net battle, and Tetsuke helps Lan beat these like street toughs that are fighting him, and then you fight him in the tournament, and you win. Okay, the next guy. The big electronics store in Elec Town is called Jomon Electronics. And a guy hanging out at Jomon Electronics is like, he sees Lan and he's like, hey, let me do maintenance on your pet for free. And Lan's like, I love maintenance for free. So he gets it. But of course, it was a trap. It was sabotage. This guy is his next opponent, and he sought him out, and he like messed up his pet on purpose, so he can't battle. So he'll win by default. This guy's name is Terry. He's a big jerk. His full name, though, is Terry Jomon. He's like the grandson of the CEO of Jomon Electronics. His grandpa, Mr. Jomon himself, he finds out about what happened. He's like, Lan, I'm so sorry about my terrible grandson. Fixes Lan's folder. Lan shows up at the tournament, beats Terry, and then Terry gets disowned from the Jomon family, from the business, from the family lineage, from the name, whatever. He disowns Terry. It's because he's such a worthless punk. His Navi is Sparkman. Most of the Navis sort of resemble Mega Man in that they're just like kind of look like a human in like a leotard. But they're not all like that. Some of them are like big bulky guys. And Sparkman is a big bulky guy. And I guess Inafune's son saw the design for Sparkman and was like, yeah, I like it. There's a couple of different people that talk about stuff in the complete works. Ishihara is this one. And Ishihara says that because Inafune's son really liked Sparkman. Well, it's not explicitly the reason, but just by coincidence, after this, Inafune kept like requesting more like big, bulky, robot-looking designs, which he suspects is not a coincidence, but I mean, who can say for sure? Tensuke is Lan's next opponent, and he's an old man. He's an old man who loves tops, and he thinks that net battling is stupid. Tensuke hates net battling and likes tops, but his grandson thinks tops are lame and thinks net battling is the tops, is cool, actually. Tensuke enters into the tournament to, like, make his grandson think he's cool, and Lan helps him out by going to a club of old guys called the Net Battlers Club, which just so happens to be headed by Tensuke's identical twin brother, is the head of the Net Battlers Club, and we're like, hey, help your brother get with the times and learn that net battling is cool, actually, and they begrudgingly do that. And also, his Navi is Top Man, so you have a battle, and you beat him, but Tensuke's grandson thinks that his battle was cool, so he thinks his grandpa's cool now, so that's Tensuke. The remaining battles in this tournament are a split. They're different between red and blue, so let's go through the Red Sun scenarios first. Chisao goes missing, and you get a letter, you get an email that's like, I, a mystery villain, have kidnapped Chisao. By the way, that's Dex's little brother. He's like here to visit or something. You got to do a bunch of stuff. And Lan is like, okay. And he's following these ransom note directions. Like, I got to go here and I got to get this and I got to put this there. Also, Dex is your next opponent in the tournament. He's also entered. But like Lan is so busy, got to go run around and do all these things. So Chisao will be okay. He's going to be late for the tournament and he's going to miss his match against Dex. And it turns out that Chisao like faked his own kidnapping to send Lan on a wild goose chase so that he would miss the match, so that his big bro Dex would win by default. Pretty messed up, but I guess it's sweet for like a small child to do. Very, very elaborate scheme. Anyway, Dex doesn't know about, before he even knows about the scheme, he like goes to the officials and he's like, no, delay the match. I will not accept a victory by default. You get extra time. Lan figures out that Chisao was faking the whole thing. He's like, okay, you go to fight Dex. You beat Dex, but it's an honorable battle between, I would say, rivals. I mean, Dex isn't your real rival. You are Dex's rival, but Dex is not your rival. Chowd is your rival. And by you, I mean Lan. Mr. Match is your next opponent. I guess he's not hospitalized after all. So he's out. He's got his navies. So you're downtown, and there's a woman selling hot dogs. And this woman selling hot dogs gets approached by a bunch of like thugs who are basically demanding, protection money, basically extorting her. You want to sell hot dogs on our turf? You got to give us a cut. And she's like, oh, but the business is bad and I'm poor and I haven't been selling enough. So they're hassling her about it. And Mr. Match shows up and is like, scram, leave her alone. Right? Wow. What a nice thing to do. However, it turns out these guys are Mr. Match's underlings. Like, Mr. Match just is running a little gang of dudes who are running a protection racket in the area. But he liked this lady or just felt bad for her or something. He tells his own underlings, leave her alone. You could do it on the rest of everybody, but like, leave her alone. Apparently these guys are like also World 3 people. Now that World 3 is like officially disbanded because Wily is missing, suspected dead. World 3 is like kaput. And these guys were World 3 underlings. And when it broke up, they like went with Mr. Match. So, this lady's like, oh my God, I'm so grateful. What a hero. So she shows up to your match against Mr. Match in the tournament. And Mr. Match has like, he's such a demon. He's rigged bombs, incendiary devices in Den Dome to like go off and burn the place down if he loses, which he does, and he's gonna do it. But then this lady shows up in the crowd and is like, Mr. Match, I am in love with you, be my boyfriend. And he's like, geez, crud, I have a soft spot for this lady. Boys, change of plan. Don't set off the bombs. Don't burn the place to the ground. But his minions have had enough. They've had enough of his soft touch. They're like, screw you, Mr. Match. We're burning the place down anyway. So Lan has to, jack into some bombs or something, some computers, and stop some cyber fire or whatever. So disaster averted, and this lady's like, Mr. Match, I still love you, be my boyfriend. And he's like, no, I can't. We're from two different worlds. I'm too much of a bad boy, which is true. He is that. This is the drama with Mr. Match, and I'm laughing about it, but honestly, it's pretty sick. I feel bad. I missed this scenario. I didn't play Red Sun. I didn't get to see this. I think if I had played this, I would have been like blown away by, oh my god, the drama. Oh, I forgot. Dr. Regal is over at Naxa, so he's in Netopia. From Netopia. It's not clear where he's from yet. Shade Man just hangs out on the Undernet. Let's make a grave for all the dead people. I've played Dwarf Fortress. I know that if you just leave corpses lying around, they stink up the place, spreading miasma. You can't have that. Okay, much better. That's what happens in red. So in blue, Lan has an opponent called Shuko Kido, who is like an unlucky girl, struggling to make ends meet because all the bad luck in the world always happens to her. She has a Navi called Aquaman, although in the anime, he's called Spoutman, and then also, when he reappears later in 6, and in that, he's also called Spoutman. She also has 2 brothers. I guess they're identical twins who she is trying to take care of the family, including them. They're called Atsu and Tai, and these 3 collectively are based on 3 characters from Mega Man Legends 2, Shu, Appo, and Da. The 3 of them are talking about replacing their washing machine, and like they talk about it like it makes a noise, like it goes whoosh whoosh. Aquaman also, his cute little affect in his speech is that he goes whoosh whoosh, and he thinks they're talking about replacing him, and he gets sad and scared, and he runs away onto the internet. In the complete works, the designer, it's Ishihara again. He says that the way that like the water is squirting out his head makes it seem like he's peeing himself, which like makes you feel sorry for him, which yeah, it does. I do feel sorry for him. Because so Aquaman runs onto the net and he cries so many tears. It floods a section of the internet, and you have to use like a breathing program to like dive under the cyber water and hold your breath to catch him. And you're just like, hey, Aquaman, they weren't talking about you. And he's like, oh, okay. Shuko is like, because she's so unlucky, she's like, I know it's a long shot. If I can win this tournament, I think that'll turn my luck completely around. It's going to change my whole life. So, you've solved the issue with Aquaman. Then you go fight Shuko. You beat her. But I mean, she was just being superstitious, right? Screw her. You just beat her, and she's like, well, maybe my luck will change for some other reason. Perhaps. The next opponent in blue version is Higsby, and Higsby's like, well, actually, never mind. I cancel. I can't show up to the tournament because, my shop is failing. My business is failing. A guy from my, parent company, I guess he's got a parent company. And this guy called Cone comes and is like, you're closing up shop. Your margins aren't high enough. So he's like, Lan, you got to help my business. So you take some cyber posters and post some posters around. And that does the trick. He gets a huge influx of business. He's like, great, I'm profitable again. But Cone is like, no, it's not enough. We need more profit. We're closing you down, Higsby. I don't care if you're making us money. And then a bunch of neighborhood kids from AC/DC are like, no, you're mean and we like Higsby's, and you should leave it open. And this guy Cone gets intimidated by this. Geez, all right, I don't want any trouble. And Higsby's is saved, and then you crush him at the Den Dome. So Lan is the champion of the Den and or City tournament, meaning he is the top net battler of Den City. Fantastic. So everything's going great, but then unfortunately, some goons from a new evil team who we've never heard of before called Nebula, they literally come to your house, they come to Lan's house, They roofie your mom. Like, they give her, like, a drug and knock her out and tie her up in your room, I think, or somewhere. And they're like, that dark chip that Shademan dropped, Higsby said never to use. We want it back. We know where you live. We drugged your mom. Who knows what we could do? Scary stuff, honestly. So you jack into the net, and you're like, well, better do what they want. And you meet one of Shademan's minions. But then Lan's like, nah, I hate these guys. I don't want to give them their chip. Screw them. And you just fight him instead. I'm sure nothing else bad will happen. I mean, you beat this minion. Like, what else is Nebula gonna do? No use worrying about it. Next mail is like, Lan, let's go on a date. There's like a theme park or an amusement park. It's called Castillo. So you do that. But of course, things go awry. Viruses occur. All the animatronic robots in the park go crazy, and you have to, jack into them and deactivate them. All like the cyber dungeons in the attractions, they tell a little like story. There's like a little myth or a little parable about, there's one that there's like a dog wizard that is one of the theme park's like mascots. There's a couple more. One of the attractions at Castillo is like a haunted house, but it's specifically a vampire manor. And the vampire manor is even more specific than that. It's supposed to be themed specifically for this game called Boktai, and I'm literally just learning this now, that apparently Boktai is not even the series' full name. The full series is Bokura no Taiyo, which means our sun, but they call it Boktai for short. So this is a whole thing. There's a whole bunch of like tie-in bonus content in Battle Network 4 and onward that is Boktai crossover content. A lot of it's in the end game, post game, but even in the main game, you can find like chips that are explicitly Boktai references. I haven't played Boktai. I don't know that much about it. I'll just tell you what I gleaned from Battle Network about it. Boktai is like a story about a kid called Solar Boy Django and his like sunflower. I think there's like a god, like a sun god that inhabits the body of a sunflower called Otenko, and he wields like a special solar gun called the Gun del Sol, and he uses the power of the sun to fight vampires, specifically this one, I guess, particularly evil vampire called the Count of Ground-Soaking Blood. The producer or the director or like the guy who basically made Solar Boy Django happen is Hideo Kojima, like, the Metal Gear guy, Metal Gear Solid guy. And in Battle Network 4, there's a guy at Castillo in the vampire house who is like the director of the vampire attraction that is Django themed. In English, he's called Director Ozma, which I don't know why they localized it away from his Japanese name, Director Ozuma. But this guy, Director Ozuma, is just Hideo Kojima. So Hideo Kojima exists and is canon in the world of Battle Network. And there he is. And if you talk to him, he tells you, actually, Solar Boy Django isn't just a story. It's real life. Solar Boy Django is like a real guy, and I've met him, and no one believes me. The story in the vampire house is not really exactly the story of Boktai, the real games, but in this house, Django is fighting this generic vampire called Draki. But in this animatronic Draki, Shademan shows up, and you have to fight Shademan. Shademan is like wicked powerful. He's kind of like invincible. I guess because he has the power of the dark chips. There's like a scripted battle that you can't win without using the dark chip that Higsby told you absolutely do not ever use this. And Shademan is like, ha ha ha, you beat me, but actually victory is mine. I've won the moral victory. You've used the dark chip, and now your soul is dark, which is good, in my opinion. And then he leaves. Okay. So, the city tournament is done, but now there's another tournament. And this tournament is to determine who's the best net battler, not just in Den City, but in all of Electopia. We've leveled up to the next order of magnitude. In Red Sun version, this is called the Eagle Tournament, and in Blue Moon version, it's called the Hawk Tournament. And of course, you have to do some preliminary qualifications. You have to run around and find points. There are just dudes around who will give you a certain amount of points, and you have to collect enough points to qualify. And it's your typical busy work. Just run around through areas you've already been and pad the game length out type stuff. Oh, before I forget, Castillo, in Japanese, its full name is Cielo Castillo, which means Sky Castle in Spanish. A bunch of your opponents in this tournament are just some guy. Lan's first opponent is a chef named Flav. He's like a famous chef or something. And he has invented a cooking machine that makes world-class curry, but Lan has some, and he's not impressed. I think he says, it's not as good as the curry my mom makes, and Flav is, his honor is besmirched by this by this comment. So he challenges Lan to a cook-off, which has nothing to do with, like, the tournament. I guess this is just a totally separate thing they've decided to do. So some other chef who, like, thinks Flav is overrated is like, I'll help you win, and then you have to do, there's like a cooking mini game, and you beat Flav at cooking, and Flav learns that the most important ingredient can't be added or done expedient. And it's quality friends, Apple Acres, quality and care. This is Red Sun, and I played Blue Moon. I assume you then battle him at Den Dome and win. But, like, who even cares at that point, right? You've beat him at a cook-off. You've destroyed this man. Here's Flav. He's got a custom sprite, so I guess he deserves to be on the board. Then again, I mean, there are other custom sprites that I didn't put on the board, like the Hot Dog Lady. I feel like Hot Dog Lady deserves to be on here almost as much as Flav. Oh, Hot Dog Lady in Have No Illusions. In Japanese, she's not selling hot dogs. She's selling takoyaki, octopus balls. You can see it on her apron. It's a takoyaki stand. Your next opponent is a guy called Atsuki Homura. He's from, like, northern Electopia. I'm guessing that'd be Hokkaido, or the equivalent of Hokkaido, which is the big kind of island in the top of Japan that's sort of, like, approaches that other island that's, like, off the coast that's part of Russia. He operates Burner Man. Burner Man is another fire navvy. He's like a speed navvy. His gas burners are like jet engines, I guess. So he just, like, meets Mr. Match. Mr. Match is also hanging around here and is like, your fire guy isn't good enough. Atsuki says that he is chosen to lead his village's, like, fire fest. They have, like, a yearly fire festival, and he's, like, the guy, and Mr. Match is like, all right, not bad. Not bad. So they, like, don't like each other. Mr. Match calls Atsuki, like, a little brat, and Atsuki calls Mr. Match, like, an old man. So they jack into the net, and they send their navvies to have a net battle on the net. Their battle is so hot that it, like, spreads fire through a big part of the internet, and you gotta, like, put it out, and then you go stop their battle. Mega Man's like, hey, Burner Man, like, I've already beat Fireman. There's no point in you fighting Fireman. You should fight me, and then since I'm your opponent, and if you beat me, that will, like, by default make you better than Fireman. And Burner Man's like, yeah, I guess it will. So you fight Atsuki in the tournament, and you beat him, and they're like, well, we're both losers, we're both inferior to Lan, but we can still be each other's rivals, so I guess we'll have to continue fighting at a later date. Your next opponent is this ugly mafia goon called Riki. Riki is like a gentle giant. He's, like, misunderstood. A mafia goon, but he wants to get out of the business. He wants to open a bakery. His Navi is just, it uses the default heel Navi sprite, but it has a name. It's called Crusher. Yuko, the ghost, she also had a Navi that was just like it wasn't a heel Navi, it was a default normal Navi sprite, but it also had its own name. It was named Ponta. Okay, so Riki, right? He's like, I'm gonna win the tournament. I guess there's prize money. When Lan wins, I don't think he gets any prize money, but Riki is like, I'll win and get the prize money, and then I'll use that as capital to start my bakery so I can get out of the biz, leave this life of crime behind. So his, like, fellow goons kidnap his Navi. They kidnap Crusher, poor Crusher, put him in, like, a cyber cage, and you have to go rescue Crusher, and you get him back, and you fight Crusher in the tournament, and you win, and you crush Riki's dreams. Lan is just leaving a trail of broken dreams behind him in this tournament. I guess that's how tournaments typically go. So Riki can't leave. His fellow goons are like, they've upgraded from, like, you know, we were trying to prevent you from winning so you wouldn't quit. Now, you know, we just hate you because you wanted to quit and we're going to kill you. And then this old lady, who turns out to be, like, their mafia boss, it, like, cuts away, and I think it's implied that she either, like, uses, like, karate moves, like she beats them up, or I think the implication might be that she, like, pulls out a gun and, like, shoots them. But anyway, she takes down these other goons who are attacking Riki, and she's like, Riki, you've been my loyal goon for years. If you want to open a bakery, I support yous. And Riki's like, okay, well, you know, I'll do that someday. But now I'm just gonna keep doing my job because I don't have the money because Lan beat me in the tournament. So I'm just gonna go back to gooning for the foreseeable future. Lan's next opponent is a person who in English is named Vidi Narsi. In Japanese, their name is Narsi Hyde. Vidi is a gender non-conforming individual, and that's not me reading into anything. Vidi explicitly has dialogue in the game saying that they are beyond gender. Despite this, of course, naturally, the game's dialogue, he hims them What would you expect? Both versions of Vidi's name, the English and the Japanese, both include Narcy. I mean, it's short for narcissist. In Japanese, I guess it is foreshortened slang for narcissist. Hide in the Japanese name, Narcy Hide, is I guess, just like a regular feminine name. In English, Vidi is, I guess, a pun on the fact that Vidi Narcy is a video editor. Their Navi is Video Man, who happens to be one of the few winning fan contest design Navis in the series. So Video Man, despite, being in like the near future in like a post basically smartphone world, Video Man, he only deals in analog video, like film, I guess, like physical film. Vidi's goal is to use the prize money from the tournament to upgrade Video Man to digital video. So Vidi tries to trick Lan and say that Video Man is dying, actually. Oh, but his last wish is just to win this tournament. Lan, can you please just let us win so that my poor Video Man can just die in peace? He's analog, he's old, he's decrepit, he's not going to survive the transition to digital. Please just let him win. Just out of pity. But of course, really, they plan to upgrade him. So all of that's fake, naturally. So Video Man puts Mega Man into he uses some kind of rewind pause, because he does video reel stuff. So he uses video controls to pause Mega Man and then put him in a rewind loop where every time he completes a cycle, he restarts at the beginning. The goal is just to delay him so that he misses their battle and Vidi wins by default. They beat the video themed dungeon and get there and beat Vidi in the tournament, and good riddance to Vidi. Again, we split. The next competitors are different between the red and blue versions. In red, your next opponent is Roll, somehow. Somehow Roll is competing in this national level tournament. I mean, I guess she did beat Base in BattleTube Challenge, so maybe she's better than I give her credit for. Anyway, 3 guess what happens to Roll in this scenario. That's right. She gets kidnapped again. This time by just some random Navi that is a stalker and likes her. Naturally, Mega Man rescues Roll. Naturally, Lan beats Roll in the tournament. Mail says that I entered the tournament because I'm weak and Lan always protects me and I want to be strong so that I can protect him too, which is very nice. And honestly, she's competing at the national level, so I guess she's pretty strong, actually. What do I know? The next opponent is a girl named Lily from a place called, it's referred to in this game as Scissor Island. Okay, so Scissor Island is analogous to the real world Okinawa. There's a long chain of islands off the southern coast of Japan. One of the southernmost ones is Okinawa. That's Scissor Island. However, the name Scissor Island is actually a mistranslation of Shisa Island, which is what it's called in Japan. And a Shisa is actually a type of statue. I guess they're from Okinawa. They're like a lion dog gargoyle looking statue. So it's meant to refer to that, but I guess the localizers didn't get the reference and transliterated it as the word scissor. So her Navi Windman. Windman is actually a super powerful Navi. He's actually too powerful. So his power has been sealed, because if he were acting at full power, it would be bad and bad things would happen. So Lily, she's nice, but then one time Lan is walking around Castillo and Lily she's acting crazy and she knocks Lan over and knocks his pet into the fountain. Why is she acting crazy? And then Windman goes haywire. Turns out somebody released his power limiters and now he's at full power and he's going crazy and he's going haywire on the net. And Lily's oh no, who could have done this? And gives Lan a grass flute, which I guess helps get Windman under control. So Lily is the one who released Windman's power limiters and let him go crazy. And she doesn't remember doing that, just like she doesn't remember knocking Lan's pet into the fountain. The reason Lily just goes crazy sometimes and doesn't remember anything is because the flask around her neck that she's always drinking water out of, it turns out it's not water, it's rice wine. She's just drunk. And I guess she's a mean drunk. And for your battle in the Dendome, she gets drunk again, because I guess that's when she's at her most vicious. So she gets drunk and battles you and loses and sobers up and is thanks, Lan, nice to meet you, teehee, and I guess goes home probably. This scenario, and I didn't play this scenario because I played blue. I didn't play red. This is a red exclusive. This scenario has, I guess, a famous bit where your mom says a really funny, poorly translated line in reference to Lily. She says, "What a polite young man she was." In blue, one of your opponents is Sal. Remember Sal? Probably not. She was selling boxed lunches outside Government Complex back in Battle Network 1. In this game, we learned that Sal is a member, and I think like the leader or a leader of a group of eco-activists. I was going to say eco-terrorists because they're about to become eco-terrorists. It says that there's 1,500 members. So this is a serious deal. They've been talked into setting bombs. They want to like set bombs and blow up infrastructure, to return to nature or whatever. And Sal is like, no, guys, you can't do that. Who talked you into doing that? That's crazy. Don't do that. That's bad. And they're like, okay, Sal, sorry. We went a little nuts. We won't do it. We promise. So Sal's navvy Woodman goes missing, and it turns out Woodman is in cahoots, or he's liaising with some shady navvy, the guy who gave everyone the idea to plant bombs, and this guy tells Woodman, like, no, Sal's just pretending to be nice. She wants to be nice. She doesn't want to say, let's blow up society, but really she wants to blow up society. Woodman, you should just take it upon yourself and blow up society. Sal's too nice to ask you to do it, but she'll be happy if you do it. It's what she really wants. And Woodman's like, yeah, that's compelling. That's a compelling notion you've elaborated there for me. And I think you find Woodman talking to this guy, and they're like, don't listen to him, Woodman. And Woodman's like, okay, I won't. And he goes back to Sal, and then you beat Sal, and they don't do terrorism. Only bad guys do terrorism in video games, except for Final Fantasy VII and probably a lot of other games. Your next opponent in the Hawk tournament is Tamako. Remember Tamako Ura, or Urakawa in Japanese? Metal Man lady. She's like, Lan, you gotta be strong. You gotta know kung fu. You gotta be able to break rocks with your fists. And she punches a boulder and it doesn't break. And she's like, ow. Well, I can't do it. And she's like, well, anyway, in the interest of being strong and knowing kung fu, go talk to this one navvy who will train you. You send Mega Man on the internet, and he goes and he finds a kung fu navvy. There's like a rock chopping mini game where you punch rocks, and then you fight Metal Man in the tournament. And you beat Tamako. Forgot to mention the Eagle and or Hawk tournament. The announcer for it, Mami. And Mami is based on a real person who, kind of like Meijin, Mr. Famous, is just like a real Capcom personality who is like an announcer for live Capcom events, and they put her in the game as the announcer of the Hawk Eagle tournament, which I think is pretty neat. So Lan is the champion of the Eagle Hawk tournament. He's the top net battler in all of Electopia. What a guy. And then an evil voice speaks. It's the leader of Nebula. The leader of Nebula is like, Lan, jack back into the battle console that you were just battling at. And you jack in, and Mega Man goes in, and standing there is a dude. Well, it's a Navi, Laser Man. This guy's also with Nebula. This guy is like, nice job using that dark chip. Your soul's looking pretty dark since you did that. Why don't you join Nebula? Because you seem pretty strong. And we like dark souls. I can't think of a joke to make about that. And Mega Man's like, no. Laser Man's like, okay, well, screw you and your dark soul then. You know what? Screw you. Undarkens your soul. So he pulls Mega Man's dark soul out of him, like his shadow, or his dark double, his shadow link. And then, for reasons that I can't remember and can't really be bothered to look up, either Gutsman or Aquaman shows up, depending on which version you're playing, whichever one you faced in the tournament. Laser Man just puts the Dark Soul into either Gutsman or Aquaman, and then you battle them, controlled by Mega Man's Dark Soul. Okay, anyway, that's fine. Who cares about that? Laser Man escapes. There's a new tournament. There's a third tournament. This is the titular. It's either the Red Sun tournament or the Blue Moon tournament. Version depending. This tournament is based in Netopia, so Lan is going back to Netopia, and here's the point where I think we've run out of useful space on this board. We're gonna have to scale up. We're gonna have to redraw our map. So this has been fun, but it's time to upgrade. Here's a more complete map of the world of Battle Network. This is based on, in Battle Network 4, there is a graphic of the world map. It's kind of based on that, and also based on the fact that this is similar to the real world. Obviously, I've blown up Electopia really big here, just because otherwise stuff wouldn't fit. Electopia on the world map is much bigger than Japan in the real world, but even more so here. Just consider it like, because we're closer to it, so it looks bigger. I don't know. We've got Scissor Island down here where Okinawa is. Atsuki up here in Hokkaido. These guys we met in Netopia. Lan's headed there for the next tournament. Dr. Regal and Dr. Hikari are at Naxa, which is in Netopia, so they're hanging out over there right now. I should put Jenny over here on South Netopia and Johnson over here in Yumland. On the map, there is another continent that looks kind of like Australia, but it's upside down and it's way down in the south, so I've put that right here. I speculated earlier that maybe this could be the southern country that Aneta is from, but it could just as easily not be. This place is never given a name, or mentioned in any capacity at all, for that matter. Some of these other places do have names. I'll just tell you them right now because they're going to come up in the remaining plot of Battle Network 4. So this one right here, where Russia is in the real world, this is a country called Sharo. The place that is not China exactly is over here next to Yumland. Choina is somewhere in the vicinity of Yumland, but distinct from it. In case you were wondering, Creamland in Japanese is Kurimurando. This down here, this is the in-world equivalent of Africa. In Japanese, it's just called Afuriku, and in English, it is called Netfrika. We've zoomed out to a global perspective because the Red Sun / Blue Moon tournaments are a worldwide tournament to determine the greatest net battler, not in Den City, not in Electopia, but in the entire world, and it's going to be the same. You have a little vignette where you meet some dude who's your opponent, and then you have a little story with him, and then Lan beats him. But this time they're international men of mystery. Lan gets to Netopia. His last trip to Netopia went pretty bad, but this one starts off even worse. Instead of getting mugged, he just gets like knocked out and like kidnapped and shoved in the trunk of a car, like the guy in Oldboy. He uses his pet and Mega Man to, I don't know, hack into a door or something, hack into the hotel computer and escape. Turns out this was a trick. The guy who kidnapped him is like, sorry about kidnapping you. You know, that was actually part of like the preliminary trial for the Red Sun / Blue Moon tournament. All the contestants get kidnapped and they have to escape their kidnapping to prove their worth. The guy who kidnaps you, his name is Bonds. Remember, there was a guy called Bonzu who was a competitor in the N1 tournament. There's no obvious reason why that guy would be here. Their names are close enough that like they could be the same name. Bonzu in Battle Network 3, you know, that was pre-art style change. Bonds in 4, now we're post-art style change. So they have different sprites, but each of their sprite that they use in their game is like that game's version of just the generic sprite for a black guy. So, I don't know, I think it's probably meant to be the same guy. The tournament takes place in a Coliseum, which I think is meant to be like the in-universe equivalent of the Coliseum, so I guess it takes place in the equivalent of Rome. In 2, you had to get the compression module to become small. In this one, you have to find a bunch of parts and assemble them and bring them to this girl Navi who is the protege of a former master craftsman Navi, and they can take these parts and they put them together to form a C slider, like the letter C slider. It's like a rocket board that you can use to like grind on. Instead of becoming small and walking on a tiny little rail, you use the C slider and you do a sick grind on the rail. But the purpose is the same. It's that it lets you pass internet pathways that you cannot pass normally because they're too narrow. I put Jennifer. I forgot to put Johnson. Here we go. Put him in Yumland. So Lan's first opponent is a guy from Netfrika. It's a kid. His name is Paulie. Paulie's name in Japanese is Pore Pore. Paulie has a generic heel Navi who is named Jammer. So Paulie's like, hey Lan, nice to meet you. I'll be your opponent. Before our match, why don't you come to Netfrika and I'll show you my village and our village customs. And Lan's like, sure, why not? So he goes to Netfrika. You have to ride ostriches to get to this village. It's the only way. When you leave the village, I'm pretty sure you have to go up to an ostrich and talk to it and be like, leave village? Yes, no. Implying you ride off on an ostrich. In this Netfrikan village, they have like a water totem, their village god or whatever, but it's also a computer. Like, it connects to the net and you can jack into it. You jack in and all the villagers are in there, like their navies are in there, and they launch a digital cyber totem. They just like send it somewhere on the net and they're like, okay, go get it. First one to retrieve it becomes village champion or something. So Lan gets it, this outsider, this colonizer. I say that, but like the village's population is very heterogeneous. Some of them look like Netopians or Electopians. So Lan on his first day here becomes village champion, and then like the river dries up. The place is dry. We need our river to live. And Polly's like, well, Lan, you're the champion. You know, maybe you can, I don't know, jack into a computer and do something about it. Lan jacks in and like busts the virus that's like clogging the river. Glad I could come here and, you know, hijack your village traditions. Anyway, bye. They go back to the tournament. Lan beats Polly. So it turns out Polly is the one that like blocked the river. He did that to like get Lan to go in and fight the virus. I guess he was trying to like sabotage Lan. He's actually been trying to sabotage Lan this whole time. He thought that he could like beat him if he brought him to the village and had him do this thing with the totem. So Polly is like, he's beaten me at every turn and like humiliated me, and I clogged our village's own river to try and sabotage him even more, but it didn't work because he's just too powerful. And all the other villagers are like, wow, Polly, that was messed up. You blocked up our river. That's pretty bad. We should exile you from the village. And Lan is like, no. I'm village champion, and I say that Polly is a good boy, and you should forgive him. He was just fooling around. Boys will be boys. Don't worry about it. And they're like, well, gotta do what the village champion says, I guess. Lan's next opponent is a guy from Sharo, a Sharonian called Ivan Chilsky. In Japanese, he's called Ivan Koriski. So Ivan is a total psychopath. He's like, well, it's too hot here. I like the cold because I'm from Sharo and I'm still wearing my big winter coat and it's too hot. So I'm going to hack into the weather control systems, which we've established that in Battle Network, the government controls the weather with computers. And he jacks in and does that and like hacks the mainframe and sends a blizzard from Sharo. He like just changes like the global weather patterns just to be more comfy. So Lan goes to Sharo, gets on a plane and goes to Sharo. This time he's got to take a dog sled. Each like foreign place you go to has a quirky little method of transportation that you use to get to wherever you're going. In whatever town in Sharo where they have their weather center, their antennas that send signals to the weather satellites or whatever, jack into the satellites, bust some cyber snowmen. Amazingly, Lan actually has to do some stuff in real life. He has to pick up a real life physical shovel and actually like shovel snow off of paths. Lan goes back to Netopia, fights Ivan, and beats him. And they're like, hey, Ivan, you're under arrest for messing with, like, the global weather. As an ironic punishment, we're sending you to Netfrika, where it's hot. Die. Lan's next opponent is actually another contestant from Netfrika, but it's Mr. Famous? Record scratch. Yeah, I guess Mr. Famous, he's just really popular in Netfrika, so they like picked him as their other representative, I guess. Mr. Famous has been in Netfrika teaching the youth of Africa kendo as like a means of teaching them hard work and discipline and the Electopian code of Bushido. So Mr. Famous is like, I left my Navi in the Netfrican village and it's Kendo Man. He's got a new Navi this game, and this is another winning submission. Go find Kendo Man and he'll train Mega Man in the art of sword play. And I think there's a minigame. Honestly, I don't think this is version specific, and yet I do not remember this scenario at all. I think I played it, but I was just checked out because like I've already been to Africa or Netfrika. I don't know. I just glazed right over it. Mr. Famous has an underling. He's like a blonde guy, and this underling is like holding Mr. Famous hostage with lions. There's lions that are controlled by a lion statue. You have to jack into this lion statue, make the lions stop to free Mr. Famous to come back to the tournament, that you might defeat him in an honorable net battle, which you do. By you, I mean Lan. The next guy is another like generic sprite guy. He's got a normal Navi. This guy's name is Jack Bomber. This guy's like, Lan, you gotta go find my Navi. He's on the web. You gotta go find him, and you gotta play my new sport that I've invented. It's called Foot Bomb. And it's like a game where you kick soccer balls, but the soccer balls are bombs and they explode. And this is another mini game you got to do. And this is the thing I mentioned. This is like the only time Lan does anything soccer related, even though he very clearly has an interest in soccer, but it never comes up except for this one time that he's forced into doing it. Jack Bomber's thing is that he just wants to promote this new sport that he's invented, Foot Bomb. He's only in the tournament to generate publicity for it. So you beat him, but some reporter is like, hey, this Foot Bomb thing seems pretty nifty. We're going to do a piece on you in your new sport. And he's like, yes. So mission accomplished. Happy ending for Jack Bomber. The next scenarios I'm going to talk about are blue-red exclusive. So in red, your next opponent is Raoul. Yes, the Native American looking guy from Natopia. Some like old guy comes up to Lan and says some magic words to him, and Lan's like, what was that about? And he goes to see Raoul and he tells Raoul what happened, and Raoul's like, that's like an ancient death curse. You're gonna die, but I can help you lift the curse with my secret knowledge. So he sends you on some fetch quest on the internet to find something. I don't care. You do some stuff. So the reason why he knew how to lift this death curse was because the old man that cursed you was like the elder from Raoul's tribe, and this guy wanted to curse Raoul's opponent so that Raoul would win and bring honor to the tribe, I guess. And Raoul's like, that was very dishonorable, actually, you old bastard. Next opponent in the Red Sun tournament is another Sharonian. This guy's name is Rika. I don't know this for sure. I just have a feeling that probably Rika's name is a reference to Laika, the dog that was shot into space in Sputnik 2. Little piece of Russian history for you there. So Lan and Rika initially meet. They each think the other is like sneaking up on them. Each tries to ambush the other. But then Rika, he's like a member of the secret police. Putin calls him to go off and like fight some net crime. I guess Lan like follows him to help fight the net crime, I suppose. But in doing so, Searchman thinks that he's being tailed, and Searchman is a sniper. He's trying to like snipe Mega Man with his sniper rifle, with his giant gun. Anyway, Mega Man busts some viruses. Searchman snipes some viruses. A good time was had by all. And then it's time for the tournament, and you beat Rika and Searchman. Those are the Red Sun opponents. In Blue Moon, the next opponent, well, it's not even really an opponent in the tournament. It's just like a scenario that happens. The Yumland internet is like full of junk data, and Lan is like, well, I'm a helpful guy. I'll go help with that, I guess. So Lan goes to Yumland and gets on the Yumland internet, and indeed, there's lots of junk data, and some of this junk data is, I guess, alive, and it attacks Mega Man, and when this happens, Mega Man is like, hey Lan, I want to withdraw from the tournament. We should quit. And Lan's like, you're crazy, Mega Man. What's wrong with you? And what is wrong with him is that the junk data that attacked Mega Man actually replaced him. This is not actually Mega Man. This is junk data impersonating Mega Man. Actually, this is a Navi that spontaneously was created out of junk data. His name is Junkman. So Lan's like, what did you do with Mega Man? They left Mega Man in piles of junk data. So they're like, okay, Junkman, well, you look like Mega Man, so I'm going to operate you. We're going to go back and we're going to get Mega Man. So they do that, and they get Mega Man back, and they're like, okay, Junkman, why did you do this? What the heck's wrong with you? And Junkman is like, I'm formed out of garbage. I live in the dump. I was never meant to exist. The world is inhospitable to me. An accident of nature. Everything sucks. I'm jealous of man-made, owned and operated net nabbies. They have a life much easier than mine. They're like, yep, that makes sense. And Mega Man's like, now I feel bad for the guy, the poor guy. We forgive you, Junkman. And Junkman's like, nah, screw that. I'm fighting you. So he fights you, and you fight back, and you beat Junkman. And Junkman's like, okay, whatever. Thanks for the fight. Just kill me. I'm junk anyway. And Mega Man's like, well, okay. And he does. Rest in peace, Junkman. Next opponent in Blue Moon is Chowd and Proto Man, but twist. Proto Man is not well. He has been possessed by a dark soul and has gone rogue. Proto Man has fled onto the internet. Mega Man goes after him. Actually, Chowd operates Mega Man for a while. It doesn't really affect gameplay, I don't think, in any meaningful way, but for a while you're playing as Chowd operating Mega Man instead of Lan for once. So dark navies, and by dark navies I mean dark navies are navies that have been corrupted by dark chips. Dark chips are connected in some way to Nebula. So maybe not necessarily every dark navi is a Nebula navi, but certainly all Nebula navies are dark navies, and they like to encourage darkness, whatever that means. So anyway, you beat these dark navies and you free Proto Man. They captured him because they were like, in case he tries to stop being dark, we're gonna capture him just to make sure he doesn't try to do that. But you free him, but he's still dark. So he fights you. Chowd, like, I don't know if he synchros with Mega Man, but he does some sort of full synchro thing that, like, flows his synchro-ness through Mega Man and into Proto Man. And this heals the darkness of his soul. I guess Navis have soul. I don't know. I mean, they talk about dark souls. This could be a euphemism. Maybe they're not talking about literally souls, but they talk about Navis having souls now. What does it mean? I think I've heard some people speculate that, like, Alpha might have been like a soul thing, and that a connection to Alpha might have given Navis souls. I don't know. I don't think that's... Suddenly they just start talking about Navis having souls as though that's not like a weird thing to say. Anyway, then Proto Man's better, so you go beat Chowd in the tournament. So Lan wins. Lan is now the greatest Navi master in the world. He's won the ultimate worldwide tournament. When he does this, a helicopter shows up and throws down a rope ladder. Get in, loser. I'll explain on the way. And it takes him to Naxa headquarters. And they're like, we staged 2 tournaments, the Red Sun tournament and the Blue Moon tournament, to find the 2 best net battlers in the world, and you are one of them. I guess there's another one, and who that is never mentioned. It's just some other guy won the other one. And so we've brought you, Lan, here to Naxa, and the other guy went to Sharo, because they also have like a space program as like a backup. But you're our guy. You're here at Naxa. So it's finally time to deal with this meteor situation. That, remember how there was a meteor hurtling towards Earth that was going to end all life on Earth? All right, we're back to that now. So the meteor. It's not just a chunk of rock. It's like an artificial thing created by possibly aliens. Who knows? It is also a computer. It has like a cyber core. It has like a cyber world inside of it. So they have built a giant laser that is going to transmit data into the meteor. We need the world's best net battler to operate their Navi, to send it up into this meteor, to do whatever needs to be done to stop it. It's the only way. And Lan, you're the greatest net battler in the world. You're the guy. So that's what they're going to do. That's the plan. But then Nebula, those darned terrorists, they're jamming all the system. We can't do our plan. And Regal's like, well, Lan, you got to go on the internet and find Nebula and beat him so that we can do our laser plan. So Mega Man goes on the net, tracks down some Nebula Navi, and beats him. But this Navi, he's got like a suicide bomb, so he explodes when he dies. He's trying to take out Mega Man with him. Somehow Roll and Glide and Gutsman show up and push him out of the way of the explosion. So he miraculously survives. Dr. Regal, he's like looking at his instruments and he's like, oops, I can't see Mega Man. Ooh, he seems to have disappeared. Oh, looks like we can't use Mega Man. Looks like we can't use Lan. Guess I'll have to send my own guy. Guess I'll have to send my Navi up to the meteor instead. Yuichiro, your dad, is like, Regal, I figured it out. You're the leader of Nebula. You're the bad guy. And Regal's like, shut up, and punches your dad or knocks him out. You figured it out, but it's too late. I'm going to do my plan. I'm going to rule the world. Somehow jacking into this meteor is going to let me rule the world. So Lan's dad somehow gets him an email that's like, Lan, Regal's bad, but it's okay. Jack into like the side generator of the laser. Get into the laser, transmit up to the meteor. So you get into the meteor server, and it's full of like cosmic black holes and stuff. It's a space-themed dungeon. And at the end is Laser Man. Turns out Laser Man is Regal's Navi, so he sent him up to the meteor, and Laser Man's like, hey, Mega Man, last chance, join Nebula. You're like, no. You fight Laser Man. You kill Laser Man. By the way, Laser Man, I didn't mention he is also another fan-submitted fan design. Past Laser Man, Mega Man gets to the core of the meteor, and the core of the meteor is... it's Duo. Remember Duo from Mega Man? Well, this is the Battle Network version of that. So Duo is like a cosmic entity, kind of like his classic Mega Man counterpart, like he loves justice. But this guy is like a giant cosmic entity. He's sort of like Galactus. Side note, this is not in the game, but it's in the anime. I don't know that much about Marvel stuff, but in Marvel, Galactus has like the Herald, that's the Silver Surfer, right? Well, in the anime, Duo also has a herald, the guy named Slur. His Japanese name, it's Sura. Boy, what an awkward name. So Duo's like, all right, I love justice, I love goodness, but I'm looking at Earth and I'm judging Earth, and I kind of think Earth is full of evil. There's like lots of really bad people, so I think Earth is impure and I'm going to destroy it. And Mega Man's like, don't. So Duo pulls out Mega Man's Dark Soul, which I kind of thought Laser Man already pulled out your Dark Soul, but he does it again, and you fight your Dark Soul again. And Duo's like, okay, very good, but I haven't changed my mind. Evil is bad, so I'm destroying Earth because there are evil people on it. So you have to fight Duo. He's the final boss. People on Earth can see the meteor coming. Like, it was a secret, but now everyone can see it. So there's a scene of like everyone across all the nations of the world, in Netfrika and in Yumland and in Netopia and in Electopia, and they all, villains and heroes alike, they all like unite and go land, go save the world from the meteor. So the laser, right? The laser at Naxa that is transmitting the Mega Man data, the wire in the generator breaks. The laser's losing power, and Dr. Regal, for some reason, physically like picks up the two ends of the wires and uses his body to connect the wires, channel electricity through his body to power the laser. And I don't know why he does this. It seems like it's to help Lan, but I don't know why he would do that. Duo's like, okay, if you think you can deflect the meteor, give it a shot. He like lets Mega Man access the controls of it. He doesn't think he do, but I guess through the power of full synchro, or of the Kokoro Puroguramu, power of Hub.Bat, or whatever, Mega Man powers up, and the bond of their friendship/brotherhood is powerful enough. He diverts the meteor off course, and Duo's like, wow, I can't believe you did it. Great job, I love you. All right, fine. All right, you diverted the meteor. Okay, I'll go check out some other planets. I'll go wipe out some other planets that aren't good enough. I'll circle back in like 10,000 years or something. We'll see if you've made any progress, you little scamps. So the threat of Duo is, He's over there in space now. The threat of Duo is delayed. So you come back to Earth and you're like, hey, what the heck, Regal? And Regal's like, yeah, that's right. I'm evil, but hey, you're also not perfect. So that basically means you're the same as me, a guy who tried to destroy the world, seemingly for no reason. I guess he agrees with Duo's assessment that people are bad. Therefore, he says, like, I want to recreate the world of pure evil. I want to make the world evil. He just wants to make the world evil. That's what he says. I wanted to destroy the world, and you didn't want to do that. Are we really so different? And then he jumps off the building to kill himself. He attempts to commit suicide by leaping off the building. He doesn't die. He shows up in the next game. But that seems to have been what he was trying to do. So Lan's like, well, I'm the greatest net battler in the world. I saved the world. We've got to work to make humanity better, so Duo won't kill us 10,000 years from now. God bless Netopia. In the anime, Cold Man is called Fridge Man, Junk Man is called Junk Data Man, and Wind Man is called Wind Blast Man. I did not do this, of course. I just played the game through once, like a normal person, but people online complain about this game a lot, and the major complaint they have about it is that you can't see all the scenarios, and you can't get all the stuff on your first playthrough. Apparently you have to play it through 3 times to like unlock everything you should be able to unlock in your version. By unlock stuff, what I mainly mean is a thing that I forgot to mention, but the new mechanic in this game, there's no more styles. Now there's a thing called double soul. Again, soul. Navis just have souls now. It has to be a euphemism. Why would it be literal? It wouldn't make any sense. In red version, you can double soul with Gutsman, Fireman, Roll, Windman, Thunderman, and Searchman. In blue version, you can double soul with Aqua. You call it Aqua Soul, Number Soul, Metal Soul, Wood Soul, Junk Soul, and Proto Soul, as in Proto Man. You do the blank soul with Blank Man. You play through their scenario, and then when you establish a friendship with them or beat them in battle, or gain mutual respect for each other, whatever, your like souls commune, and now you unlock the ability to double soul. The way that you do this in a battle is your custom bar fills up, and now it's time to input your chips for the next round. And if you choose an eligible chip, one that like matches, usually it's the element of the soul you want to double with, you can like consume the chip and instead, unlock double soul. Does it last for the rest of the round, rest of the battle, or like a certain number of turns? 3 turns normally. Styles were like kind of this. This is more akin to, what Mega Man classically would do. Take on the powers of enemies he's defeated. Now he's basically accepting their power and becoming sort of a fused version. A version of himself that like embodies the characteristics of this other guy whose soul he is communing with, or whatever you want to call it. You have to go through all the scenarios to unlock these double souls, but you have to play through the game over and over again to actually get them all. You can't see them all in one go. Post-game content. There's a bunch of stuff with Django. Remember Django from, I erased it. Django from the attraction at Castillo with Hideo Kojima. Kojima, aka Director Ozma, says, Django's a real guy and I've met him and no one believes me. Well, in certain part of the Undernet in the post-game, you can meet Django and Otenko and help him fight against... He's fighting against Shade. Yeah, you have to find, like, Shade Man is, like, sleeping in his cyber coffin. Even though he's, like, on the internet, Django is not a Navi or a program. He's just a real person. They say, like, well, I don't know, the rules of time and space are bending, so this real guy can be on the internet because he's, like, from a parallel universe or something. You know, I can't even take it seriously. I don't think the game takes it that seriously. They're just like, yeah, we're doing crossover content. Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network can meet Solar Boy Django. Isn't that neat? Okay, cool. Anyway, let's get on with it. Lan uses his pet. His pet has a solar sensor. I don't know if this is like something that maybe in Japan there was some kind of device that you would attach to, like, do this with. Channels sunlight. Django has a special attack he does. I think it's called the Pile Driver, and it's powered by the sun, as are most things that he does. I think he needs to do the Pile Driver on Shade Man to kill him in his coffin. He does come back in the next game. You can't, like, permanently kill him, but he's severely weakened. We've dealt a devastating blow to him. At another part of the Undernet, there's a, like, stone statue of base. You have to get all 6 souls in your version and collect all the chips. Again, they want you to grind it all out. Base is just, like, sleeping in there, petrified as a statue, and he's, like, angry that you woke him up, and this is how you fight Base in this version. He says that, like, your dark soul, because Mega Man still has a dark soul, because he used that one battle chip, and that was enough. Your dark soul is calling out to him and wants to battle him, and then you have a fight with him, and he says your dark soul has, like, showed him something about, like, a way to become more powerful, and then it opens up an area called Black Earth, and this is another area of the Undernet. This is where you can fight DS versions of all the bosses in the game, including Base. These are, like, upgraded versions of all the bosses. There's a place where there's a dark hole in the Undernet, and you need the 6 special battle chips. These are, like, high-level ones that are, like, hard to get. Down in this hole, there's a mirror, and if you talk to the mirror, Mega Man has to fight his dark soul again. I assume it's, like, a very highly upgraded version of it, like a DS or something. When you beat this dark soul in the mirror, a, like, light version of Mega Man appears next to the mirror, and when you talk to it, you get a Navi customizer, the Tetris thing. You get a Navi cust program called Hub Batch, which I think just gives you, like, a whole bunch of boosts and stuff. I think that's everything I have to say about Battle Network 4. I mentioned that in 4, they had a peripheral called the Battleship Gate. It lets you do operation battles. A Navi moves on its own, and you input the thing to do the attack. There's another game between 4 and 5. It's called Battle Network Real Operation. I haven't played it. It's possible to play it. It's been, like, fan translated. Its canonicity is dubious. You don't play as Lan. You just play as yourself, operating Navis in the game as though the Game Boy Advance that you're playing on is your pet. You play as a bunch of different Navis. You can play as Mega Man, Roll, Gutsman. There's a whole bunch of other Navis. And you can be them, and all the battles in the game are operation battles, which means the game basically has to be played with the real-life battle chips that you insert into the battle chip gate. Is basically specifically designed to be all about using the battle chip gate. Of course, the battle chip gate, I don't think it was released outside of Japan. Maybe in, like, Korea. It wasn't, like, released everywhere, so neither was Real Operation. But I do think it's a cool idea to, like, embody the operator. The game that you are playing is controlling a Navi, navigating the internet. That's, like, the operator experience. That's what Lan would be doing in the game, is holding his thing and looking at the screen and controlling Mega Man and navigating him around the internet. I think it's a neat idea to make a game where that's what you, the player, do directly. The pet the player is canonically using, the advanced pet was in 4. In Real Operation, you're using an advanced pet 2. I'm not exactly sure in what ways it's different. I don't think they made specifically a toy version of that pet exactly, but they made a lot of different versions of the pet. In the anime, apparently the advanced pet 2 appears in, like, 1 episode, and it's basically just a redesign of the advanced pet. Something about it is useful for, like, preventing the use of dark chips. Dark chips. The story makes you use that dark chip that one time, but that's, like, different. and for story reasons, so it doesn't actually penalize you. You can get dark chips, and you can use them. The game has like a karma system of some kind, like it tracks your morality based on how many dark chips you use. Going to this mirror in the Undernet that gives you hub batch, I'm pretty sure that can also reset your karma. Dark chips in battle, basically, they're just a really strong chip, but if you use them, your HP permanently reduces by 1. A real strong attack now for a very, very small, like, permanent malice to your HP stat. I guess you could really screw yourself if you use, like, tons of them and shrank your HP a lot. You'd have to be really aggressively using dark chips. I think it would be very difficult to do it without, like, deliberately trying to. I think that might be the only thing that karma does. I think the mirror can reset that for you. But the dark chips are story important. They will actually continue to be important to the story of Battle Network 5, which I guess let's talk about that. Battle Network 5 came in 2 versions, Team Proto-Man and Team Colonel. I guess it was also re-released in an upgraded form on the DS called Battle Network 5 Double Team DS, which came with both versions, Team Colonel, Team Proto-Man, hence Double Team. Plot of Battle Network 5, it starts out your dad is like, hey kids, LAN and friends, come to my work at Scilab. I have something neat to show you. And when you do this, Nebula roofies your dad. They use gas. They knock everyone out with knockout gas. Except Lan, who, like, escapes from the knockout gas by, like, standing behind a wall. Nebula attacks again. Regal's back. He survived his own suicide, and he is back with a cool beard now. He kidnaps Lan's dad and steals all your friends' pets. For the rest of the game, your friends are, like, sad because they don't have their pets and they don't have their navies because he stole their little cyber buddies. But Lan still got his, so you can still have, there's still a game. After that, there's a cyber attack on Scilab, and Lan goes and, like, jacks into the Scilab and stops whatever. But anyway, it turns out this Scilab attack is like a fake. It's a false flag operation operated by someone from the government. Actually, no, I don't think they're from the government. I think they might just be, like, organizing a civilian task force to combat the threat of Nebula. Anyway, depending on the version you're playing, it's either Chowd and Proto-Man that stage this false flag operation, or it's this new guy called Barrel and his Navi Colonel. Barrel, like the grandpa from Mega Man Legends, but spelled different. Barrel is kind of just like a mysterious, shady guy. He is the former commander of something called the Netopia Network Corps, which I guess is like some sort of cyber military. But he's not that anymore. I guess he's just a guy now. They did this to, like, test Lan and see if he was good enough to join up with whichever team, Barrel's team or Chowd's team, depending on version. So they're like, all right, we're putting a team together. I'm sending you on a mission. We're going onto the internet and we're going to fight some more evil Nebula dark navies called Darkloids. And Darkloids are just like dark navies. I guess they're ones that have drank the Kool-Aid or used the dark chips and have become dark. I guess that's what makes you a Darkloid. In the anime, apparently, some navies are just born evil and born as Darkloids, but not in the game. The first Darkloid you gotta battle and, like, stop from, like, he's, like, taken over a region of the internet and you gotta go fight him, and this is Blizzard Man. Blizzard Man is pure evil in spite of appearances. So the way you battle the Darkloids in this game is with a thing called liberation missions. And a liberation mission it's sort of like a tactical strategy, grid-based kind of thing. You walk your character around the battlefield, but as normal, but the battlefield is like grids, and squares of the grids will be covered in darkness. To advance through these dark squares, you have to liberate them, and basically your goal is to clear a path through this darkness to, get to the Darkloid and defeat them. Some squares will spawn enemies, and when you fight an enemy, it takes the form of like a standard net battle with battle chips and all that. So it's like a tactical, strategic game overlaid over the framework of, the regular Battle Network battles. Some people think they're tedious. I thought they were reasonably fun. I didn't mind them. You and Proto-Man or Colonel, you kill Blizzard Man, or you liberate him. You liberate this region from his control. Then the kids are like, well, hey, we're sad because we don't have our navies, we don't have our pets, everything stinks. I think the other kids have like mini pets, so they could still like function in society, because you can't function without something to do computer stuff. But anyway, they're like, let's take our minds off this tragic thing that happened. Let's go on vacation. Let's go to a beach on an island. They have this island they go to called Oran Isle. Honestly, I have no idea where Oran Isle is supposed to be. That's a complete shot in the dark. It's not analogous to any real island as far as I'm aware. You're hanging out on the beach, you have to go fishing, and I think you have to go find like fishing line, and like a bamboo stick to make a fishing rod out of, to like try to beat Dex in a fishing contest. And I remember getting really stuck because I couldn't find I think it was the stick. Oran Isle has like a mine, like an abandoned mine on it, and the kids, I guess, I don't remember if they're like wandering around in this mine. They get lost in the mine. Maybe like a trap door opens. If they were just playing around in an abandoned mine, that seems very silly. Oh yeah, there's like an earthquake. They got lost in the mine because there was an earthquake, and they fell through like a sinkhole or something. So dangerous. Oh my God. Imagine that happening in real life. They'd just be dead. Who cares? Whatever. They get trapped in this mine. So Lan has to run around and find, there's a drilling equipment, and depending on the version you're playing, you meet either Princess Pride is here, or a new character, Tesla Gauss, who is the daughter of Mr. Gauss from Gospel in Battle Network 2, who I guess has like inherited his business because he's in jail. Tesla Gauss, okay, I guess in Japanese, I didn't mention this when I talked about him the first time. Mr. Gauss's name in Japanese is Mr. Magnus or Mr. Magnets. In Japanese, his first name is Gauss, so Gaussu Magunetsu. So in Japanese, Tesla Gauss's name is Tessura Magunetsu. She uses Magnet Man, so Magnet Man is free now. If it's Tesla, she's like running this drill just haphazardly, and you have to like get into the drill and stop it so that she doesn't like drill your friends who are trapped like underneath it. If it's Princess Pride, you have to get into the drill and activate it so she can operate it to help you drill their way out to freedom. Either way, they're an ally. They're good, actually. Even though she was going to drill your friends, it was an accident. She's good, actually, and she joins the team, and you get a new ally, and then you do another liberation mission for your team, and this time the Dark Lloyd it's Shade Man. Remember Shade Man? He's back, and Magnet Man or Night Man joins you for this liberation mission, version depending. Also later, if you go back to Oran Isle, that's where Mr. Famous is this game. His new navy this game is Gridman, as in American Gridiron Football. Another winning fan design. And I like him a lot. I think American football's got to be one of the funniest sports. Just something about it. I really enjoy calling it by its full name, American Gridiron Football. And then you meet another guy, and again, it depends on the version. In one version, it's a guy called Charlie Airstar, who is a Netopian helicopter pilot. Oh yeah, Charlie Airstar. His name in Japanese is Chari Erusuta. His navy is Gyroman. If it's him, he like makes you chase Gyroman to like test how fast you are. So you got to chase him down through like a stormy storm cloud ridden part of the internet. Charlie Airstar is he's like an American hotshot pilot. He's like kind of full of himself. He's kind of a ladies' man. This isn't canon because it's not in the game, but here is concept art of the fully adult Charlie Airstar hitting on an 11-year-old girl. I had to see that, and now you have as well. If it's the other version, then it's Shadow Man and Mr. Dark, and I think you also just have to chase him, and then they join you. Why are these people all joining the team? I don't know, because Barrel has connections. He knows people. He's inviting all the coolest dudes from across the world, from every nation, from Netopia to Netfrika. He's putting a team together to stop the biggest bad that ever was, Dr. Regal of Nebula. Then you have another liberation mission, and this time the Dark Lloyd is Cloudman in the Complete Works, the designer. Not sure if it was Ishihara or one of the other guys. There's a couple different guys. Ishihara is the one that I think has the most to say, but there's a bunch more, so I don't know if it was him. They realized that, like, oh, there's only like 4 Dark Lloyds. That's supposed to be the evil team, but there's not that many of them. He was designing Cloudman last, and he was like, there's not that many of them, so this last one, I'll just make him, like, big. I'll just make him, like, real big and scary. They'll feel like there's more of them. Not in number, but in, like, total mass and villainy. Cloudman uses a dark cloud to pick up Mega Man and kidnap him. Mega Man gets kidnapped, and they take him to, I guess, some Nebula-controlled region of the net, and they're like, we're gonna use a dark chip on him. We're gonna endarken him. We're gonna Dark Lloyd-eyes him forcibly, against his will. And then there's a scene where Lan's like, I think this might only be in the Proto Man version. Oh my god, they kidnapped Mega Man. What am I gonna do? And Chowd's like, we gotta continue the mission. It's too important. Just use a replacement Navi. And Lan punches Chowd in the face for saying to use a different Navi than Mega Man. And Chowd is just like, okay, you still gotta do that. Like, the mission's too important. Chowd isn't even mad that he gets punched in the face. And he's like, yeah, anyway, here's Proto Man. Use Proto Man instead. And Lan's like, okay, I will. In Colonel version, you must control Colonel. So the next mission, there's a cruise ship called the Queen Bohemia, docked in, where's it docked? It's docked somewhere near Scilab. In Japanese, the Queen Bohemia is called the Queen Czeko Go, which apparently means the Queen Czech, like CZ Either Princess Pride because she's royalty, or Tesla Gauss because she's a billionaire or whatever. One of them like gets you exclusive access to this high society party going on this cruise ship. And the party on the cruise ship is about like they're showing off we've developed a new program, we're going to show it off. And then the program gets stolen and it's like a heist mystery. The grand ballroom that the reveal was in has these big pillars that are like mirrored and puts together that like, oh, the way that they jacked in to the computer without being seen is that they use these mirrors to bounce a laser around into the thing to jack in and steal the program. You jack into the ship's computer, whatever Navi stole the thing, he must be like in the ship's computer or using the ship's computer to get away. You're chasing after him, and like another guy is there. And in one version, it's Napalm Man, who we used to work for the World 3. He's piloted by a new guy. This guy's name is Firefox, like the browser. In Japanese, his name is Nenji Rokushakudama. Anyway, Firefox, the wiki says he's a pyromaniac, which, like, when I hear that, it implies to me that, like, he goes around lighting things on fire and, like, burning down buildings for fun. He's holding, like, a big cannon, and I'm pretty sure that his deal is that he's a pyrotechnician. Like, he does fireworks. I think he must, therefore, be on this ship because he's a fireworks guy and he's, like, gonna put on a fireworks display for these rich people, I assume. No, I'm wrong. I just looked it up. He is the one that stole the program. The program is called the Booster System, and he stole the program because it would help him do good fireworks somehow. I didn't play this scenario. I played the other version. The other version has a guy named Dingo. Dingo's name would, like, imply to me that he might be Australian Aboriginal, but no, he is like, I mean, he looks, I'm no expert, but he looks to me like some sort of Native American. His Navi is Tomahawk Man. I think his garb looks more like South American, whereas like Tomahawk Man looks more like North American, like Plains Indians. There's like a whole cultural mishmash melange going on there. I don't know. Let's not worry about it too much. Best to just move on. I guess Dingo is there to net battle the guests, like, for entertainment. Dingo did not steal the thing. He also wants to, like, help you find who stole it, but I don't think you ever do, because it was Firefox, and Firefox isn't in this version. And then it's time for another liberation mission, and this time the Dark Lloyd you must battle and liberate the area from is Mega Man. Mega Man has been endarkenated. He is Dark Mega Man. He's got a dark soul again, but they don't say it like that this time. He's just dark now. You're controlling Colonel, and also you got like 4 other guys now, and so your whole team, you fight Mega Man. You liberate him. Mega Man is good again after this. Honestly, I'm not sure why. Maybe Lan just goes like, Mega Man, remember who you are, and he goes, yes, I remember friendship. Remember hub.bat. Remember the Kokoro Puroguramu. Remember full synchro. I don't know. By some mechanism, he is unendarkened. Because of this, like, contact with the darkness, he now has an ability called Chaos Unison. We don't do Double Soul anymore. Now we do Chaos Unison. No, sorry. That's wrong. We do still do Double Soul. Chaos Unison is just a kind of Double Soul, because to Double Soul, you, like, sacrifice a chip elementally aligned with the soul you want to double. So if you sacrifice a dark chip, remember the dark chips are the evil ones that are powerful, but they cost you maximum HP. If you sacrifice a dark chip, that's not the same as using it, so you don't incur HP loss. That's how you do the Chaos Unison Double Soul, which is like a more powerful dark version of the Double Soul. So if you had like a dark chip that was also like a fire elemental chip, I think then you would become Chaos Unison Fireman Double Soul. Pretty sure that's how it would work. The charge attack becomes the dark chip that you sacrificed, but it only lasts for 1 turn instead of 3 turns like a normal Double Soul. Also, he can do a thing that's called the Dark Soul Unison, and by the way, a Double Soul, that's the English name for it. In Japanese, the name is Soul Unison. So Chaos Unison makes more sense as an iteration of the Soul Unison. Chaos Unison is you sack a dark chip. There's also Dark Soul Unison, which is, so there's a thing called the emotion window, and it's like up in the top left corner, and Mega Man's status can change. Like if he changes form, it shows his face and his changed form. When he goes full synchro, he does that by like successfully countering an attack. If he gets hit really hard, he can enter like a rage state, which gives him a boost. If he keeps getting hit without retaliating, he enters like a worried state and he can't soul unison while he's worried. If he uses a dark chip, he enters a state called the evil state. And if he's in an evil state, then if he would be killed, like take lethal damage, he instead like stays at 1 HP and he does something called a dark soul unison where he double souls with his own dark soul. I'm pretty sure this actually was a thing in 4 and I just forgot to mention it because I never saw it because I'm too good at the game. I simply would never be reduced to 0 HP. It just wouldn't come up. If you use enough dark chips, you will always be in evil state, so you'll always do this. Dark soul unison, you don't control him. He moves on his own and starts shooting like dark buster blast. It reminds me of Heartless Shadow Sora from Kingdom Hearts 2. I guess you control Sora when he goes dark. About the emotion window, that's another thing that the DS remake added is they gave you like another possible state you could enter in the emotion window called the critical state or the danger state. It's like a pity mechanic where like if you're getting owned really hard, you enter the critical state, which gives you like a whole bunch of boosts. It's supposed to like make it easier for you not to die. The next ally you meet, you don't like meet them on a mission. I think they just like introduce them to you at headquarters. Depending on version, it's either Rika and Searchman from Sharo again, or it's Higsby and Numberman. Either way, you go to a place called End Castle in a place called, is it End City? End City in English, Endo City, it's titled in English, Endo Shiti in Japanese. I think the name is meant to sound like Edo, as in like the old name for Japan back in like the Edo period. But anyway, this castle, I mean, this is there's castles like this in Japan, but I think this one seems to be specifically based on Nagoya Castle, or it's very similar to it at least, in a place called Nagoya. Oh, that would be, where's Nagoya? I think that would be somewhere between Yoka and Swapopolis. Old-timey Japanese castle. They've got like samurai armor and stuff on display and samurai swords and whatnot, which have computers in them and you can jack into the sword and the armor, find goodies in there. But anyway, your new ally, either Rika or Numberman, attacks you at End Castle. Why are they doing this? Oh, I know. It's just an imposter. It's some evil Navi just pretending to be your friend and fighting you just to mess with your head. So you kill that guy, and then you're like, okay, we did it. Then you go on another liberation mission, and you liberate some more squares, and the Dark Lloyd this time is Cosmo Man. And guess what? He's another fan submission, fan design. Very nice. So remember, your dad is still kidnapped. Regal is literally holding your dad captive in Nebula Base and torturing him. He's literally torturing your dad for information. He wants something from your dad. Lan finds like a secret message. You get a message from dad and it's like secret instructions to like a place to go in the internet. You go there and there's like a hidden portal, secret doorway into, it's actually very similar to the like little pocket area that was in Alpha. Remember in 3, you found that little zone in Alpha that had like Tadashi Hikari, Grandpa's old lab, and like a memory of Grandpa inside of it, and that was where Mega Man's data was protected and why he didn't get deleted when Alpha died. So there's a very similar thing here. These are called vision bursts. Sometimes on the internet, a memory imprint of a real place will just spontaneously be like copied into being. I think Grandpa did make the one in Alpha on purpose, but it's like the same type of thing. So this is a vision burst of AC/DC Town. Lan has a clue that there's like secret information hidden in the data of the old family dog. Okay. So like every game, there's conspicuously a doghouse in front of Lan's house. And there's no dog in the doghouse. There's like a security system, a computerized security system disguised as the doghouse, and you can always jack into it, and there's viruses in there, and usually there's items. But so it turns out this doghouse, there did used to be a dog in it. Your dad used to have a dog named Gao, who was this like ugly little dog. They deliberately say he's ugly. That's not me opining on the dog. That's the game's opinion of him. By the way, this is AC/DC's past, so shouldn't it look like AC/DC Town before the art style changed? Because when they changed the art style, they also completely changed like the layout of AC/DC Town. So really it should look like the old AC/DC Town, but it doesn't. It looks like the new version of AC/DC Town. Oh well. There's people walking around. It's memories of the people that live here. Data memory of Gao, the dog, should be here. Lan thinks that there's like secret data in Gao. Gao's like missing, and it seems like Nebula's to blame. Like Nebula's been here, and I guess they made off with Gao. Your mom gives you Lan's mom gives him another clue about another vision burst. It's another one of Oran Isle, right? This is an excuse to reuse the tile sets of the existing locations in the game with a filter over it so it looks like old-timey. There's this other one on Oran Isle. Gao is like running away from Nebula. Nebula is trying to like track down Gao. They didn't get him yet, but they're hunting him down because there's secret information in that freaking dog. Cloud Man gets the drop on Proto Man and deletes him. If it's kernel version, then Kernel gets deleted by Cloudman because Rabida and Toadman are so incompetent. If it's Proto-Man version, then Proto-Man gets deleted by Cloudman because Jasmine and Medi are so incompetent. Of course, it's a woman, screws up so bad that there's a horrible accident, gets in the way at the wrong moment. Either way, the leader has lost their Navi, they're out of commission. Lan, you're the new leader. Whichever screw up caused this to happen, they're like, I want to join the team. Sure. Sounds good. They're coming along on liberation missions. Turns out that whoever was Proto-Man or Colonel, whichever, they're not actually dead. They were also turned evil, and now you got to do a liberation mission against them, just like you had to do against Mega Man. Jasmine and Medi. Medi is like a medic type healer Navi. I basically have nothing to say about Jasmine other than that she is the one who is from Choina. At least in Japanese she is. In English I don't think they bring it up. You do a mission against your former ally, and then when you beat him, it's either Medi or it's Toadman. I guess Toadman also has healing abilities. I don't remember if he was a healing guy before. I just realized Medi's a female. Is that like the second female Navi? Has there been another one since Roll? I guess that's slightly interesting. I guess whichever one caused this thing, they make up for it because they use their healing powers are instrumental in healing the darkness from whichever guy we're talking about. We healed Mega Man without the need for that before, but I guess this was like this wasn't just regular darkness, this was advanced darkness. Did I mention that like you're collecting the double soul, like you're bonding with the souls of all these people who are becoming your allies and also who you're battling against sometimes? In Team Proto Man, the double souls, the soul unisons, you get our Magnet, Gyro Soul, Napalm Soul, Search Soul, Medi Soul, and Proto Soul. Kernel version, it's Night Soul, Shadow Soul, Tomahawk Soul, Number Soul, Toad Soul, and Kernel Soul. And of course, there are Chaos Unison versions of all of these that are just darker, different color. This game also had a new version of the pet. This one was called the Progress Pet. Assume it did the same thing as the previous version, like its toy versions were probably, again, just like a virtual pet. Pet. It's a pet in both senses of the word. Nothing comes to mind as being particularly special about the Progress Pet. I guess it has the functionality of the party customizer, which is like when you go into a liberation battle, you pick like which party members. I think you can sort of assign like a bonus and like pick which of your party members get like a boost to some stat or something. Regal successfully tortures your dad enough that he figures out that he's got to get Gao, and they get Gao and they get whatever data he's in. So that's bad. Another rope ladder from the helicopter. They reuse that animation of the rope ladder dropping from the helicopter. It looks great. I loved it. I love it every time. So you take another helicopter to the Nebula base, and the Nebula base is in the crater of Mount Belinus, which I mentioned before is the in-game equivalent of Mount Fuji. So it's in the crater of Mount Fuji, and the Nebula base is where they create dark chips. This is where dark chips have come from all the time. Nebula produces them because Nebula is evil. It both is evil and loves evil, and it wants there to be more evil in the world. Regal just thinks evil is good, actually, and he wants more of it. Oh yeah, Regal goes on TV, and he makes an announcement to the world. He's going to enact something called SoulNet. Again, Soul. So you go to Mount Belinus, and of course you fight all the bosses again. You fight Cosmo Man and Cloud Man and the rest. So you find your friend's stolen pets. They're here in the base. You get them. Gutsman and Roll and Glide are saved. Dad is here, and you find out that the secret data that was in Gao was half of a thing called SoulNet. It was schematics for this thing. So what SoulNet is like, it sounds not too dissimilar from like the Evangelion Human Instrumentality Project. SoulNet is like the internet, but it will like connect all humans' souls together, make humanity into like one interconnected empathic hive mind is what it sounds like it's meant to do. Grandpa, Tadashi Hikari, and Dr. Wily, back in the day, they came up with this, like they designed SoulNet. I guess they were like, we could make it, but let's not. Let's just pump the brakes on this turning humanity into a hive mind thing. You can't unring that bell once you do it, so let's not rush into anything. So they didn't do it. They had the plans for it, and they split the plans in half. Each one of them gave half the plan for SoulNet to their son. Grandpa gave his SoulNet schematics to Yuichiro, his son, and Yuichiro hid them in this dog data, in this vision burst town memory. And Wily gave his to his son, who is Dr. Regal. Yes, Dr. Regal has been Wily's son all along. Now, Regal has both halves of the SoulNet schematics. He's like, now I can make SoulNet. I'm going to activate SoulNet, connect the souls of all people, and I'm going to connect them all in evil. I'm going to spread evil, dark, bad feelings into everyone's souls through SoulNet and make everyone evil because I just think it would be a cool thing to do. I just think it would be neat. So he turns on SoulNet, and I guess it's like immediately working because all your friends are suddenly, they start like fighting. I think you see like scenes of people around the world, other NPCs you've interacted with, who just like turn into jerks. People in town just like start yelling at each other like, I'm walking here. Your friends who are here to help you in this mission, they all start fighting too. But not Lan, because I forgot to mention this. Lan's mom gave him like a special amulet of something called magnetometal or magnometal. Magnometal. Yeah, like a special amulet from Grandpa. Magnometal shields you from SoulNet, so Lan is the only one who does not turn into a jerk. When you're fighting the final boss, your friends just like show up and support you anyway, even though like you haven't beaten the final boss, which is what you should have to do that in order to undo the effects of SoulNet. But they just get over it even before SoulNet has been defeated, so it like doesn't matter. So the source of this evil that he intends to spread through SoulNet, and also the source of the evil that they use to manufacture dark chips, is a thing called Nebula Gray. I guess Mount Belinus would be like here. Oh, and you know, actually your dad and Regal are also like here in Mount Belinus. Laserman's not in this game. Maybe he died because you killed him on the meteor. So Nebula Gray, I mean, it's this giant demon. It's got these chains on its arms, and the designer in the complete work says he put the chains on it because it's supposed to be like people's evil emotions that are like barely restrained, I guess. It is made out of like people's evil emotions, and it also like amplifies people's evil emotions. So it's just like this being of pure evil that is made from and creates more evil. And it's on the internet. That just sounds like the internet in real life. Mega Man fights Nebula Gray. He loses, but then I guess they activate hub.bat. He becomes Hub again. Hub is able to like seal Nebula Gray in some sort of like sphere or something. Yeah, he's like sealing Nebula Gray, and Colonel shows up, does something to like help seal Nebula Gray. Whether you played Proto Man version or Colonel version, it's Colonel that shows up at the end here to help you seal Nebula Gray. And I played Colonel version, but I gotta imagine it's really weird to play through Proto Man version and then Colonel shows up at the end, because like you've literally never even seen Colonel. Like, who is this guy? And then they like do like a spirit bomb, power of friendship, everyone like in the planet, lend me your energy, Mega Man, or lend you my energy, and he kills Nebula Gray, and he's dead, and SoulNet's dead. And SoulNet is dead, and everyone's nice again. And the lesson is that everyone is nice on the internet, and if someone is evil, it's just because there's one bad program or website that's making them evil, and if you just delete that, then everyone's good, actually. So Nebula's dead. Nebula, the organization, I mean, as well as Nebula Gray, the demon. Without Nebula Gray, they can't make dark chips anymore. The dark chip addiction epidemic has been curtailed. That's over now. No more of that. After the end, right? After the credits and whatever, you see Wily. So Dr. Wily, turns out he's fine. Was not absorbed body and soul into Alpha. He is back somehow. And he shows up in like Barrel's headquarters and is like talking to you and is like, so here's what's up. I, Wily, used SoulNet because like I sort of created it, so I know how to do stuff with it. I used it to erase the last 10 years of Regal, my son, my evil son's memories. I have erased the last 10 years of his memories, and now he's good again. Because I guess he was good, except for some reason in the last 10 years he became evil, but I've deleted that, so he's good again. He can just go back to being a scientist, and he's normal now. And I guess Wily is good now? I mean, he's not. It seems that way in this scene, but like that's not the case. Wily's still evil, but for some reason he de-evils Regal. I guess maybe he thought that Regal was too evil, even for his liking. Maybe even though Wily is evil, having his son be evil is like, no, I don't care for that. I don't like it. I don't know. I can't explain to you why Wily does this, but that's what he does. The post game, there's a secret boss in the Undernet. He's another solo net Navi. This guy's name is Larkman, as in like the bird. Only he's clearly not a lark. He's clearly a swallow. And indeed, his name in Japanese is Swallow Man. And I think they just changed his name because I guess it's like sort of a sexual double entendre. But I mean, even aside from that, it's just makes you think of like gulping. He, too, is another winning fan design. The rest of the post game, there's like a secret area where there's other liberation missions. I know you can fight base, of course. There's a thing called, you can get a form. This is so weird because like the next game, 6, has a thing called the cross system. Instead of the souls things, it's crosses. But in this game, it's souls. And yet in this game, in 5, you can get a form called, there's base cross. It's like double souling with base, but they just call it cross. There's like a gold version and a silver version. And one of them is the Proto Man one, and the other one is the Colonel one. And also, and I'm pretty sure this was just in the DS remake, there's another one called Soul Cross, as in like the Gundel Soul, as in like Solar Boy Django. I didn't see any mention of Boktai content in the post game in 5, but there is the Soul Cross form. I'm pretty sure that's everything in 5. If I missed anything, I'll put them on screen now. I'm sorry. There's just so many. There's just so many, like, forms. Just wait until we get to 6. But first, before 6, there is another mobile-only game called Legend of Network, and this was released after 6, but it's set between 5 and 6, so I'll talk about it now. Again, I didn't play this because it's one of those mobile-only games, but I know the gist of what happens. So there was an ancient civilization called Atlampia. This was sometime in the year 1XXX BC. They had computers, they had network, they had the internet, they had navies and stuff. So they were super advanced society, but like, I guess they were too good for their own good, and they waged cyber war against their enemies, and they perished in cyber war. Anyway, in present day, so Lan and Chowd are, in this game, they're part of something called Net Patrol, which I guess is like being an official net battler, but it's different. It kind of sounds like they're sort of appointed like a sheriff, like a local deputy or something for their town. So Lan is the net patrol guy for AC/DC. And also apparently this is a secret because like Lan has to keep it a secret from his mom that he's like the net patrol guy. Like shady, I don't know. Seems weird. There's another town that's only mentioned in this game called At Town. And at At Town there's like a museum exhibit about an ancient civilization. And of course it's about Atlampia. And there's a rare jewel called the LON stone, like Legacy of Network. And Lan starts getting cryptic emails from someone called LON, Legacy of Network, telling him of what's going to happen. So someone hacks into Scilab. It's Thunderman. They're like, is it a copy? Is it Cash? Is he making evil copies of navies again? No, it's actually Thunderman, but he's being controlled by someone. He's actually being controlled by a virus kind of very similar to the Zero virus that makes you act up and go crazy. This is a virus that lets another guy control you, and the guy controlling him is this horse navvy called Reverse, and he's controlling him by way of a virus called the Trojan, like the Trojan virus in real life. And Reverse says that he works for a guy who has no name. He says that his boss has thrown his name away, so the guy he works for is someone called Nobody. They try to apprehend Reverse, but they fail because he's too powerful. He flees. Also, there's a tournament. Shuko Kido and Aquaman show up and join this tournament. There were a bunch of chapters. I don't have all the info about exactly what happens in each chapter. The larger plot of this is that this girl from Netopia, she was literally like called the net sheriff of, I don't know where she lived, somewhere. Charisse is her name. Charisse the net sheriff. She is here as like an exchange student or something, and she's apparently really good, and they make her Lan's partner. So she and Lan are like partner net patrol sheriffs of AC/DC town, and Mail is jealous because Mail's whole thing is that she has a crush on Lan, and she's jealous of Charisse, and she's like, I want to spend time with Lan, and Charisse is like, no. So Charisse is like a net battling prodigy. Also, of course, her navvy is called Ride Man, and he's a cowboy. Charisse just loves cowboy westerns, so she made a cowboy navvy. Shuko, she goes to like pray for victory in this tournament that she's entering at like the AC/DC shrine, and while she's at this shrine, Aquaman starts acting up and going crazy. It's the Trojan virus. It's Reverse. He's back. They try to fight Reverse. Charisse shows up, but they can't find him. He's gotten away. Where the heck did he go? There's a part where Lan and Chowd, there's like an oil tycoon, a Netopian oil tycoon and his wife on their honeymoon. They're flying to to Electopia as part of their honeymoon trip. You're like their escort. They're called the Abramo couple, right? I have them in my notes here under minor characters. So minor, I probably shouldn't even bother mentioning them, but I will, darn it. The mobile games, Phantom of Network and Legacy of Network, have another guy. They sort of have their own version of like Mr. Famous. He's a guy named Kitagawa. Kitagawa is, I guess, also based on a real guy, and he is also like a legendary net battler who advises young net battlers on how to excel. Apparently it's not known who he's based on. The wiki speculates that he is probably based on a guy who appears in the game's credits called Koichi Kitagawa. Whoever that is, he's in the game. On that subject, there's some characters who you don't like see them in real life. You don't see them physically in the game, but there's like message boards in the game. At certain parts in the internet, there's like, I think they're called BBS systems. They're like forums. They're like in the game. Characters in the game will post messages there, and you can read them. And sometimes you can pick like side quests to go on, or there's like helpful hints for battling or something. And there's a couple characters that appear in there a lot. There's a guy called Koetsu, Big Bro Koetsu, a very helpful guy, and he is based on a real life person called Matsuda Koetsu, who I think is another Capcom employee. One of the main programmers of the series, the wiki informs me. There's also a guy called Soul Battler Takeshi. He is another like BBS message board poster in the game, in many of the games. He is another like hotshot ace battler. He's got great battle tips and whatever. He's like a Capcom personality, kind of like Mami. Takeshi is like a character that a guy plays at like real life Capcom events. No, the real guy's name is Takeshi Sato. He's another Capcom hype guy. The plot of Legend of Network is thus. The twist is that whenever Reverse appears and causes havoc, Charisse shows up to net battle with Rideman, and Reverse is nowhere to be found. Well, the twist is Reverse is Rideman. He's reverse Rideman. He's like Rideman's alternate personality. Basically, the Trojan virus infected Rideman, and it gave him this alter ego who also can control the Trojan virus and infect other Navis with the Trojan virus and control them with the Trojan virus. So the guy that he works for is this guy called Nobody. He threw his name away or whatever. He and Charisse, they're both Atlampians from the ancient past who were like cryogenically frozen. Charisse must have woken up a while ago because she's like pretty well acclimated to modern society. She likes Western movies, which are a modern thing. Nobody is like disgusted because he sees like in our net technology, he sees remnants of old Atlampian technology, and he's disgusted with what we do with it. He thinks modern society is gross. There's so much evil in the world. People like Wily and World 3 and Regal and Nebula. There's so much evil in the world. I should probably hatch an evil scheme to destroy society exactly like they wanted to do, to stop them from doing that. I want to destroy society because I don't like it, because I'm mad. My civilization ended and I'm annoyed about that, so I'm doing it again. Charisse is like initially in cahoots with him, but I think through the power of friendship and like Lan being like, no, society's good actually, she like changes her mind and is like, no, I'm with Lan now. I don't want to do the evil plan anymore. Mr. Nobody, sir. The more detailed backstory about Atlampia is that there was this guy, Nobody was a scientist, but he was like an underling to like a senior scientist named Dr. Troy, and Troy designed the Trojan horse virus to infect like other countries' computers and stuff for cyber war. The reason that Atlampia died, and I like this detail, I nodded in appreciation of this, they waged such effective cyber war on their neighbors that they destroyed their enemies. But then, because they were such like an integrated society, global supply chains and stuff, by destroying all of their enemies, they denigrated and degenerated the supply chain, and their society collapsed because they were like dependent on trade and stuff with their neighbors. So destroying all their neighbors had the knock-on effect of then they also died. So Atlampian civilization fell for that reason. Nobody is like, well, I'm reviving the Trojan horse virus, I'm going to destroy society. Lan's like, no thank you. You go and you fight him at the ruins of Atlampia. I guess it's somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, which I guess would be like on the opposite side of Netopia. You can't see it on this globe here. Beating the Trojan horse virus does like a reality warping effect, much like the weird black hole stuff that was happening in the servers over Gospel when they were trying to recreate base. Conveniently opens up a time rift, and it shoots Nobody 3,000 years into the past. Let's put Nobody on the board. And he goes back to when Atlampia ended. He just lives out the rest of his life in the past, post-fall of Atlampia, but he sees that like our empire fell, our civilization ended, but like life went on. People just kept living. A new country rose after that. It wasn't the end of the world. I think that's a little heartwarming, honestly. I assume Charisse goes back to Netopia to be a sheriff again at the end, and we've all learned a valuable lesson. The Trojan horse virus, I assume, is dead for good. Nobody is just sent back to the past, so I'll just put him in a little past box. Instead of like double soul unison or whatever, in Legacy of Network, Charisse has like a thing she invented that's called the trans arm. It's kind of similar to Double Soul. You sacrifice a battle chip, but instead of becoming like a form evocative of the soul you're merging with, I think it changes your buster into like Fireman's like torch blast, where you just get a weapon. Okay, I think that's all I have to say about Legacy of Network, Phantom of Network. I didn't realize how much I had to say about these games. Kind of thought I was going to be like done by now. Is this going to be longer than the original Mega Man video? Oh, I guess we'll see. Nothing to do but keep going, I guess. No, wait. There is something else to do. Pop a Gridlock Ultra White. Man, Aldi should sponsor me. I'm probably the highest profile. Okay, anyway. Oh my god. Okay, so Battle Network 6. LAN. They're moving. He's moving. He's no longer living in AC/DC town. I think the plan here might have been to do like a soft reboot with like a new cast and like a new setting. I suspect that they may not have known that this was going to be the last Battle Network game until maybe they were already a ways into developing it. Anyway, yeah, Lan's dad gets a new job, so they move to a new place called Cyber City, in Japanese, Saiba City. Cyber City is, they just say it's near Den City, like it's not that far away. How near is near? I don't know. Could it be maybe where Chiba is on the Boso Peninsula? Could it maybe be across Electopia on the western coast? Yeah, it could be any of these places. It's not analogous to any real world specific location. Let's just say it's like here, so it doesn't really matter. The map is so crowded that everyone should be smushed in here in this area, but like they kind of had to spread them out a little bit. It's impossible. Oh yeah, Nebula Gray is dead. I still think Laserman is probably dead. I'm calling it. Laserman died on that meteor. Laserman does appear in Real Operation Battle Network 4.5, but that one's canonicity is dubious. I'm pretty sure Regal goes back to work at Scilab after Wily wipes his evil memories. Cyber City is like, they're a little bit like more advanced technologically than Den City. They're like a hub of scientific research and technological innovation. There's like a bunch of little towns inside Cyber City, and each of which is dedicated to a specific area of research and technology. Instead of the old metro line, which is basically like the high-speed rail that exists today, Cyber City, the public transit there is on a thing called the Lev bus. It's a bus that runs along an immaterial, like magnetic track through the sky. So very, very advanced, very neat. Specifically, he lives in Central Town, Japanese Sentoraru Town, the neighborhood of Cyber City that Lan lives in. First thing he does when he gets there is there's a girl who's being attacked by a dog. He like scares this dog off. It's this Fluttershy looking girl who is very shy and doesn't speak, and we will find out that her name is Iris. If you know classic Mega Man or Mega Man X, you know this person might just be important. Lan makes friends with some new kids in Sentoraru Town. There's Mick. I don't want to say he's a tough guy, because he's not tough. Nobody like respects him, but he's sort of like a scrappy, aggressive kid who like wants to fight you, and everyone like thinks he's a loser. And also Tab, who is a freaking nerd, a real dragon warrior looking character. His family like runs the shop. He like works at the shop because it's like his family business, and he sells stuff, and he's also a kid in your class, and you know, whatever. Not a ton to say about Mick and Tab. Mick's Japanese name is Kojiro Aragaki. Tab's Japanese name is Asuta Omori, in case you were wondering. I'm sure you weren't. Lan's new school is called Cyber Academy. His teacher at Cyber Academy, how would I describe him? The mullet gives me like 80s action star energy. His name is Joe Mach, in Japanese Go Maha. So Lan's like the new kid, and Mick is like an asshole. Can I say asshole? Is that too spicy for YouTube? I don't think so. I think that's fine. Mick is like an asshole, and he's like, I just wants to pick on the new kid. Someone lower on the totem pole than me. Let's bully him. So he like messes with Lan, and Lan is like, hey, knock it off, and whatever, they get in a fight. Long story short, the school has security bots that are these floating police robots. They go haywire and they start like lighting the building on fire, interrupting their lesson. They were learning about a thing called copybots, which is a new technology that I guess has just been invented. And a copybot is a robot a Navi can like put their consciousness into, and then it will project like a little holographic projection of the Navi, and this allows a Navi to like walk around in real life. They put Mega Man into this copybot, and Mega Man like walks around in real life and like interacts with kids at the school. So Mega Man can kind of like come into the real world now through the magic of copybots. How nifty. The police robots go haywire, everything's on fire. It turns out that Mick has like this new Navi. He had just like a regular normal Navi. Anyway, he got this new Navi called Blastman.exe. His old Navi was like, screw this. Blastman's a jerk. I'm out of here. And Blastman's like, hey, Mick, let's do a practical joke. Let's just mess with your classmates a little bit. Let's just like pretend to set the school on fire just to get everyone's goat. And Mick's like, yeah, that sounds fun. Of course, Blastman actually sets the school on fire because he's evil. So Mick is like, oh, it went too far. Oops. Joe Mock, Mr. Mock, tries to do like an action hero karate against the police robots that are lighting everything on fire. You know, it doesn't work, but it was a valiant effort. Anyway, of course, you solve this problem by jacking into some computer and doing a fire-themed dungeon and defeating Blastman. For some reason, the principal of this school is also the mayor of... He's the mayor of all of Cyber City and also principal of the school. His name is Mayor Kane, or in Japanese, Kane Sicho. I guess it's a reference to, like, Dr. Kane from Mega Man X, although he's named after him, but that's where the similarity ends. Kane has, like, a grandfather who did something in the past that will be relevant. Maybe that Kane is the one that's meant to be reminiscent of Dr. Kane. But we never actually see that guy. He's just mentioned. A penguin from the local aquarium, a penguin named Plata, decides that it likes Mick. It has escaped from the aquarium, and it decides that Mick is its friend, this too cool for school tough kid. He's like, oh, I guess this penguin's so annoying, but of course, you know, he grows to like it. So there's a guy at the aquarium, and it's a very similar situation to the Yoka Zoo with Inukai. This guy called Blackbeard, Kurohige in Japanese. This guy called Blackbeard, he's like an animal trainer, and he has set all the freaking animals loose, as you do when you're an evil animal guy. His Navi is Dive Man. You're like, okay, we need to set off the aquarium like food chime, because when the animals hear the food chime, they will all calm down because they know it's feeding time and return to their pens to get fed. There's like an angry seal in the way. This seal is real big and strong, so you can't get past it. One of the animal trainers is like, oh, well, if you give that seal its favorite ball, it'll play with the ball, and then you can go and set off the chime. But oops, the ball is resting at the bottom of a deep pool, and lands like, well, I can't dive that deep or something. Can't go in the water for some reason. So Iris, the mysterious quiet girl, appears. I think she just like appears on the roof. She points out that there are actually copybots here in the aquarium. So Megaman.exe can jack in and enter the copybot, and then Mega Man's robot body can go and walk underwater and grab the ball so they can move the seal, so they can sound the chime, so the animals can get fed, and Blackbeard's plan will end. What was his plan? Is he trying to steal something? Or is he just trying to do terrorism? I can't remember. Blackbeard, like, takes Mick captive. I think he gets him like a headlock, and Plata and a seal like help rescue Mick, and Mick's like, maybe this penguin's not so bad after all. So then there's a version difference. Remember, this 6 comes in 2 different versions, Cybeast Gregar and Cybeast Falzar. In Falzar version, Shuko Kido, the girl with Aquaman, the unlucky girl, although in this game he's called Spoutman. Also, I don't think I mentioned this, but I think that Starman, in the anime, he's called Nova Man. She and Spoutman show up as student teachers at Cyber Academy. Because she's sort of a teacher, she like offers you a lesson on the power of water. And to learn this power of water, you operate Spoutman as he walks through, I don't remember, sorry, I don't remember all the details. There's so many dungeons. You do some kind of themed water dungeon as Spoutman. And then she's like, great, you are a master of water. You may now pilot Spoutman. If you ever want to be Spoutman instead of Mega Man, if you do it through her PC, you can like enter the net as Spoutman. There'll be different guys you can control, and the different guys have different abilities they can use on the environment that like remove different barriers. There's certain areas that you can only access as one guy or another. In Gregar version, instead of Shuko Kido, it's Mr. Match. Mr. Match is back. Let's just go ahead and move these guys into Cyber City. And if Mr. Match is your student teacher, then he's like, well, Lan, I'm going to teach you an important lesson about the power of fire. And then you operate, I think it's Heatman. He's got so many navies, but I think it's Heatman. There's a new pet for 6. It's called the Link Pet _EX. The upgrade that it confers is the fact that you can like operate different navies with it or something. It's kind of a big thing in this game, is that you can play as other navies besides Mega Man. Other than that, I'm not sure what is novel about the Link Pet EX. Also, in addition to like now you can be that guy, you also get, all right, so they no longer longer do double soul. Now they do, there's a thing called the cross system, which I'm sure it's different somehow. Surely they wouldn't just do it again, but just give it a different name. It's very similar to double soul. You don't sacrifice a chip to activate it the way you sacrifice a chip to activate double soul. You just like select it and do it. It lasts all battle instead of being like time limited to 3 rounds like double soul was. It's called the cross system or the cross change system. In Japanese, kurosu chenji sisutemu. Now there's a similar sounding thing that is completely different in the anime. There's something called cross fusion. Cross fusion is when, you know how in the area around the Kotobuki servers it was like warping space, the barrier between the digital world and the real world was breaking down. At some point in the anime, in an area like that where there's a dimensional warp between the cyber world and the real world, a cross fusion is when a human and their Navi basically merge into one being. The Navi comes into the real world by merging with their human, and they become a Pokemon Gijinka sort of thing. In the game, that does not happen. Navis can come into the real world, but only through the copy bot, like Mega Man did at school. So a sexy goth clown lady decides to hold a cyber jamboree, which I guess is just a dance party for Navis, on the internet. And she's like, everybody come dance. And then Iris appears and she's like, Lan, don't go to that dance party. A dire prophecy. And it turns out, yep, the dance party is a scheme by a terrorist. The clown lady is a terrorist. Her name is Yuika Chirol in Japanese. She's evil, and her Navi, Circus Man. There was a Clown Man in Mega Man. In Battle Network, we've had Color Man and Circus Man, who are both basically clowns, but neither of them is Clown Man. Even though Wizard Man wasn't really a magician, they still called him Magic Man instead of Wizard Man just to make that reference, but they didn't do that with Clown Man. Circus Man sucks up all the life energy or whatever, the souls of these Navis that are dancing, and then he uses their power to awaken. There's like a giant hole in the Undernet. Out of this hole, he awakens the 2 Cyberbeasts. A long time ago, Gregar was first. Junk data just sort of spontaneously accumulated into a digital cyber demon, and the thing just went on a rampage and went crazy. And then humans were like, okay, well, the only way to beat a digital cyber demon is with a bigger digital cyber demon. So then they went and deliberately made another Cybeast Falzar, and rampaged just as much as Cybeast Gregar. So they were like, well, okay, we've just doubled the problem, actually. Eventually they did battle each other, they fought with each other, and someone, I guess it was probably like Scilab, they managed to push them down like a big hole in the internet. And they've just been battling at the bottom of this sinkhole, and Circus Man like draws them back up. By the way, their names are Glaga and Falzer in Japanese. Gregar is the one that like formed naturally out of like bug data, and it is a wolf. And it kind of looks like Gospel, so I think there's sort of an implication that Cybeast Gregar is sort of the ultimate culmination of whatever process created Gospel. Like if it went even further, it maybe would have matured into a Gregar. I don't know, that's how it seems to me. Circus Man, his power is actually about animal control. That's what he's good at doing, not like clowning. Circuses do have animals in them. He uses his animal control power. He like absorbs one of them, whichever version you're not playing, he absorbs that one. Official net battlers show up and like chase him off. And the other one just flees. And so of course you go track it down because it's evil. The unleashing of the Cyberbeasts has also unleashed ghosts, demons. I don't know, they're these like balls of evil energy. There's certain parts of the net where these evil ghost demons are just hanging around. And there's a thing in this game, it's kind of similar to the Liberation missions, but instead of being like a strategy RPG battle, it's more like a puzzle. The official net battlers give you things called soul weapons. The only thing that can defeat these evil balls of energy is soul weapons. There's like, is it like a gun, a knife, a sword, and an axe? Yes, that's right. Each region has a certain number of these balls, spirits. Each of them requires a certain number of hits with a soul weapon to be destroyed. So you have to like use however many soul weapons you're given, figure out a way to use their various areas of attack. Some of them you have to like clear them out first to open a pathway to get to the others, but basically you have to budget your attacks and use them efficiently in order to clear the area of spirits with your limited number of soul weapons. So it's like a little puzzle. Some people find it it tedious. I thought it was fun enough. So Mega Man tracks down whichever beast you're playing the version of. This feels like they just pulled it out of their ass. Like, this is just something Mega Man can do now. To stop whichever cyber beast, I guess he can't, like, fight it. So he tries to stop it by forcibly downloading it into himself. And he just does that. And then the Cyber Beast is just in him. And he's like, the beast is raging. And he can't take it, and it's painful. So you have to take Spout Man or Heat Man or whichever and go and take another Navi, and you go somewhere and you find something on the internet called heal water. I guess it's like digital water. But there's healing water somewhere, and you find it and you bring it to Mega Man, and he's better now. But he's just teeming with beastly energy. He's sort of like a werewolf or bird if you're Falzar, psycho berserker now. And sometimes if he's stressed, he'll snap and he'll beast out. And when you beast out, Mega Man's Buster becomes like a super fast machine gun. If you have a chip, you can charge a chip, kind of like how Mega Man in the classic games, he can charge his Buster. I mean, he can charge his regular Buster. Sometimes, under certain circumstances, you can charge the effect on like an actual chip. You can hold it down and charge the effect, and sometimes that does something. And if you do that as a beast, you do like the beast super move, and that depends on whether you're Gregar or Falzar. By the way, you can also use the cross system to like cross with another Navi. But if you do that while you're beasted out, then you become a cross beast. You get a form that is partly whichever beast you have and plus partly whichever Navi you're crossing with. If you beast out, he gets like tired afterwards. But then if you try to beast out again, you don't just beast out, you beast over. You've gone beyond the theoretical limits of beastliness, and a beast over, it's sort of like the Dark Double Soul makes him uncontrollable, goes psycho, starts just like spamming chips and shooting it. He's invincible, it's super powerful or whatever, but then he's like super tired afterward, and he's really weak after the beast over ends. There's like 2 statues that commemorate Gregar and Falzar. Circus Man is like over by the statue of the beast, and then you go fight him. Big cultural thing going on in Cyber City coming up. It's called the Expo Pavilion, like a World's Fair, like a carousel of progress. It's an exposition of all like the great new technologies that Cyber City has come up with, because Cyber City is like an R&D civilization. So this is an important thing. One Navi can win the opportunity to be the host of it, the mascot, the champion of the pavilion. It's very similar to doing like prelim qualifications for one of the many tournaments that happened in previous games, or like he does some things to like try to pass muster to potentially become the king of the Expo Pavilion. I might be sounding kind of negative about the latter games. I do think that the story peaked in 3. However, I will say that this next scenario in 6 is like one of the most memorable that happens in the whole series. I really like this next bit. Blackbeard, he's going to be put on trial for his, crimes, his terrorism. He's going to be put to trial in another section of Cyber City called Greentown. And Lan gets an email that's like, hey, you're the guy that stopped Blackbeard. We want you to come to court and testify against Blackbeard so that we have a witness to his crimes. So he goes to Greentown, and Greentown is the technology that they study here. They're studying like the technology of law. Everyone here is like a lawyer. However, it's also about like nature, gardening, and greenery. Hence Greentown. The 2 things that Greentown does are nature and the law. This is epitomized in the central feature of Greentown. In like the courthouse where, they put criminals on trial, there's a tree, a giant tree that's growing inside of the courthouse called the judge tree. And the judge tree decides the outcome of every trial. Like the tree judges the guilt or innocence of everybody. It is a natural tree, but it's also been like integrated with cybernetics and computer stuff. So it is kind of like a cyber tree. And honestly, I just have so many questions about the judge tree. Like, why is the tree the judge? How does the tree judge? We don't really know. They don't really get that into explaining the why of it. Is sort of a computer, and it is the perfect judge. I don't know, it's a perfectly just tree. Just take our word for it, the tree is perfect. In the Seaside Hospital, there was the Tree of Life growing in it. The Tree of Life didn't actually like do anything. The judge tree definitely does do stuff. As the classic Mega Man timeline goes on, the theme of nature integrating with technology, circuitry, and mechanical parts flowing up into like trees sprouting out of the ground and stuff as the X games go on, and then in Zero and in ZX, like the 2 are basically one and the same. The carbons and legends are also sort of like the epitome of that idea. This feels like a similar sort of theme of technology and nature being merged into one. There's a mysterious hooded man who seems to be up to no good that Lan identifies, but he loses track of him, and that's a mystery for later. Depending on version, there's one of two guys with a Navi that you can have a lesson from. Basically, all the Navis that you get to control, someone like wants to teach you something. It's always framed as a lesson someone is teaching you to like master the element of something. Depending on the version, you either meet an old man called, how do I say this? Feng Tian. In English, he's called Master Feng Tian. In Japanese, he's called Futen Roshi. He is a master of the power of the wind, and he teaches you lessons about the power of the wind, and his Navi is Tenguman.exe. In the other version, which is the one that I played, I didn't meet Feng Tian. I met Pat Farran, or Paxi Farran in Japanese. She is a cook from Yumland. Remember Yumland's whole thing. They're known for their great cuisine. She's a Yumland chef who is traveling the world to find, secret techniques of the ultimate gourmet chef. Her Navi is Slashman.exe, and I think you do I think it's like a vegetable chopping minigame, if I remember. I barely remember. I remember the lore of the setting of Greentown. I don't remember whatever minigame they had me play there. Each guy you can get the cross with is like an element. There's new elements now. In the first game, there was just like aqua, fire, electric, and wood. Those are sort of like the classic Mega Man elements. The list has expanded. Sword, or like cutting, is its own element. Slashman is sword element. Wind is its own element. Wind chips tend to like push stuff. You can do wind damage sometimes, so wind is its own element. Break is an element, which is like hard impacts and also breaking like floor tiles. They added more elements. I think the elements maxed out around 4, and then in 5 and then 6, we're like, let's be a little cleaner about it. Put more chips into broader element categories. I'm looking here and it says that in like 4, recovery was its own element, but not in 6. Plus, as in, this is like a chip that like modifies another chip, adds more damage to whatever chip comes after it. That was its own element in some games. Panel breaking was its own element separate from break damage. They were combined in 6. Invisibleness is sometimes its own element. Obstacle is its own element sometimes. Cursor is its own element, and that means homing attacks that like create a reticle and then like home in whatever the reticle's on. That's its own element. All that is to say that Slashman is sword element, Tenguman is wind element, obviously Heatman is fire, and Spoutman is aqua. So anyway, when he goes to testify against Blackbeard, the prosecuting attorney prosecuting Blackbeard to send him to jail is this guy called Prosecutor Ito, whose name in Japanese is Satoru Roppo. He's just an upstanding gentleman. He just loves the law, and he loves justice, and he loves seeing criminals get what they deserve, and who could begrudge him that? So Lan testifies. Blackbeard goes to jail. A happy ending for all. So Lan goes home. The next day, shock, guys from Greentown came to his house and have arrested his dad, and his dad is on trial now. They're holding him in a prison cell. They claim that his dad hacked into the judge tree, and, they don't say what he did, they just say that happened. The judge tree found him guilty of trying to hack into itself, and he has been sentenced to electrical torture. They hook your dad up to a chair and they strap electrodes to him and they just start shocking him. That's 2 games in a row that dad gets tortured. Regal was torturing him in 5, and now the law is torturing him in 6. So Lan's like, I gotta prove my dad's innocence, even though he's already been found guilty, but whatever. Jacks into a security camera that supposedly would show his dad doing something else at the time of the supposed crime, provide an alibi, but when he gets in there, he finds that the footage has already been deleted. Some other Navi has been here already and tampered with the evidence. So then he jacks into a security bot, which also has a camera, and the security bot footage does not show his dad, but it does show footage of the security camera being tampered with by someone else. Turns out that someone was Ito. Oh my gosh, that nice young gentleman, Prosecutor Ito, was up to no good. Ito is the one that hacked the judge tree, and then, I guess to disguise the fact that he did this so that nobody would suspect him, he hacked the judge tree to always find everyone guilty. He then framed your dad for the crime, and then had the judge tree convict your dad of doing that, which of course it would, because now it's programmed to find everyone guilty, so it found your dad guilty. Now, rest assured, the tree is perfect. It only did wrong because Ito somehow hacked it. Had it not done this, I'm sure that the tree would have been like, the evidence is flimsy. This bright young man, father of one, with a bright future and a sterling academic career, he would never do something so foolish. But of course he was hacked, so his judgment was compromised. The tree is perfect. Humanity is imperfect. I think that's the idea. Nature is perfect, and the tree is like a perfect, impartial part of the natural world that cannot be biased or make mistakes. Maybe I'm reading more into it than is actually there, but that makes sense, right? Why else would you make a tree your judge? So Ito has done this because I guess he thinks that too many criminals get away with it. No, it's not that they get away with it. He wanted to bring evildoers to justice, but I guess over the years, he has continued to prosecute people and send them to jail, but like no matter how many people he sends to jail, crimes continue. I keep trying to make more and more things illegal, but that just leads to there being more crimes being committed? What the heck? I guess he expected that he could just convict enough people, convicting all the criminals would end all the crime, but I guess he has given up on that. Crime is never ending. Humanity is going to do crime no matter what. There's no point trying to separate the good people from the bad people. Everyone's bad. Just arrest everybody. Send the whole world to jail. I'm seeing this on the wiki for the first time. Apparently the cybernetics that keep the tree alive and like make it decide cases were designed by Ito. Ito just like made the whole thing himself. This whole lawmaking apparatus. He basically just designed an AI to judge the laws himself. It's basically just him. Is the tree even doing anything? Ito designed the tree cybernetics to make it the perfect judge, but like he doesn't seem to be a very good judge of what good judgment is, so seems very suspicious to me. And yet the game at no point is like, hey, maybe having a tree judge all our cases is like a bad idea. No, the tree is good, the tree is perfect. It is only outside malicious influence that has subverted the tree's wisdom. Were it not for that, everything would be running smoothly. I think there are further questions to ask about this scenario that the game neglects. So you gotta hack into the judge tree. You jack into the judge tree. Colonel is in the judge tree, as well as some other mysterious Navi. Colonel and this other guy are fighting, and Mega Man's like, okay, whatever. So he got to go through this dungeon, and now I have not mentioned most of the dungeon themes. There's just too many of them. I really like the judge tree one. The union of nature and law, which is what Greentown is all about. And the way that manifests is that to get through this dungeon, you have to walk over tiles, and some of the tiles are dirt tiles. And when you walk on them, grass will grow behind you. And it's like illegal to step on the grass, as it is in real life sometimes. You have to walk across the dirt, but you can't step on the tile a second time once the grass has grown in it, because walking on grass is illegal. And if you step on the grass, I think you get sent back to the beginning of the dungeon or something. It reminds me of that Flash game, Tower of Heaven, with the banging soundtrack where the god is making laws and you have to obey those laws as you platform up the tower or be smote. And one of them is like, touch no living thing. And sometimes there's grass or like butterflies around. And if you touch them, you die. I really like Greentown. You get to the end, you fight Ito's Navi. Ito's Navi is Judge Man, who is another fan design. The fan design had him named Bookman. They took some liberties with it. You beat Judge Man. The tree is fixed, and then in an ironic twist, Ito gets arrested, gets put on trial by his own creation, the judge tree, and the judge tree finds him guilty, strips him of his prosecutor title. I've neglected to mention that all the terrorism being done thus far, Blackbeard and Eureka, they're World 3. They're with Wily. Wily's back, and he's evil. You thought he was good because he made Regal not evil at the end of 5, but nope, that was just inexplicable nonsense. Wily's still evil. Ito is also with World 3. Well, then why did he put Blackbeard on trial and send him to jail? Well, it's because Blackbeard failed in his mission. So Ito is like, you failed our boss. I'm punishing you on behalf of the boss. I'm sending you to jail for being such a failure, for letting a boss down. And then remember how Colonel was in the judge tree fighting against some other guy? Well, Barrel's here, and Barrel's also with World 3. Barrel's evil. Barrel's evil, and Colonel's evil, and they're working for World 3 for, honestly, I didn't get it the whole game through. The whole game through, I was just asking, like, why are they doing this? And I never really got a satisfactory answer. Allegiance to Wily seems to be the only, like, they know that they're doing bad, but they're just like, well, I have past ties to Wily, so I'm working to do evil for him. because of that. Barrel's reviving the World 3 on behalf of Wily. World 3 was gone, but they're getting it going again. They're getting the band back together. And by they're getting the band back together, I mean a bunch of new guys who we've never seen before. That's all great. That happens. Your dad is fine. The electrical torture was tough in the moment, but now that it's past, we can all look back and laugh about it. Back to, the most important thing in the world, trying to become the champion of the Expo Pavilion. Lan and Mega Man go to a new spot in Cyber City. This place is called Skytown, at the top of like some big towers up in the sky. This is a place where they control the weather. I guess it's specifically Cyber City's regional weather control facility. In Skytown, and this is version specific, one version, I don't remember which, there is a woman whose name is Anne Zap, and she is actually Count Zap's wife. Remember Count Zap? And she says that her husband's in jail, so I guess Count Zap did go to jail after all. But she now has Elec Man. But Anne Zap is like good. She's not evil. She's like poor. I guess it's because like her husband, pretty sure he was some sort of industrialist. I'm pretty sure he was a rich guy. He's in jail now. She's now poor, but she still wears like a fancy dress and a fancy hat. But she's got like patches and stuff because she has to repair them herself because her rich husband's in jail. But she's like, hey, young man, I'll teach you a valuable lesson about the power of electricity. It's like a dungeon, but with like a gimmick where you have to run around as Elec Man, pick up batteries to like illuminate the dark room that you're in, and then you get Elec Man and you can be him sometimes, and you can cross with him if you want to. You can beast cross as well, naturally. In the other version, it's Dingo and Tomahawk Man. I think he says that his job now is like introducing visitors to his village's like local culture. Maybe he's here to like spread the good word of whatever tribe he's from. But anyway, he's like, let me teach you a valuable lesson about tomahawks. Is Tomahawk sword element? No, he's wood element. He's wood element. Let me teach you a valuable lesson about wood. Yeah, there's like a mini game where you have to like chop down totem poles. Then you can be and or cross Tomahawk Man. This is a weather control place. There's like cooling machines and heating machines and thunder machines and cloud machines. Another World 3 guy. This guy's name is Vic. He is the pilot of Element Man. Element Man is another fan design. I don't really like Element Man. What if a Navi was all the elements? I think that's pretty lame, honestly. Darkman also was a Navi who like cycled through the elements. He's got that like ring on his back and it rotates, and whichever one is at top is what elemental version he's in. I guess the one thing I like about Element Man, it's sort of a pun because he's elements as in like elemental rock, paper, scissors, but then he's here in this weather place to like control the elements as in like the weather. I don't know. I'm not sure that's even intentional. Vic's just some guy. The designer in the complete works, he said he went overboard on Vic's face because Vic has this horrendous smirking face. The designer, maybe it was Ishihara or maybe it was someone else, don't remember, sorry, said like, yeah, I think I went overboard on his face. I kind of just meant to make him just look like a normal cool guy, but instead he looks like a freak. Whatever. He takes over the weather control station. The computer here that controls the weather is called Weathercoon. The diminutive. Jack in and beat Element Man. As they're running around, I remember there's a scene where Lan has to jump from like one tower to another. He tries to use an umbrella. He thinks it'll like break his fall. Jumps and like opens up the umbrella and it just totally fails, of course. Mega Man has to catch him because Mega Man isn't a copy bot. Once again, Mega Man has to use the copy bot to be running around in real life, and he catches Lan as he's jumping out of the tower. Also, the copy bots in Japanese, they're called copyroids. Colonel also shows up, also in a copy bot. Attacks Lan in real life, which is really bad. He'd probably kill him very easily, but Iris appears and Iris is like, stop. Uses some sort of sorcery, makes him stop somehow. And if you remember anything about Colonel and Iris from Mega Man X, or you may be starting to formulate a theory of what's going on here. Iris also fixes Weathercoon. It was damaged by Element Man, but Iris is some sort of techno wizardry. She can just wave her hand and machines are fixed. There's like a cult of Navis. Some Navis, and I think some people, are in a cult dedicated to basically worshipping the Cyberbeasts, and a bunch of them attack Mega Man, I think because he's got one of the beasts sealed inside of him, and probably they want to like kill him and get it out of him. The leader of the cult, it's Mayor Kane, your principal of school, because his grandpa, an elder Dr. Kane, was the one who made Cybeast Falzar to combat Cybeast Gregar, that was a terrible mistake. And I guess that's why Mayor Kane is the leader of this cult. That's why. Okay, twist. World 3. They're coming back. Barrel's leading them for some reason. Colonel is evil now. Not only that, one more World 3 member has been revealed. None other than Joe Mock, your cool karate teacher, also working for Wily. That time he tried to fight off those flaming security bots with karate, that was all a ruse. It was a trick. As a matter of fact, Blast Man is his Navi. He gave Blast Man to Mick and had him manipulate Mick into burning the school down. He is evil. Maybe Prosecutor Ito was right. If you can't trust a stand-up guy like Joe Mock, then humanity must truly just be rotten to the core. So Mock is there, and he tells you his sad backstory. And his sad backstory is basically just, I know that World 3 is evil terrorism and that it's bad. However, I had a sick daughter. I have a daughter, and she was ill, and Wiley paid for my daughter's life-saving operation. And so I'm indebted to him for life, and that's why I work in his terrorist cell. What a complex character Lord Wily has turned out to be. So the other World 3 members, they've gone to work for Kane. Remember, he's the leader of the cult, the Cybeast cult. So the reason Mock is your teacher, because he works for Wily, and Wily wanted to spy on Mayor Kane, leader of the Cybeast cult, so he sent Mock to work at the school to keep an eye on Kane. So he's like, I am evil. I am a bad person and I work for a bad man. However, I like Ulan and I like Mega Man, so I'm gonna give you like a hot tip. And he gives him like, I think he tells him where to find, is he the one that tips him off that Kane is the leader of the cult? Maybe. I don't know. At some point in all this, Mega Man becomes like a celebrity. How did this happen? Is it because he was like running around in real life? Did like fighting Colonel in the copybot in Sky City, was there footage of that? Did that make him famous? Is he famous because he's sealed the Cybeast? I don't remember. But he's famous now. He's on the news and he's on TV and people are talking about him. Okay, so anyway, you get a new student teacher at school. Yeah, we're still going to school. This next student teacher, well, at least in one version, has a valuable lesson to teach you about assassination and killing, an important thing for every grade schooler to know. This is actually the protege or the student of Mr. Dark or Dark Miyabi, the guy who was Shadow Man's operator. This guy's name is Dark Scythe, or Dark Kirisaki in Japanese. He has this is my favorite guy. This is my favorite Navi, Killerman.exe, or in English, they changed his name to Erase Man. But that's okay, he's still great. In the complete works, the designer says that he wanted him to look creepy, and that's why he has like no eyebrows. He is like a psychopath sadist who loves killing and doing evil, but he's also like a very reserved, like quiet guy. Killerman.exe, I just prefer his Japanese name. Killerman.exe is like a manifestation of his internal desires. Killerman is just like a violent psychopath. He's an assassination Navi. You have to do a little mini game or a mini dungeon as him. It's like a stealth thing where you have to sneak up on heel Navis looking the other way without them spotting you. He's actually of the cursor element, the homing in reticle element, so I guess he's teaching you a lesson about that. If you're playing the other version, instead of Dark Scythe, you get Moliarty. Great. That's an even trade. Moliarty, the guy who likes to dig with... It's not Drill Man. We already saw Drill Man. Ground Man. What element is Ground Man? He is Break Element. I should have known. Judge Man, by the way, you might think Judge Man might be Wood Element because of the tree connection. No, he's no element. There's also Charge Man is a train. Charge Man in the classic is also a train guy. This guy's even more of a train. He's Fire Element. Or Dust Man. Dust Man he's also Break Element. Oh, great. Okay. I'm just about at my wit's end with all these darn men. At the aquarium, a guy named Al Ferry, an uncommunicative train conductor. Why is he at the aquarium? I don't know. He's Charge Man's operator. Teach you a valuable lesson about running a train. And there's a mini game where you're on some tracks. Remember Mr. Progs, those green guys? You got to pick up progs at a station and then avoid obstacles on the tracks and then drop them off at another station and don't lose too many progs. That's the one I did. Or the other one is a guy called Mr. Press, who's also at the aquarium. And he's got a valuable lesson to teach you about crushing trash in a trash compactor. He is a friendly foreigner. Gonna assume Netopian, just a hunch. He's probably like Californian. He loves looking for treasure in the trash, and he is a trash man. He's the trash man. So Lan is like, hey, I miss my old friends. friends. Hey, let's email with my old friends Dex and Mail and Yai. Remember those guys? And he goes to hang out in AC/DC, and they all check in together, and Glide and Roll and Gutsman get kidnapped by Dive and Blastman. They got broken out of jail. Kurohige's out of jail. Ito's out of jail. Everyone's out of jail. Circus Man kidnaps Mega Man, I presume to extract the Cybeast from him because they want both Cybeasts. With the World 3 members, Yuika, Vic, Blackbeard, and Ito, they're like, you know what, actually screw World 3. We don't really care that much. This is just a job for us. We're betraying Wily. We're actually going to go work for the Cybeast cult because they're like, better. I guess at this point, they have or they think they have both Cybeasts, so maybe they'll just get a better deal from the Cybeast cult. So they go to do that, and Mock and Barrel are like, no, don't betray Wily. We love Wily. So the other ones that are going to the cult to do this, they put Mega Man in a copyroid, in a copybot body, and they just let him loose in Seaside Town. That's the place where the aquarium is. No relation to Seaside Hospital, which is on Beach Street in Den City. This is Seaside Town in Cyber City. They just put him in a copyright body and they just have him beast out and go beast mode and just go berserk in the middle of town. For some reason, Iris shows up again and she uses her computer wizardry to like wave her hand and do like a Jedi mind trick to calm Mega Man. He leaves the copybot, so he's back on the internet somewhere, so he's no longer rampaging in beast mode. So the mysterious hooded guy skulking around in Greentown, he is actually Mayor Kane's bodyguard. What was he doing in Greentown? Well, he was actually working to stop the WWW, but also, he's not just Mayor Kane's bodyguard. Actually, he's just pretending to be Mayor Kane's bodyguard, and he's actually Eugene Choud, operator of Proto Man, and that mysterious Navi that you saw in the Judge Tree was Proto Man, the Colonel was fighting, and he arrests Mayor Kane because you're the leader of the Cybeast cult. You're going to jail. Yuika and Circus Man, they do successfully extract the Cybeast from Mega Man. They just pull it right out. They have both Cybeasts now. So you would think that Mega Man then wouldn't be able to beast out and beast over anymore, but no, he can. I guess the data is still in there somewhere. You still have the memory of it. You could just still do it. It's fine. How did they get Mega Man back? Did they just like let Mega Man go after they pulled the beasts out? Something about Mock's info. They like told them where to find Mega Man. Probably got him back with the help of Proto Man. Something like that. Oh my god. I'm like sweating because I realized that like I don't remember how this story goes. I have it in my notes here. I have it all written down, and yet I still have no idea. They've gotten the Cyberbeast. You have to go down the hole again, the giant hole in the internet. You have to hunt those evil spirits with the soul weapons again. Mega Man has to fight against like the beast out version of himself. So he's still going to school. The ex-WW who have joined the cult, they show up at Lan's school and they shock him. I think they use like a security bots like taser, and they start tasing Lan, and they're like, tell us where Iris is. We want Iris for some reason. She shows up to help Lan, and they're like, okay, cool. And then they kidnap her, and they also kidnap Barrel. They take him to Seaside Town. They're going to throw Iris and Barrel into the ocean. Then Mock shows up and saves Barrel and saves Iris, and it turns out Barrel was like the leader of, I think they were called the Supreme Net Corps. No, he was Supreme Commander of the Netopia Net Corps, which is some kind of military squad. Mock was also in the Net Corps, so Mock and Barrel are like old army buddies, basically. Barrel is like Wily's adopted son, even though he has a son. He just, I mean, I guess you can adopt. You can have, no, what am I talking about? Of course, you can have two sons. There's nothing wrong with having two sons. Anyway, he had Regal. He also adopted Barrel. Mock came to Netopia because he was a karate guy. He loved karate. He was, no. Was it the Net? Was it the Netopia Net Corps? Okay, this changes everything. I thought that Barrel was Electopian, but no, apparently he's Netopian. His father was like a Netopian military commander. He, was in the Netopian Net Corps, along with Joe Mock, who I thought that Mock was like an American guy who like went to Japan to like challenge them to karate because he was like a karate guy, and like, yeah, that's where you would go to challenge people to karate. It's like the home of karate. But no, it says that he traveled to Netopia to challenge people in karate, including, I guess, Barrel, who was also a karate guy. So does that mean Mock is an Electopian? Maybe not. I guess he could be from anywhere. Wherever he's from, he traveled to Netopia, and yeah, they were in the Netopia network core together. Wily knew Barrel's dad. The dad went off to war, and then he died in the war. Wily basically adopted Barrel and trained him into an even better soldier than his dad. And I guess that because Barrel was friends with Joe, that's why Wily paid for the operation for Joe's daughter. Okay, I guess that makes enough sense. Did Barrel ever hang out with Regal? I don't know if there's ever any mention that Barrel, knew Regal. You would think they would know each other. Doesn't matter. For his adopted super soldier son, Wily created the ultimate tactical war navy, and that's Colonel. Colonel had the ability to control electronic devices as well as just being a good navy in general. And then one day, for some reason, Wily decided to extract from Colonel some portions of him, his ability to control electronic devices, as well as his kindness, the element of kindness. He pulled those two things out of Colonel, and that produced Iris. Maybe it was so that Barrel could keep using Colonel, but Wily wanted to use the electrical thing, and maybe he just wanted to make Colonel less kind for some reason. Who knows why, but he pulled this out, and that's Iris. Yeah, Iris is a Navi. Every time we've seen her up until now in the game, she's secretly been in a copybot, and that's why she always appears in weird places, disappears at random times. Her copybot's running out of energy. She's got to drop it off and go back on the net. She's a copybot. Okay, so hopefully that all made sense. It's not too complicated, right? The X-World 3 members have joined the cult. They have both Cybeasts. The Expo Pavilion is still on. Because Mega Man goes berserk in beast mode in Seaside Town, they're like, well, we can't let this guy be the Expo Pavilion champion. He's fired. Land's like, okay, whatever, friends from back home. Dex, Mail, Yai, come to Cyber City. We're going to see the Expo Pavilion. It's going to be awesome. They're like, okay. They come, and then there's a scene where they all meet. They meet the new guys. They meet Mick, and they meet Tab, and they meet Iris, although I think Land does not yet know that Iris is a Navi. Mail is unlike how she's characterized in Legacy of Network when she gets jealous of Charisse. I was kind of surprised she doesn't seem jealous of Iris, even though Iris is an obvious new love interest for Land. Mail's cool this time. The pavilion has a bunch of tents set up. Each one has its particular town's newest advances, and basically each one is just a little miniature version of what was in the town. Green Town, Sky Town, Seaside Town. Glide, Roll, and Gutsman got kidnapped, but I guess they got freed. At some point. Anyway, Wily attacks. The mayor is winning. The mayor has the beasts, but then Wily and World 3 attacks the Expo because he wants the Cybeasts. And the mayor has the Cybeasts, and this is the mayor's Expo. Proto Man and Gutsman and Glide and Roll all show up in copybots. Evil Wily-controlled Navis are showing up, also in copybots. So then they're fighting these Navis in real life. Mach is like, Lan, you gotta go to the principal, aka the mayor's office. His computer has secret stuff on it. It's probably really important. To get there, you have to go through the back stages of all the pavilion tents, which is basically an excuse to redo a little miniature version of it's the end of the game boss rush thing where you go through all the bosses again. There's a secret path. The principal, aka Mayor Kane's office, there's a secret bookcase, and you go behind the bookcase, and there's a secret cyber dungeon underneath there. And he's got 2 giant copybots for Gregor and Falzar. They're going to put them into these giant copybots and have them rampage in the real world. This is what the cult wants. And Wily is like, no, I'm going to do that, actually. I'm hijacking this. This is my show now. He's putting the beasts into the bots. And then Iris and Colonel show up, I think in copybots. Iris sends herself into one of the bots to stop the beast from taking it over, and Colonel is like, I'm going in after her. So Mega Man is like, okay, you guys take that one, I'll take the other one. So you jack into the opposite beast of whichever one you can beast out as. So anyway, you jack in, and it's a final dungeon. You fight the beast as the final boss of the game, and you destroy the beast. And I think this exercises the psycho werewolf beast out power from Mega Man. He's not a beast demon anymore after this. Iris and Colonel successfully defeat their beast, but then they can't jack out for some reason. Maybe their copybots ran out of power. I don't know. They're stuck inside the beast, and then the beast copybot is powering down because they beat it, and they're like, well, we're dead. I guess they die inside this copybot because of something. I should be trying to give these moments a little bit more gravity in the telling, but I don't know. There's just so much stuff that happens. So the copybots are like exploding. Barrel shows up, and I think he literally like picks Lan up and like throws him down a set of stairs to like throw him to safety. The copybots are exploding, and Wily is like, well, goodbye. I don't know if he's just like too old to run, or if he just doesn't care anymore. I guess Barrel like fell over as he was throwing Lan down the stairs, so he also doesn't escape down the stairs. All you had to do was get down some stairs and you'd be out of harm's way, but they don't make it. It blows up, and Barrel and Wily both seem to die in the explosion. And I mean, that's pretty much the end. There's like a post-credit scene or a post-end scene where like Mega Man just hangs out now in real life. And I think he goes by Hub. Hub is sort of like back in the real world. Mega Man can live as Hub, as like a real boy again, some of the time. So that's nice. We love that for him. There's a little like post-game. I think it's just like text on a black screen. 20-something years in the future, Lan and Mail are married. They have a son. The son's name is Patch. I may not have ever mentioned this because who cares? Lan and Mail crush on each other. They like each other. Also, there's like a exact parallel romance, sort of, between Mega Man and Roll. They are sort of implied to also be crushing on each other some of the times, which is a little strange because like Mega Man is like a real boy with real human feelings, and Roll is a mere cyber automaton. But I mean, whatever. She seems to have gained a soul at some point, as did all Navis for some reason, so I guess it's fine. Patch, Mail and Roll's son, has a Navi called Mega Man Jr. They took the best part of Mega Man's data and Roll's data and like combine them into one child Navi. It's like the son of Mega Man. I'm pretty sure that they did not think this was going to be the end. I think they kind of had to scramble at the end and be like, oh crud, didn't think this was going to be the last game in the series. Quick, add a little thing at the end that's like, and they all lived happily ever after and they got married. There was a little bit more about like what happens after the end of the story in the future, but you don't learn it here. It's in a future game will have like some Easter egg that's like, and by the way, here's what happened to these characters. So I'll talk about that in Star Force 2, the post-game for 6. There's more obelisks in the Undernet. You can break the obelisks. You can fight Base, of course. Base drops a key. It's called the Bat Key that opens to a place called the Immortal Area. There's a bunch of like gravestones, and the gravestones have the names of Navis on them, even ones from the old games, but especially the ones from this game. Something you have to do makes the graves glow, and then like once the graves are glowing, just of the ones in this game, not of like previous ones. Those ones are acknowledged, but not actually here. But the ones in this game, the graves glow and you can fight them again. And this is how you fight their like super powered up forms. There's also one big tombstone that has the names of Navis that didn't appear in any of the main games, but were in like side games like Ring and Needleman and Turbo Man and stuff, and some of those are mentioned here, and I guess that's cool. Base's tomb, or his obelisk, or his monument, or whatever, it's labeled Cyberworld's God of Destruction. Something has been going on with Base that he has become the god of the cyber world and died, but he's not actually dead. He's just resting. Base just loves to rest. Again, you do the thing where you get every type of chip in the game, and that's how you fight Base SP. It's his powered up version. You can refight the beast form of Mega Man again. There's a version of Base called Base BX, which seems to have absorbed the other beast, the one that Mega Man did not absorb. I would assume he would absorb Gregar because it looks like Gospel and there seems to be some sort of connection there, but I don't know. It seems like Forte dies when you defeat him this time, but you know, if the series had continued, he probably would have come back in the next one. But since this is the end of the series, maybe you kill him for good here. I don't know. Why not? Let's put Base and Gospel and the Cyberbeasts, Colonel and Iris. Let's put them in the dead box where they belong. I apologize if I sound a little bit over it all with regards to Battle Network. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I enjoyed some of my time playing the Battle Network series. I mostly enjoyed the battles. I enjoyed building a deck of chips, combining chips, and finding program advances, maybe partially due to like data limitations of the Game Boy Advance cartridge size. A lot of the stuff that happens is just kind of like a bunch of nonsense designed to get you to do busy work and just waste time. The story of the games, I gotta say, it's like a little bit too childish. I think I found it difficult to engage with. It's very simple and straightforward, very Saturday morning cartoon. All the dialogue is very straightforward and simple, and there's not a whole heck of a lot of character development that happens ever beyond like what is initially established about these characters and who they are. Very rarely does it surprise you with anything. There's like almost no drama. The one like dramatic beat that really got me, at the end of Battle Network 3, Lan pretty much accepts Mega Man's death over like a long period of time. I was like, wow, that's rough, buddy. So all that is to say, I struggled at times to connect with the Battle Network series. However, the good news is I feel a bit differently about the sequel series, Star Force. I kind of loved Mega Man Star Force. It has some of the same problems. And I mean, it's not Shakespeare or anything. It's still kid-friendly. I don't know. The characters just have more to them. They surprise me more. There's more, like, drama. There's more pathos. They're not afraid to have, like, genuinely sad things happen to humans. Battle Network doesn't really have, like, themes. I guess its one theme is, like, technology connects us. 2 sort of had a theme with Sean and like anonymity on the internet. I don't know, it just doesn't do very much. Star Force, it actually does have some themes. It actually does some work to like earn them. I really like Star Force a lot more than I expected to after getting done with Battle Network. It actually has worse combat. My favorite thing about Battle Network was the combat and the deck building and all that. Star Force has like a much better story, in my opinion, but then its battle system is just strictly worse. It's like a downgraded version of Battle Network. They upgrade to 3D polygonal figures on a battlefield, and they change the view of the battlefield. You see it from behind Mega Man, and you're seeing the enemies in front of you instead of from on the side. And just for whatever reason, I guess because of these changes, they just simplified it, took out a bunch of the complexity that made it interesting in Battle Network. So that sucks. But also, I would rather have an engaging story. Between the two of them, Battle Network versus Star Force is the clear winner for me. So let's get into that. Star Force takes place 200 years after the end of Battle Network, so in the year 22XDX. So, unfortunately, by the time that rolls around, everyone's dead. Every character in Battle Network is dead and does not appear in Star Force at all. Some of the main characters get like a nominal mention, but none of these guys do anything anymore. So let's skip ahead to the year 2020X and just move all these guys into the corpse pile. Except for Duo, of course. Duo is eternal. Duo will still be back in 10,000 years or 9,800 years. He'll just be doing his thing in the meantime. But everyone else, though, rest in peace. It all returns to nothing. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Now that I've said all that, I'm a little nervous that might be like a real hot take, maybe. People that grew up with Battle Network, they seem like really nostalgic for it. They really like it, which surprised me. Because I was not, because I didn't grow up with it. Not so much for Star Force. I get the feeling that, like, the kids who were playing Battle Network didn't really stick around as much for Star Force. I don't think people care as much about it. But I'm sorry. I just liked it way better. Not that it doesn't have its share of goofiness, though, in every sense of the word. A few last things about Battle Network before I move on. In the first game, well, in many of the games, but starting in the first game, there is an enemy called Rush, as in, like, Rush the dog. He looks completely different. Honestly, bears, like, very little resemblance to original Mega Man Rush. It kind of feels like they just were like, hey, this guy's a dog. Let's call him Rush, because, like, there was a dog in the old games. Like it was an accident. Later, support programs. Like, remember the Navi customizer, the like grid thing that you slot programs in? There's a Rush program, and there's also a Tango program and a Beat program. Like Tango the cat and Beat the bird. Beat was it Mega Man 5? Tango was only in the Game Boy ones, right? World. They did put them in the game. You can get these programs in the game, but like they're not useful for anything other than the multiplayer thing, playing against someone online. A lot of players just wouldn't do that and just wouldn't use these things. And in the Complete Works book, the designer says, we put these in the game, but like, did anyone even notice that these references were there? And I did, but only because like my chat pointed them out when I was playing it on Twitch. I mentioned when you fight Bass in this game, he drops a thing called the Bat Key. In that same immortal area, that's what it's called, where all the graves are. In the Japanese version, you can find more Django content, more Boktai content. You find Django and Otenko. His nemesis is like an optional boss in the endgame of 6, the Count of Ground-Soaking Blood. This is all only in the Japanese version, though, because I guess Boktai 2 was released in English, which is surprising. But Boktai 3 definitely was not, and I think they were like, well, we're not releasing the game in America, so just take all the Boktai stuff out of 6. It doesn't make any sense. So the endgame content is like cut and inaccessible. The Gundel Soul chips are still in the game, but there's a bunch of other chips, Boktai references, that are cut, and like they're still in the game and they could only be accessed with like cheat codes. The wiki tells me that they were available when they did the Legacy Collection and re-released them. They left the Django content in, finally playable in English for the first time. So that's neat. Oh yeah, I forgot that Circus Man was another fan design. The fan submission, he was named Pierrot Man, which I think might be a reference to like a famous clown. I didn't look it up. Blast Man is not a fan design, but a funny thing about Blast Man is that this game was released before Mega Man 11, but then Mega Man 11 had a Blast Man in it. I want to say that it like is a reference to this, but it's definitely not, right? It's just a coincidence, I'm sure. I forgot to give the full list of crosses that you can get. That's in 6. You could get, in Gregar version, you could get Heat Cross, Slash Cross, Elec Cross, Erase Cross, and Charge Cross. And in Falzar version, you could get Spout Cross, Tengu Cross, Tomahawk Cross, Ground Cross, and Dust Cross. And, of course, you could get all of their Beast Cross variations as well, if you're into that sort of thing. For some reason, the extra forms associated with Bass and Django were called Bass Cross and Soul Cross. So those are also crosses. And yet I don't think Bass Cross and Soul Cross are in this game. They're just in 5. The wiki says that the Bass Cross form is available in Battle Network 5, and then also in Battle Network 6, but on Battle Network 6 it says parentheses abilities only, and I have no idea what that means. Well, I just explained the whole premise of Star Force and realized my camera wasn't on and I wasn't recording, so we're doing it again from the top. That's okay. Maybe I'll be more efficient this time. Let's go. Mega Man Star Force is the English title. In Japanese, obviously, it's Rockman, not Mega Man. Its full Japanese name is Ryusei no Rokuman. Ryusei is a shooting star, so it's Shooting Star Rockman, but it's not like Shooting Star Rockman, it's Ryusei no Rokuman. The future of Battle Network, 200 years in the future, Mega Man Star Force, the year 22 XDX. In the future of Star Force, they still have like the internet, but the internet of Battle Network was largely hardwired computers that were connected with wires. Remember when LAN had that wireless device that Mail gave him? He threw it into the slot and connected wirelessly. That was kind of like a new thing, and then it never appeared again. In the future of Star Force, basically everything's wireless. Communication in general is mediated by EM waves that, go through the air. So an EM wave, meaning an electromagnetic wave, that's what it means in real life. In Japanese, it's called denpa, which is just the Japanese word for a radio wave. If you don't know, in real life, a radio wave is a type of electromagnetic wave. Electromagnetic waves vary by wavelength, which is how high energy they are. So radio wave would be like a low energy version, and then visible light is a higher energy version than that. And then like an X-ray or ultraviolet light, X-ray is like a really high energy, short wavelength wave. The kanji for denpa is the kanji for electric, den, and the kanji for wave, which is nami, but together they are denpa. So yeah, an electric wave, a radio wave, an EM wave. That's what Star Force Society is all about. In Battle Network, you had your pet. Did you I don't think they actually log into the internet through their pet. Their pet is just a little computer that has some computer functionality. But to get on the internet, you jack your pet into your PC, and then your PC is what connects to the internet. And then you send your Navi from your pet onto the internet, and he goes out and he does errands for you. In Star Force, they don't have pets. They have a new device called a transer, which is not as woke as it sounds, unfortunately. I guess it's because it transfers information, or it transmits waves. That's probably it. It transmits waves. In Japanese, it's a toranza. I think it's also called a wave transer because the other Japanese name is uebo toranza, which is like uebo wave. People in Star Force don't have navis. There's no little computer man that lives on their transer. They just use their transers to access the internet like a normal person. They've gotten over the weird turn of the millennium obsession that they had of having a little man run around like a virtualized space in the internet. They don't bother with that anymore. It was a stupid fad, and they're all probably really embarrassed by it, I hope. Navis do still exist. They've basically been relegated to the same role that the Progs, the Mr. Progs, had in Battle Network. A Navi will usually just kind of inhabit a device, and it'll be like the AI in the device that is like responsible for operating it. There's a toy helicopter that has, it's not Gyro Man, there's a little Navi inside called Propeller Man. Navi is short for Net Navigator. But in Star Force, they don't really navigate the net. They pretty much just live in a machine. There are some later that are like transport navis. They look like trucks. They must be transmitting information or data, right? Like, what else would it be? The other thing about transers and the internet in Star Force, they have built into them what I guess we would today call like social media-like features. You and another person through your transers can form what is called a brother band. In Japanese, this is called a buraza bando. And in doing so, the two of you become brothers. And yeah, that is regardless of gender. Two women who form a buraza bando are burazas, brothers. Functionally speaking, in terms of what this actually does, it's not much different than just being like Facebook friends or like MySpace friends. The two of you can see each other's accounts. You have like a mood, a public mood that anyone can see, but you also have like a secret. Your secret is something that only your burazas can see. Someone who is your brother, someone you have a brother band with, it's like a big deal. Even though it's basically just becoming someone's Facebook friend, it's like treated very seriously in the society of Star Force. The way they talk about it in the first game makes it sound like you only brother band with someone if you like really trust them. It's like a real commitment. So the protagonist of Star Force is a kid named Geo Stellar. Geo like the Earth, Stellar as in stellar, as in the stars. In Japanese, his name is Subaru Hoshikawa. Subaru, if you don't know, if you've ever seen Subaru like the car brand, their logo is like the stars and the oval. Subaru is the Japanese name for the Pleiades, which is, it's a star cluster in the sky. With a naked eye, it just looks like a little smear. But if you look through it with a telescope, you can see it's actually a cluster of 7 little stars all together. Also, and I just learned this from the wiki, apparently Subaru is also a name for a constellation in Chinese astronomy, not the Greek constellations that an English-speaking audience is probably more familiar with. His last name, Hoshikawa, it's the words star and river. You wouldn't normally pronounce it Hoshikawa, but you would normally pronounce it as Seika. It's the Japanese word for the Milky Way. So he's Pleiades Milky Way. So the star theme is strong. He lives in a place, it's in Electopia. It's called Echo Ridge, or Kodama Town in Japanese. Where it is not very clear. It could basically be anywhere. My feeling in Star Force is that the world is more connected. Maybe like rail is even faster. Like, remember at the end in Battle Network 6, Cybertown had developed those mag buses. They have that and like even better stuff in the future. So travel is like so fast. I think it's really easy to get anywhere really fast. So it's not like you have to like live in the same city as someone else to have easy access to see them. Echo Ridge is not part of any like larger metropolitan area that is specifically mentioned. He lives with his mom, with his hot, unspeakably hot mom, Hope Stellar, Akane Hoshikawa in Japanese. Sorry, Haruka Hikari, you're nice and all, but you're no Hope Stellar. So Geo's dad was, past tense, a guy who worked for NASA, not NAXA. I erased NAXA because NAXA is not a thing in Star Force. Instead, there's NASA, which is in Electopia. In fact, its headquarters is located inside of Mount Belinus, this world's equivalent of Mount Fuji. In Japanese, it's just called Mount Fuji. It's the Electopian Space Administration. Although it's only called NASA, and that's with a Z, by the way, N-A-Z-A. But it's only called NASA in Star Forces 1 and 2. In Star Force 3, it's called WAZA with a W-A-Z-A. Does it go from being like a national organization to a world organization? And that's why the W stands for like world? I don't know, maybe. Anyway, your dad was a NASA guy. He led a mission into space aboard a space station, the space station Peace, and bad things happened, and Space Station Peace was destroyed. Kelvin Stellar, or Daigo Hoshikawa, lost in space, so he's not technically confirmed dead. They didn't find a body, but the outlook's not good. This was hard for Geo, of course. This was tragic. This was sad. This was 3 years ago when the game starts. Geo is still broken up about it. He's depressed. For most of Battle Network 1, he's just like a really sad boy. His default sprite, his face sprite throughout the game, it's like a sad face. Like, he just looks sad all the time. And, I guess I'm just a jaded adult or whatever. I sure connected to this character that is, like, sad and has baggage more than I connected to a pretty generic, like, happy-go-lucky kid. Game starts, your hot mom gets a visit from this guy, Aaron Boreal. Boreal, like the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis. I guess the word by itself would just mean northern. That's a space reference, I guess. His name in Japanese is Mamoru Amachi. I think he's like a really rich guy, because he is in charge of this, I'm pretty sure it's a for-profit business enterprise called AMACAN, which is an acronym for the Aerospace and Modern Astronomy Knowledge Expansion Nexus. That's what it's called in English. In Japanese, it's just called the Amachi Laboratory. That's his name, Amachi. They do research and development. They develop products. They also have like a museum wing where they have a bunch of like aerospace history exhibits and stuff. It's like a big laboratory and like tourist complex. It's like big money. And Aaron is the boss of it. Aaron comes by to check on your mom. There's no two ways about it. He clearly wants to bang Geo's mom. And frankly, I say, let him. I say, good for him. He seems like a jolly fellow. Aaron is like your dad's old buddy, like before he was lost at space, obviously. And he's like, hey, Geo, here's a thing that used to be your dad's. It's called a visualizer. It's a pair of sweet magic sunglasses, techno sunglasses, that when you put them on, you can see like electromagnetic waves, EM phenomena, which I guess would probably be useful for a tech guy who's working with EM wave technology, which like everything is EM wave technology. Geo doesn't need these for any obvious reason, but they're just like, these are your dad's, maybe you like them, and so he just wears them. He's also got like a pendant. Did his dad give him the pendant? I'm pretty sure his dad gave him his pendant. So Geo doesn't go to school because he's too sad. I guess he's been being homeschooled by, not by his mom, by a Navi. There's a Navi called Teacher Man, which I think is in his computer. These kids from school, I think they like run into him outside and they're like, hey, Geo, why don't you go to school? It's this girl, Luna Platz. Platz is her name in English. In Japanese, it's Luna Shirogane. Luna is kind of like a stuck-up rich girl. She's the class president. She's like, I'm president of the class. Geo, you're technically in our year. I would be derelict in my duties as class president if I didn't get you to attend school as God intended. And Geo's like, no. Go to hell. Luna has minions. Luna's got 2 minions. One of them is Zack Temple. In Japanese, Kizamaro Saishoin, who is like a smart guy. He's a nerd, but he's not as smart as Luna. Like, Luna gets better grades than him, rendering him, I guess, not completely obsolete. I guess he, like, knows more esoteric facts about trivia than she does. Her other minion is, Bud Bison, or Gonta Ushijima. I do happen to know that Ushi is a cow, bison. There was some meaning preserved there, I think. And they're like, go to school, and he's like, no, and they're like, darn. So Geo goes to continue his sad boy routine, as he does every day. His sad boy routine involves regularly going up to a place in Echo Ridge called Vista Point. It has like a telescope, and there's like a view of the sky, to wonder if his dad is up there somewhere. And he's up there one day with his visualizer. He's got his dad's visualizer. A freaking phenomenon occurs, an EM phenomenon, an EM being, from space, so an alien basically, shoots down out of the sky, appears before him. It's this blue, I guess it's like a wolf dragon that is mostly made of like fire and energy. And this guy, because it's like a guy, it can talk. It knows who Geo is for mysterious reasons. Geo can see it because he's wearing his visualizer. This thing would be invisible to like anyone without a visualizer because it's an EM being. It exists on like the EM plane. So this alien's name is Omega Zis, or maybe it's Zis. It's like the Greek letters. His name in Japanese is Woroku, and neither name like means anything as far as I'm aware. It's kind of just like a word that happens to have in English Mega and in Japanese Rock in it as a nickname. They'll refer to him as Mega for short or Rock for short. So like there's a train nearby that's like out of commission, but it starts to move, and Omega Zis is like, it's viruses. There's EM viruses controlling the train. We got to do something about it. Let me give you a hot tip. Let me tell you a little secret. We can like merge together into an EM wave change form. I'm an EM being and you're like a physical being, but if we merge, I can like bring you into the EM wave plane with me. I guess this like magnifies his power. Like, I'm assuming that their merge is stronger than just Omega Zis would be by himself. It's a thing called EM wave changing. Whenever Geo does it, I think in Japanese he says rock on. In English, his tagline, the thing that he yells every time he EM wave changes is EM wave change, Geostellar, on the air. On the air, like on the radio, like in the airwaves. Oh yeah, by the way, with the visualizer on, he can see that like the internet pathways that go through the air, they're basically in the form of roads. When Geo transforms into this EM wave change form, which they call Mega Man, because it's short for Omega Zis, I guess, he basically goes up onto these like wave roads and he's walking around on them, and he can like see down on the ground below him through these energy paths that he's running along. When they're merged, when they're EM wave changed, Omega Zis is like, he is your arm. The Buster shot, the Buster gun in this version is just like the head of your alien friend. It reminds me of how Gospel attached to base.exe as like his arm after they merge together. When you EM wave change, you then pulse in to the EM wave road, and then you're traveling along the EM wave road, which goes between like devices. And then once you've pulsed into the EM wave road, you trans in to like a particular device's cybercore or its comp space. It's pretty much the same as in like Battle Network when you would jack into like a device and go inside of it. It's exactly the same as that. But first you gotta pulse in because you gotta get on the wave road first. Pulse in, trans out, pulse out. You have to do it in that order, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. When you're running around on the wave road, you can like pulse in or trans in? I guess you can trans in to people's transers. You could basically read their minds because whatever they've been thinking about recently, they'll have written in like their mood or like their secret. That'll tell you like what's going on with them. And this is how you get like a bunch of side quests. Like instead of going to the BBS board and reading like someone posted a request for something, trans into their transer, read their thing and be like, this person needs this. That'll start a quest, and then you go and find something and bring it to them and solve their problems and whatnot. Viruses can also infect a human, which is kind of similar to EM wave changing. So a human that gets infected with viruses becomes a jammer. This is like a virus-human combo. And they find one of these and they blast him. He's blocking the wave road, or he's doing something evil. He might be like messing with people's transers or something. They blast this jammer. And I don't know, man, Omega Zis is like, nah, he's fine. The human will probably just wake up with a headache later. But like, I don't know, he physically merged with the virus and then physically was brought into the EM wave plane, and you just shot him until he died. I kind of think he should be dead, but they say he's not, but I don't believe him. So anyway, now Geo is sort of like a secret superhero, kind of. He can read people's minds and do stuff in the internet and in the sky and become ethereal, sort of, and travel through computers. He can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Soon after this, Luna and her goons show up again and are like, Geo, the Prez, that's what they call her. The Prez says you gotta come to school. Come to school. And he's like, no. And they're like, no, come to school. No, come to school. So Bud, the big guy, he's kind of being a little intimidating. I don't think he actually like threatens like, I'll beat you up if you don't come to school. But Omega, I didn't talk about Omega. Omega's like awesome. He's like a huge asshole. He's like really mean and dismissive. He doesn't care about feelings at all. He'll be completely blunt and hurt feelings anytime he feels like it, and he doesn't care, and he thinks it's funny. And I love him. I guess he can interact with the physical world even though he's invisible. He just uppercuts Bud Bison, and like knocks him over. And Geo, and they think Geo did it, and he's like, oh, I gotta scram, and he runs away. And Luna's mad at him. Luna's like, Bud, your one purpose in life is to be my meat shield, and you couldn't do it. You couldn't even take a punch from that average-sized child. What good are you? And he's devastated by this because, as she says, his one role in life is to be the Prez's meat shield. So he goes off to mope, and he's like, nobody likes me. The Prez is going to excommunicate me. And then another freaking alien shows up, similar to Omega Zeus. This one's name is Taurus. There's going to be other aliens. They all kind of look like living fire with like some sort of vaguely animal-like armor pieces. Most of them will be named after constellations, at least for a while. Omega Zeus it's not a constellation. It's not a star. As far as I can tell, it's just like a nonsense combination of 2 Greek letters, just because it has mega in there. Anyway, Taurus, like the constellation, he's like a fire guy. Bud, because he has this like feeling of worthlessness now, there's a hole in your heart. To hear them tell it, these EM beings, they appear before you if you have a hole in your heart, and they occupy the hole in your heart. Like, that's where they live when they merge with you. Here's like a sad boy. I'm going to fill the hole in his heart and merge with him. That's pretty much what Omega Zeus did with Geo. The hole in his heart was his missing dad. And Omega Zeus, like, that's the hole in his heart that he's filling. Also, I didn't mention this, but Omega Zeus says, hey, I know stuff about your dad. And Geo's like, what? Tell me. And Omega's like, nope. I won't. Geo keeps asking him, when are you going to tell me about my dad? And he's like, soon. I'll tell you about your dad soon, I promise. But he just makes him keep waiting. So anyway, Taurus exploits this emotional vulnerability of Bud's to merge with him and become another EM wave being called Taurus Fire. A human and an EM being merge into a joint being. The merging is called an EM wave change. Their EM wave change is called Taurus Fire. So then there's a little mystery, because red things in Echo Ridge start getting broken. Like somebody's red mailbox gets like ripped out of the ground or smashed or something. Taurus is a bull, and bulls allegedly hate the color red. Taurus Fire has been going around smashing red things, even though Taurus is red and Taurus Fire is red. He must hate himself. Taurus Fire is on a rampage. I think Taurus like pulses into a truck, making it like drive around town. And you have to get on the EM wave road and pulse into this truck. You have a boss battle against Taurus Fire, and you beat him, and he separates from Bud, and Bud's back to normal. And then somehow in this fracas, Taurus Fire like bodily like grabbed Luna and Zach and pulled them into the wave road. So they're not wave changed. They're still like physical human beings, but somehow, sometimes physical humans can enter EM wave space under unclear circumstances. And this is one of those times. Luna knocked unconscious, but I think she wakes up just in time to see Mega Man, beating Taurus Fire. This is the setup for some, I guess you would call it dramatic irony, because Luna, she isn't like super mean to Geo or anything. She looks down on him a little bit. You're a weirdo who doesn't go to school, and I want to get this kid to go to school. That's pretty much the extent of how she feels about him. But she's in love with Mega Man, or she has a crush on Mega Man because she saw him do his heroic thing. She's like, Mega Man's my hero. He's a hero of justice. She's his biggest fan and sort of in love with him. Twist, they're the same guy. That's the drama with Luna. It's like I said, Star Force actually has drama. I know it's nothing groundbreaking, but it's something, damn it. Compare that to Lan and Mail. Mail has a crush on Lan. Lan kind of doesn't care, but also kind of just has a crush on Mail, and like, that's it. Anyway, the next day, a Weasley-looking guy called Tom Dubious crashes into a tree because he's wearing like a winged backpack or jetpack or something. He's wearing a personal flying machine, and he's like kind of a nervous, untrustworthy guy. He's dubious, you might say. Tom Dubious. He's like a doubting Thomas. I'm educating you about culture right now. That's a reference to the Bible when Saint Thomas doubted that Christ had been resurrected until he physically put his hands on, I think it was the wound that the Lance of Longinus inflicted on him on the cross, and that was what it took to convince doubting Thomas that the miracle was real. Anyway, that's why he's called Tom Dubious. It's a reference. So Tom is like nervous because he works for Amaken, like he works for Aaron Boreal. This personal like backpack that he's wearing, it's like a new device that they're developing. It's called the Flat Pack. This is like secret R&D. The public's not supposed to see this right now. I'm not allowed to tell you anything about it. Goes back to Amaken. He's like, yeah, I had a little accident, but it's fine. Aaron is like, Tom, you're a great business partner and you're a great employee. I'd like to form a brother band with you because I just respect you that much. And Tom is like, I have to think about it, because Tom has trauma. So because of this flat pack thing, I don't know why, Geo, and I think also Luna and Zach and Bud, they're sort of friends now. The Taurus Fire incident got them like closer together. So they're kind of friends. I think it's just Geo goes and the other three like follow him or something. The point is they're all there, but he's hanging out with Aaron Boreal, and Aaron Boreal is telling Geo like, Geo, I was great friends with your dad. I miss your dad too. We don't know what happened to him. He might still be out there somewhere. So as long as there's a sliver of hope, I have this like special tower antenna that I've designed, sending out waves into space, you know, hoping to send a signal to him or receive a signal from him. And Geo's like, nice. Geo's like, hey, Omega's this. Why was another alien here? What's going on? And Omega's like, okay, so full disclosure, I stole something from an alien god. Well, no, a king. Taurus is one of these guys from another planet, planet FM. I came here from there. The beings from the planet FM, I think they call them FMians. FM as in like the radio frequency designation. These FMians are coming here because I stole something from their king called the Andromeda Key, and they really want it back. But trust me, you don't want them to get it. It would be really bad, so help me protect it from them. And Geo's like, okay. And presumably he then says, and will you tell me about my dad? And he's like, no. Later. So at Amaken, Aaron's telling Geo about like this tower that's meant to search for his dad, and I don't remember the exact nature of the misunderstanding, but Tom like mishears something, and he thinks that what he hears is that Aaron is planning to betray Tom, take credit for the invention of the flat pack. He's not actually doing that, but Tom thinks he is. Tom had a traumatic incident in the past. He worked for another guy who also was like, I want to form a brother band with you. And then in forming a brother band with this other employer of his, the employer had access to all his like personal data and secrets and stuff. And basically the employer like stole a bunch of his work and stole a bunch of like secret plans for other things he was researching and developing at this other job. This guy used a brother band to manipulate him into getting information out of him that they then went on to profit off of and rip Tom off. And it was a scam. So he's like, oh my God, it's happening again. Another boss of mine is trying to trick me with a fake brother band, but I'll never let it happen again. I'll never form a brother band with anyone. So you might say he's got a real hang-up about this. He's got a real emotional vulnerability. He's got a real hole in his heart. Well, guess what? A freaking alien, which honestly, the way that they look so like ghostly and ethereal, and the way that like they come to you when you're in a desperate place, offer you power in exchange for some sort of moral compromise. They're aliens technically, but they really read more as like demons, which is awesome. This one's name is Cygnus. It's a swan. I don't think we see like what it and Tom talk about. I think he's just like, someone's going to betray you, huh? Let me help you, do something about that. So at Amaken, it's like a museum. There's all this like fancy science education stuff, and they're like, hey, let's do a thing where we go into this zero-G room and put on a spacesuit, and you can float around in the zero-G room. I don't know how that works. Maybe it's like on a big centrifuge or something. It simulates zero-G in there, and you get in a spacesuit, and there's like a miniature like planets and stuff. You can float around. It's really cool. And we even suck all the air out of the room just to make it more authentic. So they're like, yes. And they put on their spacesuits, and they go into this fake zero-G room, and he sucks all the air out, and they're floating around looking at these fake planets, a cool touristy sort of attraction thing. Tom Dubious appears merged with Cygnus. His name as an EM wave change is Cygnus Wing. Cygnus Wing is like, screw you, Aaron. Also screw everyone. I hate everyone. So he seals them in to this zero-G vacuum-sucked airless room to kill them. Geo uses EM wave change power to pulse into the wave road and go through the facility's internet signals and find Tom Dubious and battle him. There's a very anime moment where, like, after defeating Cygnus Wing, he goes back to being Tom Dubious, and he's like, Tom, Aaron would never betray you. It was all a misunderstanding. And Tom's like, really? You're going to give me proper credit for my invention? And Aaron's like, yes. I'm an ethical capitalist. And Tom's like, wow, that's amazing. I will form a Buraza band with my boss after all, and it's going to be so sick. Aaron and Tom become brothers. They brother band. Tom's trauma is healed. He's a new man. He's got a new lease on life. He loves friendship now. I just randomly remembered this. The like white diamond thing on his forehead, Mega Man's forehead, according to the Complete Works book, that's like Omega Z's symbol. That's where he gets it from. Omega Z has the same thing on his forehead. Maybe that was obvious. I don't know. It wasn't obvious to me. So the next day after the Amaken Cygnus Wing incident, this guy shows up to Echo Ridge called Bob Copper. He's a little bit of like a bumbling detective sort of archetype. He's sort of like your Inspector Zenigata from Lupin. But he's not like incompetent. He's just a little silly, mostly because of the ridiculous EM wave antenna sticking out of his head. He's not the only one that has something like that, though. But anyway, he's a detective with it's like the police. I guess, I don't know if it's like an electopian agency specifically, or if it's like a worldwide police force. The police of the society are called the Satella Police. There is an enemy type in, I don't think they were in the first game. They were in at least some of the Star Force games called Satella, but I think that's unrelated. Maybe they named the police force after this virus. Probably not. So Bob Copper is here. He investigates something called Z-Waves, and Z-Waves are like a thing that like EM beings, like the FMians, like Omega Z's, emit, I guess. Or they're emitted by like EM being activity, so probably when they EM wave change into Mega Man, I think that probably generates a lot of Z-Waves. Bob Copper like specializes in cases related to Z-Wave activity. He has like specialized equipment, that's what his antenna is about, and also he's got special shielding on his transer, because Omega Z's is like, okay, this guy's gonna like bust us, we're trying to keep my existence secret, so we're gonna like pulse into his transer and like, I don't know, mess with him. But you try to do that, but he's got like super secret Satella Police technology shielding his transer against such attacks. So the way that you deal with him snooping is that you set up a baseball pitching machine, and then you have to interface with, I think his name is Pitchman. There's a Navi in the pitching machine, and then you just like leave it in ambush and wait for Bob Copper to walk into it, so it pitches a ball into his head and knocks him out. Speaking of baseball, remember how Lan likes soccer? Geo likes baseball. There's a poster of a baseball player on his wall. I think it's a specific, possibly even like a real person baseball player from like the real world. There's this girl like singing a sad song at Vista Point one night. This pink girl, her name's Sonia, and Geo's like, hello. A man is looking for her, and she's like, hide me. And he's like, okay. So he hides this girl. This guy is her manager, and this girl, Sonia, is like an international pop star, an idol. She's a singer-songwriter. There's a part where like the manager finds Geo hiding Sonia. This adult man just like smacks Geo, smacks him across the face and like knocks him down. You know, they wouldn't have done that in Battle Network. They had a real tank shoot guns at land, but they would have been too cowardly to have an adult man smack him across the face. So Sonia is like the life of a world-famous singer-songwriter. It's too stressful for me. It's bumming me out. I just want to be free or whatever. Also, I think she's an orphan. Her mother is dead. Her mother died of an illness like maybe a couple years ago or a while ago. The reason she like got into singing and songwriting is because she used to like write songs and sing songs to her mom to like cheer her up. And that's how she discovered her talent for music, because her mom was sick and then her mom died. And her dad, I don't think is ever mentioned, so I don't know if she has a dad or not. She was up on Vista Point singing to like the sky. She still goes and like sings songs to her dead mom. And on top of all that, she's like, I don't like the life of a pop star anymore. And so, you know, here at her emotional low point, another Femian appears to her. This one's name is Lyra. You know, maybe it wasn't back with Taurus. Maybe I think it's now that Lyra is the one that explains that, like, yeah, we Femians are attracted to what's called loneliness waves. That is what come out of the human heart when it's like in pain and yearning or something. Sonya EM wave changes with Lyra into Harp Note. That's the name of her transformation. I think she like jams out an electric guitar and like sends a sound blast and like blasts her manager away and like stuns everyone and like flies away. Does she like fly on her guitar? I think she flies on her guitar like Haruko in Fooly Cooly. Am I Mandela affecting right now? Did I just imagine her flying on her guitar? I'm pretty sure she does that. I see a girl in pink with a guitar, and that's the comparison is inevitable. So Lyra, you know, is a female Femian, and Omega's not even like, he doesn't like imply it. He just straight up just comes right out and says like, I just don't like women. I just don't like females, don't like them. Sucks that I have to deal with one now. You pulse in and you EM wave change and you track her down and you battle Harp Note and, you know, they split. But Lyra's like, I'm actually not super evil and I don't want to hurt anyone like Taurus did when on a rampage and Cygnus did. I'll just chill. No, I'll just hang out with Sonya and we can be Harp Note sometimes, but mostly I'll just hang out. And Omega's like, well, I don't like that because I don't like you because you're a woman. But I guess I'm not going to like kill you about it. So like, whatever, just leave me alone. So Lyra's like your ally now, and Sonya's your ally. Oh, and then you become brother bands. Yes, this is your first brother band is with Sonya. And by you, I mean Geo. This is Geo's first brother band. This is his first step towards, like, getting over being depressed about his dad being missing, probably dead, and, like, maybe it's okay to, like, open up to people and make friends or whatever. Oh, yes, and when he makes this first brother band, his magic pendant, which I am pretty sure his dad gave him, it starts glowing. It's reacting to this brother band formation. What does it mean? So the pendant is like a transmitter that reacts to brother band power. Because brother banding, it's not just like a being friends on Facebook, it's actually like cosmically powerful. This gets more and more explicit as the series goes on, but like the power of becoming Facebook friends in Star Force, it's important. It's a source of power. I'll leave it there for now. Anyway, the pendant reacts to it, and it sends a signal up to these 3 satellites. Okay, so like in orbit around Earth, I guess there's 3 satellites, and these 3 satellites are each inhabited by these 3 they called them the satellite admins. They look similar to EM beings. They look similar to the FMians that you have found so far. They like made of fire, and they kind of look like sort of armor monsters. These are the titular Leo and Dragon and Unicorn. Not Unicorn, Pegasus. I don't know why they're here in these Earth satellites. The satellites are like the administrative satellites that like control human information technology. So I don't know why these guys are here in it, because they're not from Earth. These are also aliens, but these guys are they're not from the planet FM, they're from the planet AM, because, you know, AM, FM, radio, like radio waves. So there were actually 2 planets, but planet FM was like evil and warlike and basically declared war on AM and destroyed it. And, you know, these 3 were like the only survivors. I think they were like the great sages of AM. So these are like super wise, powerful aliens that were the last survivors of the planet AM's destruction. And they came here to Earth, and they live in these satellites for some reason. And this pendant is somehow connected to them, and they sense its brother band energy. And they're like, Geo, you're the chosen one. And then depending on which version of the game you're playing, one of these guys fights you and to like prove your power, and then you are perform to their satisfaction, and they're like, okay, we're going to grant you the power of the Star Force. I played Pegasus version because I'm a pony boy. Dragon is wood element. Pegasus is aqua element. Leo is fire element. Electric element does exist in the game, but there's no admin for it. I'm just realizing I haven't talked about cards. Okay, so like the Star Force battle system, it's very similar to the Battle Network battle system. Instead of chips, you have cards, but I mean, it's the same basic idea. There's just like a lot less options with it. It's like a super simplified version of it. I mean, there are like times you can use a card that modifies another card. There are basically like program advances where you have like the right combo of cards and it does a super attack, but like there's less of that. It's kind of just worse. Just my opinion, but I feel it very strongly. Leo and Pegasus and Dragon are they live in these 3 satellites up in space, orbiting the Earth. The titular Star Force in Mega Man Star Force is just the ability to transform into a form evocative of one of these guys. I guess they're granting you power and letting you take on a form based on them. It's called Star Break in the anime. So the name Ryusei no Rockman, a shooting star Rockman, even in Shooting Star Rockman, in the Japanese translation, this power is still called the Star Force. Oh, I forgot. The admins actually have full names. They have first and last names. Leo Kingdom, Pegasus Magic, and Dragon Sky. So Geo has made a friend at last. He's somebody's brother. So Luna, next time she sees him, she's like, Geo, come to school. You don't have to come to class, but come to the school because we're putting on a play and we want you to be in the play. And he's like, fine, I guess. So the play that Luna is directing, I guess she wrote herself, or somebody wrote for her, it's a retelling of the story of her and Zack being attacked by Bud, aka Taurus Fire, and then rescued by Mega Man. So it's a story about how great and heroic Mega Man is. Luna does not want Geo to play Mega Man, even though he literally is Mega Man in real life. How ironic. She doesn't think he's cool enough. She gets this other kid named Pat, who will come back later, and Pat is playing Mega Man in the play, and Geo gets to play a tree, but, they got him to school. They tricked him. I feel like there's a part where a sandbag, like, drops from the ceiling, or like a light fixture. I think a light fixture drops from the ceiling. Something drops from the ceiling in this playroom. I'm sure of it. I think that like a light falls and is gonna like almost crushes Luna, and like Mega Man knocks her out of the way or catches it or something. I feel like that happens, but I don't have it in my notes here. When it's time for the actual play, Pat like can't do it for some reason. Geo, he EM wave changes into Mega Man, a perfect costume, way better than the one Pat was gonna wear. He shows up and plays Mega Man, and of course it's amazing. It's perfect. Forgot to say Bob Copper. Bob Copper's Japanese name is Heiji Goyoda. Also, this green-haired kid, Pat, his full name is Patrick Springs. In Japanese, Tsukasa Futaba. All of the EM beings, except for Omega Zis, aka Warrock, all of them have the same names in Japanese, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm wrong. Japanese Lyra is called Harp, and Taurus is called Ox. Lyra and Sonya become Harp Note in English. In Japanese, Sonya and Harp become Lyra Note. Taurus and Bud become Taurus Fire. In Japanese, Ox Fire. Luna and the minions, they talk Geo. They're like, we got you to come to school to be in the play. Why don't you come to school and come to class? And Geo finally gives in. He's like, fine. So he comes to class, and their teacher is this cool dude, this big fluffy hair dude called Mitch Shepar, Japanese name Michimori Ikuta. He has these two vials around his neck with a dark liquid and a light liquid, according to the complete works. One is a thing of coffee and the other is milk. So Mitch Shepar, he's like a cool teacher, but he's like a good teacher. He teaches him the stuff he's supposed to teach him, but then like in the extra time in class, it's not all just about teaching to the book, man. There's also like the wisdom of the streets. Are you ready when life attacks? Let me tell you stories about the real world, man. Let me turn my chair back and tell you about my time in the force. No, just tells them worldly stories about stuff, and everyone thinks he's great. Everyone loves him, except for the principal, who is like, Mitch Shepar, you spend too much time talking about things that aren't in the damn book. And Mitch says, it's not all about the book, sir. And the principal is like, actually it is, to meet like grading standards or whatever. The school is using a new thing called the study wave. And the study wave, they use, I guess, an intercom system or some sort of emitter, and they emit this wave that like brainwashes everyone in the class, forces them to just like recite times tables and like lists of facts and stuff, forces their mind to like go through a mental routine of like repeating a bunch of information that they're supposed to learn. Mr. Shepar, you're going to subject your kids to that study wave or you're fired. Mitch Shepar like has kids. He has kids of his own. If I lose my job, I can't feed my family. I guess I gotta do it. He's torn up about it. He thinks this is bad pedagogy, which I think we can all agree is true. And, this conflict within him, he sure does feel like the world is against him. He sure probably does feel pretty alone in this moment. He must be emitting some pretty strong loneliness waves. Well, guess who shows up? A freaking demon. I mean, an alien. This one's name is Libra. I don't know what the deal that they must have made, or like what Libra was offering that was supposed to be like of advantage to Mitch, because all Mitch had to do was just do as he was told, which he does. He's like, okay, kids, we're using the study wave, and he turns it on, and all the kids are like, my mind, my brain. When he does this, because he's formed some sort of pact with Libra, he is just up at the head of the class and just EM wave changes into Libra scales is the EM wave changes form. And all the kids can see him, and they're just like, hey, the teacher turned into like a freaking monster. I can't think about that though. I'm being brainwashed by an evil wave. Mega Man has to, I think turning into an EM wave change himself lets him fight off the effects of the study wave. He gets on the wave road. He maneuvers in the air, and he battles Libra scales, as always, defeating the EM wave change, splits them up, and Libra, I guess, leaves. And Mitch Shepar is like, man, that was really messed up. This study wave thing is no good. I'm not going to do it anymore. And then, I mean, I really like this scenario. I really like Mitch. It's silly and it's ridiculous and it's over the top, but it speaks to a real conflict in the real world about, like, teachers face this conundrum. Is teaching for the test really the way? Most teachers, I think, would say no. But anyway, I don't like the ending. So Mr. Shepar refused to use the study wave, so he was going to be fired, but the kids didn't want him to be fired, and they all signed a petition. And because they signed a petition, they didn't fire him. That's so stupid. That would never work, ever. The perfect capstone on this scenario would have been that Mitch is vindicated in his belief, teaching the strict subject matter is not the only thing that matters, that there's value in teaching broader lessons and communicating wisdom as well as facts. So all it would have taken is, like, just show that, like, the study wave doesn't work. Show that the other kids in the other classes don't remember any of the things that they've been reciting due to the study wave. Show that it, like, I don't know, gives them headaches and then they can't remember anything afterward. Show that this is indeed poor pedagogy and that Mr. Shapar had the right idea all along, and fire that damn principal for being a psychopath. They don't do that. They're like, well, the kids didn't want him to get fired, and the principal just caved because the principal's such a nice guy. He was like, I'll just give the kids what they want. It's just so silly. An otherwise pretty good bit of the game that I think really, really falls in its face right at the end there. Then another time, also at school, Bob Copper shows up because he's like, hey, I sent some Z-Waves. Some viruses attack, and Bud and Zach get possessed by viruses. Oh, there's a jammer. Some jammer is just like sending viruses into their school, and they're like turning the kids into like zombies, basically. Luna gets pulled into the EM world again. Harpnote shows up again, just like rides in and is like, I'll help out. I remember that happening, but like, what was the point of it? Maybe it was just to get Harpnote to come back. Anyway, Harpnote's back. Sonya's like, hey, Geo, come on a date with me. Let's go shopping in Times Square. Not Times Square, Times Square. But in Japanese, Yashibu Town. Yashibu is sort of a remix of Shibuya. That's the place where The World Ends With You takes place, and it's a real place in Japan. And that's the place where the famous Hachiko dog statue is, and indeed there's an equivalent loyal dog statue in this section of the game. The statue is called Rover in English. In Japanese it's called Lightning Snowflake Bachiko, as in Hachiko. There's like a big department store. In English it's called Macy's, as in like off-brand Macy's. In Japanese, it's called 103. I guess in Japan, there's a department store called 109. So while this is happening, while Gio is going on this date with Sonya, Luna is having the worst day of her life because she finds out that her parents are moving. She's going to have to move away from Echo Ridge and leave her loyal minions behind. I didn't mention this, but like Sonya's like famous. She's a pop star. And also Zach and Bud specifically are like huge fanboys of Sonya. Yeah, they see Gio talking to Sonya Strum. That's her name, by the way. In English, in Japanese, her full name is Misora Hibiki. Yeah, they're like, I can't believe you know Sonya Strum. We're her biggest fans. You don't deserve her. Anyway, so she's like, wow, I'm going to have to move. This is terrible. I want to go talk to my friends. I want to go talk to Zach and Bud. And Zach and Bud are like busy. They're just doing something else and she can't reach them. And she's like, I'm all alone in my hour of need. And then she sees that like Gio is going off with Sonya, and I think she gets jealous because like she doesn't really like Gio, but I think seeing him hanging out with like an internationally famous singer-songwriter pop star, I think maybe that triggers some jealousy. I think it just might do that. So she like follows them to Times Square. They go shopping in Macy's. On the top of the department store, there is a museum-style exhibit. There's like a snake enclosure with like an artificial forest. Just coincidentally, this snake exhibit is being like sponsored and held by Luna's parents. Her parents are really rich. They sponsor snake exhibits at the top of department stores. So Luna sees her parents and she's like, ooh, I'm mad. I don't want to move. And also I'm lonely, and also I'm jealous. So she runs off, and she's upset. Lonely, you might say. So a demon appears. This one is Ophiuka, and she fuses with Ophiuka to become Queen Ophiuka, is the name of their EM wave change. In Japanese, its name is Ophiukas, and the wave change's name is Ophiukas Queen. Words reversed. The ones from FM are called FMians. The ones from AM, I guess, are called like AMians. Are they officially called that, or do I just call them that? I don't know. But in general, these types of things, these things are EM beings, and the Japanese term for an EM being is a Denpa Seimeitai, which means a radio wave life form. Yep. That sounds about right. Queen Ophiuka, she's like a snake charmer, right? She's like has a flute and can charm snakes. She's in the perfect scenario to do exactly that in this snake exhibit. She has like boa constrictors constrict her parents. She sicks snakes on, I think just on Sonya or maybe on Gio and Sonya, but a poisonous snake bites Sonya. Sonya's like laid out on the ground, been poisoned and dying. And Gio's like, I'll go get help or something. He just leaves her. I mean, I guess what else can you do? So he's like, all right, I can't get to her because of these deadly snakes. There's like snakes in the way. So he goes to the roof and he goes to the like air conditioning system where there's a Navi that controls the air conditioning system, Thermoman. In Japanese, he's actually called Aircon Man, which is, I believe, a reference to one of the robot masters from Rockman and Forte, Challenger from the future. Yes, one of those guys from the future was Aircon Man. And hey, we're in the future. This is the future. It's an alternate future. It's like poetry. It rhymes. So anyway, he gets Aircon Man to turn up the air conditioner to turn the temperature down because snakes are cold-blooded. And he's like, well, if it gets cold, then the snakes will go dormant because that's how cold-blooded things work. And I don't know if that's true or not. But that's what happens. He renders the snakes dormant. He goes and he fights Queen Ophiuka. He beats her. Ophiuka leaves. Luna's like, oh, sorry, I turned into a demon. Everyone's like, no sweat. Happens to the best of us. Sonya is just lying prone on the ground, being poisoned to death this whole time. But, we'll get her. She'll be fine. Luna's parents decide not to move after this. And I don't know if they just changed their plans, like it just worked out that way. I think they just decide not to move because Luna was really upset and they like didn't want to upset her. So I guess it all worked out. Luna's like, thanks for stopping my demonic rampage. And then they brother band. Luna is Gio's second Buraza. Next at school, you hang out with Pat again, the green kid. Pat's like, hey Gio, you always go hang out at Vista Point looking at the stars and whatever. That must be like your secret special place. I also have a secret safe place that I go to, and it's real cool. Let me show you. So Pat's secret safe place, as I think he calls it, is a place called Dream Island, which is based on a real island in Japan. It's an artificial island called Yume no Shima. It's like an artificial landfill island, like made out of trash. And on Dream Island, yeah, there's like a dump here, like a landfill. And Pat is like, okay, casual acquaintance of mine. Yeah, so the thing about me is that I'm an orphan. Whoever my parents were literally just threw me in this garbage dump as a baby, and I was found here, and that's my backstory. Honestly, I don't remember what Gio's reaction to this is, but like, I don't know what mine would be. What a thing to tell a guy the first time you hang out with him. Obviously, Pat, he's got some baggage. He's got some trauma. He's emitting loneliness waves. He's got a demon inside of him. Kind of. Pat has that fake version of a dissociative identity disorder where you just like switch back and forth between two people when you sneeze or something. Basically, Pat has an evil alter ego called Rei, in Japanese, Hikaru. So Pat has not met Gemini, but Rei has met Gemini. And Gemini wants to EM wave change with Rei. I think it's after Pat tells Gio about his tragic backstory. Does he think like, oh, Gio probably thinks I'm like, he probably thinks badly of me because I come from the trash. In this moment of weakness, Rei is like, hey Pat, we should get revenge on the world. We should like, I guess like kill everyone. We should like find our parents and kill them, I think, and like probably kill everyone else. And Pat's like, yeah, it sounds pretty good right now. So the EM wave change to Gemini Spark is the EM wave change. And Gemini Spark is, like Rei and Pat are the same person, just switching back and forth between two people. But Gemini Spark, he becomes like two guys. He's two distinct guys. His pronouns are they, them, because he's just two guys. Omega Zis says that Gemini is like one of the strongest FMians. So he's like, this is a real tough guy. But, you beat him. You kick his ass. Pat wanted to brother band with Gio, and Gio was going to do it. I guess Gio liked Pat, despite his tragic backstory. Rei was like, okay, but we're going to betray him, because Gemini wanted to get the Andromeda Key. Remember, the goal of the FMians is to get the Andromeda Key from Omega Zis to give it to the FM King. Gio's going to brother band with Pat. Does he brother band? I don't think they actually do it at this point. It doesn't really matter. But the point is he gets betrayed, and Gio is so heartbroken over this betrayal, just like Tom Dubious. Does he delete all his brother bands? His two brother bands? Gio's like really upset that Pat betrayed him and attacked him as Gemini Spark. He stops going to school. Omega Zis is like, hey Gio, we gotta like fight the other FMians and do stuff. And Gio's like, I don't wanna, I'm depressed. And Omega Zis is like, alright fine, I give up. You're a loser. You've given up on helping me. I'm just gonna go, look elsewhere. So Omega Zis just leaves. So now Gio's like truly alone. I mean, I guess he's still got his mom. So Omega Zis goes off on his own, but then because he did that, he's by himself and he gets ambushed by the other FMians alone. Harpnote shows up and tries to help him, but it's not enough. Basically, they beat up Omega Zis and they take the Andromeda Key. They bring it back to FM and they give it to this mysterious FM king. The Andromeda Key awakens a super weapon called Andromeda, and he's coming to Earth to use it. So that's why Omega-Zis was protecting the key so that wouldn't happen, but now it's happening. Geo finally, like, finds his courage and is like, I'm gonna go find Omega-Zis and be like, sorry, I was such a loser. I won't be a loser anymore. I think he's like, gets there right as they're getting attacked, and like right after they steal the Andromeda Key. And I think the FMians are gonna blast Omega-Zis, and Geo like heroically jumps in front of him and takes the blast, and then they fuse again. But it's too late. Also, yes, he like unbrother banded everybody. And by everybody, I mean, I think just Sonya and Luna. I don't think he had brother banded with Pad. So his 2 brother bands are removed. He's not even brother banded with his mom. What an ungrateful son. Him and Harpno help Omega-Zis, and then he re-brother bands with Sonya. And then seemingly unrelatedly, some more like jammers appear, the virus guys, and they just kidnap Luna and you go rescue her. And I think this is when Luna figures out that Geo is Mega Man. But despite learning this, she persists in being like, I love Mega Man, but Geo, you know, you're still just a twerp or whatever. You know, knowing that they're the same person, but like, I only like you when you're Mega Man. He redoes his brother band with Luna, and then also he's like, hey, and Bud, you're a cool guy too. I'll brother band with you, Bud Bison, as well. But not Zack. Even though, like, Bud and Zack, he knows both of them equally well. They're both just, like, friends through Luna. The only reason I can think of is that Bud has an Ephemian. Bud has an EM wave change, and Zack doesn't. There's no other reason why he would be friends with one of them and not the other. I think in, like, the post-game, there might be some way to become brother bands with Zack. These games also have a post-game. Again, I didn't do them. Back to the story. Aaron Boreal, right? Space industrialist. He's like, Geo, your pendant reacts with brother band power. The space station your dad was on, it was not entirely lost in space. Like, we recovered parts of it. I think, like, it crashed back down to Earth at some point. So we have parts of it. The space station piece that your dad was piloting, was leading the mission, yeah, it was going to FM. The FM King has awakened Andromeda, and he's going to come to Earth and use it to wreak destruction. So the space station piece, or what remains of it, is still over by Planet FM. And we have like a broken off part of the space station piece here on Earth. So we could use that to like transmit data to, you know, what's left up in space. We could send like programs, maybe some sort of electromechanical or electromagnetic being perhaps, could be transmitted from the part on Earth to the part in space. But he doesn't know where the piece is like located, the part that fell to Earth. It's like a secret. His old boss, I'm going to assume they worked for NASA. I'm pretty sure that they used to work for NASA. So his old boss at NASA might know like where the thing is. So you have to go find this guy, and it's this old NPC. It's a guy who's just been wandering around in Echo Ridge for the whole game. I don't think this is the same guy who has... There's a famous screenshot from Star Force of an old man who says, I'm 30 years old. Very relatable, of course. I don't think that this is that same guy, but like he has that same exact generic old man sprite, so it might as well be. All of the NPCs walking around, you know, you can trans into or pulse in or whatever to their transers, and you can like see their names and see their favorite battle cards. Why do they even have battle cards? Nobody else like battles. Nobody else EM wave changes. That doesn't... I don't understand that. Why did that just occur to me? What's going on there? People aren't net battling. People aren't like piloting navies to do battle on the net. That's like specifically a thing that EM wave beings do. Let's not worry about it too much. So like every random NPC, you can jack in and you can find out their name, and you can find out like their secret thing that they're worried about or whatever. For example, the principal of Echo Ridge, you can find out his real name is Blair Loud. He's secretly like a crooner, like a musician. Like he's like recording an album or something. So I guess his name is like because of how loud he sings. There's a guy called Chase Wind who flies helicopters. He's the guy who pilots the toy helicopter that has Propeller Man in it, who I mentioned a long time ago. There's a girl called Chatty Ditz who gives you a treasure map that her grandpa gave her. There's a kid called Don McCard, who is a card collector who has brothers or someone who share his last name who are called Quiero McCard and Juan McCard. I guess they're like Spanish. There's a girl called Amnesia who is forgetful. There's a little girl called Mila Devour, a gourmand who wants to like sample all the food in the world. You get it. They all have names like this. So anyway, this old man who has secretly been Aaron's old boss this whole time, his name is Ivor Gott because he's a forgetful old man. He's just been sort of like a joke character this whole time, but then you find out, oh yeah, no, I'm Aaron's old boss. Oh, he wants to know where we buried the remains of the space station piece. Well, the reason I'm so forgetful is because when we recovered the space station piece, it was like such an important government secret, and we had to make sure nobody knew where it was buried, that they like surgically removed the memory from my brain so that I could never reveal that information. And that's why my memory is all messed up. Actually, and I found this on the wiki and I thought this was really interesting. In Japanese, they say that the memory was surgically removed, like they did brain surgery on him to make him forget where this thing was. The Japanese word for surgery is shujutsu. But in English, they say they used an ancient technique, like something mystical, to make him forget. A Japanese word you could use for something like sorcery would be like jujutsu. So it seems like they might have just conflated shujutsu with jujutsu and mistranslated what was supposed to be surgery as like some sort of spell. So he's like, because of that, I don't remember where the space station is, but I think you might be able to find out more at Dream Island. That's the garbage dump where Pat was found as a baby. So when you go back there, you get attacked by Gemini again. And this time I think Pat is like, no, Ray, Gio's my friend actually, and we shouldn't betray him actually, and I want to be good, not evil. So he redeems himself, and I think you brother band with Pat after that. Aaron Boreal sees you change into Mega Man, so he knows your secret too. All the kids know, and now Aaron knows. They don't tell your mom. Your mom never finds out. Maybe she does later. Not in the first game. So Aaron's like, oh, okay, I see. So you can merge with an alien demon and become basically a space ghost and travel through the internet. All right, that all makes enough sense. So here's what we're gonna do. Is the space station piece just in Dream Island? I think there's like a secret door somewhere in Dream Island that's like, yeah, it's just buried. The part of the space station piece is just buried into Dream Island. So I guess the old man like remembered better than he thought. They get down into like the secret chamber where it's contained, and Aaron is like messing around with the computers, and he's like, okay, we can transmit you up to the space station piece, which is near the planet FM, and hopefully from there you can like confront the FM king and stop him from bringing Andromeda to Earth. And he says it's too dangerous and we shouldn't do it, Gio, but we're going to do it anyway because what else are we going to do? They're detecting like a signal from the space station piece. His tower is detecting the signal. That's the one the tower that he built to like try and detect your dad. There's like I don't think it's the FM king that does this because he's not here yet, but something brings like something called a wave ball. There's a Z-wave ball. And remember, Bob Copper detects Z-wave. A huge ball of Z-waves is coming down from space. Bob Copper is somehow able to cancel it and stop it from crashing into Earth. But the presence of the Z-wave ball makes EM phenomena tangible, and so at the end it's oh my god, viruses are tangible and they're attacking people in the streets, and everyone can see the wave roads now. It's the freaking apocalypse. There are some just random extra bosses hanging around. There's other FMians who are hanging out with humans and can EM wave change with them but are not overtly hostile. There's an FMian called Cancer, a little crab, who is a wave change with another kid named Claude Pincer, or in Japanese, Chiyokichi Hasami. You can just find him on the wave road up above Echo Ridge. He's just kind of there, and you can just talk to him and have a battle with him. That's him in EM form. I think just his normal kid form is just hanging out at the store. By the way, the store where you buy battle cards and stuff in Echo Ridge is called Big Wave, and the shopkeeper is this bodacious surfer dude called Ken Soother, or in Japanese, Ken Nangoku. And this is another guy based on a real guy. He's based on the producer of the Mega Man Star Force series, whose name was Takeshi Horinochi, whose nickname was Horiken, like Ken Soother, who allegedly had a similar hairstyle while they were making this game. Star Force kind of has an equivalent guy to Mr. Famous. His name is Legendary Master Shin. The wiki says that he supports, sanctions, and searches for all things legendary. Who he's supposed to be in the context of this world is a lot less clear to me than who Mr. Famous was. He will record the thing called a best combo. If you do a turn with a bunch of chips that combo together and do a combo attack, and you do a ton of damage, it'll automatically save that combo, and then you can go to Legendary Master Shin and register it as a best combo, and then there's some way you can like set it as like a thing you can use more of later. I kind of ignored this feature of the game because it just seemed too complicated, and I didn't even really like the battles in Star Force very much anyway, and I just didn't care that much. If you like send him an email with a specific cipher code in it, and these are like secret phrases that like you can find hints about, just like scattered about the game. And if you send him the right cipher code, he'll be like, yeah, you got it. And he'll reward you with like a special battle card. And he is apparently based on a guy called Shinsuke Kodama, who is a director at Capcom. Another, Ephemian who's just called Wolf. You don't actually see Wolf in the first game. You don't actually see Cancer. I don't think you see Cancer ever. This is just concept art of him. It doesn't appear in game. Wolf you do see in a later game, but not in the first game. But you do see the human that pairs with him, and you see their EM wave change. And the same in the first game is true for Wolf. He is paired with a human named Damien Wolf, or Juro Ogami in Japanese, and their EM wave change is Wolf Woods. You can encounter Wolf Woods. I think he's like a gardener, so I'm pretty sure he's in the, like if you go back to the snake exhibit where you fought Queen Ophiuka, I think he's like hanging out there. Okay, so they're sending Geo to space. There's a really sad part where like Geo's mom doesn't know that he's Mega Man. And doesn't tell her. And he doesn't tell her that like he's gonna go to space, but like viruses are becoming real and the apocalypse is happening and stuff is getting scary. And I think Geo just tells his mom, like, I think she just like wants him to stay home and be safe. And he's like, Mom, I have to go. And he doesn't say why. He's just like, I have to go. Do something. Just, I gotta go. And she like doesn't ask why, but she just has the sense he's gonna go somewhere and maybe never come back, just like his dad did, which is exactly right. He's literally going to the same place his dad did and never came back from, the space station piece. She just somehow intuits this, and she's just like, do you really have to go? And he's like, yep, gotta go. And she's like, okay, if you gotta. And I felt so bad for her. I don't understand why he doesn't just tell her. Just tell her you're Mega Man. I mean, I guess she'd probably still be afraid that you would die, because you probably will. You'll probably die in space. I genuinely don't get why it's okay for Aaron Boreal to know, but not Geo's mom. So they send you up in a laser to the space station piece. There's some puzzles that like you have to relate, like the shape of the dungeon to like stars on a console screen, and like the shape of it's the constellations, basically the ones that the Ephemians are based on, Taurus and Cygnus and Libra and so on. And I think each time you solve one of these little star puzzles, I think you have to fight the associated EM wave change again. This is the part where you fight all the bosses again before you fight the final boss. So while you're here on the space station, Omega Zeus is like, okay, Geo, you remember a million years ago I said I would tell you about your dad? And Geo's like, yeah. He's like, okay, I'll tell you. I'll finally tell you about your dad. Omega Zeus, he met Kelvin Stellar when he came to planet FM. He was friends with Kelvin, but the other Ephemians, the FM King, attacked the space station piece and destroyed it. He was on the ship with Geo's dad when that happened, but Geo's dad, he says he is not dead because Omega Zeus, turned Kelvin into an EM wave being, converted him into EM wave energy so that he wouldn't die in space. So Kelvin is like theoretically up here in space somewhere as just like a space ghost. Not like an EM wave change, he just is a ghost somewhere. So you get through the dungeon, and you meet the FM King at the end. And the FM King is this like small child EM creature called Cepheus. I don't know how long EM beings live for, so who knows how long this is like relative to a human lifespan. But relative to an Ephemian's lifespan, he's like relatively recently ascended to the throne. And FM culture is kind of warlike. If someone kills the king, they become the new king. So basically, since he was like an infant, Cepheus has been living in a world of kill or be killed. Assassins try to assassinate him, and he has to kill them or be killed himself. So he's like completely paranoid and psychotic. So Kelvin Stellar, right? Geo's dad. We knew there were aliens out there. And Kelvin's dream was that we not just discover aliens, but that we become friends with them, that we bond with them, that we make a brother band with them. So Kelvin Stellar led a mission on the space station Peace to travel to the planet FM and meet the FM King and form like the first interplanetary alien-human interspecies brother band and establish like positive relationships with, other species in the universe. And of course, it's Tom Dubious again. It's Pat and Geo again. It's the story of someone wants to make a connection, but you just can't trust them, so you lash out instead. Cepheus heard that this human wanted to become friends with him and like forge a connection with this brother band. He was like, I don't trust it. He destroyed the space station piece, and then he went on to destroy their neighboring planet AM as well, which it turns out not just the 3 satellite admins, Leo, Pegasus, and Dragon, but also Omega Zis. Omega Zis is not actually an FMian. He's also one of the last surviving AMians, which is why he wanted to stop Cepheus from getting the Andromeda Key and stole it and took it to Earth after AM was destroyed. So Cepheus is like, yep, I'm going to do what I've always done. I'm just going to kill everything. And he summons Andromeda with the Andromeda Key, and he tries to make it kill you, and you fight it. After fighting it, the Andromeda actually turns on Cepheus and tries to kill Cepheus. And Geo doesn't want to let Cepheus die. And even Mega is like, even though he destroyed my whole planet, I guess let's save him. Not what I would expect from Omega. He doesn't seem like such a nice guy as that. It's tempting to turn my nose up and be like, it's ridiculous that you would forgive the guy who destroyed your whole planet. But think of what we've learned in every single scenario so far. Think of what we learned from Tom and Pat. Mistrust and aggression just leads to more violence. Continuing the themes that we've seen over and over and over again. They're like, let's break the cycle of violence. We could kill the FM King, but let's be better than that and not do it. And you can say that that's naive, and maybe it is, but it's a consistent theme that the game establishes and then hammers home multiple times and then builds to like the final culmination of the idea here at the end, and I just think it's great. I do think it's really funny, though, that when you find out the FM King destroyed the planet AM, Geo forgives him. Not Omega, Geo. As if he has done anything as bad to Geo as he's done to Omega. So after you save Cepheus from Andromeda, and then there's another sort of like spirit bomb thing where there's a montage of like all the friends you made along the way back on Earth are like lending you their power or like offering you thoughts and prayers, whatever, and this powers up Mega Man and you do the final blow and destroy Andromeda. Andromeda is defeated. Cepheus is like, wow, you actually saved me. This is a challenge to my violent and paranoid worldview. The 3 admins show up and they're like, what if we work together? And I think they say they're going to try and like reconstruct AM. I don't know how possible that is, but that's what they want to try to do. And Cepheus is like, okay, I guess we can give it a shot. Geo forms a brother band with Cepheus at the end, fulfilling his dad's dream. Unfortunately, for reasons, this basically won't matter going into the future games, but at the moment it's very triumphant and it's great and it's terrific. So the satellite admins and Cepheus go back to FM to try to rebuild AM, and you go back to the space station and you're like, okay, time to pulse back to Earth. But like, remember the ship is like destroyed, so the computer has chosen right now to break. So you can't pulse in. So you go to like an emergency escape pod, eject out into space, and you send it home to Earth like a transmission saying like, okay, I'm in the pod. But then that breaks. The pod gets knocked off course. Geo and Omega are like, well, what do we do now? We're lost in space. We're off course. We're going to drift forever. You're drifting for a long time, for like an indeterminate amount of time. And at some point, your dad's EM ghost, Kelvin Stellar's EM ghost, appears and is like, Geo, I'm proud of you. Your dad believes in the power of brother bands. That's why he led the mission to FM. So he's like, Geo, just believe in the power of brother bands. Believe in the power of the connections between people. Believe in the power of friendship. And Geo does. And then I think it's the brother bands that he has with people on Earth, which I guess would just be Luna and Sonya and Pat at this point. Like the fact that he has brother bands with people on Earth somehow like lets the pod triangulate its position and redirect its course and head back to Earth. And they land and everyone's reunited, and it's a happy ending for everyone. If you're wondering why Kelvin didn't come back in the escape pod with Geo and Omega, he's like an EM ghost, but that's not the same thing as being like an EM being, like an FMian or an AMian. I think they just encountered some sort of like wave echo of him. I guess he's sort of like ethereal. He's sort of like his waveform probably expands across like a whole region of space. It's just my best guess. If it's not that, I don't know why. For whatever reason, he was not able to come with the escape pod. I'm pretty sure that like the evil FMians go back to the planet FM. I don't think any of them are like killed. Honestly, I'm not really sure. At least Omega Zis and Lyra are like, we like it on Earth. We like our human buddies. We're just going to hang out here. And so they do. And, it's great. I love Star Force. I think 1 is probably... Is 1 the best one? Maybe. I don't know. As I said, I really think Star Force, especially Star Force 1, has characters with depth, has some real, like, human drama, has some pathos in it, has some themes that it really, like, works hard to establish and then pays off really well in the end. I think it's a great story. I think it's a great game. I love Star Wars. There was a Navi I didn't mention. There's one called Key Man. In Japanese, he's called Open Man. He functions as a key. Shovel Man is a Navi that, like, lives in a backhoe, and it's on Dream Island, and it's, like, for, like, clearing junk. I think he clears the way for you to get maybe to the buried part of the space station piece. Drive Man. Drive Man are these, like, trucks. Transport truck-looking Navis that, like, drive along the EM Wave Road. Like I said, Navis kind of take the place of, like, Mr. Progs in Star Force. There is a generic other thing that is, I don't even know, what is it? It's called a Hertz. Hertzes are, like, the generic, like, I'm just, like, a wave thing that exists on the Wave Road. What are they? Are they a program? I'm pretty sure they're not man-made. I'm pretty sure they're just, like, a naturally occurring EM creature that just happens to live on the Wave Road. There's ones on the ground, there's ones that live in the sky. Later on, there's, like, angel-looking ones that live in the sky. There's ones that live in space. Maybe they just come from space. Postgame. A lot of the postgame is just, like, tracking down a couple of, like, the secret bosses that I mentioned, and also, like, advanced versions of them. There's another secret boss, and this is another guy that you encounter in the postgame in Dream Island, in the trash heap. There's another Ephemian. This guy's name is Crown. Crown actually EM wave changes with a ghost. Yes, ghosts are still canon. They didn't stop being canon. They remember back there was that one in Battle Network 4. This is like the ghost of, I guess, an old king of somewhere. This king's name is Jean Couron Velmond Giorgione the 14th. He's this big bearded guy, and his ghost has, like, arrows sticking out of him, so I guess he was assassinated. And I don't think we really learn a whole ton about him other than that he's just the ghost of a king that haunts this trash dump. Him and Crown EM wave change into a thing called Crown Thunder, and he is a post-game boss. There's Boktai content. I kind of missed it because, like, it's not called Boktai anymore. It's like the 4th Boktai game, but it wasn't called Boktai in English. The English version was just called Lunar Nights. So it, like, still has Django, but he's been renamed to Aaron, even though there's already a guy named Aaron in this game. But so now you can meet Django, who is now named Aaron, and also another guy who in Japanese is called Sabata, but in English he's called Lucian. And there's, like, a post-game scenario where you can help them fight their nemesis, whose name is Margrave Reimer, who appears to be some sort of a centaur. Star Force 2. So there's technically, like, 3 versions, but you can only buy 2 versions. Zerker X Saurian and Zerker X Ninja. And the deal with that is that each version you could buy actually contained 2 versions. Either one you could play Zerker version, and then in Zerker X Saurian you could also play Saurian version, and in Zerker X Ninja you could also play Ninja version. The theme of Star Force 2, it's like about, like, cryptids, sort of. It's sort of about, like, ancient civilizations and, like, cryptid beasts and stuff. It's a little bit like Legacy of Network. There's some similarities to the story of Legacy of Network. They both involve, like, an ancient civilization that had modern day to the story technology in the past. So remember how all of society is based around the transer? Well, guess what? Screw the transer. Throw it in the garbage. It's been rendered obsolete and replaced by a new device called the Star Carrier. In Japanese, the Suta Kiaria. And the Star Carrier actually was developed by Amaken, Aaron Boreal. So he didn't make the transer, but he did make the thing that replaced the transer, which is now what society is based around. So that's got to be pretty profitable for Amaken if I'm guessing, which I am. So the transer was, like, worn on the arm. The Star Carrier is held in the hand. It looks more like the pet did. With the Star Carrier, you still form brother bands. Society is still focused on brother bands. In fact, it's even more focused on brother bands. The power of brother bands has been quantified in a thing called link power, or LP. In Japanese, it's called Kizuna Ryoku, or KR is the abbreviation. When you form brother bands with people, it forms the brother band, and it does all the thing. It forms a connection with this other person. You see their secrets and whatnot. But also, you gain link power, and link power is like... It's kind of like a quantified version of like social capital. Basically, the more brother bands you have, and also some people you make brother bands with give you more LP than others. Not sure what the logic is. Also, you can make brother bands in real life. This was a thing in the first game too. Like, you would make brother bands with people in the game, characters, but you could also make them between like other people that had the game in real life. And this used like the Nintendo DS's wireless communication functions. You gain LP in the game for forming these real life brother bands. Also, there's parts in the game, and even like diegetically, there's like people that will give you stuff. Businesses will give you free stuff, or like you'll be qualified to do something that you wouldn't otherwise be qualified to do if you have enough LP. Realistically, if this were how society worked, everyone would brother band with everyone to just get their LP high, because you get tangible rewards for having high LP. Of course, that's not what happens. Brother bands are still treated like a really big deal. It's still like a real commitment. It's too sacred to do that. Also, when everyone in the world at some point in the past year or like couple months since the previous game, when everybody in the world upgraded their transer to a star carrier, all their previous brother bands were gone, totally reset. You have to make them from the ground up again. So unfortunately, that first historical brother band between a human and an alien, the FM King, I got a new phone. I lost my contact info. I got to add everyone again. Oops. So inciting incident in 2, there's like a blimp or like some kind of plane that's flying an advertisement for a movie, and it crashes, and Geo turns into Mega Man, and I think because like viruses crash the ship, he has to go find like a propeller that broke off to help repair the ship, and the guy in the ship is like, I'm advertising my new movie. Here, thanks for help. Here's like free tickets to go see the movie. So the gang goes to a place called Wiltshire Hills, a commercial district in Capital City. Now, in Japanese, it's called TK City, so it's Tokyo. So I guess this is what became of Den City in the future. And Wiltshire Hills is called Roppondo Hills. That's based on a real life place in Tokyo called Roppongi Hills, which is like, it's like a rich district. It's like a business district, I guess. The name Wiltshire is from, in LA in America, there's a place called Wiltshire Boulevard, which is another like rich place. There's also a tower in Wiltshire Hills. It's called the IFL Tower, which is like the Eiffel Tower. I mean, I guess real-life Tokyo has the Tokyo Tower, which is also just basically a copy of the Eiffel Tower. Point is, they go to Wiltshire Hills to go to the movies. And it's like a spooky ghost movie, and Geo is afraid of ghosts. He doesn't handle spooky movies well. At the movie, they get attacked by a freaking demon. It's actually it's an EM wave change guy. Attacks them for, mysterious reasons. This is a guy called Hyde. And he has this like spooky ghost. It's an EM being. It's not an Ephemian, but he has his own EM being of mysterious origin. It looks like a ghost. Its name is Phantom. The EM wave change into Dark Phantom, or Phantom Black in Japanese. Dark Phantom kidnaps Luna for no readily apparent reason. Geo has to wave change, and he uses a thing. Okay, he uses a new technology. This is the other thing that the star carrier is capable of. There's a new technology called matter waves. Matter waves are basically like a physically tangible projection of like hard light, like a hologram that you can touch. Obviously, they're made from EM waves, as is everything in this world. So using EM wave technology, you can generate like a physical object out of light, and it's called a matter wave. And this is a new thing that the star carrier is capable of doing. If you have like the right program for a particular matter wave, the star carrier can like generate this thing. So Geo has to get one of these and use this to make basically a vacuum cleaner, to like Ghostbusters style, like suck up all these phantom ghosts that are haunting the theater. So Hyde, his goal here was to try and take over the IFL tower. It's a signal tower. It interacts with the wave world. He's trying to take it over for some reason, but you beat him, and he flees. And then Luna's like, thanks for rescuing me. We're friends, and we've been friends, and I don't know why we didn't do this before, but hey, now's as good a time as any to like reset our brother band on these newfangled star carriers. And Gio's like, okay, and then you do that. Okay, then it's summer vacation, and Luna's like, gang, I'm the prez, I'm the boss, I think we should go on a ski trip. And everyone's like, okay. So they go to this ski resort called Grizzly Peak, which in Japanese is called Yaeba Resort, which is based on a real-life ski resort called Naeba Resort. Zach says that there have been sightings of an abominable snowman at Grizzly Peak. This abominable snowman, this is referred to as an UMA, a UMA, an unidentified mysterious animal, basically a cryptid. These are a theme in this game. Ghosts, the abominable snowman. What'll they think of next? At Grizzly Peak Resort, they meet like a famous competitive skier called Amy Galland, Japanese name Ai Nameshita, and she's also like the daughter of the guy who owns Grizzly Peak. You get attacked by the mysterious abominable snowman appears, and she like helps you avoid being crushed by a snowball. I think that he like throws giant snowballs off the mountain. Okay, so Bud is like, wow, I have a crush on Amy Galland, and Luna's mad about this for some. I think she's just mad that everyone is paying more attention to Amy. Luna just loves to be jealous about stuff. It's her favorite pastime. The way he decides to get Amy's attention is at Grizzly Peak. There's like a part of the place called Foodtopia, and Foodtopia is it's basically like a food court, basically. There's lots of shops that sell food, and they're having an eating contest. And Bud's like, I'm going to enter that eating contest and eat everything and win the heart of Amy Galland. But he's like, Gio, I can't do it alone. I need a special device. I need a special thing called an eat machine to help me win the food contest. Okay, so you have to go on some sort of fetch quest, the details of which I don't remember, and I'm sure they're not important. But you run around the place and you find a program for a matter wave. This is another magical energy hologram for the eat machine. And the eat machine is like a device that it projects it on top of Bud's head. And it just has all these arms, and the purpose of the eat machine is just that it grabs food and jams it down the wearer's throat. So this eat machine just jams food down Bud's throat, and he's winning the contest, but it's too much for him. And so then something very confusing happens. I guess the stress of being forced to eat all this food awakens within him the dormant Taurus. And he transforms into Taurus fire, or maybe it's not that Taurus is actually there. I kind of thought Taurus went back to space. It might be like awakening, I don't know, like the soul memory or like the stored data, some sort of echo from the hole in his heart that Taurus temporarily filled. I don't know why it happens. For some reason, this transforms Bud back into Taurus fire, and he goes on a rampage again, and you gotta fight him. After this happens, they're just like, okay, well, that was fine. Let's continue our ski trip. This doesn't do anything to alter their plans. There's an evil rich guy called Rich.com, or Monjiro Gori in Japanese, and he's like, I'm a rich guy, I'm gonna buy out Grizzly Peaks and probably turn it into a parking lot or something, whatever evil land developers do. So Rich.com, he knows Hyde, the Dark Phantom guy. He also has an Uma, another of these mysterious EM beings of unknown origin called Yeti, and he can merge with it to become an EM wave change form called Yeti Blizzard. And Yeti Blizzard is the abominable snowman that people have been seeing on the mountain. It's been throwing snowballs. This is your classic Scooby-Doo plot of the villain is here to wreak havoc and damage the reputation of the current business owner so that they can buy up the land and do something with it. Amy and Bud get trapped at the top of a mountain by a blizzard. Gio's got to become Mega Man because Mega Man is resilient to the elements. The lifts stop working, so he can't go up normally, so he has to use the EM Wave Road as Mega Man. He goes up the mountain, and he's going to rescue them. They get attacked by the Yeti, of course. And you got to fight the Yeti Blizzard. Bob Copper appears and arrests him after the ruse is discovered. And I'm not sure if he's arresting him because, property damage or because, illegal, Z-Wave, EM Wave stuff. Because Bob Copper's all about investigating Z-Wave stuff. The point is he's defeated and he's arrested. So Grizzly Peaks is safe. Amy Galland can continue to practice for the upcoming... She'll make nationals after all. And then you're like, hey, Bud, we're best friends still. Don't know why we didn't do this sooner. Maybe now's a good time to renew our brother band on our new star carriers. And Bud's like, yeah, sure. Why not? This incident like gets Mega Man like famous on TV. I guess someone was recording and saw this happen, and now Mega Man is like a famous superhero, the mysterious blue bomber or whatever. Nobody recognizes him. His mom still doesn't know that he's Mega Man. Because he shows up on TV, I think Sonya, hey Gio, saw you on TV, pretty cool. Let's go on a date. Let's go on a date to the museum in Wiltshire Hills. There's a museum in the IFL Tower, and there's an exhibit. Again, just like in Legacy of Network, there was a museum exhibit about the old civilization. In this game, there's a museum exhibit about an old civilization that, it turns out, also had like EM wave technology. They had star carriers back in this ancient civilization called Mu, which makes me think that Aaron Boreal probably didn't like personally invent the star carrier. He probably based it on this old technology from the ancient world, I would assume, but I don't know. So the museum exhibit on Mu, the people of Mu, they had EM wave technology, they had star carriers. Mu it must have been a big civilization because there were a bunch of different tribes, and like there's 3 specific tribes highlighted, and these are the different versions of the game. There's the Zerker tribe, which were basically, they're described like berserkers, like Vikings, like they have like Norse names and stuff, but the way they're depicted, they're usually knights in armor. There's the ninjas, which is exactly what it sounds like. And then there were saurians, which were just dinosaurs, not like humans with pet dinosaurs or like some sort of caveman tribe with like a dinosaur theme. Just the actual dinosaurs were the saurians, which were a subset of Murians, and I don't know how that works at all. They do have slightly different names in Japan. In Japan, Zerker is called Berserk, Ninja is called Shinobi, and Saurian is called Dinosaur. All these tribes, and probably other tribes, they used to live on an ancient lost continent, the lost continent of Mu. They had star carriers. They knew about brother bands and link power. Their civilization collapsed because of a crisis of link power. Conflict between the tribes depleted their link power, and that led to the decline of their civilization, I think, which surely must then also be tied in with their continent being lost. I think it sank beneath the ocean. So depending on which version of the game you're playing, there will be a different item. It's called an UPArt, which stands for out of place artifact, which is apparently like kind of a real term in like archaeology. If they discover an artifact at a site and they're like, this is not an artifact that we would expect to find at this location in this time period. I guess that's like a word that is sometimes used in real life. This is basically just an ancient relic of whichever civilization you're playing the version of. If you're playing Zerker, it's like a sword. If you're playing Ninja, I think it's like a ninja star. If you're playing Saurian, it's like a dino skull, a T-Rex skull. These creepy eyes show up, and they start opening like black holes in the floor, and they're trying to suck the Upars. Omega Zeus is like, no. I don't know why he cares so much about the Upart. He just doesn't trust it. He tries to bite the Upart to hold on to it, to prevent it from being sucked into this black hole. He accidentally swallows it. So he swallows this ancient relic. I don't know why it happens right now, but I guess because they're like, okay, well that was a good date, I guess. Hey Sonya, let's brother band. Don't know why we didn't do it sooner. And then they re-brother band. Okay. And then I guess because Omega Zeus now has the Upart inside of him, whatever is trying to get it, these creepy eyes, they're following him, and they're opening up black holes around him. They start opening them up in Echo Ridge. They suck people up. They suck up your friends. They suck up Zack, and they suck up Bud and Luna? No, just Zack and Bud. Okay, so Zack and Bud just get randomly sucked up in black holes and vanish into the void. So these eyes that make black holes are they're ancient Mu technology. They're called Kamikakushi, and they're being used by this guy. Okay, you actually saw this guy at Grizzly Peak. He was just walking around. He's this guy with white hair and like weird clothes and marks on his face. And his name is Solo because he always works alone. But he appears now in an EM wave-changed form called Rogue. And he's EM wave-changed, but he doesn't have like an EM being. Like the other two guys, Dark Phantom and Yeti Blizzard, that was someone EM wave-changing with an Uma, with some sort of EM being. This is just Solo, EM wave-changed all by himself somehow. This is like an ancient Murian ability that they had, that they knew how to do, that's like lost technology. His name in Japanese, in English he's Rogue, in Japanese his name is Burai, which in Japanese means like unreliable or untrustworthy, like a scoundrel. So Rogue, I guess, is a pretty good approximation of that. He's like the last descendant of the people of Mu, and he's like, I want the Oopart. It's like a relic of my people. And I think you fight him and you beat him and you chase him off. And after this, like the Oopart starts talking to Omega Zeus, and I think Geo can hear it too, and it's like giving you weird dreams, and it's like making Omega Zeus sick, and it's like telling him to kill. Hyde shows up again, Dark Phantom, and kidnaps Luna again. I don't know why. I don't know why he keeps doing. I think it's probably just to mess with Geo, because he too wants that Oopart. Okay, and at this point, the Oopart basically, like, comes alive and is, like, intelligent. It tries to take over Geo's body. You and Omega Z's overpower it with your willpower or something. However, its power sort of erupts inside of you, and then you unlock a new ability. You no longer have Star Force ability from the first game because the satellite admins have gone back to AM, FM. I should draw AM and FM up here on space. You no longer have Star Force, but in this game you get a new ability called Tribe On. You're channeling the power of whatever ancient Mu tribe the Oopart is from. Thunder Zerker form is an electric type transformation. Wood Ninja form is a wood type transformation. Fire Saurian is a fire type transformation. It's very similar to Star Force. It's one of 3 elemental transformations. However, twist, if you are in real life brother band with like another person that owns the game, and it has to be someone that owns the game and is playing a version of it different from you, you get like a card from them, and the battle card can be combined with your Tribon form, and you can basically combine 2 Tribon forms into one. You can be in Zerker form, and then you can do double tribe. It's like slightly different if you like start as a Zerker and then you add ninja. You basically you're still like in Zerker form, but like you get some ninja attributes. Whereas like if you started as ninja and then added Zerker, you would still look like a ninja, but you would add a few Zerker elements. I think there's 9 different like combinations because it matters which one is like primary and which one is secondary. If you're brother bands with 2 other versions, then you can combine all 3 forms into what is called Tribe King form, which is of course just the ultimate form and does everything. But if you go Tribe King, it only lasts 3 turns and then you revert back to regular tribeless. So Bud and Zack are still missing after Rogue's attack. They were sucked into black holes and vanished mysteriously, seemingly forever. However, miracle of miracles, either you or Luna, I forget, one of you just sees Zack on TV. He's on a TV show that's about like hunting cryptids, basically. It's like a mystery hunting show. He's at Loch Ness, which is like Loch Ness in real life. The lake in, is it Scotland? He's at this place in Netopia called Loch Ness, and he's like, I saw the legendary Messi, like Nessie, the Loch Ness monster. I saw the legendary Messi with my own 2 eyes. It was amazing. What is he doing here? They don't immediately know that Loch Ness is in Netopia. They find out from, okay, for some reason, when you start the game, like a random generic NPC is like, you give him whatever name you want, and he's like, becomes your first brother band. They wanted you to start with one generic brother band with a random dude. And that guy like shows up and is like, hey Geo, it's me, your best friend, whatever you named me. I just want you to know that Loch Ness is in Netopia. Thanks for asking. Okay, bye. So they know that Zack is in Netopia hunting cryptids. Luna's like, well, I'll just get a plane ticket because I'm rich. I guess you don't have to be that rich to afford a plane ticket. Probably, especially not in the future. Travel will probably just get cheaper and cheaper. But whatever. She gets a plane ticket and she goes there. And Geo's just like, well, I could take a plane, but instead, I'll just like run on the EM Wave Road. So he just runs on the EM Wave Road and takes the internet and like meets her there. So you get to Loch Ness, and Bob Copper is here for some reason. Well, actually, he tells you the reason. It's because he's detected Z-Wave activity. Why else would he be here? In Netopia, and this is interesting because I don't think they had this problem in Battle Network. Some people like spoke in a weird accent, and I think it was assumed that some people wouldn't speak Netopian, but maybe you just like didn't talk to any of those people. But like when Geo and Luna get to Netopia, nobody speaks their language. They can't communicate with anybody. So this guy called Jerry Romero, or Q Demagawa in Japanese, this is actually the guy who like hosts the TV show that they saw Zack on, and he sees these 2 Netopian foreigners wandering around unable to communicate with anyone. He gets like the camera people over and he's like, film this. And then he's like, oh, you poor lost children. Here's a translator, an auto translator that'll like translate for you and they'll be able to communicate with anyone here and they can communicate with you. Problem solved. Wow, cool, thanks. Then he turns off the camera and he's like, you stupid brats. What a waste of time. This is bad for ratings or whatever. He's just a big jerk. He's a big jerk, but he like acts like a real nice guy when the cameras are on. So they wander around Loch Ness. This location is called Loch Ness. In Japanese, it's called Donbura Lake. So they find Zach. Zach is just like hanging out here and they're like, Zach, you got sucked into a black hole. How did you get here? And he's like, well, nice to see you, my friends. So what happened is, it's a crazy story. Yes, I got sucked into a black hole and then it just ejected me here. And that's how I got here. But they're like, why didn't you like come home? And he's like, no, the crazy thing is, when I emerged at Loch Ness, I saw like the legendary sea monster Messi, and they were like, oh my God, you actually saw it? You got to get on TV. I feel kind of useless with you guys. I'm sort of the smart guy, but like Luna's smarter than me. So like, what's the point of me? However, here in Loch Ness, I'm the guy who saw the legendary Messi. That makes me feel important. I want to be, on TV about it because it makes me feel good. And they're like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. However, a tragic twist. It turns out that what he saw was actually a fake Messi that Romero had built as a hoax, like hoping that someone would see it and mistake it for the real thing so that he would have someone to interview on his TV show. So Zach has been played for a fool. And when he discovers the ruse, Jerry Romero kidnaps him and traps him in the submarine, in the fake Messi that he made out of a submarine, and traps him at the bottom of the ocean, killing him. Or at least that's the intent. Just straight up murder a child. Because he's bad for ratings. And then Hyde, that guy, shows up again, just like he was talking to Rich.com before. Now he shows up and he's like, hey, Mr. Romero, sir, you seem like a real evil bastard. That's just my favorite type of guy. So here, have a demon. It's another Uma. This one's called Plesio or Brachio in Japanese. Romero can EM wave change it into Plesio Surf or Brachio Surf. Once again, you have to use matter waves. You have to get a matter wave called the dive machine, which basically is like scuba gear. It lets you swim around underwater. You go underwater. You retrieve Zach from the submarine. Of course, you battle Plesio Surf. I'm pretty sure that Jerry's notion, once he gets Plesio and can become Plesio Wave, is, aha, now I don't need to fake Messi. I don't need to fake the Loch Ness Monster. Now I just am the Loch Ness Monster. Now I can be the Loch Ness Monster. This will be so great for ratings. I don't know. I'm not sure how that really works, but sure. So anyway, after resolving this Messi situation, you finally make a brother band with Zach. Again, I think you could do that in the first game, but it was like after the end. You're the best of friends. And then Zach, because he's smart, not as smart as Luna, but smart enough to contribute sometimes, even though he didn't actually see the Loch Ness Monster. So he's not that cool. But nevertheless, he figures out that Bud is somewhere. He's in a place called Wazap Village. And I just have it here that I have no idea how he does it. They probably have a brother band with each other, and maybe he uses that to triangulate his location. It's probably. Then they talk to Ken from the store. He knows about Wazap. He says it's in South Netopia. They have the internet. I don't know why they couldn't just Google it. So again, Luna and Zach take a plane. Geo just runs on the EM wave road to save money, I assume. Wazap is like a South Utopian village. The English name, it's a play on what's up. The inhabitants of Wazap, they're these like tribal villagers. When you first start speaking to them, they're just saying like, what's up? Because like that's all they say. Like it's just nonsense. They're saying what's up. In Japanese, the name makes a little more sense. It's called, it's also a joke. In Japanese, the place is called Nansuka, which is like a foreshortening of Nandeska, which means like, what is it? But it's also a pun on Nazca, as in like the Nazca lines, which you've probably seen before, those big drawings drawn in the ground by the people of of Nazca. They're ancient and we don't know what they mean. Wazap has what are very clearly the Nazca lines in it. The village is headed by a guy who is just called the Shaman. Does he have a name? I don't think he has a name. In Japanese, he has a name. Osa Agame. In English, he's just the Shaman. The Wazap lines, their version of the Nazca lines, and like a bunch of ancient like carvings on the walls in their valley. They show stuff related to like the ancient people of Mu. There's carvings of Hertzes. Remember those like generic EM wave beings that look like Chow from Sonic that are just hanging out on the EM wave road? This is like, oh, yeah, the ancient people of Mu had EM wave technology. So Bud is here, and Bud is like, he just came out of the void hole the same way as Zach did, and he like lost his memory. Maybe he hit his head. The people here for some reason think he's like fulfilling some sort of prophecy. He's some sort of like prophet reborn. They call him Boudica. So they're like, okay, we gotta jog Bud's memory. Bud is a food guy, so we gotta jog his memory with food. Let's make him his favorite dish, ginger beef, and then you have to run around the valley and gather like onions and ginger. And where do they get beef? Do they kill an animal? I don't think so. Anyway, they make ginger beef, and this snaps Bud back to his regular self. The shaman is mad that you've done this because, like, what about our prophecy? And then Hyde shows up, talks to the shaman, and is like, hey, I'm going to do that thing for you that I did for all those other guys. Hyde gives these dudes the EM creature that they can EM wave change with. He also gives them the ancient star carrier. This is like a version of a star carrier that the ancient Muians would have used. He's just got a bunch of them, and he's handing them out to, I don't know, people he wants on his side. So the shaman, he gives a EM being called... In English, it's called Condor. Oh, and in Japanese, too. In English, they EM wave change into Terra Condor. In Japanese, the name is Condor Geograph. I think this is supposed to be based on, like, the sort of Native American, like, Thunderbird, but it's actually wood element. Plesio and Yeti are both aqua element because there's water and ice are both aqua. This guy's wood. I think Phantom is no element. So you're like, okay, well, we got Bud, let's leave. So you're like, all right, see you at home. So you get in the wave road and walk home. But the other guys, Zach and Bud and Luna, when they try to get on a plane, the shaman, as Terra Condor, kidnaps them and is like, nope, you're not going anywhere. And then you have to go into their ancient temple to the gods of Mu or whatever and like do a bunch of puzzles that involve lighting torches. You have to like carry a flame from one torch to another to light it and to open the way into their temple. And then you fight Terra Condor. Solo shows up again as Rogue. Mega Man fights Rogue again and he beats him again. And this time, this like ghost man, not Phantom, not Dark Phantom, but this like tall, imposing, big-hatted, ghostly fireman called Hollow shows up and is like, I'm taking you back to our master, Lady Vega. So they're working for somebody. There's Hollow. Hyde and Phantom they're all on the same team, whoever they are. The Wazap Shaman, when he kidnaps your friends, he says he's gonna like keep them in the temple and tickle them forever. I tried to find out whether this is like a quirk of the localization, whether this is like something the English added, and I couldn't determine it for sure, but sounds like it probably is, right? But then again, I could imagine it being kind of silly in the original too. I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you know whether that's in the original Japanese or not. But then after you beat Terra Condor, he's like, sorry, I apologize. I was just crazy. So you all fly home. Okay, and then a week later, Bud, like, I guess he saw on the news or something, some pilot of some other plane. This is unrelated to you at all. Some pilot says that he saw some crazy stuff in the sky. He saw a pink girl flying through the sky, and Bud's like, that was probably Sonya. I guess we should go find her? Why do they need to go find her? Maybe they're just like, want to know what's up. He says he saw her in Loch Ness, so you travel back to Loch Ness, and you find the pilot, and you ask him, and he's like, oh yeah, I saw her flying over the Bermuda Maze. The Bermuda Maze is an area that is analogous to the Bermuda Triangle. From someone like on the ground or on the ocean, because I think it's over the ocean, it would just be a region like the Bermuda Triangle. Up in the sky on the EM Wave Road, it is like a big labyrinth of paths. You wave travel to the Bermuda Labyrinth, and Sonya is like, leave me alone. She's evil. She's working for Lady Vega now, and she attacks Geo. She breaks the brother band. She unfriends you on Facebook. And then also Hollow, he goes to Wiltshire Hills, and he's just like unleashing viruses on people there. I don't know why he does that. Just to terrorize people, I suppose. Solo, aka Rogue, attacks you, and he wins this time. Rogue has something called Indie Proof. I don't even know what it is. It's some sort of device that like Hollow gives him. And the Indie Proof, I think it's some sort of alternative power source to Link Power. I guess the ancient Murians didn't believe in Link Power because he is like, screw Link Power. This is probably why their empire collapsed. But he's like, I don't believe in Link Power. I'm the only Murian. I won't form a brother band with anyone else. I'm going to be powerful on my own in my own way. And I think he does that through this thing called the Indie Frag. And I really can't tell you any more about it than that. No, the Indie Proof. The Indie Frag is pieces you can find. Geo can find them and collect them. And it's like, if you get all the Indie Frags, this is like a post-game thing. And then you also like delete all your brother bands. This is how you unlock like a secret tribe form. It's not a tribe form, but you can basically be in the same way that you could have like base cross and be like a base form of Mega Man in Battle Network. This is the way that you unlock a secret rogue form for Mega Man Star Force, which is pretty cool. But anyway, the power of the indie proof defeats Link Power this time. So Rogue beats Mega Man, and I guess he's probably going to kill him or something, but Sonya comes back and she's like, no, don't kill my friend. Sorry, Mega Man. I'm only working for Vega because they said they'll kill you if I don't, and so I was just protecting you. I did the thing where you hit the dog and you say, go, get out of here, be with your own kind, I don't love you anymore, for its own good. And you reinstate your brother band because nothing is more important than Link Power. Dang, maybe if you just had that little bit of extra Link Power from Sonya, maybe it would have been enough to overcome the indie proof, but we'll never know. The Bermuda Maze is where Lady Vega and all these punks are hiding. There's an optional boss that you can fight just anytime in Loch Ness. It's a boy named, his name is Kid Gruff. Kid Gruff in English, or Kenta Yagi in Japanese. This is another EM wave change user. This guy's EM being, its name is Goat Fu, or in English it's Goat Fu. In Japanese it's just Goat. I think it's meant to be an Femian and not one of the Umas, but I can't really be 100% sure on that. You never actually see Goat Fu, ever. Even in concept art, there just isn't any. But if you talk to this kid, you can fight his EM wave change form, which is Goat Kung Fu. No, in Japanese, its name is Goat Kung Fu. In English, it's Kung Fu Kid. You know, like a kid, like a baby goat. So there's not many fan contest winning design creatures in Star Force. Kung Fu Kid is one of the two. I think there's only two. They didn't put this in the game. They say in the complete works, like, obviously we couldn't put this in the game. But like, the backstory that's written down on the submission that had the initial drawing someone submitted of him that won is like, he has a tragic backstory that like, his parents were cooked into goat stew and he is on a quest to like travel the world to track down who ate his parents and avenge them. So you dive into the Bermuda Maze and you fight Hollow and you fight Rogue some more. Hyde steals the Oop Art, but just like when they stole the Cybeast out of Mega Man, but he could still beast out. They steal the Oop Art, but like, you can still tribe on because he's still got the power. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So Lady Vega reveals herself. She makes a TV broadcast to the whole world. This is what she looks like. She's like, okay, everyone, we're using the power of the Oop Art and of Umas and of, you know, spooky stuff like that. We're using that power to resurrect the lost continent of Mu. We're raising it from the ocean in the Bermuda Maze. The Bermuda Triangle's like in like the Caribbean, right? So I guess it would be like on the other side of Netopia, but whatever. It's in the ocean. So Mu like rises up out of the ocean and it's like a floating continent and it's in the Bermuda Maze. They basically like power on Mu and like a million of they look like copies of the four Umas we've seen. Condor and Yeti and Plesio and Phantom just like swarm out. They're just like hundreds of them are just like running out and like swarming all over people, harassing people, I suppose. The Umas, these cryptid-like EM beings, they're just produced by the power of Mu. Mu just had the ability to make them. So that's where they've been coming from. She like cancels Link Power. She just, I don't know, sends out some sort of power wave that just like cancels everybody's Link Power. I think it like turns everyone evil. I think it like makes everyone nasty. Kind of just like when Regal turned on the Soul Net and everyone turned into a jerk. I'm pretty sure everyone just like gets really mean to each other. And I don't know if this is a consequence of all Link Power being like canceled or if it's an effect of all Link Power being canceled, but no more Link Power. Mu does not like Link Power. Lady Vega, she used to be like a famous scientist and then she went missing years ago and now she's reappeared to like resurrect the lost continent of Mu for mysterious reasons. How bizarre. She announces to like everyone, okay, I'm canceling Link Power and I want everyone to like come and join Mu. Forsake your old society. Let's all make Mu great again. Let's return to Mu. I think it's like a trick. Only the people that refuse to do that, she's actually going to let join Mu and everyone else is going to like stay on the surface and I think be genocided. I think that's her plan. Her plan is to genocide everybody. We know that for reasons I'll get to in a little bit. So you fight your way through all the bosses again as you go through the Bermuda Maze. It's the final boss rush. When you get to their secret hideout at the center of the maze, she awakens like the god of Mu, the ultimate EM being called Lemu. And I've been holding off on saying it. I'm pretty sure that Lemu and Murian, I think it's all a reference to like the ancient continent of Lemuria, which is like, I don't know that much about it, but it's like similar sort of to Atlantis. It's like, you know, an ancient lost continent or something like that. Or maybe it's like exists beyond the ice wall in the flat earth or something. It's some mystical place like that. You fight Lemieux. It's the big final boss. And perfect. So you beat it. Ultimate EM being, never heard of such a thing. So when you do this, you get Vega's tragic backstory. She used to be a scientist. She actually was one of the scientists that pioneered, I think she is the inventor of the matter wave technology. You know, the thing that you've been doing to like project the holographic light devices, the eat machine, the dive machine, etc. So she like pioneered that technology. Her lover, I guess, there was a man called Altair who died in a war, and she was like, okay, well, that's sad, but good thing I've pioneered this do anything you can imagine technology of the matter wave. So she tried to recreate her lover Altair as a matter wave. I mean, it sort of worked in that she did create a person out of matter waves, but that person was hollow. And Hollow is not Altair. He's his own guy. So in that sense, it was a failure. And I honestly don't know why she then went on to try to resurrect the ancient continent of Mu. Her research as a scientist led to her uncovering the ruins of Mu. And she already wanted revenge on the world because of this, because her lover died in a war and she just hates everything. And so she's like, okay, I can use the power of Mu to destroy the world, basically. How convenient. When you beat Lemieux, I think it like tries to like kill Vega, and Hollow like takes the bullet for her. So Hollow dies, but she's like, wait a minute, I've only now just realized that even though you aren't Altair, I actually fell in love with you anyway, and I love you just as your own guy, and I didn't realize until this moment. As his final act, Hollow prays to, I don't know, God, I guess, that the spirit of Altair might appear and speak to Vega, and he does. It works. So the angelic ghost of Altair descends from heaven. I think he says, like, Vega, you know, I love you and all. Don't approve of what you're doing with this whole destroy the world thing. Not feeling it. Heaven's great. Don't worry about me. Sorry about Hollow. He seemed like a decent guy. Goodbye. That's okay. We know ghosts are canon. This is nothing new. Vega's name in Japanese is Dr. Orihime. Altair uses a nickname for her. In Japanese, he shortens her name to Ori, which is cute. In English, he lengthens her name to the diminutive Vegalita, which sounds ridiculous. So Vega's like, wow, I shouldn't have been evil. You know what? I've done lots of war crimes, and Gio, I think you should arrest me, even though you're not a cop. But just take me in, send me to jail. And Gio's like, nah, I think you learned your lesson. I have written here in my notes here, Steven Universe syndrome. I mean, they did it with Cepheus. They did it with Vega. No matter how many war crimes you commit, if you say you're sorry, the power of friendship is gonna prevail. They're just like, nah, get out of here. And she's like, okay. And so she just leaves. And that's the end. Mew sinks back into the ocean. The Umas hopefully return to hell where they belong. And that's Star Force 2. There is post-game stuff in Star Force 2. And it's actually pretty interesting because if you go back to, there's like a part in the Bermuda Maze, you can find like a secret wave, which is the equivalent of like a program. And then if you take this thing you find there to a certain spot, it like opens a portal to an alternate timeline. In this other timeline, you didn't stop Vega and her plan was completed. And the reason we know that her plan was to basically just kill everyone is because this alternate timeline, it's like the maps you've been to, like it's all the same locations that exist in the main game, but they're all like gray. And I think the implication is that they've all been like burned to cinder because she unleashed this guy. This is an EM being. I guess it would be similar to an EM wave change. You never directly fight a pure EM being. You only ever fight an EM wave changed merging. So I don't exactly know what this guy, Apollo Flame, is. He says he was created by Lemieux, but also that he was programmed by his mother, which I guess would be Vega. I don't know how euphemistic he's being. Could she be like his actual mother in some sense? And that's why he's more akin to like an EM wave change creature than a pure EM Ephemian? I don't know. He's some sort of offspring of Lemieux and Vega, and she programmed into him the directive of just kill everything. And he did. And he burned the whole world to ashes. All the bosses in the game, the ultimate versions of them are here, and they're basically serving as like his generals, and you have to like fight every single one of the boss's super forms before you can finally get to fight. Well, first you fight his like right-hand man, who is another mysterious other EM creature called General Auriga. And then you fight your way through some more, and then the last boss of the alternate timeline is Apollo Flame. He's successfully destroyed the world in his timeline. He's like attempting to cross the boundary into your timeline and destroy the real timeline also. So you gotta beat him so he doesn't do that. All of the like ultimate versions of the bosses that you fight in the alt timeline, they're all called IF versions, and I don't know what it stands for. Some suggestions the wiki makes are that could it stand for indie frag, like the thing that Solo uses? Could it stand for if, like what if, because it's an alternate timeline? Could it stand for infinity? And we just don't know. No idea. That's all I have to say about Star Force 2. Oh, no. There's certain objects you can like pulse into and find some secret wave data, and these are Lan's diary, like Lan from Battle Network. You have to like insert a Battle Network cartridge like into the DS like to unlock this. But if you do, and then you go to a bunch of like specific places and look for specific wave data, you can find a bunch of entries from Lan's diary that explain like what happened to all the characters after the end of Battle Network. Lan's diary's entries in Star Force 2, they tell you that Dex became the mayor of AC/DC Town. Yai went on to like succeed her father as like CEO of his company, and now she's like a world traveling business tycoon. Lan and Mail did get married, and they did have a son. The child's name is Patch, and that he has a Navi called Mega Man Jr. that was made out of the best parts of Mega Man and Roll. And also that Lan went on to become a scientist and follow in his dad's footsteps. Chowd became like a highly internationally renowned government net battler. He's winning awards and stuff. Higsby eventually upgraded his business from the humble Higsby's shop to the 10-story skyscraper Higsby's Chip Emporium. And his last diary entry talk about Lan formulating a hypothesis wherein he basically says, it sort of sounds like he's talking about full synchro, but he says like, you know, all those times me and Mega Man had battles, the like bond between us, our friendship, brotherhood, whatever, gave us the power that ended up winning us the battle. So like, what's this mysterious power that came from like this bond between two people? I have hypothesized that there might be some sort of power inherent in the bonds between people, some sort of power in these links that we have. And I want to study this link power. Maybe not in my lifetime, but maybe someday in the future it can be harnessed to, you know, for the betterment of all mankind. So Lan is hypothesizing link power, you know, back in the 200 years ago. And now here in 2020 XDX, I guess we've proved him right. So all that time in Battle Network, we were using link power and we didn't even know it. Amazing. We're almost in the last game. I can't believe it's taken this long. I thought this video was going to be shorter than the first Mega Man video, and I think I may have been wrong. Nothing to do but keep going. We're almost there. Okay. Hollow's dead. Lemieux, I don't think dies. I think just sinks back underneath the ocean with the continent of Mew. So if Mew is no longer there, I don't really know like where Vega and Hyde and Solo go. I guess they're probably just hiding out somewhere. Well, it's a mystery. But they don't die. In the complete works, they were going to do more tribes in Star Force 3. There were 2 more tribes that they had planned, the Pirate Tribe and the Angelus Tribe. And then they were like, you know what? No more tribes. We'll do something different for 3. So they never did those. Star Force 3, the final game. Well, I guess there's Operate Shooting Star. The final main game. 2 versions, Black Ace and Red Joker versions. So once again, the device around which all of society has been structured, this time the Star Carrier has been obsoleted in like a couple of months. We don't use those anymore. They're trash. Everybody's got rid of them. No more Star Carriers. Sorry, Aaron Boreal. You had a grip on the market there, but you know, such things come and go. The new hotness, the new thing is a Hunter VG. And of course, with the adoption of the Hunter VG, all the Star Carrier brother bands wiped out. Everyone resets their brother bands. You gotta establish all your brother bands again from scratch. The Hunter VG has a couple of new things that it can do. Of course, you can make brother bands. Society is still structured around brother bands. You still get link power. You can also form, in addition to like one-on-one brother bands, you can join like a team. You can be a part of one team at a time. One person is like, make a team, and then everyone's like, join team. And you can set a team name, and you can set a team logo, and you can assign your team a purpose. So basically a mission statement for like, what is our team doing? What's our shared goal? The other big upgrade that a Hunter VG has is that a Hunter VG is compatible with wizards. What is a wizard? Honestly, a wizard is basically just a Navi again. They basically just reinvented Navis, but better, I guess. Like, Navis are still around. They're still doing run-of-the-mill jobs on the EM Wave Road. But now they've got wizards. You get a wizard adapter that has a wizard in it. It's an intelligent program. It comes on a wizard adapter. You plug it into your wizard slot, and that installs your wizard on your Hunter VG. A wizard doesn't really go into the internet and run around and do stuff in the internet the way that a Navi did. It's just like a program that exists in your computer or in your Hunter VG. They've advanced matter waves. Matter waves, remember the thing that like it can make like a hard light projection of some sort of device. Also, and I didn't mention this, but when you go to the museum exhibit, there's a matter wave projection of, it's something like a Navi. I mean, it's some sort of, artificial program that like talks to you and is basically your tour guide and like walks you through the exhibits and tells you like, this is what this exhibit is. This is what this exhibit is. And that's basically what a wizard is, because a wizard is a program. You use it with the VG Hunter's matter wave capability, or actually they're not called matter waves anymore. Now they're called real waves, but I mean, they're essentially the same thing. They're like projects like a holographic thing that becomes a tangible object. So you use that to project the holographic form of basically a physical body for your wizard. So yeah, you have this hard light projection AI partner that lives both in your computer, and also you can like project him into the real world if you want to. You could probably have him do some sort of like manual labor for you. I think they could do work if they wanted. But mostly they seem to be just for like asking them questions or like getting advice from them. I would assume that a wizard can like trans in or pulse in to like a computer and rummage around in the computer if it wanted to, the way that like Mega Man does. A wizard that is being projected into the real world as a real wave is basically essentially the same as what Hollow was. Hollow was like an attempt to recreate a person as a matter wave or a real wave, basically a holographic projection of like a human like AI intelligence with a hard light body and all that. That's pretty much what a wizard is, which basically describes like an EM being, right? Like an energy body with like an intelligence. So it doesn't have to be like an artificially created computer program. You can use a pre-existing EM being like an Ephemian or an Aemian or an Uma, one of the Lemurian ones, as your wizard. And that's what, Lan does. Lan like downloads Omega Zis into his Hunter VG, and then using matter wave technology can now, with the invention of wizards and the Hunter VG, can project Omega Zis's body out into the real world, and now Omega Zis can just interact with the real world and everyone can see him now. In case you forgot, he's been heretofore invisible to everyone who isn't capable of interacting with the EM wave world. Now, as a wizard, everyone can see him when they want him to. Other times, he just lives in Geo's computer. Lots of stuff is real waves. Everything's real waves. The submarine that Jerry Romero made to be like the fake Nessie and that then he trapped Zack in, that was also made out of a matter wave. In Echo Ridge, there's now there's a bridge over a river. The bridge is a matter wave, and they just like turn it off when a real wave train that is another hard light projection, but it just like zoo goes along the magnetic rail, kind of like the Lev bus from Mega Man Battle Network 6. When this real wave train or whatever needs to go by this bridge, they just turn off the bridge, it goes by, and then they turn it back on again. So clean, so painless. Waveliner. The Waveliner is the name of this train that runs along the water. So at school, there's a rocketry club, and the rocketry club, they're all in, as I mentioned, everyone can form teams. Their team is Echo Ridge Rocketry Club. And the head of the Rocketry Club is this nerd called Woody Boffin. Boffin, if you don't know, is like a British slang for a nerd. So there you go. In Japanese, he's called Manabu Kino. Up on the roof of the school, they're trying to like launch their rocket. Some viruses get into like the sprinkler. Sprinkler water is like preventing the rocket from launching, and they're upset about this. So Geo like becomes Mega Man and gets on the Wave Road. But when he does this is the first time he's doing it with Omega Zis as his wizard. When he does this, his VG Hunter gives him like an automatic like pop-up. Your EM wave change has been registered with the Satella Police Department. This is like a thing that the VG Hunter does, and he didn't know about it. It registers him with something called Project TC, which stands for Project Transcode, and it assigns him a transcode, as I guess means like a transformation code. He's transcode 003. So he's the third such EM wave change transformation registered with the Satella Police. So there's 2 more before, and there'll be more after. Who are the other 2? Well, I'll tell you that one is Rogue. Rogue is actually number 002. We don't know who number 1 is yet, but we will. Geo no longer shouts Geostellar on the air when he transforms. Now he says transcode Mega Man, because he's got a transcode now. Also, it's like transcode 003, codename Mega Man. So you help the Rocketry Club fire their rocket and turn off the sprinklers or whatever. Luna is like, okay, gang, I'm the student body president, but another election is coming up. You got to help me campaign to, retake my place as student body president and win the election. So Geo and Bud and Zach and Luna form a new team, and their team is called Luna for Prez, and their purpose is to get Luna elected. So Luna's like, okay, guys, go around, just run around the school and do good deeds for people. And then once you've helped them and made them happy, say, vote for Luna for president. And that's how we're going to win this election. Pretty sure that's how the most recent American election as well. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Is that what happened? Let me know in the comments. Don't let me know in the comments. There's some guy on the roof, and there's a tree. It's a matter wave tree. This guy has a crush on this girl, and the guy's friends want to help him. Maybe they're dating, and he wants to do something special for Valentine's Day or something. It would mean a lot to this girl if this tree would turn pink with cherry blossoms. So we want you to jack in to the computer that controls the real wave of the tree and mess with its data so that it changes to its springtime cherry blossom form. And you do that. You help this guy out and you say, vote for Luna. Damian Wolf, the optional boss from 1, he is the gardener at the school. He's another one of these transcode numbers. Which number does he get? Transcode 011, Wolf Woods. He's not a super important or anything, but he's around. And you finally get to actually see a talk sprite and hear some dialogue from Wolf, his FMian. Another person you help is the rocketry team. Again, they're we want to launch a really big rocket, but we need some advanced equipment. We need a thing called a Giga Energy Card to launch a real pro level super rocket. And that's military grade stuff. We're civilians, we can't get our hands on it. Mega Man's well, I'll see what I can do. Unrelated, some guy from the Satella Police, the organization that Bob Copper is from, but this guy's he's part of a separate squad of the police, the Commandos, which is a more paramilitary part of the Satella Police as opposed to an investigative branch or whatever. So some guy is here and he's looking for Geo, and this guy's hey, my name's Ace. Guess what? There's a tournament. There's a tournament at a local mall. It's called the Spica Mall. You should go to the Spica Mall and enter this tournament. And also, I know you're Mega Man. Yeah, this guy knows about Mega Man stuff. Geo's why should I do this? And he's well, I'll give you a super energy card. Man, if I get that super energy card, then I can do one favor for one guy and win one more vote to get Luna elected student body president, the most important thing in the world. Ace, he's a cool tough guy or whatever, but he's got a silly streak. He goes to the school food court and he orders, in English, they're called mega snacks. This school has something called mega snacks, and he eats one and he thinks it's the greatest thing ever. For the rest of the game, he's always chomping on mega snacks. In Japanese, these are called umaibo, which is actually just a real snack that exists in the real world. It's a crispy rice stick, and it could be flavored with various things. It could have sort of Dorito dust on it. It could be a sweet cinnamon. I know that umai is how you call something delicious in Japanese. Umaibo means delicious stick. For a little while anyway, they did make a real-life Mega Man branded shooting star Umaibo that I assume you could buy somewhere. I think this tournament at the Spica Mall is it's a wizard battle tournament. I think the idea is that people are pitting their wizards together as though they're Beyblades or something. You bring your wizard and you just duel in an arena with battle cards, I assume. Now there's a good reason why people might use battle cards if they're battling their wizards against each other. Spica Mall has a mascot. It's a cat named Spimo. Spimo the cat, or Spimo-kun in Japanese. So Geo goes to this tournament at Spica Mall, and Ace is there, and Ace is like, okay, Geo, aka Mega Man, let's have a battle. And he brings out his own wizard that is kind of similar looking in some ways to Omega Zis. This thing's name is Acid. In the complete works, they say he's deliberately sort of meant to be somewhat similar in shape to Omega Zis, a somewhat opposite counterpart to Omega Zis, whereas Omega Zis is like rude and crude and aggressive. Acid is almost like robotic, never shows any emotion, perfectly logical, like a machine. Acid will just emotionlessly say something like, I've analyzed our strength and our chances of victory against you are over 95%. He's not even saying this to like be insulting. It's just what he thinks is true. The fact that he says it straightforwardly and emotionlessly like just makes Omega Zis even madder. Omega Zis like hates Acid. So you're gonna like fight Ace in this tournament setting, but then like an emergency happens because some other wizard somewhere else in the mall starts going berserk and glitching out, and you have to go fight that other wizard, stop him from going on a rampage. He's all like jittery and crazy looking, and you don't know why yet. Because this happens, the tournament gets called off, and Ace is like, maybe another time, and he gives you the energy card. So you give it to the Rocketry Club, and they're like, thanks, man, we're totally gonna vote for Luna. At the very beginning of the game, in like the prologue, there were these two like extremely sinister looking, dark clothed kids. Well, one of them's like a kid and the other's like a teen girl. And they're like talking ominously about how it's like time to fulfill their wish. The Rocketry Club sets up the rocket and they're like, okay, tomorrow we're going to launch the rocket and we're going to use my, Woody has a wizard named Magnus, very similar to Gauss Magnus. Magnus, the wizard, he's gonna like be in the rocket's computer as like its navigation system. So they leave Magnus in the rocket overnight, like they're gonna launch it in the morning, and then these two sinister youths show up and they like throw a card. They use some sort of demon energy and they turn him into Spades Magnus. Spades Magnus is like, you know, he's going crazy. He's gonna like explode the rocket like a bomb or something like that, and Mega Man has to jack in and do a little themed dungeon, much as one might have done in Battle Network before defeating an enemy Navi, beat Spade Magnus, and then he gets back to normal, and then everything's fine, and then they launch the rocket, and it's a success, and the Rocketry Club has fulfilled their purpose. So Legendary Master Shin, remember him? He's on TV being interviewed, and they ask him like, hey, there's been like weird wizard-related EM disturbances lately, like that one that went crazy at the mall. What's going on with that? And Legendary Master Shin is like, yes, well, our greatest minds have discovered that it's a phenomenon called noise. Noise is sort of like a waste product of EM technology. So like matter waves and wizards and stuff, all this stuff creates noise, and high concentrations of noise coalesce into this red stuff called crimson. And noise and crimson can make navis go crazy and just mess with EM technology generally. Those two sinister youths, they show up at Echo Ridge Elementary. They're in school. The little boy, he's Geo's age. His name is Jack, and he is a student. He joins Geo's class along with Luna and Bud and Zach and everyone else. The older one, the girl, her name's Tia. She's like a student teacher, basically, so she's also around. And secretly, they're here just to spy on Geo, because he's Mega Man. At one point, Jack is hiding, and he secretly throws another card and makes a wizard like go crazy and attack you. And in that fight, Sonya shows up and is like, hey, what's with all these wizards going crazy lately? And Mega Man's like, I know, right? Oh, I don't think I mentioned in the first game, Sonya quit being a pop star singer-songwriter. By the second game, though, like, she's back to it. I guess she got a new manager. When they went to, like, Wiltshire Hills, there's, like, billboards that have Sonya's face, like advertising her new single or her new album or whatever. And again, this time when she shows up as Harp Note to help you fight this noise wizard, students are like, oh my god, it's Sonya Strum, our favorite pop star singer-songwriter. She's back on all that. She's back to the life. Back to the old me. And also she's got a new TV show. She's like starring in like a drama show on television. Hey, while I'm here, hey Geo, why don't you come be an extra on my show? Luna and Zach and Bud, you guys can all come to, just come and be like background extras on my show. Why not? And they're like, okay. So they go to the studio where they record this TV show at. The place is called WBG Studios, which is maybe a reference to the WB or MGM. In Japanese, it's called Okudama Studio. I don't know what that's a reference to. There's a place in Tokyo called Okutama, and maybe it's related to that, or maybe not. Everybody's got wizards now. Luna has a wizard called Vogue, which is this like rabbit in a hat thing. I guess she uses it to like, it gives her like the latest fashion trends, shopping information. Luna like just gets this at this this point. Zach already had a wizard named Pedia. He's like a living encyclopedia. He's just big database of information and knows lots of stuff. Pedia is still called Pedia in Japanese. Vogue is called Mode in Japanese. I mentioned that because Jack and Tia, or at least Jack, is here spying on Geo, and probably Sonya as well. Just to be a jerk, he decides to throw one of these noise cards, is the thing that he's throwing at wizards and making them go crazy. He throws noise card at Bud, and Bud, for the third time, he becomes Taurus Fire again, mysteriously, even though Taurus wasn't around. So you have to battle Taurus Fire, but this time when you beat him, Taurus is there, and it's like, I had assumed that he would go back to Planet FM with the FM King. Maybe this is like a second copy of Taurus, and there was like residual Taurus information in Bud, and the noise card like awoke it. I don't know. Taurus talks like he's sort of apologetic at like what a jerk he was before, and I'll work with you instead of making you go on a rampage. So maybe it is the original Taurus secretly sealed away inside Bud this whole time. I honestly have no idea, and it really confuses me. The Complete Works book says that Jack's noise card somehow restored Taurus, so he was in there somewhere, and now he's back. Taurus now becomes Bud's wizard, in exactly the same way that Omega Zis is Geo's wizard. Oh, and Lyra too. Lyra is also Sonya's wizard. Harpnote is transcode 004. Taurus Fire is transcode 005. So, yep, another battle against Taurus Fire that barely disrupts anyone's plan at all. The producers of the show see Mega Man battle Taurus, and the producers are like, oh my god, that was awesome. We gotta put this kid in our show. Because he's like a real-life superhero, basically. And this is a problem for another actress in the show named Belle. Belle is like Sonya Strum's co-star, and she's like trying to break out in the industry, and she really wants more screen time. They're gonna give some of her screen time to Mega Man because he's better. Actually, it's Belle's wizard. Belle has a wizard named Ice, and Ice is the one who's really mad. Like, how can you cut Belle? She needs more screen time. And guess what? Jack is still lurking around, so Jack noise cards Ice, and she becomes Diamond Ice, and then you fight her. Well, before you fight her, she tries to, like, disrupt the show. It's like, if Belle can't be in the show, nobody can. The stage for the show is all one big matter wave. She, like, gets into the matter wave computers. I think she makes it like snow so they can't film the scene. I think that's what she does. Anyway, you have to go into the computer. You use Taurus Fire to melt her ice, because Taurus is a fire guy. You use his fire and you melt her like cyber ice, and then you beat Diamond Ice. Return her back to Ice, and Ice is like, sorry, I went too far. I was too evil. I got a little too evil for a second there. The show's production team, when the stage freezes, they're like, Geo, we need your help to save the show. And then you leave Luna for Prez, and you join a new team with the purpose of work together with the show staff and like save Sonya's show. It's not like a show stage. It's like a concert stage. And Sonya's like giving a concert in addition to filming her TV show. She was also giving a concert immediately after. Diamond Ice disrupts the concert by making it bitterly cold, but Sonya's like, I won't disappoint my fans. And so she just keeps playing through the blistering cold, and then you beat Diamond Ice, and the show is saved. And then Sonya dedicates her next song. It's like a new song she wrote about like the power of friendship, and it's called Shooting Star. The lyrics are about Geo and Mega Man and friendship, but it's called Shooting Star. Like Shooting Star Rockman. That's our hero's name, sort of. Shooting Star, the song, it's the theme song. It's like the title screen song from the Star Force series. It's the triumphant moment in an anime when the theme song starts playing in the episode, but now it has lyrics. Remember how Legendary Master Shin said that noise creates crimson? Turning ice into Diamond Ice is like a noise effect, so noise has been generated and crimson has been detected, and the Satella police, I think with Bob Copper, are like, hey, we detected crimson. That's illegal. Ice, you're going to jail. Sonya uses her clout. She's like, I'm famous. Don't arrest this criminal. She just gets off because she knows a famous person. Ace is there because he's with the Satella police, and he's like, hey, Sonya, whoa, I'm a big fan. Can I have your autograph? Also, I know your harp note. I know your secret identity. I know everybody's secret identity. This really shouldn't be a surprise because everyone is registered under a transcode. Satella police has somehow automated this process. They have access to all the information of every EM wave changer. Ace gives Mega Man a program. It's called the Ace program. This is like a new mechanic in this game. It's the ability to control noise. If you do big attacks or you deflect attacks, your noise rating goes up. And when you get over like 200% noise, you can do What does it do for you? High noise gives you like the ability to hit enemies even though they're invisible and stuff like that. But it also, I completely forgot about this. It unlocks this game's version of like Tribon, the noise change. If you end a battle with a really high noise gauge, or you have to meet some criteria, you randomly transform into a new noise change, and you can like accept, do you like this noise change? You want to change to this noise change, or do you like your current noise change? You pick one and you stick with it, or you can switch to a random one later if it randomly gives you the opportunity. The two different versions of the game have different versions that are available, or they might not even be like they're entirely unavailable. They're just like more likely to appear in one version or the other. So the different like noise change forms, they're based on the Ephemians. Noise change Cygnus form, noise change Gemini form, noise change Ophiuch form, etc. There's one for, well, which ones are there? Libra, Cancer, Gemini, Ophiucha, Cygnus, Taurus, Crown, and Wolf. Wow, I'm surprised Crown made the cut. Those are 8 noise changes that you can get. There's a couple more that are like based on new ones that I haven't talked about yet that are new to this game. There's also a rogue change form that's like a special one that you have to do like special stuff to unlock. And then also similar to Tribon, remember how you could be in one tribe but then you could like combine it with another tribe? You can kind of do the same thing with noise change. Like if you're brother banded with someone that has a different noise change, you can basically go your noise change and then add like attributes of their noise change. So there's 10, and then you can double up like 10 times 10. So there's technically 100 different noise change variations, plus the 3 like ultimate ones, which are Rogue and then Red Ace and Black Joker. So I guess there's 103. Whatever your chosen noise change is, it's not like Star Force or Tribon where you like use an ability and then like bam, you enter the state. The higher your noise gauge goes, like the more you become your noise change. And I think over like 200%, you're like fully in noise change form. No, 100. It's 100% noise. That's when you are 100% your noise change form. At 200%, that's when you can do a thing called finalizing, which is basically just another noise change. That's how you get Black Ace and Red Joker forms. The reason why you're becoming these Ephemian forms is because like you're accessing Ephemian data from the server of a meteor. And I neglected to mention this before, but whatever, I'll mention it now. There is a meteor headed for Earth, right? It's exactly like Duo, or it's very similar. There's a meteor headed for Earth. This is the thing that like Jack and Tia were like looking up at. They think this meteor is going to grant their wish. This thing is called Meteor G, much like the Duo meteor. It's got like a computer soul, or it's got like an EM core in it. So it contains data. Also, it's like made of noise and crimson. It's like a whole cosmic entity formed out of, noise. And I guess it like somehow came into contact with Planet FM and it like absorbed all the Ephemians' data. And that's why accessing the Meteor G server lets you look like Cygnus or Crown or whoever. I guess that implies that Crown went back to Planet FM. Or maybe Meteor G made contact with them like a long time ago. We just don't know. No, it doesn't mean that, because Wolf is definitely still here on Earth in this game, and you can turn into a wolf form. It must have made contact back when they were living on Planet FM, I assume. Meteor G in Japanese is called Meteor Grave. Don't know why they changed the name. Grave is just too morbid. Probably not. So Jack and Tia, looking forward to the arrival of Meteor G, they're in contact with another guy, basically their boss, this guy called King. King is the leader of a little gang called Dealer, and they have a card theme going. He's the king. Tia, I don't know if I mentioned her full name is Queen Tia. In Japanese, her name is Queen Tia, all one word. Jack is like Jack, like the card. So Jack, King, Queen. Also, he has like a bodyguard, this giant, silent, brooding man called Joker. He also has an assistant, this hot lady named Heartless. Oh yeah, and they throw the noise cards, and that's how they turn things into their evil noise forms. And remember, it was Spades, Magnus, Diamond, Ice. Those are the suits. They have a moon base. I don't know if they're on the moon for like the entirety of the game, but they have a moon base. They're collecting crimson, coagulated noise. They're using this crimson because the Meteor G is also made of crimson. They have something to do with each other. So that's the deal with Tia and Jack. They're working for Dealer, but the other kids don't know this yet. They're still just hanging out at school and pretending to be students to spy on Geo. And then there's a school trip. There's a field trip to a place called Aloha. When I played the game, I assumed that it was meant to be Hawaii because like Aloha, but no. Aloha is actually the same place as Scissor Island, which remember was supposed to be called Shisa Island. Now it's called Aloha. But it's the same place based on Okinawa. And now you actually get to go there. Also, Kid Gruff says that he met his Ephemian goat in Aloha. So I'm not sure if like he is also from Aloha or if he's Netopian and just was in Aloha and met him there. Forgot to put Ace here with the Satella Police in Mount Belinus, and also Acid, Bell, and Ice over in WBG Studios with Sonya. Not that she like lives at the studio, but we don't know where Sonya lives. She doesn't live in Echo Ridge. She is apparently from a place called Bayside City, which is never mentioned or important at all. She probably just lives in and out of like hotels and stuff because she's traveling a lot and with her new manager who doesn't hit kids anymore, hopefully. All the other kids take a plane to Aloha. But Gio's just like, well, I'll just run on the wave road. I'll just fly there. They all fly there, but I'll literally just run there on my feet in the sky. In Aloha, there's like a royal castle where I don't think any actual royals live, at least not that we see. But what is in the royal castle is this computer that is like the local weather control system, kind of like WeatherCoon in Skytown. Man, like, wizards didn't exist a couple months ago. Already, they're, like, super integral to, like, the island culture. This guy's, like, super important. Without him, the entire island would crumble, probably. This guy's name is Strong. He's a wizard. He's the guy who's in charge of and lives inside of the royal weather computer here on Aloha. He's like, hello, children. Let me give you a tour of the facilities. I have here in my notes that then there are interminable beach shenanigans. There's, like, a food stall that's closed because of like malfunctioning equipment, and Bud is like, but I always wanted to try their famous octopus balls or whatever. You gotta fix their machine. You gotta pulse in, fix the machine so I can wet my my whistle. I remember running around a lot in the wave road over Aloha. During these interminable shenanigans, the kids are just like having fun on the beach, just being fun. So Jack and Tia are there because they're, with the school now. Jack is posing as a student. And Jack, who is like a little misanthrope and hates everybody, this is like his first time like being a kid, like a real kid and not like a child soldier in a weird like terrorist group. He finds himself like accidentally having fun, unironically like enjoying screwing around on the beach with the other kids. And he's like, oh no, what does this mean? What does this mean for me? Mr. King wouldn't like this if he saw it. There's like a rock wall. Like part of the beach is like closed off by like a giant rock cliff, but it's like not a real cliff. It's a real wave because everything is just a hologram in this world. Now, since its invention like 2 years ago. All the other kids get like trapped on the beach because this real wave malfunctions and you have to use the wave road to like get it fixed. I think it's Jack and Tia's doing to like trap Gio somewhere. They use a noise card. They're going to go do noise stuff. They noise card Strong, the wizard. No, I think the real wave is actually malfunctioned just because some random wizard bandits, the artificial EM being programs, they're autonomous, and I guess some of them are just go rogue and steal stuff now. Some rogue wizards, I don't think they're like noised or anything, they're just malicious. They just like steal a bunch of the kids' stuff while they're like hanging out on the beach, and you have to like chase down these wizard bandits on the wave road, beat them up and get their stuff back. And there's drama. The last wizard bandit, the stuff that he stole includes a handkerchief that belongs to Luna and a bag that belongs to Sonya. Each of these things has like sentimental value for them. And you beat this wizard and he like drops all his stuff, and the stuff's falling into the ocean, and you only have time to grab one or the other. You can either grab Luna's handkerchief or Sonya's bag. Whichever one you recover, you give back to them, and then you get a character-specific cutscene where Gio bonds with whichever girl he chose to pick the thing up. It's sort of like picking which ship you prefer. Who do you want Gio to end up with? That's the choice. Strong is a wizard, so of course Jack and Tia don't miss the opportunity to noise card him and turn him evil. He starts misusing the weather stuff. The island starts shaking. There starts being earthquake because Strong has gone rogue, because he's been transformed into Club Strong. That's the third suit. Like the cards. So of course, Mega Man has to fight Club Strong, and then once he goes back to normal, Strong is like, I saw what happened. A kid threw a card at me and turned me into a monster. It was that spooky looking kid and the other slightly older spooky looking kid. Now we know who's been causing all this evil noise stuff to happen. And then Joker shows up. Joker has heretofore only been hanging out with King, but now he shows up in person. He's real scary. He like doesn't talk. He's just like shows up and just kills Strong. Punches him with an an energy fist or something, and Strong just explodes. But I think is deliberately reminiscent of like in classic Mega Man when he would explode and the orbs would go pew 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 pew. Strong explodes like that. His data is just exploded. So that's a death of a sort. So now the battle is on. Things are getting real. Joker's here to fight. Jack and Tia, I have not mentioned it until now, but they actually have EM beings of their own. Jack has an Ephemian named Corvus, like a crow. Queen Tia has one named Virgo. Is Corvus a constellation? It is. It is. I'd never heard of that until now. Jack and Corvus can become Jack Corvus is the name of their EM combination. Very original. Queen Tia and Virgo combined into Queen Virgo. Very neat. Novel, even. Corvus and Virgo. Omega Zis says that these guys are like Ephemian outlaws. They were criminals even within the violent society of FM culture. They were known to be extremely cruel. These are evil dudes. Let's put Joker and Heartless and King up here on the moon base. Virgo and Corvus, by the way, I didn't mention them before, but those are two noise change forms that you can have in addition to the other Ephemian derived forms. So Jack is like, I was just kidding before. I wasn't actually having fun with you, Geo. I hate you and I hate humanity and I hate everything. And then he turns into Jack Corvus and then you fight him. And then Joker is like, enough. And he does the same thing he did before. He does his glowing fist punch, but he does it on Luna and he just kills Luna. Punches Luna so hard that she explodes. And Luna dies right in front of you, and she's dead, and Joker just murdered a child. This isn't like dependent on whether you caught the handkerchief or the bag or anything. This happens to Luna no matter what. And everyone's like, oh my god, why did you do that? Why did you just kill someone for no reason? Joker, he breaks his facade a little bit, and he's just like, well, this world is survival of the fittest. Therefore, the strong deserve to live and the weak deserve to die. And I'm strong, so I'm allowed to kill whoever I want. And I just wanted to. What a guy. So all the dealer members are like, okay, we're out of here. We're going back to the moon base. Our cover's been blown. They know we're evil. Put Luna over here in hell. Oh, and Strong, I guess. I didn't put Strong on the board. Here he is in Aloha, but now he's in hell. Rest in peace. But then Aaron Boreal shows up. You're a rich industrialist. You know about computers. He manages to piece back together Strong. All he did was like blow his data up. They blew his data into chunks. We managed to recover enough of his data. We reconstructed him and like he's pretty much back. Okay, crazy idea. Could we do the same for Luna? Could we collect Luna's data and like reconstruct her as well? And Aaron's like, maybe? Their best hope for doing this is this expert data scientist, I guess, or some kind of super genius lady. This really old lady named Dr. Goodall. I guess like Jane Goodall, although I don't see what the connection is. She works at WASA, which remember used to be NASA in Star Force 1 and 2. In Star Force 3, it's become WASA. WASA and the Satella Police Corps, or Corps, you pronounce it Corps, right? WASA and the Satella Police Corps both share a headquarters in the crater of Mount Belinus, aka Mount Fuji. Ace and Goodall know each other, and Goodall is like sort of his adopted grandma, or she acts like a grandma. She calls him by his real name. His real name is Arthur C. Eos. So his initials are ACE, so he goes by Ace, but she calls him Arthur. Another hopeful sign that Luna might not be dead forever is that their brother band with Luna, they all still have them. When they ask Dr. Goodall, I think she says that, like, yeah, there is maybe some hope. If we collect all the data that was scattered, if we reconstruct her, it's potentially possible 30% chance that it could even theoretically work, because it's never been done before. If there's any chance of it working at all, it's only because, like, the fact that you have brother bands with her is basically keeping her data tethered in the world. Without those, her data would simply dissipate. Everybody disbands the old team. Remember teams? Team Luna for Prez is disbanded, and now Team Save Luna is created with their purpose of Save Luna. So now the quest is you gotta go to all these different places in Aloha, and you gotta find what are called Luna frags. And every time you find another Luna frag, Luna's like silhouette gets filled in on your VG Hunter display a little bit more. Goodall is like, we can theoretically reconstruct her, but it's entirely possible that even if we do that, her mind won't be the same. She might not have any of her memories or anything like that. So, be prepared for disappointment. When Geo gets back with all the Luna frags, there's like, I don't remember why this is happening. I mean, I know it has to do with Dealer, but I don't remember like what the technical explanation is. There's like an army of clones copies of Omega Zis attacking Waza headquarters, and then there's like a mini game. This is sort of like this game's version of Liberation Missions, like a new gameplay mode. It's like a real-time thing. It's like a tower defense thing. Tons of these Omega Zis clones rushing at you, and you have to stand in front of the gates of the Waza headquarters, and your version of Omega Zis, you're using like swipes. He's like swiping with his claws, and you gotta push them back and like damage them and destroy them and like make sure they don't do too much damage to the gates and like knock through the door and get in. Because if they get in and they destroy the facilities, then, I mean, first of all, it would be bad if Satella Police Corps and Waza headquarters were destroyed. But also, Goodall is working on reconstructing Luna from the Luna frags, and if they break in and destroy the facilities, then it'll be impossible, and you'll never get Luna back. So there's a whole sequence of these little, like, tower defense minigames. Why are the Omega Zis clones there? I think Dealer is using, because, like, all the other Ephemians' data is stored in Meteor G's server. So they must have, like, accessed the Meteor G's server and, like, copied Omega Zis's data and just generated, like, a million clones of him. That's gotta be where they come from, because if it's not that, then I don't know where they come from. As you're running around doing missions related to this, freaking Hyde shows up randomly and attacks you for no reason, and he has nothing to do with Dealer. Vega is gone, so Hyde is just unemployed, and I guess just bears you a grudge because of what happened in the last game. Just attacks you purely out of spite, unrelated to any of the other goings-on. Beating him at this point, this is when you get your first noise change form. You got the other benefits of noise. This is when you get noise change, for some reason. I don't know what the connection is there. There's none. Hyde is like a theater kid. He's always talking about, I've written the script. You are mere puppets dancing on my stage. And if you beat him, he goes like, oh, that wasn't in my script. You're going off script. A truly hateful individual. So you defend Waza from the Omega Zis clones, and then Queen Tia wave changes, and you fight Queen Tia, and then Ace shows up, and then Ace also wave changes with Acid. What? Twist? Yes. It turns out that Acid, even though he's an artificial wizard technology has advanced enough. I assume they probably used the Ephemians as like a base for this technology, but they've been able to replicate EM wave change technology, or the EM wave change capability that a human and an Ephemian, for instance, can do in an artificial wizard. And Acid is like the first prototype of that sort of artificial wizard. Ace can wave change with Acid into Acid Ace. This has got to be why the VG Hunter has this like transcode technology, and why like suddenly wave changes are being like recorded in a database. The Satella police have been like, we're going to use like wave changing. We're going to incorporate it into our repertoire. We're going to regulate it now that we like understand it and have been able to duplicate it. But the technology is like not perfect. When Ace wave changes into Acid Ace, it's really bad for him. It does a lot of like damage to his body, and he's like in pain for a long time afterwards. During their battle, you find out Ace also used to be in Dealer. He's another card, oh my god. But then he was like, well, Dealer's evil, I'm leaving. And also him and Tia used to like date, I guess, their exes. He quit the life of crime to go and be a hero of justice. Then you fight Hyde as Dark Phantom again, and this time when you beat him, I didn't know you could do this, but he just jumps off the wave road, presumably dying. Like, he just jumps to his death. I don't know why he does this. I guess he's just being dramatic. He's just so histrionic. He's like, you really put a perfect capstone on this performance if I kill myself. Omega is like, I'm sure we'll see him again. But I mean, they never do. So after all this, after defending Waza, Goodall is able to reconstruct Luna from the Luna frags. Hurrah. Miraculously, she's not missing any chromosomes or anything. She's all there. She has all her memories. She doesn't remember being dead, and she doesn't remember being killed. So she actually comes back and she doesn't realize that like anything happened. She's just like, why does everyone look so serious? Tomorrow's the freaking school presidential elections. What happened to Team Luna for Prez? Let's get out there and get out the vote, gang. Oh yeah, I forgot Hyde and maybe also Phantom are dead. I think they're dead. At least Hyde. Zach and Bud are like, let's not tell Luna that she died. Let's just pretend everything's normal. Everything worked out. We don't need to trouble her with that. So they just reform Luna for Prez team, and you just go back to going around and doing good deeds for people to win the election, which is like tomorrow. Also, Bud is like hiding something. He's being like cagey. Tia got like arrested. Ace couldn't beat her because his wave change was unstable. Mega Man beat her, and then I think she gets arrested. So she's like in jail. And King is like, well, serves her right for failing. And Jack is like mad. Jack's like, no, screw you. dad. He's sort of like their adopted dad, but he's like terrible and he doesn't care about them at all and he just uses them as pawns. Jack is like, screw you, I'm busting Tia out of jail, and also I'm going to get revenge on Mega Man, even though you want me to go do something else. So he's disobeying King. He's going rogue. No relation to the guy named Rogue. So King sends Joker after Jack to get him and bring him back here and punish him for his disobedience. You get another call from Ace and he's like, meet me on the Wave Road. So the reason why Bud was being cagey is because I talked to him first for some reason. I don't know why I went to Bud first before Mega Man. But basically, I'm forming a team. I'm forming a Satella Police adjacent strike force. I'm like deputizing Mega Man and Bud and Taurus Fire and Sonya Strum, aka Harp Note. We're going to form a little anti-dealer alliance. We're going to form a new team. But what about Luna for Prez? You can only be in one team at a time. Anyway, you all become official commandos, deputy commandos. You're a new team. Your purpose is to foil dealers' plan, stop them from doing whatever they're doing. I don't think you even know what they're up to yet. I think they know it has something to do with Meteor G, because I think you can just see Meteor G in the night sky. Yeah, they know that the Meteor G is going to like crash into Earth. Dealers trying to like destroy the world by crashing Meteor G into it for some reason. I don't remember why. Maybe I'll remember as I get through the rest of this. Ace also tried to get Solo, aka Rogue. He like sent some other commandos to go and like make contact and try to get Rogue on the team, because Rogue does hate Dealer, because apparently Dealer is using some of the stuff they're using is like ancient Mu technology, and he like wants to defend the glory of his people, but he won't join your stupid team. And apparently he beat up a whole bunch of Satella commandos that tried to get him to join. Good for him. Remember, Solo could EM wave change without an EM being to merge with, but he has one now. I guess it's another Uma of a type that we didn't see before. It is his wizard. He is registered at number 002 on the transcode registry. So he has a wizard. He's not EM wave changing with the wizard because he doesn't need to do that, but he's using the wizard when he wave changes. What I mean by that is his wizard's name is Laplace, as in like Laplace's demon. Laplace was like an 18th century mathematician. There's like a thought experiment he came up with called Laplace's demon. If you knew everything about the state of the universe at any one time, you could then extrapolate that information to be able to determine everything about the universe at any future or past time. The state of the universe is like causally determined by forces at work, and knowing everything about them would let you know everything about the universe. It's like a statement of like everything is deterministic and there is no randomness or indeterminacy in the universe. I don't know what exactly the reference with this Uma has to do with that, but I think that's the reference they were trying to make. Because he does kind of look like a demon. He doesn't wave change with Laplace. When he wave changes, he uses Laplace. Laplace like turns into a giant black sword. He uses Laplace as a weapon, and it's very, very cool, honestly. I like it a lot. In order to be able to ride the Waveliner, the train system that goes on like the magnetic invisible rails, you need to get like a pass to take the Waveliner from Echo Ridge to the Waza/Satella Police headquarters. And in order to get this pass, they don't just give you one. I think it's a girl or a woman working there at Waza, and she's like, I really want some ice cream. I'll give you like a pass that you can take the Waveliner to get here whenever you want, instead of having to run along the Wave Road, but only if you get me some ice cream. And there's like a challenge where you have to go to the Spica Mall and go to the ice cream shop and buy some ice cream, and then you have like 3 minutes, and you have to do this in real time to get it back to Waza on the Wave Road before it melts. Gio's mom, I'm pretty sure she still doesn't know that he's Mega Man, and I don't know why. No, she must know. Well, maybe not. I mean, the cops know. The Telepolice knows. I guess that doesn't mean that everybody knows. Hope Stellar is just like, Gio, I'm getting that feeling again, just like in Star Force 1, baby. I'm getting that feeling that you, my son, are gonna go off and do some dangerous stuff and die just like your dad, and I'll never see you again. And Gio's like, nah, Mom, you're crazy. You're just crazy is all. That's the only reason you would think something like that. And no, I think later she does find out about it. Yeah, later when she finds out, she's like, I knew it. I knew something bad was gonna happen. This is dangerous. Don't do it. Gio's like, but I want to do it. I want to fight the terrorists. I want to save the world. Who else could do it? And there's a part where Omega Zis, he addresses your mom by name. He's like, listen, Hope, I knew Kelvin. I miss him. I know you miss him too. I won't let anything like that happen to his son. I'm watching out for him. And Hope's like, okay, Omega, that makes me feel better. And I'm getting like emotional. He's like your uncle. You're like a family. Omega's kind of like nicer. He's kind of gotten nicer through the games. He's not as much of like a huge jerk who just like tells Geo to screw his feelings in 3, which I kind of thought that was fun and charming in the first game. But I guess it's a little heartwarming to see him warm up and lose his edge. So I guess I'm fine with it. So Jack, who has gone rogue, but not like Solo, he shows up at the school during the presidential speeches. It's like the last day of the student body presidential election, and Luna's giving her speech. Jack Corvus shows up and attacks the school and just starts going ballistic. And I think Wolf Woods, Damian Wolf, the gardener, holds him off for a little while Geo tries to like get up there. Geo's like trapped, or I think it's Geo and Rogue. Rogue is there. Rogue and Geo team up for this. For some reason, they're like trapped in the classroom and they can't get up to the roof. I think it's because of noise. Noise is like sealing the doors somehow. So Rogue, he just cuts the floor open. He just demolishes like the floor of the classroom of the school and like explodes into the lower floor. It doesn't actually show it. They fall down into, there's a room below the classroom that's like the teacher's lounge, but they didn't want to make like a new tile set and a new room. So they don't actually show them falling into the teacher's lounge. It just turns dark and then they're like, where are we? We're in the teacher's lounge. Okay, well, let's go out into the hallway. Okay. And then the game resumes back in the hallway. I just thought that's really funny. How hard would it have been to just make a teacher's lounge? Then there's another mini game in this one where there's these like ghosts made of noise, and I think you have to like just jam the button really hard and like spam A to like do a little quick time event, like pushing back on this giant like demon ball of noise. You and Rogue do it cooperatively. You keep getting in the last hits and killing these noise balls, and then Rogue just gets mad and wants to fight you out of rivalry, and then you have a battle against Rogue. I think it's because you have the noise program and he doesn't, and like your noise program that Ace gave you like lets you do stuff with these noise monsters that he's not able to do. But anyway, you get up to the roof and you fight Jack Corvus off and he leaves, and then they have the student body president election and Luna is elected president of the student body. Thank goodness. I don't understand. Luna also got EM wave changed with Ophiuka as much as Bud got EM wave changed with Taurus in the first game. If they'd wanted to, they could have had her also become a wave changer and join the Satella Commandos. But they just don't do that. That doesn't happen. Luna spends the entire plot of this game just splashing around in the kiddie pool, worried about frivolous things like becoming student body president while the fate of the world hangs in the balance. And I just feel a little bad for her, honestly. I don't know why they did her like that. I mean, I guess she does get the spotlight of like she died and they brought her back like Christ. I guess she does have a Christ-like death and resurrection. I guess she's got that going for her in this one. So maybe I shouldn't feel too bad. But that's just a thing that happened to her. What she actually spends the whole game doing is worried about becoming student body president. The next day, you're back in school, and the floor, Rogue literally just exploded the floor of the classroom open. It's just fixed, and I'm pretty sure Mitch Shepard is just like, oh yeah, I fixed it. I'm pretty handy. I'm a pretty good woodworker or whatever. It would have made so much sense to just be like, we just use real waves. Like, this is a fake floor we created using a real wave. We can just make things out of light now. So that's why the floor is fixed immediately. That would have been perfectly reasonable. Whereas being like, I fixed it is like, it's outrageous. No, you didn't. King and Dealer, right? They're collecting noise. Or they're collecting Crimson, more specifically. Crimson interacts with Meteor G somehow in a way that lets them control Meteor G somehow. Using like the harness power of Meteor G, King starts hacking into every government facility. I don't know if he's like doing this deliberately or if this is just like a side effect. Noise starts going everywhere. Crimson starts being generated everywhere. Crazy wizards just start going berserk and attacking people. There's a whole bunch of things. You have to go all these different places and like stop these out of control noise wizards. Tia is in jail. Jack has gone rogue. So Joker is going around to all these places like collecting all the crimson that's generated from this noise phenomenon. Ace tries to fight Joker, but like he finalizes into Acid Ace B or Acid Ace Black. He's the black ace in the form. Joker is obviously the red Joker because he's using crimson. If you get to 200% noise, you can do basically a super noise change, which is called finalizing. One of those forms you can take is red Joker form, and one of those forms you could take is black ace form. The supercharging ace with noise, he goes black ace form and he turns black, and then he basically goes berserk and he doesn't know what he's doing, and then you have to fight him in finalized black form. His wave change is like imperfect because it's sort of like an early prototype of an artificial wave change capable wizard, so it like hurts him to do it, and going like black form even worse. So he's basically out of commission after this. He's like bedridden, hospitalized, just because it's like so hard on his body. There's another thing that's happening because of noise, and this has been sort of going on in the background, like all throughout the game. Sometimes there'll be a little like rip in reality. You can go up to these little rips in reality, and inside there's like a little noise pocket dimension. Noise holes. I don't think that's what they're called. I think they're called noise waves. Inside of them, there's these like, there's sort of like a noise version of the hertzes. There's sort of like a noise equivalent inside these things that like stand there and say weird stuff. You have to like go through a sequence of these noise wave holes to find dealer base. You have to go through a bunch in like the right order. They like open in one area and then you come out in another, and I remember getting confused during it. You have to navigate them in a specific way, and that's how you find the dealer base. I said Ace was out of commission. I was lying. He should be, because he's all messed up, but he still shows up in the end when you find the dealer base, him and Sonya, and not Bud. Bud like quits the commandos. He was like, I don't want to be a commando because I want to be devoted full time to protecting Luna and Zack, I guess. I want to protect Luna and Zack specifically. I can't like shoulder responsibility for the whole world, but I can be responsible for protecting them. So I quit the commandos. Cool, I guess. But everyone else shows up. Also Solo, aka Rogue, but he's not with the commandos. He just happens to be here at the same time. It's just a coincidence. He's not helping or anything. He would never help you on purpose. I think this is the only like story difference between the games, is that in Red Joker version, then you have to fight Joker at the dealer base. Or if it's Black Ace version, then I think you have to fight Black Ace because he like fights you to stop you from fighting Red Joker because Red Joker is too powerful. I think that's a version difference. Red Joker and Black Ace, they're connected somehow. What's the connection? Okay, well the connection is the project of trying to create an artificial wizard capable of wave changing. Both Ace and Joker are the product of that same project. They're sort of like twins. Yeah, Joker is not a person. Joker actually just is a wizard. But even though he's just a wizard, he can just wave change with himself, I guess. I guess Solo can wave change without merging with anyone. I guess Joker can too. So yeah, Joker is just a wizard. And he's like Ace's brother in a way. Sorry, not Ace's brother. He's like Acid's brother. The two of them are like wizard twins. I can't think of like a single thing that connects them resemblance wise. I don't know. I don't really buy it. That kind of feels like they just had to come up with some reason, like why are these two forms the two special ones? And then they came up with that, but like I don't think when they were coming up with Acid, and then they were coming up with Joker, they were like, these two are like the same. I don't really think so. I think they came up with that later. So Mega Man fights Joker, and he just wins. You just beat him. Heartless, remember King's like hot secretary or whatever? She says she expected this. She expected Mega Man to beat Joker. She like grabs King and like takes him away somewhere. I think this is when they go to the moon base. Yeah, I think their old base was just in like a noise pocket dimension, and now they go to the moon base. Jack says like, okay, Dealer's been defeated. Dealer's disbanded, there's no more. You've beaten Joker. King had to flee. We've pretty much won. And by we, I mean you, Geo, because I guess Jack's on our side now. Also, I'm pretty sure he successfully broke Tia out of jail. So I think she's back. Oh yeah, and then in like a last screw you, Joker detonates himself. Kamikaze explodes himself just to take you out with him. Ace like jumps in front of the blast because only a finalized prototype wizard can absorb the amount of power that an explosion from another finalized prototype wizard could generate, I guess. Anyway, he blocks the explosion. Ace is dead, he dies. This explosion kills him. Joker's dead. Ace is dead. Is Acid dead? I think Acid would die with Ace if Ace died. So Ace sacrifices himself heroically, but, you know, at least you beat Dealer, right? Wrong. They've retreated to their moon base. King fires he has like a jamming laser. He fires these big like red energy beams. It's called like a jamming beam. Waza headquarters is like encased in this red energy and it is blocking you out basically. He does this to a lot of different places. I think you have to go to these places and like break them out of this like red energy field somehow. I don't remember how you do that. Or maybe you just go there to like rescue people that are trapped inside of them. It's another part of the game where you just go back to the places you've already been before and do a bunch of stuff. Oh, I forgot about Laplace. There's another, this is the second of two fan-created, contest-winning dudes. Somewhere along the wave road, just hanging out somewhere, you can fight this guy. He's called Moon Destroyer, or in Japanese, he's called Moon Disaster. Honestly, he has no significance whatsoever. Is he a merger of a human and an EM guy? Is he just some sort of other EM being that's up here? We don't know. He likes to, like, sing. He has a bombastic pop star kind of personality. Like, he loves the spotlight. So, I don't know. You beat him. You fight him until he goes away. I called it a moon base. It might actually be an orbital base. They might not literally be on the moon. They might just be in orbit over Earth. You beam up or whatever to the orbital base, and you'll learn Jack and Tia's tragic backstory. They are war orphans. It's kind of similar to Vega's backstory in that they are just angry that tragedy happens because of war, and therefore they want to destroy humanity. They were orphans because of a war in whatever country they came from, some other country. Orphan refugees, which must have sucked pretty bad. King, like, adopted them, I guess, which is, I guess, better than being orphans, but, like, King is a cruel father, so it wasn't that much better. He just used them as child soldiers. They just had a hard life and they hate everything. And their wish was to destroy humanity. Their wish was to crash Meteor G into Earth and kill everybody. And Ace, back when he used to be in Dealer, he was like, don't really like that. Don't really like what Dealer's doing. I'm going to go be a cop instead. Which, you know, not to glaze the cops or anything, but being a cop is probably better than being a terrorist bent on destroying the entire world and everyone on it, just by a little bit. He wanted Tia to come with it. He wanted her to quit Dealer too, but she was like, nope, I'm committed to my genocidal ambitions. I'm going to keep doing what I got to do to make that happen. And he said, okay, I guess we'll just agree to disagree then. When King retreated to the orbital base, he, like, forcibly took Jack and Tia with him. They, like, turned against him, but he, like, took them prisoner. That's why they're here. They didn't go with him willingly. Jack and Tia have turned on him. Joker's dead. We killed him, or he exploded himself. And now Heartless reveals that she's secretly been against him all along, so she's betrayed him and now she's set Jack and Tia free. And Heartless is actually an old friend of your mom and your dad, an old friend of Kelvin Stellar. She's been trying to find Kelvin Stellar, and apparently Kelvin Stellar, your dad's space ghost, who you briefly met in the escape pod at the end of 1, is currently inside of Meteor G, trying to, like, push it back away from Earth somehow. She's like, yeah, Geo, your dad's real cool, and I have been working to find him for, like, a long, long time now. I'm your ally, actually. Well, get out of here, King. We hate you. And she just pushes King through, like, a portal and sends him into Meteor G, this, like, giant ball of concentrated noise. And I guess the idea is that this would, like, kill him. This would tear him apart. Dad's ghost is up there, like, slowing Meteor G down, like, buying us more time, but it's not enough. Meteor G is still going to crash into Earth. We gotta send Mega Man up there. It's the only way. Apparently, the best option that we have to do this is we get Woody from the school rocketry club, and also, I didn't put him on the board, a guy called Lee, who was, like, the stage production manager at Sonya's concert. The stage was made out of real waves. He's like a real good real wave engineer. They're going to use Woody's rocketry knowledge to fire a cyber rocket into space, and this is going to carry Mega Man in wave form into space. And then also, I think they're going to use Lee's real wave expertise. I think they're going to, like, shield the rocket with real waves, and that's why he's involved in this plan as well. I don't really remember this at all, but I have here in my notes that King has become a wizard and comes through noise waves to harass us with lasers. What did I mean he harasses us with lasers? You don't, like, fight King. Not as himself anyway. Maybe his voice is coming through the noise waves. Those are those like holes in reality. I guess King has become a wizard. Putting him into Meteor G did not have the intended effect. He has become more powerful than we could possibly imagine, unfortunately. So you pulse into this rocket and they fire the rocket. Magnus, the wizard that became Spades Magnus, he's piloting the rocket because that's what he does. He has a brother named Coil, and so Coil becomes Woody's like temporary wizard while Magnus goes into space. When you pulse into the Meteor server, there's another thing. It's kind of like that real-time sort of tactical like slash with your claws minigame against all the Omega Zis clones, but this time it's against like noise ghosts. In Meteor G, of course, this is when the traditional end-of-game boss rush happens. You fight all the bosses in the game again. Meteor G, as we've established, it has all these data from Ephemians in it, and I presume it has somehow absorbed the data of all the bosses in this game as well. I forgot to mention, but at Waza, you see Tom Dubious is there. He's just hanging out at Waza for some reason, and he says, hey, they managed to restore the Cygnus data, and now I can wave change to Cygnus Wing again. I don't remember his number, but he's one of the 12 or so registered wave changes. And this, just like with Bud and Taurus, I don't understand how this works at all. Is the real Cygnus back on FM, and they've basically just made a data clone of Cygnus, and that's what he's using as his wizard? Or did they basically kill Taurus and Cygnus, and then now they've somehow revived them, and now they're back, and it really is them? I honestly don't know. Yeah, you can fight Cygnus Wing again in this one, is the point. So also in the Meteor, you're also finding memory fragments of your dad's, and basically all his memory fragments are they're happy memories from when he was more conventionally alive. I don't remember them all, but it's stuff like meeting Hope, or maybe there's one of them getting married, when Geo was born, and watching Geo grow up and stuff. I think there's probably one about the day he left on his mission to pilot the piece to FM to establish connections with aliens. There's gotta be, right? If there's not, there should have been. But it's stuff like that. And yeah, you get to the core of Meteor G, and just standing right there, the EM wave ghost of Kelvin Stellar, of Geo's dad, somehow keeping Meteor G's energy at bay. And he says hey Geo, you've grown up a lot. I'm proud of you. Sup Omega? And Omega's sup Kelvin? And he's thanks for taking care of my son. Omega's yeah, sure, no problem. He's a good kid. I just think it's so charming. A real unconventional family, these Stellars, and Geo's weird uncle, Omega. Spoiling this heartfelt moment, freaking King shows up. He's a wizard now, and he merges with the core of Meteor G. It becomes a dragon. I guess King is a dragon now. It's called the Crimson Dragon. This is what the core of Meteor G becomes, and it is King. It's a merging of King and the Meteor G. Why does it look like a dragon? I don't know. Because it's boss battle time. I think I completely neglected to mention that King, before you ever see King and see that he's this extremely sinister looking poker gentleman, you hear about him. The King Foundation is a charitable organization, and everyone thinks he's a great humanitarian or whatever. Oh yeah, the King Foundation runs the orphanage. He takes in injured war refugees, and that's how he got access to Jack and Tia, who also, and I had forgotten this, they weren't just some random refugees. They were the prince and princess of some country destroyed in a war. It doesn't really make a difference, honestly, but it's a fact. And this just occurred to me. They send Mega Man in the rocket up to Meteor G when his mom's so sad. Oh, why do you have to go? I'm the only one that can do it, Ma. I gotta go to space in a rocket just like Dad. The reason it's gotta be him is because he's resistant to noise, because he's the only one who's doing the noise change, because he has the ACE program. But he's only resistant to noise because Ace gave him the Ace program that lets him, use noise. Why couldn't he just give it? He could have given it to Harpnote. He could have given it to Cygnus Wing. On that subject, and I think I forgot to mention this, but even in Star Force 1, when Geo goes up to the space station piece, they say it's gotta be him. Harpnote is I'll come with you, and they're no. It's gotta be Mega Man. I think the stated reason is if something happens to me up there, you're the planet's last line of defense. If I fail to stop Andromeda, you'll be here to fight back when it gets here. But that's not going to do anything. We know that Andromeda would destroy the planet. One EM wave changer is not enough to stop it. That's totally pointless. It would be way more helpful to just have two guys there to fight Cepheus. Really made no sense that Sonya didn't also go on that mission. But whatever. So anyway, Meteor G and King merge into the Crimson Dragon, which then eats Kelvin's ghost. So Kelvin is seemingly dead. Maybe. By eating Kelvin, he gains his power or whatever power Kelvin Stellar had. So Kelvin is merged with him, and King is well, you're not going to attack me now, are you? Your dad is a part of me now. Are you going to attack your dad? And Mega Man's yes. So he does. He's the final boss. You defeat Crimson Dragon on the power of Meteor G. And I suppose defeating him kills King. I'm pretty sure King is dead as a result of this. Somehow, miraculously, Kelvin is fine. Kelvin's ghost comes out and he's good job. I was merged with Crimson Dragon, but I wasn't that merged. Mega Man beats the dragon by he does the Black Ace thing again. What is that called again? When you go super noise change? Finalization. He uses the meteor power, right? Because when he does the finalization, when he does the noise change, he's using the power of the meteor because he's in the meteor. I think he taps in and does a super version of it. He uses a Galaxy Advance. Program advances in Star Force 3 are called Galaxy Advances. They are also tapping in and like taking card data out of the Meteor server, defeating Crimson Dragon, destroys Meteor G, the whole thing that he's in just like blinks out of existence. And Geo is miraculously in a space bubble, like the Star Child at the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Is it Omega Zis making the bubble? I think it's your dad. I think it's Kelvin. So Kelvin's ghost sends a message to every VG hunter, everyone's mobile devices in the world, saying, hey guys, it's Kelvin Solar. My son is awesome, and he's Mega Man. Geo Stellar is Mega Man, everyone. Secret identity revealed. And then your mom hears this and starts crying because she's hearing her husband. Because she's hearing Kelvin. This is Kelvin's voice. She's like, oh my god, my husband's ghost speaking to me through space. The message is, okay, everyone, my son Geo, who is Mega Man, just saved the world from Meteor G. And everyone in the world is like, nice, we appreciate that. We like this boy. Even people like Solo and Jack and Tia, who sort of nominally dislike Geo, are like, no, he's good now. So Calvin's like, okay, everyone, but he's lost in space, he's in a bubble, and we need the power of friendship, the power of link power, the power of being friends on Facebook is the only thing that's going to get him home. So what I need everyone in the entire world to do is log into your VG Hunter right now and quit whatever team you're part of and join a new team and set the purpose of that team to get Geo home safe. Everyone in the entire world, every member of the human race will join the same Facebook group with the same purpose of save Geo. It is the ultimate expression of solidarity, the ultimate use of link power. It miraculously just like beams Geo in his magic bubble back towards Earth. And Geo gets home, descends from space in his bubble, and everyone's like, oh my god, Geo, you made it. You're back. Okay, we can quit this team now. We'll go back to our regular teams. But for one brief moment, everyone was united in their purpose across all the planets. But Geo comes home alone. Omega Zis and his dad, they didn't come with him. They weren't in the bubble. So it's kind of like the end of Battle Network 3, where Geo's like, I saved the world, but my friend's gone, and my dad's gone. But then I think it's 2 weeks later, he sees like a shooting star, and it's Omega Zis. He was a little behind, but he made it. He's back, and they hug, and his grumpy uncle it reunites with him. And everything's great. And also his dad came too. And his dad's back. And Kelvin's back. Dad's home. There's a scene in the credits where Geo comes in his house and sees his mom and he's like, there's someone here to see you. And then his freaking dad walks in. I guess his dad is still an EM ghost. But Omega Zis has been essentially an EM ghost or something somewhat ghostly this whole time. But then they managed to make him like visible and tangible through the use of real waves with VG Hunter technology. Maybe they could do the same thing with Kelvin. Maybe they could make him into someone's wizard and then project a hard light projection of him with a real wave and have him basically be a person again. I don't see why not. So it's a happy ending. It's the happiest ending ever, except that Ace is still dead. Except that maybe not, because just like when Luna was killed, her brother band stayed in everyone's VG Hunter. When you joined the Commandos, you brother banded with Ace, and you still have a brother band with Ace. It hasn't been deleted, which kind of suggests that maybe he's not dead. But it's not really definitive. Luna's not being deleted wasn't definite proof that she wasn't gone. They were like, does this mean she's not gone? We don't know. I guess they don't know how brother bands work when someone dies. They seem not to know whether they should expect the brother band to be deleted or not. So Ace's brother band info still being in your VG Hunter isn't proof that he's still alive. But in the credits, there's sort of like a slideshow, and one of the slide images that shows is an image of Ace, and he's in a hospital bed, and he's being taken care of by Acid and Tia and Dr. Goodall. So that seems to be somehow he survived. Maybe he did die, but they were able to reconstruct his data the same way they did Luna. So that really seems to imply that he was somehow able to come back. However, in the complete works, a guy, the leader of the scenario team is what he's called, this guy called Yamashita, says well, maybe that really happened, or maybe that image was just someone's fervent wish that it would happen, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's really what happened. I mean, I guess it's up to the individual player to decide, did Ace die? Did they bring him back somehow? You can't know for sure. I don't know. They put the image there in the credits. Why would that image be there if it's just somebody's fervent wish? Maybe the whole game is just somebody's fervent wish. Actually, nothing in the entire game actually happened for real. It's all just fiction. Someone just made it up. So who knows? So there is a post game in Star Force 3. In the post-game, you get like an email from Waza that tells you that like, I think they're getting like a distress signal from someone in space. Someone in space needs your help. And it turns out it's Cepheus, you know, the FM king. You may have thrown away your transer and broken your sacred brother band. I guess he forgives you. He's like, yeah, we're actually like under attack by a space demon. I guess they're all space demons. I don't know what he is. I guess he's like a warlord, or he's just some sort of like lone, super powerful guy who just goes through space destroying everything just because he can. He's a guy called Sirius. He is living inside of a black hole, not just any black hole. It's the like supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way. He lives in this black hole, which also has a server inside of it, kind of like how Meteor G had a server inside of it. That you could pulse and or trans into. So he just pilots this supermassive black hole around the galaxy, absorbing things into it. And that's what's happened to AM and FM. They've been absorbed into, not like annihilated by being absorbed into like the physical black hole. They've been sucked into the server contained in this black hole. Let's bring Kelvin home, where he belongs. Does that look like a black hole? Kind of. I'm doing my best. They're all in Sirius's black hole. Even Pegasus and Dragon and Leo are in there. They appear to Geo and are like, yep, even we can't beat Sirius. He's so powerful. You fight like every boss, I think, from the whole series, or maybe not everyone, but you fight a lot of them. You even fight Apollo Flame. I don't know if you're fighting like the actual FMians or if you're fighting like data echo copies of them that the black hole is absorbed. There's like a form of Joker and Ace in there that you fight as well. The canonicity of all the individual post-game fights is like, whatever. We just need an excuse to like throw a super souped up superpower version of an old boss at you. I think it's probably like just copied data in there. Why would the FMians be fighting you? Presumably they want you to save their planet from Sirius. That's the post game. You fight everyone ever. You fight Sirius. I would assume that defeating Sirius allows them to somehow get out of that black hole or pulse themselves out and restore things to normal. I hope that AM and FM are able to make a full recovery after this cataclysmic event. I think everybody moves back to Earth. Do Virgo and Corvus, do they survive? Do they die? No, they are dead. When Jack and Tia decide we don't want to destroy the world after all, we're good now, Virgo and Corvus are like, well, screw that, we're going to kill you then. And then Rogue shows up and kills and deletes them, so they're dead. Yep. Good riddance. I've said over and over now that I really like Star Force. I think the story is pretty good, and I like its themes, and I feel like it executes well upon them. But I don't think it's as popular as Battle Network, and I think it was probably just that, like, the audience they were trying to court just didn't stay interested in Mega Man. Mega Man was sort of waning in relevancy. This was around the time that, like, all the Mega Man stuff was getting canceled. The Zero series was ending, and they canceled Legends 3. But also, and this is, I think, a legitimate criticism. As I've been describing what happens in the series, we're so far away from like robots, even navis. Now we're in like, yeah, aliens from space come and like merge with humans and become superheroes, and then they like fly around in the sky and like battle against other aliens. It just doesn't feel very Mega Man. I still like it. It's pretty far removed from a robot boy with a strong sense of justice battling for everlasting peace. So I think maybe if you were a Mega Man fan and you saw this, I could understand being like, well, that's not much like the thing I like. Maybe that had something to do with why it only lasted 3 games, perhaps. Oh yeah, there's one more. 1 year after the end of Star Force 3, they released Operate Shooting Star, Battle Network Operate Shooting Star. This is a remake of Battle Network 1. It only has a little bit of new content. The new content is a crossover with Star Force. And there's a scene where in the future, Harpnote gets kidnapped by a time-traveling Navi from the past, Clockman. Clockman is a fan-created, contest-winning design. Probably not a deliberate reference, but maybe you could read it as a reference to the plural Clockmen that were in that one WonderSwan Challenger from the Future game. Anyway, Clockman.exe, a Navi, kidnaps Harpnote and travels back to the past, and Dr. Goodall like makes a time machine and is like, okay, I'll send you back to the past, Geo, to retrieve her, but if you go to the past, they don't have time travel technology there, or they do, but only in the form of Clockman. So the only way you'll be able to get back to the future of 22XDX is if you find Clockman and make him send you. And he's like, okay, got it. Clockman shows up back in the past in the Battle Network time and also kidnaps Roll again. Roll just gets kidnapped, so it's like all she does. It reminds me of how in the original Mega Man, the original plot was that they were going to have Mega Man rescuing Roll was going to be kidnapped by Wily, and then they didn't do it. It's like they were making up for that with Battle Network. They just have Roll get kidnapped like multiple times a game. Because they kidnap Roll, Lan sends Mega Man after Clockman, and then, of course, like Star Force Mega Man and Battle Network Mega Man, they're both going after the same guy, and there's a confusion, and they each think the other one might be the culprit. And then they have a little fight, and then they're like, wait a minute, we're on the same side. Let's team up. I think you're playing as Mega Man.exe for this whole thing. I don't think you play as Mr. Star Force. Geo and Omega Zis, like, come into the real world. Lan and Mail, we're here to help. We're after the same guy. Then they fight Clockman, and this allows them to return to their own time. I don't know, whatever. It goes exactly how you'd expect it to go. It's kind of a little bit of a weak note to go out on. Operate Shooting Star apparently sold really badly because it's literally just a remake of the first game with a pretty small amount of extra bonus content. Operate Shooting Star's poor sales were apparently like the nail in the coffin. They were like, no more Star Force. Seems a little weird to base the decision to cancel Star Force on the performance of a Battle Network game and a remake at that, not even original. But I mean, the Star Force games' sales were also declining. Everything Mega Man was in decline at the time. So there was plans. There was some amount of planning done. It was not like well into development. There were like some minor leaks of some concept art images of what would presumably have become Star Force 4. Star Force 4, just according to what was leaked, would have had Geo being a little older. He would have been like on the run from the law. It would have revolved around hacking, and he would have met and teamed up with another kid whose name was Kazuma, who's some kind of genius outlaw hacker. And the interesting thing about Kazuma is that he was planned to be a descendant of Lan and Mail and their son Patch, I guess, by extension. 200 years, how many generations is that? 5 or 10 or something? So he would have been like, Lan Hikari is like great-great-great-great-great-grandson or something like that, which would have been like the single most overt Battle Network connection in the entire Star Force series, other than, I guess, Lan's diary in Star Force 2. And it was only in the 4th game they were finally going to do it. I was kind of surprised that it never came out that like Geo was actually Lan's like great grandson. I was kind of expecting that like to be a twist the whole time, and it never was. Nope, it was going to be this guy Kazuma, but then they canceled the game and it didn't happen. And I think that's unfortunate because I really like Star Force. Do I think it's as sad as the cancellation of Mega Man Legends 3? Do I think it's as big a loss? Well, probably not. It's kind of close. I don't know. I really like Star Force. I like it a lot. I would have played a 4th game. Happily. Oh well. Ah, crap. I just realized I forgot to talk about the toys from Star Force. They made toy Transers, pretty similar to the toy pets, and they made a toy Star Carrier, which was also similar. They didn't make a Hunter VG, I guess because the series was on its way out. They also had cards, just like the battle chips. Not for the Transer, I don't think, but for the Star Carrier, they made cards, like you could buy them. They would interact with the Star Carrier, but then you could also, like put them on the touchpad of the DS, and it like sensed something in the card. I think there was a way to fake it too. You could trick it into thinking you had a card if you didn't have one, if you knew how to do it. It was like magnetic or contact points in the card on the touchscreen. Anyway, okay, I guess I didn't forget to talk about that. I guess I just talked about it. Oh well, I probably missed some other stuff too. I try my utmost to say everything there possibly is to say about a franchise in a video like this, but it's an impossible task. There'll always be more, but I did my best. Hope you've enjoyed listening to me ramble for I don't know how long this video is, but that long. If you've enjoyed the video, then you can thank my supporters on Patreon and my channel members here on YouTube. I like to call them my faithful students, my most faithful students that support me with money so I can keep working on stuff like this and make more of them. And hopefully keep making them better and better and faster. That's the goal. Onward and upward, infinite growth. If you would like to become a faithful student, if you would like to support my work, patreon.com/BenSaint is the place to do it. Or you can become a channel member with the join button down below the video. It helps a lot. It's how I'm able to do this. Or if monthly recurring payments are not your speed, if you'd rather just give me a one-time donation like a tip because you enjoyed the video just to say thanks, I love that too. That also helps. I'll have a PayPal link in the description. You can click that and just send me a tip for however much you feel like throwing my way. That would help me out a lot as well. And of course, I finally managed to secure a sponsor. So thank you to this video's sponsor, Factor, one more time. And another way you can support the channel, if you use my link in the description to sign up for Factor, if that's something you're interested in purchasing for yourself, and I think you should consider it. If you use my link to do that, I get kickbacks if you use my link to do that. So I would appreciate that very much. That's almost as good as becoming a patron. That's almost as good as giving me a direct donation. I'd love it if you did that. But now I'd like to personally shout out everyone who did donate to me through my Patreon, through YouTube channel memberships, who's been supporting me while I've been working on this video. I hope you'll continue to support me as I move into working on the next one. Speaking of the next one, I've been saying that if I hit 100 patrons on Patreon, I'll do like a vote and let people pick a topic for me. Almost there. I think I'm at like 90. Might hit that pretty soon. And then we'll figure out what to do about that. So, that's very exciting. Anyway, without further ado, thank you, faithful students, including Aaron Deemer, Adalwin1, Airlock, Alex C., Alistair Wonderland, A Magic User, Andrew Ali, Andrew Haupt, Anomalous Raven, Aranthel, Arbalete, Argyle Funk, Armok, Artoria, Azdfiao, Ayanami Forever, BB010G, B Zaga, Ben Jackson, Ben Zed, Benjamin Lories, Big Dumb Media, Bionic Kasai, Brendan, Brett CS, Cake, Cameron Clark, Captain, CB, Chief X, Chris Weiss, Chump Change, Cobb's Salad Bar, Cody, Connor McKinley, Dakota, Dan Galf the Druid, Death Sith 5 Gaming, Delta Tonberry, Derek Davis, Dizzy Valial, Dusty Magnum, Eater Sans Arroyo, ENI, Evelium, Fake Toku Fan, Fishbone 2304, Flazlorky, Foxface, Francis Caddick, Frederick Holmar, Fresh Lobster, Full Metal Lifter, Gonzo Bonzoid, Grant, Grav G, Grey Knight Command, Gus Fring, Hayden Decker, Horewu, House of Corey, Ijiura, Indigo, Isaac Parsegian, Isabel, Ivo, Jababa, Jesse Please, John Ahern, John K., Joseph Rosica, Julia Medina, Julian Went, Julian My Julian, Justin Green, Justin Hyde, Kagros, Karpopper, Kevin Stefanovich, Kirby Doll, KNGB, Lefargon, Logan Mills, Lucas Vimes, Luis, Luke Sheff, Lucius Rayer, Ix, Macacones, Makumasa, Marcus Mayer Gellin, Marvin Diaz, Max Poole, Metis Christodolo, Michael McCoy, Mike Goo Ivanushko, Mike Mimson, Mila Makes Shreg, Mr. E, Mr. Shu, Neko Pero, Nisi Oisin Shill, Odeko, Off-Model Toys Zahn, Omen Machine, Patrick O'Connor, Patrick Ochoa, Pearl, Peter Hernandez, Philip Whicker, Piper Deck, Prince Isolation, Princess Tutu, Peter Chef, Pugs Please, RM, Rabid Scotty 92, Raoul Quick, Reikenike, Sam Humphreys, Samuel Box, Sauce Pirate, Scott Rickard, Sean Collins, Sakai No Pizza Bitch, Seth Adams, Sheba 159, Shredder Shades, Simsy, Skeletal Schlong, Slater K, Sleepy Crest, Slifer Sean, Slugs, Sober Up Squirtle, Spookmaster Lance Corporal, Stacy Sterling, Thaid Gruntley, The Snooty Raichu S, The Tominator 27, Thomas Allen, Thomas Niebor, Trent Hallmark, Trevor Wells, Triakis, Tulpa Tom, Tayo, Vanique NV, Vinny Vidivici, Weeb Trash, Wax Wilson, Wyatt Carpenter, XOX Nova XOX, Xavier Miller, X Never Knows Best, Zetaslow, and Zemon Babo. Yes, thank you to all my faithful students, and thank you everyone for watching, everyone who shares the video, tells people about the video, discusses the video in your relevant communities, on Discord, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, wherever you congregate. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Subscribe for more. I'll be back with another one soon enough. It's been a pleasure. It's been a privilege to present this to you. Class dismissed.